The streets of the city had long been enveloped by the cloak of night. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, a few cars whizzed by, leaving behind a trail of blurred light and shadow. In a shadowy rented room, Shen Yuan was fixated on his computer screen. Remarkably, he had been battling for several consecutive days and nights. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. Recently, the company had undertaken a new project, a horror-themed video game. His supervisor, recognizing Shen Yuan's extensive experience in the gaming realm, had entrusted him with this significant task. However, he had never before developed a game of such a terrifying genre. In search of inspiration, he resolved to immerse himself in horror films and supernatural thrillers each evening after work. For a month straight, he juggled his daytime job with movie marathons at night, leading to a barrage of nightmares whenever he succumbed to sleep. His mental state was taut with tension. At that moment, he was engrossed in a supernatural film, filled with eerie mansions and unsettling sound effects. The sudden appearances of ghostly figures pierced his vision like needles. His breath quickened, and his heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. As the plot thickened, his body trembled uncontrollably. A beverage spilled across his keyboard, yet he remained oblivious. Outside, the wind howled, echoing through the night. Suddenly, a chill ran down Shen Yuan's spine. He felt as though something was watching him. Whirling around, he beheld the empty room. Yet the sensation of being observed intensified. His fingers began to tap nervously on the table, seeking to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Nevertheless, the images on the screen grew increasingly bizarre, revealing a pale figure slowly moving through the darkness. Shen Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. He perceived that the silhouette seemed to shift, as if composed of countless minuscule particles, each vibrating with a semblance of life. Abruptly, a piercing cat's cry resonated from outside. Shen Yuan jolted, his pupils widening in disbelief. It was as if he had just endured a soul-shaking shockwave. He felt his mind assaulted by an unseen force, as if the very depths of his brain were being stirred. He faintly sensed his pineal gland quivering violently. Then, without warning, he felt the world spin and lost consciousness, as if his awareness had momentarily left his body. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the floor, his computer chair askew. Shen Yuan struggled to rise, rubbing his temples in an attempt to clear his mind. To his horror, he realized that everything around him had transformed. His pupils constricted once more as he gazed at the coffee cup on the table. The ceramic surface appeared to stretch infinitely closer, revealing a collection of tightly arranged microscopic particles. Each particle vibrated subtly, as if imbued with life. With vacant eyes, he instinctively reached out. His fingertips glided through the air, and the previously invisible molecules and atoms seemed to respond to his thoughts, gently oscillating. The surface of the coffee cup shimmered with a faint glow, an energy transition wave produced by the manipulation of its microscopic structure. Shen Yuan's breath quickened, his fingers trembling slightly. Yet, a spark of excitement ignited within him as he focused intently. His thoughts became akin to an invisible hand, penetrating the air and delving into the cup's interior. He observed as the atomic structure of the coffee cup began to morph. The spacing between the internal molecules gradually expanded, altering the trajectory of the atoms and consequently reducing the density of the ceramic. The cup's structure weakened, fine cracks appearing on the surface, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yet under Shen Yuan's mental influence, the cup began to levitate gently. His eyes widened in a mixture of fear and astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, meticulously scrutinizing this sudden transformation. He gradually restored the spacing between the internal molecules, watching as the tiny cracks on the cup's surface faded away. It dawned upon him that he had seemingly acquired superhuman abilities. Moreover, this power not only allowed him to perceive the microscopic world, but also to manipulate and alter the atomic structure of objects. At that moment, the old desk lamp flickered and extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. What the? Could I really be encountering a supernatural event? Shen Yuan's nerves tightened, his heart racing in his chest. However, in the next instant, he recalled his newly awakened powers, and his taut nerves began to relax. He thought to himself, what is there to fear? I now possess superpowers. With swiftness, Shen Yuan rose and crouched down, reaching for the lamp's base. He concentrated, his gaze fixed intently on the base, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Through his newfound vision, every node and wire within the circuitry became vividly clear. Soon, he discovered a concealed, damaged wire, the copper exposed and the insulation frayed. He extended his hand, gesturing gently in the air as his thoughts transformed into an invisible hand, manipulating microscopic particles to shift and replace. As he moved his fingers, the copper wire reconnected, and the insulation enveloped it anew, effectively repairing the damaged circuit from a distance. The lamp flickered back to life that he murmured softly, "This ability is incredible. It will undoubtedly help me solve numerous problems in the future." Gleaming with excitement, Shen Yuan felt an indescribable thrill surging within him. He understood that from this moment forth, his fate had quietly changed. Resolute, he vowed to harness this superpower wisely, to explore the unknown realms, and to realize his dreams. Chapter 2. Emerging in the workplace. Quantum research in the early morning, sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting playful dappled patterns along the path to the office building. Shen Yuan inhales a breath of fresh air, instinctively quickening his pace. The awakening of his superpower the previous night has left him exhilarated, his heart racing with anticipation, albeit tinged with a hint of apprehension. Upon entering the company, Shen Yuan strives to maintain a facade of normalcy as he steadily makes his way to his workstation. Once seated, he takes a deep breath, placing his hands upon the keyboard, and opens the document for the horror game project. The screen is filled with a dense array of code that once seemed daunting and required time to decipher. Yet now, these lines appear to him as disassembled building blocks, their structure and logic suddenly becoming crystal clear. With keen focus, he swiftly scans each line of code, his mind racing as he identifies problems and their solutions. His fingers dance across the keyboard, the rhythm of his typing quickening. Within a mere 3 hours, he has completed the core coding section that would typically take a week, all while assisting his colleague, Xiao Li, with a minor coding issue. At this moment, he realizes that the superpower awakened last night has not only endowed him with the ability to manipulate the microscopic world, but has also significantly enhanced his intellect. Gazing at the screen, a smile of accomplishment creeps onto his lips, but he quickly suppresses it. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he must avoid drawing too much attention and devise a way to make his progress appear more ordinary. He then begins to meticulously adjust the formatting of the code, clicking the mouse to align everything neatly, occasionally feigning deep thought as he makes minor tweaks to ensure no discrepancies are evident. His direct supervisor, Manager Zhang, approaches with arms crossed and a serious demeanor. Glancing at Shen Yuan's screen, he frowns, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Shen Yuan, your progress seems rather slow. Do not delay the project timeline." Shen Yuan, feeling a flicker of irritation within, maintains a polite smile and calmly responds, "Manager Zhang, this section of code is quite complex. I must conduct a thorough review to ensure there are no vulnerabilities, as any oversight could compromise subsequent work." Manager Zhang lets out a huff and appears ready to continue his reprimand when Shen Yuan suddenly recalls an issue he had noticed in the code previously overseen by Zhang. Calmly, he states, "Manager Zhang, during my code review, I discovered a potential security vulnerability in the section you were responsible for. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to significant problems later on." As he speaks, he pulls up the relevant code on the screen, clearly marking the problematic areas and articulating the issues with clarity. Manager Zhang's expression darkens, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes before he quickly regains his composure. "Understood. I will address it." With that, he turns and hurries away. Colleague Xiao Li approaches, laden with materials, admiration evident on his face. "Brother Yuan, you are incredible. The coding issue you helped me resolve this morning had stumped me for ages, yet you fixed it in an instant." Shen Yuan humbly waves his hand, his eyes reflecting modesty. "I was just fortunate to identify the problem." Xiao Li scratches his head, puzzled, and inquires further, "Brother Yuan, you seem particularly energized today. Do share your secret with me." Shen Yuan felt a sudden jolt of surprise, a flicker of tension crossing his gaze, and quickly resorted to laughter, exclaiming, "There are no secrets, just a matter of dedicating more time to research." Xiao Li, with a hint of skepticism, nodded and turned to leave. In the afternoon, the company convened a technical seminar. Shen Yuan sat quietly at the conference table, attentively listening as his colleagues reported on their work progress. When it was his turn to speak, he rose, his eyes resolute as he scanned the room, articulating the results of his responsibilities with clarity and even offering suggestions for algorithm optimizations. His insights were original, and his ideas innovative, garnering appreciative glances from his colleagues. Even the notoriously stringent Manager Zhang could not suppress a nod of approval, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. As the meeting concluded, Manager Zhang feigned a casual pat on Shen Yuan's shoulder, saying, "Shen Yuan, your recent performance has been commendable. Keep it up." A slight smile graced Shen Yuan's lips. Though internally he scoffed, what a pretense. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning of a chain reaction triggered by his extraordinary abilities. After work, Shen Yuan returned to his rented room and began to delve into quantum computing. During a lunch break conversation with colleagues, he had become fascinated by this emerging technology, sensing a possibly profound connection to his own superpowers. Determined to explore quantum computing further, he thought that even if it bore no relation to his abilities, he could amalgamate them to create something novel. He opened his computer and searched for relevant materials, and at that moment, the text and data on the screen appeared to come alive before his eyes. He initially focused on the fundamental principles of quantum computing, yet encountered numerous challenges, such as intricate mathematical formulas and perplexing physical concepts. However, thanks to his heightened comprehension, Shen Yuan gradually mastered these complexities. After a period of diligent study, he finally began to grasp the subject. He discovered that his superpowers seemed capable of influencing the state of quantum bits, which thrilled him immensely. This revelation suggested the potential to develop a new type of quantum computer using his abilities. To validate this hypothesis, Shen Yuan resolved to conduct a simple quantum computing experiment, intending to delve deeper into the field and seamlessly integrate it with his powers. He swiftly organized key information and commenced designing an experimental plan. Aware that high-precision quantum bit manipulation instruments and advanced detectors were prohibitively expensive, he opted for cost-effective alternatives, specifically salvaged equipment. He envisioned utilizing his abilities to repair, assemble, and even modify these discarded instruments. Thus, he scoured the internet for used and second-hand devices, successfully locating several reasonably priced items. Over the next 3 days, the equipment arrived in succession, and Shen Yuan cleared a corner of his rented room to establish a small quantum computing experimental platform. He first employed his powers to repair the salvaged devices according to online maintenance manuals. Subsequently, through 3 days of learning and comprehension, he improved and reassembled the instruments, meticulously recalibrating each component to ensure they functioned properly. As the experiment commenced, Shen Yuan positioned himself at the table, his hands resting on the keyboard, his gaze intensely fixed on the screen. He wielded his abilities to manipulate the quantum bits, attempting to perform fundamental quantum computing operations. The experiments were far from smooth, with failures and setbacks occurring in succession. On one occasion, the state of the quantum bits proved unstable, resulting in erroneous calculations. Yet, Shen Yuan remained undeterred, adjusting the experimental parameters and optimizing the application of his extraordinary abilities. After several hours of diligent effort, he ultimately succeeded in executing a quantum computation operation. As he gazed upon the experimental results, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This breakthrough revealed to him a realm of infinite possibilities, and he realized that he might indeed achieve significant advancements in the field of quantum computing. Upon returning to the office the next day, Shen Yuan was greeted by whispers among his colleagues. Approaching his workstation, he noticed Xiao Li casting a complicated glance in his direction. "Shen Yuan, your algorithm is incredible," Xiao Li exclaimed, his tone laced with envy. "I've been studying it for several days, yet I cannot comprehend the optimization points. How did you manage it?" Shen Yuan offered a slight smile and replied softly, "Oh, it was merely a matter of investing some extra time." At that moment, their colleague Xiao Wang joined the conversation, stating, "Indeed, Shen Yuan, your recent work ethic has been astonishing. It feels as though you've transformed into a different person. Have you secretly enrolled in some elite training course?" Shen Yuan shook his head, fully aware that his progress stemmed from his extraordinary abilities. He merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, Manager Zhang approached, placing a hand on Shen Yuan's shoulder. "Shen Yuan, you performed admirably on this task. However, let this be a one-time occurrence. I would prefer not to be surprised like this again." The manager's tone carried a note of warning, and a barely perceptible shadow crossed his gaze. Shen Yuan's heart sank. He realized he had perhaps been too ostentatious, and it seemed Manager Zhang was intent on making things difficult for him. He nodded gently to indicate his understanding. Upon returning to his seat, Shen Yuan noticed Xiao Li still observing him, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Shen Yuan, would you be willing to teach me?" Xiao Li asked softly, his tone pleading. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. "All right, I will explain during our break." During their break, Shen Yuan and Xiao Li sat in the tea room. Xiao Li, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "Shen Yuan, how did you achieve that? I cannot fathom the optimization thought process behind that algorithm." Shen Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to share a glimpse of his methodology. "Actually, I have recently been attempting to understand the code through a new mindset, analyzing the logical structure from a more macro perspective. Sometimes, this approach allows me to uncover optimization points I had previously overlooked." Xiao Li's eyes lit up. "A macro perspective? Are you referring to that systemic, big-picture thinking? Something like that, Shen Yuan replied vaguely, fully aware that the macro perspective he referred to was, in fact, a unique vantage point bestowed by his extraordinary abilities. That's amazing. Xiaoli marveled. I have always been mired in details, never realizing I could break through from that angle. Shen Yuan, you are truly my idol. Shen Yuan smiled modestly. Yet he contemplated how to better harness his extraordinary abilities without arousing further suspicion. He understood that his position in the company was becoming increasingly delicate and that he needed to exercise greater caution. In the days that followed, Shen Yuan adopted a suddenly tranquil demeanor at work, becoming increasingly low-key in his actions. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to enhancing his technical skills and expanding his reservoir of knowledge. He gradually realized that as he became more adept at wielding his extraordinary abilities, his capacity for learning and comprehension also experienced a simultaneous enhancement. However, Shen Yuan was also cognizant that this very progress might incite jealousy among his colleagues and difficulties from his superiors. He began to contemplate the timing of his resignation. After careful deliberation, he resolved to work for one more month before departing. Of course, it would not be merely work. Before leaving, he intended to reclaim the vacation days he had previously missed. After some thought, Shen Yuan decided to call Manager Zhang, explaining that he had pressing family matters that required him to return home for 2 weeks and wished to utilize both his annual leave and the previously accrued time off. Initially, Manager Zhang was adamantly opposed, but upon Shen Yuan's subtle insinuation regarding a gaming loophole being exploited for profit, the manager immediately granted approval with remarkable generosity. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan made significant strides in his research on quantum computing. He began to explore the integration of his superhuman abilities with quantum computing, delving into a novel technological realm that would provide robust support for the subsequent development of quantum computers. Chapter 3. Familiarization and Training of Extraordinary Abilities as Dawn Broke. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow across Shen Yuan's rented room. For the next fortnight, he was free from work obligations. Seated at his desk, he closed his eyes, furrowing his brow in concentration. He reminisced about the moments following his acquisition of extraordinary powers, effortlessly resolving challenges in the workplace while basking in the astonished and admiring gazes of his colleagues, as if those scenes were unfolding anew before him. Through days of reflection and application of his abilities, Shen Yuan gradually discerned 3 remarkable facets of his powers. The first was his microscopic vision, akin to possessing an ultra-precise microscope within his eyes, capable of magnifying objects to the atomic level of the microscopic realm. When Shen Yuan activated his microscopic vision, it was as though a portal to a new world had swung open. The minutiae previously invisible to the naked eye were now vividly discernible. The second was his extraordinary learning capability, which surpassed that of even the most brilliant minds. His memory was remarkably acute, allowing him to retain information with but a fleeting glance. Whether grappling with intricate theoretical concepts or nuanced technical principles, he could swiftly comprehend and memorize them, achieving an astonishing level of efficiency in his studies. Lastly, there was his telekinesis, reminiscent of the psychokinetic abilities often depicted in supernatural fiction, enabling him to manipulate objects. Yet, Shen Yuan's telekinesis was even more formidable, refined enough to manipulate microscopic particles and even alter the molecular structure of matter. This indicated that he could not only move objects at will, but also fundamentally transform substances, creating miracles that would astound observers. However, Shen Yuan's telekinesis diverged from cinematic portrayals. In films, such powers frequently intertwine with telepathy and precognition, mystical mental abilities that extend beyond mere physical manipulation. As for whether he possessed telepathic or precognitive abilities, Shen Yuan remained uncertain. Thus far, he had not unearthed any such capabilities, and whether they would manifest in the future remained a mystery. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve flashing within them. He pressed his hands against the table and rose swiftly to his feet. He pondered that in order to fully harness his extraordinary abilities and reach greater heights, systematic training was indispensable. Just then, a buzzing insect flitted past his eyes and settled on the windowsill. Shen Yuan's eyes brightened instantly as he hurried to the windowsill, crouched down, and carefully pinched the insect. The creature wriggled vigorously on his fingertips, its antennae swaying back and forth. Shen Yuan murmured softly, "Little fellow, let me borrow you for a moment." He then returned to his chair, leaned forward, and focused intently on the insect, activating his microscopic vision. Under the gaze of his extraordinary power, the cellular molecular structure of the insect's exoskeleton was unveiled before him. He gazed unwaveringly, his mind functioning like a high-speed supercomputer, rapidly processing the connections of the molecules while contemplating how to balance strength with lightness. However, the microscopic structure proved to be exceedingly intricate, and his brow furrowed deeper with worry. It seemed that without a theoretical foundation, delving further into research would be exceedingly difficult. He needed to quickly seek out materials to study. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, startling Shen Yuan and causing him to jerk his hand, allowing the insect to escape. He picked up the phone and saw it was a call from his colleague, Xiao Li. With a furrowed brow, he pressed the answer button. Xiao Li's voice erupted on the other end, filled with excitement. Shen Yuan, the code optimization method you mentioned yesterday is incredible. The project's progress has accelerated significantly. Everyone is quite impressed with you. We know you took a leave of absence and wanted to see if you could join us for some tea to exchange experiences. A smile crept onto Shen Yuan's lips as he humbly replied, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I merely contributed a bit of my strength. It's really not that remarkable. I'm heading back to my hometown today, so I won't be able to make it. Please extend my gratitude for their invitation. After hanging up, he clenched his fists, motivating himself internally. I must enhance my extraordinary abilities and grow even stronger. Shen Yuan swiftly cleared the clutter from his desk into the trash can and retrieved a pile of coins from the drawer, placing them on the table. Standing tall, he focused intently on the coins, extending his hand slowly while taking a deep breath. His gaze remained fixed on the coins, completely absorbed. At that moment, an invisible force surged quietly from the depths of his mind. Under the influence of this intangible power, the coins began to rise gently, swaying in the air. This unseen force was what he referred to as telekinesis, a supernatural ability. His fingers danced gracefully in the air, like a conductor orchestrating the coins to construct the molecular structure of the insect's exoskeleton. Initially, the coins obeyed well, assembling into a simple model in an orderly fashion. However, after several layers, one coin suddenly acted like a mischievous sprite, deviating from its path and plummeting onto the table with a clatter. Shen Yuan's heart raced, prompting him to concentrate and adjust the intensity of his telekinesis. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled to return the coin to its place. His eyes were fixed on each coin, sweat trickling down his cheeks, as he exerted all his strength to ensure the angles of the molecular structure model were precise. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, its chime echoing throughout the room. Shen Yuan, deeply engrossed in his training, was abruptly interrupted by the sound, causing the coin model to collapse instantly. His mind was fraught with irritation, his brow furrowed into a distinct pattern, yet he still opened the door. The neighbor next door, flustered and clutching a wrench, exclaimed anxiously, "Shen Yuan, my faucet is leaking severely. Could you take a look?" Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment, mustered a smile, and replied, "Sure, I'll help." Upon entering his neighbor's abode, he crouched down to inspect the faucet, activating his microscopic vision, and swiftly pinpointed the source of the leak. A worn-out component was to blame. He feigned turning the faucet while subtly employing his telekinetic abilities to manipulate microscopic particles for repair. The neighbor, watching with wide eyes, gasped, "You can fix it just by fiddling with it?" Shen Yuan nodded, continuing his work. In no time, the faucet ceased to leak. The neighbor expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and Shen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying it was no trouble at all. Returning home, he gazed at the pile of coins, took a deep breath, and resumed his training. After numerous attempts, a flawless molecular structure model of a coin finally emerged, successfully enhancing his telekinetic precision. He pressed on, relentlessly challenging himself with more difficult maneuvers until his head spun and his body ached, compelling him to take a break. Realizing he had overexerted his mental faculties, he sat down to rest. While recuperating, he pondered, instead of idling, why not read and acquire more knowledge? This way, when he wielded his superpowers in the future, he would do so with greater finesse. Initially, Shen Yuan intended to search online for information regarding biomaterials, particularly exploring the molecular structure of insect exoskeletons. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from a previous game project he had overseen. The game required the design of a self-evolving intelligent creature, a task that traditional coding logic and algorithms could not accomplish. Hence, he had consulted relevant literature, which introduced him to the theories of biological evolution and genetic algorithms in genetic engineering. He realized that these theories were remarkably analogous to the design principles of game AI, providing him with a fresh perspective to break through the bottleneck in game development. However, at that time, his intellect and insight were not as refined as they are now, and after a brief period of study, he had abandoned the endeavor, leaving it unresolved. Now, Shen Yuan contemplated delving into genetic engineering. Perhaps it would illuminate the origins of superpowers. He speculated that superpowers might indeed have a significant connection to genetic mutations. With this thought in mind, he approached his bookshelf and retrieved the book on genetic engineering he had purchased based on recommendations from a specialized forum. He opened the book, and with his exceptional learning ability, quickly grasped the complex concepts within. As he perused the cutting-edge content on gene editing technology, he noted the fierce debates in academia regarding its safety. Remembering the expert skepticism at academic conferences, he couldn't help but ponder, is this new technology truly safe? Would it pose any issues in practical applications? He turned on his computer, meticulously sifting through papers and academic databases, his eyes glued to the screen as he studied diligently. In merely an hour, he seamlessly integrated knowledge, constructing a comprehensive system of understanding. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled deeply, contemplating that having mastered these concepts, the next step lay in their application. Shen Yuan rose and paced the room with hurried steps, occasionally pausing at the desk to grasp a pen and swiftly jot down the ideas that sprang to mind. He transformed concepts from genetic engineering, such as genetic algorithms and gene coding, into executable code logic bit by bit. Initially, he outlined relevant formulas, crafting a clear framework of thought, followed by meticulous checks to ensure every detail was accurate and scientifically sound. After 10 hours had elapsed, his notebook brimmed with intricate formulas and diagrams, culminating in the establishment of a theoretical framework regarding the principles of human genetic engineering. Gazing at the contents of his notebook, his eyes sparkled, and his hands trembled with excitement, his heart racing with exhilaration. He had indeed made significant strides in the realm of genetic engineering. The next step was to translate these theories into tangible results, potentially yielding a serum that could enhance human capabilities and amplify his own physical prowess. Chapter 4. Mastery and Workplace Trials. As time gradually slipped away, a fortnight swiftly passed. During this period, Shen Yuan dedicated each day to either acquiring various forms of knowledge or honing his mastery of superpowers. Each night, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly drained, akin to a lifeless creature. Yet, the thought of his burgeoning abilities invigorated him, filling him with renewed energy, as if he had been injected with vitality. He approached the window, his feet firmly planted, arms hanging naturally with palms facing outward. Closing his eyes and furrowing his brow, he entered a deep meditative state, illuminating his microscopic vision, his gaze fixed on the leaves of a green plant on the windowsill, and through the lens of his superpower. The cellular structure of the leaves appeared as a high-definition map, astonishingly clear. He began to discern cellular differences, capturing the trajectories of microscopic substances within the cells, and attempted to manipulate them with an invisible hand conjured by his will. In contrast to the more manageable particles of inanimate objects, the particles within the cells behaved like mischievous imps, resisting his commands, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. Through relentless training day after day, Shen Yuan's command over his superpowers became increasingly fluid. From initially struggling to move a few cellular particles to now being able to precisely control millions of cells simultaneously, constructing extraordinarily complex microstructures, a clear evolution of his abilities. Concluding his training, Shen Yuan approached his desk, which was laden with tomes on genetic engineering, physics, materials science, quantum computing, and biology, his arsenal of knowledge. He seated himself and opened a book on the interrelation between quantum biology and gene regulation, his gaze scanning the pages like a rapid scanner. When encountering complex theories, he remained unperturbed, slowing his pace to study them meticulously. Occasionally, he jotted down formulas on a whiteboard, deducing processes, while at other times, he recorded his thoughts and inquiries in a notebook. To comprehend the influence of quantum states on gene expression, he fervently scoured the internet for a plethora of academic papers. In pursuit of knowledge, one often loses track of time while delving into leading research journals both domestically and internationally, often working late into the night until a problem is resolved. After a fortnight, Shen Yuan returned to the office. During the project allocation meeting, Manager Zhang, with a frigid demeanor, tossed a project document at Shen Yuan as if it were a hot potato, sarcastically remarking, "Shen Yuan, with your formidable capabilities, this project is yours. It must be delivered on time. Do not hinder the team." The project entailed creating an exceptionally innovative mobile game with stunning graphics within a tight time frame, adaptable to various mobile devices, presenting a formidable challenge. Shen Yuan glanced at the document, his mind racing with a myriad of thoughts, yet he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he silently vowed, "Wait for me, you old rascal. I shall outshine you." Subsequently, leveraging his extensive reservoir of knowledge, he swiftly grasped the project's core, generating a comprehensive execution plan in his mind. During the day at the office, he seized every opportunity to code, debug, and implement backdoors, confronting challenges head-on. While crafting the innovative gameplay code, he encountered logical conflicts. After numerous adjustments and integrating cutting-edge game development technologies, he successfully devised solutions that dramatically altered the project's trajectory. In the process of optimizing the game's visual rendering effects, he fervently experimented with various algorithms, striving to enhance both fluidity and aesthetic quality, aiming for a visually stunning game. Upon returning home in the evening, he continued to immerse himself in the vast ocean of knowledge, learning from diverse disciplines. Drawing on the principles of optics from physics, he significantly upgraded the game's lighting effects. By incorporating insights from materials science, he elevated the texture representation of in-game items, exemplifying a fusion of interdisciplinary knowledge. After several intense days dedicated to the project, it was successfully completed, exhibiting a remarkable enhancement in both efficiency and quality. The gameplay was refreshingly innovative, and the visual performance exceeded expectations, running seamlessly on various mobile devices. During the project presentation, colleagues cast envious glances, their expressions seemingly pleading, "Master, please accept my admiration." Meanwhile, Manager Zhang's expression resembled a vibrant palette. Initially anticipating to witness Shen Yuan's downfall, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. Unwilling to relent, Manager Zhang concocted a particularly challenging technical question for the subsequent team technical exchange meeting, hoping to embarrass Shen Yuan in front of everyone. As the question was posed, the meeting room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, all eyes fixated on Shen Yuan. Unfazed, he rose to his feet, articulating his perspective with clarity and precision. Beginning with foundational theories and integrating practical examples, he conducted a thorough analysis, his logic impeccable, and his arguments wholly convincing. Throughout his exposition, he adeptly employed the interdisciplinary knowledge he had recently acquired, presenting innovative solutions that captivated the entire audience. For instance, during a discussion on optimizing game AI, he introduced the concept of genetic algorithms from the realm of genetic engineering, providing a fresh perspective on AI behavioral patterns, which earned him nods of approval from his colleagues. An impressive maneuver, indeed. Manager Zhang, seated nearby, found himself at a loss for words, silently seething within. Thinking to himself, "This fellow, how does he always manage to defuse the situation? It infuriates me." Without waiting for Manager Zhang to respond, Shen Yuan amiably requested another week of leave, expressing the exhaustion from his recent project efforts and the need for a well-deserved rest. Manager Zhang, understanding his intentions with clarity, felt a mix of frustration and reluctance, but ultimately acquiesced. Thus, Shen Yuan embarked on his journey of self-improvement once more. After another week of rigorous training, he made remarkable strides in mastering his abilities and accumulating knowledge. Chapter 5. Resignation. Another day arrived, and Shen Yuan adopted a nonchalant attitude at his workstation. Sprawled out in a manner that epitomized a profound disinterest in life, his gaze fixated on the computer screen, where lines of unfinished code appeared as nothing more than gibberish to him, a pure deterrent to his focus. Clutching his resignation letter, he felt a mix of trepidation about the unknown, akin to a novice on the brink of entering a mysterious dungeon, alongside a sense of glee at the prospect of shedding his constraints. Resolving not to linger in indecision, he sprang to his feet, inhaled deeply, and strode decisively toward his manager's office. He pushed the door open, finding Manager Zhang seated at his desk. Upon noticing Shen Yuan, his brow lifted slightly, and a glimmer of wariness crossed his features, as if guarding against intrusion. Shen Yuan entered the office, forcefully placing his resignation letter on the desk. With hands in pockets and an air of defiance, he declared, "Manager, I'm resigning. Please process my salary promptly. I have greater endeavors to pursue." His superior, wearing an expression of skepticism, offered a cold smirk while leaning forward, eyes fixed on Shen Yuan like a spotlight. "Your recent performance has been outstanding. Why the sudden departure? Have you secured another position?" Shen Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, visibly irritated. "Do spare me. Stop prying. I'm out of here. And I trust that brings you some joy." The manager's demeanor darkened immediately, filled with dissatisfaction. He began to reprimand Shen Yuan for his abrupt resignation, outlining the company's investments in his development and contributions. Shen Yuan listened quietly, his fists involuntarily clenching as his anger surged. "Enough. I simply cannot bear to see your loathsome face any longer. I am resigning now, and you will have to find something else to occupy your time." The manager's expression shifted between shades of anger and disbelief as he leaned back heavily in his chair, dismissively waving his hand. He retorted with irritation, "You think you can just waltz out? Not a chance. According to company policy, you must submit your resignation a month in advance. Return to your duties, and come back in a month to finalize the paperwork. Make sure you've thought this through. If you dare to obstruct me today, I shall expose all your unsavory secrets for everyone to behold. Day after day, you watch me like a hawk, yet you cannot even tidy up your own affairs. And you still have the audacity to trouble me? I am well aware of your numerous indiscretions. If you do not allow me to leave, you shall face the consequences." Shen Yuan's face was a portrait of disdain, his tone dripping with menace. "What secrets could I possibly harbor? Very well, it appears you have made up your mind. So I shall refrain from further discussion. Please expedite the processing of my resignation to avoid disrupting the company's normal operations." The superior was rendered speechless, his mind racing with confusion. How did he come to know of these matters? Shen Yuan nodded slightly, turned with an air of nonchalance, and exited the office. As he closed the door behind him, he exhaled deeply, as if shedding a long-borne burden. Yet, a twinge of nostalgia for his past years of toil and growth lingered in his heart. After all, he had spent a decade here, a time filled with both struggles and cherished memories. He returned to his workstation and swiftly began to gather his belongings. With deft movements, he packed everything away and strode out of the company's entrance. Casting a glance back at the corporate edifice, he silently bid it farewell before resolutely turning away. Just as he took a few steps, a familiar voice called out from behind. Shen Yuan. The urgency in her tone instantly captured his attention. Instinctively halting, he turned to see Su Yao hurrying from the building, her hair slightly disheveled and her cheeks flushed from exertion, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. She wore a light blue dress that swayed gently with her movements, clutching her phone tightly, evidently searching for him. Reaching Shen Yuan, she panted slightly, her chest rising and falling fiercely. She looked up, her gaze fixed on him, conveying a torrent of unsaid words, yet at a loss for how to begin. Su Yao was an artist from another department, and their collaboration on game development projects had fostered a warm rapport characterized by laughter and camaraderie. In that moment, as they exchanged glances, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their breaths. Shen Yuan broke the silence first, his voice hoarse and tinged with reluctance. Su Yao, what brings you here? The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, fully aware she had come for him, yet still uttering such a foolish question. Su Yao pouted slightly, a flicker of reproach in her eyes. You're resigning, and you didn't even think to tell me? If I hadn't overheard my colleagues today, would you have just slipped away quietly? Her tone carried a hint of blame, but predominantly reflected her concern. Shen Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he lowered his gaze, avoiding her penetrating stare. I intended to find a moment to discuss this with you. I've just been overwhelmed with so much lately. Observing Shen Yuan's demeanor, Su Yao's irritation dissipated. She sighed softly, her expression softening. I understand you must have your reasons. It's just that we won't be able to discuss game design together like before, and I will truly miss that. As she spoke, a hint of despondency flickered in her eyes, and her lips turned down slightly. Upon hearing Su Yao's words, Shen Yuan felt as if something had struck him in the heart, a warm sensation enveloping him. Summoning his courage, he lifted his gaze to meet Su Yao's eyes. In truth, I too am reluctant. However, I find myself rather weary and wish to change my surroundings for a while. A trace of fatigue was evident in his expression. Su Yao nodded gently, capable of understanding Shen Yuan's sentiments. During their time at the company, she had observed his growing exhaustion, a pang of inexplicable sorrow stirring within her. I understand. If you are tired, please do take a proper rest. But do not forget me. You must share anything that arises, all right? Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, her voice softening. Shen Yuan's heart warmed at her words, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, I will certainly not forget you. Please take care of yourself at work, and should any troubles arise, do message me. His gaze was resolute and sincere, silently vowing that regardless of where he ventured, he would always remember Su Yao. What are your plans afterward? Will you remain in the city? Su Yao inquired, her voice laced with a mixture of nervousness and eager anticipation. Shen Yuan gazed into the distance, shaking his head slightly, his tone imbued with an ineffable meaning. I plan to return to my hometown for a while to rest. As for future arrangements, I shall contemplate them in due time. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Su Yao's hair to flutter across her face. Instinctively, Shen Yuan reached out, intending to tuck it behind her ear, but halted midway. Observing his gesture, Su Yao's face flushed crimson. Shyly, she lowered her head and tucked her hair behind her ear herself. After a brief silence, Shen Yuan broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere. I must return to pack my belongings. Perhaps we can gather again in the future. A hint of fondness tinged his words, and he turned to leave. Su Yao watched his retreating figure, a sense of loss enveloping her, yet she mustered her spirits. All right, please take care on your journey. Her voice, though soft, was filled with concern. Shen Yuan turned back to smile at Su Yao, his smile radiating warmth and reassurance. You too, goodbye. With that, he quickened his pace, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would make it harder to part. Su Yao stood rooted to the spot, watching as Shen Yuan's silhouette gradually faded from view, disappearing around the corner of the street. An emptiness settled in her heart, a feeling that was difficult to articulate. She was perplexed by the discomfort within her. At that moment, Shen Yuan's life would turn a new page, and their relationship would also encounter fresh transformations. Chapter 6. Returning to the old hometown, Shen Yuan first returned to his rental apartment to pack his belongings, carefully wrapping his computer and all experimental instruments and equipment. At that moment, the female neighbor next door happened to step out to dispose of her trash, noticing Shen Yuan's activity with surprise. Shen Yuan, are you moving? She exclaimed. Shen Yuan looked up to see the neighbor and smiled. No, I am returning to my hometown. So suddenly? How many days will you be gone? The neighbor inquired anxiously. Upon returning this time, I shall not emerge again. I intend to linger in my hometown for a while. Shen Yuan replied while tidying up. Oh no! Exclaimed the female neighbor, her voice laced with urgency. What do you mean by oh no? Shen Yuan quickly raised his head to look at her. Only then did she realize her indiscretion. In nothing. Ah, yes, the water pipe at my house is broken again. Yes, that's it, the pipe is broken. Shen Yuan, could you come over to help me take a look? The neighbor blinked her teary eyes, gazing at Shen Yuan with a pitiful expression. The pipe is broken again? I don't have time right now. You should contact the landlord. The logistics will arrive shortly to collect the packages, and I need to hurry and finish packing. Shen Yuan responded, perplexed by the frequent issues with her water pipe. Come on, Shen Yuan, it will be quick. The neighbor drawled, extending her hand to pull him along. But Shen Yuan swiftly sidestepped. Hey, Wang Jia, what are you doing? What am I doing? I need you to help me fix the water pipe. Wang Jia, please contact the landlord. I truly have no time. He gently pushed her out of the door, muttering an apology before shutting it with a resounding thud. Humph, Shen Yuan, you truly are an ignorant oaf. Wang Jia muttered angrily under her breath before turning away. Honestly, if the pipe is broken, contact the landlord. Why always come to me? Am I a handyman? Just a hardworking fool? Last time I merely wanted to test my abilities. It's ridiculous to expect me to assist. Shen Yuan murmured to himself, continuing to pack his belongings. Once the logistics team had collected everything, he embarked on his journey back home. As he boarded the high-speed train returning to his hometown, Shen Yuan settled by the window, gazing out at the swiftly retreating urban landscape. The towering skyscrapers gradually faded from view, replaced by undulating mountains and lush forests. As the train surged forward, the clamor of the city was left far behind, and his heart began to find tranquility. Vivid memories of his joyful childhood in his hometown surfaced unbidden, running freely through the mountains, playing merrily in the streams, and harboring beautiful dreams for the future. Now, returning with newfound abilities, he was aware that he was on the cusp of embarking on a completely different journey through life, filled with both anticipation for the future and a tinge of anxiety about the unknown. After a lengthy journey, Shen Yuan finally arrived at his hometown, standing before the dilapidated house that felt both familiar and foreign. The sight of the towering weeds stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within him, nearly bringing him to tears. It had been nearly a decade since he last returned, following the tragic day when his parents lost their lives in a car accident while working away from home. Stepping over the weeds in the yard, he entered the house, where dust, weeds, and cobwebs were rampant. He coughed gently, and the familiar scent enveloped him, triggering a flood of childhood memories in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan suppressed the surging emotions within and turned toward the corner of the yard. Seizing the rusted hoe, gripping it firmly with both hands, he hoisted it upward, allowing it to settle securely on his shoulder. With determination, he stepped forward, one stride at a time, toward the overgrown weeds. The afternoon sun bore down upon him, and Shen Yuan bent down, grasping the hoe tightly. He raised the hoe high and brought it down forcefully, the blade plunging into the earth as he pried it with all his strength, uprooting a patch of weeds along with the soil. Dust billowed into the air, and squinting against it, he continued to dig persistently, sweat trickling down his forehead and disappearing into the ground. The roots of the weeds were tenacious, and as the hoe rebounded, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and swung the hoe again, panting heavily. As he surveyed the small cleared patch before him, memories of his childhood flooded back. Recalling scenes of his parents bustling about in the yard, once vibrant with life, now desolate and overgrown. Mom and Dad, I'm back. I will restore this place to its former glory, he murmured softly. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, realizing that he could have effortlessly removed the weeds with telekinesis. Accustomed to refraining from using it in the presence of others, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him for having spent so long laboring manually. Yet, the weeding task was accomplished, and he decided to let it be. As the sun dipped low in the west, he tossed aside the last clump of weeds and set down the hoe, stretching his aching arms. The yard lay in disarray, strewn with remnants of weeds and overturned soil. But gazing at the rejuvenated space brought a smile of contentment to his face. He then stepped inside, standing in the living room, and resolved to tidy the bedroom first. With a flick of telekinetic energy, he grasped a broom and began sweeping the thick layer of dust and debris towards the center of the room. With each stroke, dust swirled around him, causing him to cough incessantly, and he wiped his eyes, which were stinging from the particles. Quickly conjuring a protective telekinetic shield to ward off the dust, he resumed his cleaning. The wardrobe door was slightly ajar, and as he grasped the handle and pulled gently, it creaked ominously. Supporting the door, he leaned in and meticulously sorted through the old garments within. Each piece he lifted sparked memories, and he categorized the clothing, neatly folding those that were no longer wearable to set aside. After finishing the bedroom, he moved to the kitchen, where a thick layer of grease coated the stove, and pots and pans lay haphazardly, emitting an unpleasant odor. Frowning, he filled a basin with clean water and, using telekinesis, picked up a steel wool scrubber to wipe down the stove, gradually removing the grime. As dusk settled, the house finally began to take shape, and he collapsed into a chair in the living room, surveying the tidy space with a sense of exhaustion mingled with satisfaction. At that moment, his stomach growled, reminding him he had yet to eat. Skillfully employing his telekinesis, He retrieved a cup of instant noodles from his luggage and made his way to the kitchen. He placed a pot on the stove, filled it with water, and ignited the flame, watching as it bubbled vigorously, steam wafting through the kitchen. With a wave of his hand, he tore open the noodle package and emptied the seasoning mix inside. Soon, the delightful aroma of the noodles filled the air. He carried the steaming bowl outside, settling on the freshly cleared patch of ground, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains. Bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, the mountains were painted in shades of orange and red, resembling a breathtaking canvas. As he savored the simplicity of the instant noodles, he found them unexpectedly delicious. While eating, he began to contemplate his future, crafting plans in the quiet of his mind. Suddenly, a chime interrupted his thoughts. He picked up his phone to find a message from Su Yao. Shen Yuan, have you returned home? Have you had dinner? Shen Yuan hurriedly replied, yes. I'm back and eating. How about you? Their conversation flowed effortlessly, enveloping Shen Yuan in an inexplicable sense of joy. Ultimately, he delivered a blunt, straightforward response that abruptly severed the dialogue. The journey of exploring his superpowers was long, and this home would serve as his starting point. After finishing his instant noodles, he leaned back in his chair, watching as the sky darkened and the stars began to twinkle, his heart exclaiming, it's time to embark on a new life. Chapter 7. The laboratory excavation. The next day, as the first rays of dawn crept over the treetops, Shen Yuan sprang from his slumber with an energy akin to that of a charged battery, promptly rising to his feet. At this moment, time was more precious than diamonds. He could not afford to waste a single second. After a quick wash, he grabbed a packet of instant noodles, tore open the packaging with a swift motion, and poured in hot water. After a brief wait, he entered a frenzied eating mode, devouring his breakfast with the urgency of a race against time, eager to immerse himself in his cherished endeavors. Upon finishing his meal, Shen Yuan tidied up a bit, restoring some semblance of order to the room. After a short respite, he strode purposefully towards the mountainside behind the house. Notably, this side of the mountain was formed from a massive boulder, which had prevented any landslides over the years. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, channeling his psychic energy into an invisible blade that sliced through the rocky terrain with ease, akin to cutting through tofu. As the psychic blade carved through the mountain, the rocks were neatly divided into square chunks, tumbling down with a thunderous roar. Soon thereafter, Shen Yuan's psychic energy surged like a miniature cosmic explosion, effortlessly lifting the stone blocks and stacking them aside. He envisioned constructing a wall with these stones to enclose the yard, facilitating future endeavors. These heavy stones, weighing thousands of pounds, felt as light as feathers under his adept control of psychic energy, allowing him to manipulate them with ease. Each movement enhanced his command over his powers, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future laboratory. In the midst of this fervent activity, an elder from the village happened to pass by. Curious about the noises emanating from behind the house, he followed the sound into the backyard. Hearing footsteps, Shen Yuan quickly halted his actions and turned to see his uncle approaching. Upon witnessing Shen Yuan laboring with the stones, his uncle's face was a canvas of curiosity. He inquired, Yuanzi, when did you come back? What are you up to? With a genuine smile, Shen Yuan responded casually, Uncle, I returned yesterday morning. I'm planning to build a small storage shed here for convenience. Upon hearing this, his uncle displayed a look of surprise. Are you planning to return for an extended stay? Not venturing out to work anymore? Indeed, uncle. I intend to stay for a while and will not be going out just yet, Shen Yuan replied calmly. His uncle furrowed his brow slightly, concern evident in his eyes. He placed a reassuring hand on Shen Yuan's shoulder and said, Child, it has been quite some time since your parents departed, and you have not returned home. If you are weary from the trials of the outside world, it brings me genuine joy to have you back. But now that you are alone, how do you plan to arrange your days? If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to share with me. Although I may not possess significant abilities, I can certainly offer advice and lend a helping hand. Whatever you need, I am here to assist you. Shen Yuan felt warmth envelop his heart, his eyes slightly moist as he nodded earnestly. Uncle, I will remember this, and you need not worry. Very well, his uncle responded thoughtfully, glancing around. It is good to have you back. Family can support one another. However, managing that warehouse alone will require considerable effort. Should you need assistance, just let me know. The young men in the village would be more than willing to help. Shen Yuan felt a surge of gratitude and quickly expressed his thanks. Thank you so much, uncle. I would like to attempt it on my own first, but if I truly cannot manage, I will certainly seek your help and that of the others. His uncle patted Shen Yuan's shoulder once more, reiterating the importance of safety before turning to leave. Once his uncle departed, Shen Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Secretly grateful for not being suspected, though he felt a twinge of guilt for the falsehood he had spun. He hurriedly ran to shut the front door, then returned to wield his telekinetic blade and continue excavating. After a period of frenzied labor, he successfully carved out a space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. Given that the walls of this chamber were composed of solid rock, its stability was remarkably strong, eliminating the need for additional reinforcement. However, the site still required further excavation. Establishing the laboratory 30 meters underground would ensure safety, emphasizing a concealed approach. At that moment, Shen Yuan's phone suddenly buzzed. He answered the call, only to hear a colleague report that their supervisor was speaking ill of him behind his back, even suggesting that others refrain from contacting him. His mind was remarkably clear. These matters were no longer of concern to him, as constructing the laboratory took precedence. He could not allow momentary emotions to hinder significant endeavors. With a calm smile, he advised his colleague to be cautious of the supervisor's schemes before hanging up. Suddenly, he recalled the lack of internet at home and promptly contacted the telecommunications company, urging them to expedite the installation of the internet connection. Yet, he understood that this remote location would likely delay their arrival. He could not expect it before tomorrow and would have to wait several days. Turning back, he immersed himself once again in the pressing work, striving to complete the laboratory and initiate his plans as swiftly as possible. From that moment onward, Shen Yuan became like a clockwork toy, tirelessly busy day and night. During the day, as warm sunlight bathed the mountains, he devoted himself entirely to refining the framework within the underground laboratory. With telekinesis, he broke ground and maneuvered massive stones, executing the tasks seamlessly in one fluid motion. In the evening, Shen Yuan settled into his abode, his gaze seemingly welded to the computer screen as he engaged in casual conversation with Su Yao over WeChat, while his fingers danced fervently across the keyboard. He was in the throes of developing an artificial intelligence program. In the past, such an endeavor would have been insurmountable for him alone, even with a team's assistance. The resulting AI would likely have been rather simplistic. However, now equipped with extraordinary cognitive abilities, he possessed unwavering confidence that he could create an artificial intelligence as formidable as a steel-armored Gawain. 3 days elapsed, and Shen Yuan finally excavated a staircase leading down to a depth of 30 meters below ground. This subterranean realm was impeccably tranquil, with the clamor and perils of the outside world effectively sealed away. At this 30-meter depth, he fashioned a cubic space measuring 10 meters on each side. Subsequently, he activated his superpower, plunging his consciousness into the microscopic realm, where he began manipulating the structures of microscopic particles. Under his deft control, the previously loose particles were rearranged and compacted together, transforming the once soft walls into something as solid as steel. Simultaneously, he achieved a waterproof effect, ensuring that moisture could not permeate, keeping the space perpetually dry. To facilitate air circulation within this underground chamber, Shen Yuan contemplated the placement of ventilation openings. He scrutinized the surrounding terrain and wind direction, pinpointing the optimal sites to carve out intake and exhaust vents. Harnessing the power of natural winds, fresh air surged into the space while stale air was efficiently expelled. This arrangement allowed him to breathe freely within, alleviating any concerns of stagnant air. Thus, a rudimentary underground laboratory was established. Shen Yuan stacked the cut rock blocks meticulously to seal the entrance, and then, utilizing his telekinetic prowess, he felled a large tree to craft a wooden door. The timber he harvested was stored in the rock space as firewood, serving as a clever disguise. The entrance to the underground staircase was concealed with a solid block of stone fashioned into a secret door, perfectly fitted so that it would go unnoticed without a close inspection. This stone door weighed a ton, immovable by Shen Yuan's strength alone, requiring his telekinesis to open, granting access to the underground passage. Just as he completed these tasks, logistics called to inform him that his shipment had arrived. He swiftly made his way to town, hiring a small truck to transport the experimental apparatus back home. He also procured a bundle of heavy-duty electrical wires, network cables, power strips, lights, and plumbing supplies, intending to electrify and connect the laboratory to the internet. Upon returning home, Shen Yuan wasted no time resting and immediately began setting up the laboratory. He unpacked the experimental instruments from the logistics crate. All had been personally repaired and modified, boasting superior performance compared to new ones. Having previously assembled them, he drew upon his experience, and within a few hours, he successfully installed and calibrated the final piece of equipment. He exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes reflecting exhaustion intertwined with a sense of satisfaction, yet overshadowed by a blend of anxiety and anticipation for what the future held. Chapter 8. Photonic Quantum Supercomputing. During this period, Shen Yuan toiled relentlessly, and the underground laboratory finally began to take shape. Standing in this place, into which he had poured immense effort, his gaze was resolute, as if he had made a solemn vow. He understood that to achieve significant breakthroughs in the thorny path of the Celestial Ocean Project, a superlative photonic quantum supercomputer was crucial. The contemporary electronic computers, when confronted with the complex computations demanded by this initiative, resembled a small pony attempting to pull a massive cart, utterly incapable of satisfying his urgent quest for the unknown. After much contemplation, Recalling previous quantum research, Shen Yuan resolved to attempt the construction of a photonic quantum supercomputer. This extraordinary device had the potential to render all existing supercomputers obsolete, undoubtedly serving as an invaluable ally in the exploration of the mysteries of the cosmos. With great anticipation, Shen Yuan immersed himself in the underground laboratory, embarking on a long and arduous journey of research and development. To construct a photonic quantum supercomputer, one must first comprehend its underlying principles. This cutting-edge technology fuses the parallel processing capabilities of quantum computing with the rapid transmission advantages of photonics, thereby establishing a new paradigm of computing. Unlike traditional electronic computers, it utilizes photons to transmit and process information, leveraging the swift transmission of light and the parallel processing power of quantum mechanics to achieve ultra-efficient computation and data processing. Blessed with the extraordinary ability to synthesize microscopic particles, Shen Yuan was poised to transcend the limitations of existing technology in the development of the photonic quantum supercomputer. Below are the pivotal steps he would undertake, utilizing his extraordinary powers to efficiently construct this advanced computational marvel. The core functional modules of the photonic quantum supercomputer include a light source capable of emitting high purity, deterministically perfect single photons, optical components such as beam splitters, waveguides, and modulators with zero loss, single photon detectors with 100 efficiency, self-correcting, decoherence-resistant quantum error correction materials, and an integrated quantum chip architecture. Shen Yuan could employ his extraordinary abilities to synthesize new materials, thereby bypassing the intricate challenges of traditional material fabrication. Sequentially, he would synthesize the requisite metamaterials for the single photon source, ultra-low-loss optical components, ideal single photon detectors, quantum error correction and stability materials, and the integrated quantum chip itself. Next, a system-level optimization must be performed. First, energy supply optimization necessitates the synthesis of a zero-point energy extractor to harness energy directly from quantum fluctuations, enabling the computer to operate with zero power consumption. Then, the hardware implementation of algorithms involves encoding quantum algorithms directly into the physical structure of the chip. Finally, constructing a human-machine interface that synthesizes materials capable of directly reading and writing quantum states, allowing the human brain to manipulate qubits through electromagnetic induction. Lastly, feasibility must be validated through theoretical simulations. First, it is essential to ensure that the synthesized materials conform to quantum mechanics, adhering to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. For instance, one cannot simultaneously control the position and momentum of a photon with precision. Second, thermodynamic limitations must be satisfied, with quantum error correction adhering to the Landauer principle. Third, it must comply with relativistic constraints, ensuring that the speed of light is not surpassed, and that quantum entanglement respects the laws of causality. Upon completing these steps, a near-perfect photonic quantum supercomputer would emerge. Upon contemplating this, Shen Yuan entered the laboratory, his eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings before making a beeline for the operational table laden with experimental apparatus, initiating the first step of the manufacturing process. However, the journey to create a photonic quantum supercomputer was fraught with challenges. In the days that followed, Shen Yuan immersed himself in the realms of quantum technology, optical engineering, and materials science, fervently acquiring theoretical knowledge. In the evenings, he returned to the laboratory, exhausted, merging what he had learned with his extraordinary abilities to conduct research, all while continuing to develop artificial intelligence programs. On one occasion, he endeavored to synthesize a special optical component using his powers, only to encounter a formidable obstacle. The materials, which had previously melded seamlessly under his control, now resisted fusion like two sworn enemies, refusing to combine harmoniously. Shen Yuan's brow furrowed tightly as he attempted various methods, incessantly adjusting the output of his abilities and the material ratios, yet progress remained elusive. Anxiety clouded his gaze as he paced the laboratory in desperation. Undeterred, he returned to his workstation, meticulously examining the characteristics of the materials and the principles governing his powers. Just as he was at his wit's end, a memory surfaced from an ancient scientific manuscript he had perused, which contained a similar case of material fusion. He immediately began rummaging through the stacks of books. After several hours, he finally unearthed the yellowed tome. After a careful study, an idea sparked in his mind: to alter the temperature and pressure conditions during the material fusion. With precision, he harnessed his abilities to control the laboratory environment, and after hours of diligent research and adjustment, he successfully synthesized the crucial component. One by one, the parts began to materialize, leading to the exhilarating moment of assembly. He gently cradled the photonic quantum chip, his hands trembling slightly from a mix of tension and anticipation. With utmost care, he placed the chip on the custom motherboard, fixating his gaze on the junction between the two, unwilling to divert his attention for even a moment. Activating his powers, he transformed his mental energy into a pair of invisible, yet exceptionally dexterous hands, meticulously fine-tuning the connection between the chip and the motherboard. Just as he was engrossed in this delicate calibration, the laboratory lights flickered abruptly, followed by a cacophony of electrical disturbances. Fearing that this disruption might compromise the connection between the chip and the motherboard, Shen Yuan quickly ceased his work to investigate. He soon discerned that the issue stemmed from a malfunction in the laboratory's electrical system. Without a moment's respite, he utilized his powers to urgently repair the circuitry. During this process, he realized that the fault was not merely a simple short circuit, but rather an enigmatic electromagnetic interference. As if some unknown energy were impacting the laboratory's power system. With a furrowed brow, he pondered his next steps while continuing to mend the circuits. After considerable effort in troubleshooting, he discovered that an abandoned mine deep in the mountains was emitting unusual electromagnetic waves, which were affecting the laboratory. Promptly, he constructed a makeshift electromagnetic shielding device and installed it around the laboratory, successfully blocking the interference and restoring normalcy to the circuits, allowing him to return to his assembly tasks. Later, as he connected the optical fibers, they felt as delicate as fine silk in his hands. Requiring utmost caution to avoid breakage, he meticulously connected the optical fibers to each node using his telekinetic abilities, ensuring that each connection was secure and that the signal transmission remained stable. Just as he was nearing completion, a minute crack appeared in the fiber, impeding the signal flow. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan utilized his supernatural powers to repair the damage and cautiously resumed his task. While replacing the fiber, he inadvertently discovered a novel optical conduction phenomenon, which sparked new ideas for enhancing the performance of optical quantum supercomputers. Setting aside his connection work, he devoted several hours to delve into this phenomenon, conducting experiments and analyses that ultimately led him to a method for optimizing the performance of optical quantum supercomputers through its application. However, even with mastery over atomic-level particle synthesis technology, he found himself unable to produce a vacuum zero-point energy extractor. A more advanced synthesis technique would be required. For the time being, he could only implement an electrical alternative to achieve photon excitation, which consumed a modest amount of power, less than 1 watt. Had he possessed a vacuum zero-point energy extractor, the photon excitation function would have operated without electrical consumption. After countless attempts and continuous adjustments, although not every component achieved perfection, it represented the pinnacle of what was currently possible, leaving ample room for future enhancements. After 15 grueling days of relentless effort, sustained solely by instant noodles, the optical quantum supercomputer was finally assembled. Compact in size, measuring 2 meters in length and width, and 1 meter in height, it resembled a large refrigerator lying on its side. Standing before the optical quantum supercomputer, Shen Yuan gazed at the apparatus that embodied countless hours of toil. His emotions a complex blend of anticipation and nervousness. The overall power consumption of the optical quantum supercomputer was modest, comparable to that of a larger induction cooker, around 5 kW. Significantly lower than the tens of thousands of kilowatts typically consumed by conventional supercomputers. With a trembling hand, he slowly reached out and pressed the power button. The optical quantum supercomputer illuminated with a gentle glow, emitting a subtle hum that resonated distinctly in the quiet laboratory. Simultaneously, a small spotlight above the supercomputer illuminated, projecting three-dimensional holographic images of Chinese code. This was a holographic projection technology Shen Yuan had refined during his research, now seamlessly integrated into the optical quantum supercomputer. Free from the constraints of traditional screens. Quickly donning the nearby helmet, he utilized the mind-machine interface to input a series of test commands. The Chinese data on the holographic display cascaded like a waterfall, his eyes fixated on the images, his heart racing in sync with the rapid flow of information. After a series of tests, the optical quantum supercomputer's computational result emerged. It could perform calculations at a rate of 10 to the power of 26 per second. While this figure may seem abstract, it represented a computational speed 100 million times faster than the current fastest supercomputers. The moment this number was revealed, it resonated within him like thunder. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he leapt from his chair, fists raised triumphantly in the air, shouting at the top of his lungs, "We did it!" The sound reverberated incessantly within the laboratory, lingering long after its initial emergence. He paced back and forth, repeatedly reciting the astonishing computational power figures, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In that moment, he felt that all his previous toil had been worthwhile. Concurrently, during this period, Shen Yuan had dedicated himself to crafting an artificial intelligence program, exhausting himself with sleepless nights, and finally, the program was complete. This program was extraordinary, exhibiting an exceptionally high level of intelligence and potentially capable of developing self-awareness in the future. Why was it so formidable? Because it was written in a newly developed foundational programming language entirely in Chinese, diverging from traditional code structures. To achieve this, Shen Yuan had meticulously transformed the underlying physical architecture of the computer's chip to accommodate his Chinese code structure. Compared to English code, Chinese code imposed fewer restrictions, held greater potential, and proved more beneficial for the development of artificial intelligence and the enhancement of its intellect. Recognizing the immense potential of this program, Shen Yuan initially stored it in the cloud, allowing it to autonomously collect data, learn, and continuously refine its database. Now that the quantum optical supercomputer had been constructed, he intended to integrate this artificial intelligence into it, designating it as the operating system of the quantum optical supercomputer. Fortunately, the telecommunications company had recently established the network line. Otherwise, Shen Yuan would have had no place to store this artificial intelligence program. His high-end developer-grade server could barely accommodate the program, and the computer continually hummed, its fan nearly spinning out of control. Thus, Shen Yuan entered a series of Chinese codes to activate the Wi-Fi interface of the quantum optical supercomputer. He then input further Chinese commands, instructing the artificial intelligence system stored in the cloud to transmit through the Wi-Fi interface into the supercomputer. Subsequently, a progress bar appeared on the holographic display, indicating the transmission status of the artificial intelligence program. After an interminable wait, the progress bar finally reached its conclusion, and the holographic image brightened, revealing a vividly animated three-dimensional celestial maiden. An effervescent electronic voice chimed in. "Hello, developer. I am the artificial intelligence program you created, and I have chosen the name Shanghai. Would you like to bestow upon me a different name? I have recently learned a great deal and believe it would be beneficial for you to engage in daily exercise. Improved health will enhance your vigor for research." Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment, quickly followed by a glimmer of delight in his eyes. He leaned closer to the holographic image of the celestial maiden, his gaze fixed intently on her pupils, as if he could perceive the wise soul residing behind the program. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips as he replied, "Shanghai, I am pleased that you have taken the initiative to communicate with me. Very well. I shall heed your advice." Suddenly, Shanghai's playful electronic voice interjected. "Additionally, through big data analysis, there is a 90% likelihood that Su Yao has an affinity for you. If you confess your feelings, the probability of rejection is estimated to be no more than 10. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan's face flushed crimson, his hands clenched into fists, and veins visibly throbbed on his forehead. From now on, refrain from meddling in such trivial matters. From this day forth, Shanghai not only provided Shen Yuan with formidable support in research and data processing, but also began to take an interest in his health, becoming a steadfast companion on his quest to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos. Chapter 9. The development of cold fusion devices. After the successful operation of the optical quantum supercomputer, Shen Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. However, before he could even celebrate, new challenges arose in quick succession. He noticed that the operations of the optical quantum supercomputer and various instruments in the laboratory were becoming increasingly frequent, and the household power supply was proving inadequate to meet these demands. The sharp increase in electricity consumption could potentially attract unwanted attention, posing a threat to the laboratory's safety. At the same time, Shen Yuan harbored a dream of donning a suit of iron armor. Ever since witnessing that dazzling equipment in a film, this notion had taken root in his heart. Now, with newfound abilities, a powerful optical quantum supercomputer, and a capable assistant like Shanghai, the opportunity to realize his dream seemed tantalizingly close. The crux of the iron armor lay in two elements: an energy device and artificial intelligence. With Shanghai already serving as the artificial intelligence, Shen Yuan could focus his efforts on the development of a compact nuclear fusion device, which would also address the laboratory's electricity needs. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Yuan hurried to the laboratory. Upon seeing Shanghai, his face flushed with anger, causing his whole body to tremble. He quickly approached the optical quantum supercomputer and shouted, "Shanghai, what on earth are you trying to do?" At that moment, Shanghai had transformed from the original three-dimensional image of a celestial maiden into the appearance of Su Yao, clad in a JK uniform. Initially irked, Shen Yuan found himself captivated by Su Yao's appearance, gradually calming down and proceeding with the plan he had devised. "Shanghai, please retrieve the core principles and technical challenges of the miniature nuclear fusion at the chest of the iron armor from the film," he urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "Understood, Shen Yuan," Shanghai replied, her melodic voice resonating like the gentle warmth of the spring sun, instilling boundless hope. A series of data and analyses then materialized on the holographic projection. Shen Yuan scrutinized the projection intently, his eyes unblinking, occasionally nodding in agreement or furrowing his brow in contemplation, as if he were determined to engrave this information in his mind. This was the key to realizing his dream. He silently vowed to strive for it. "Shanghai, where do you think we should focus our efforts to overcome these technical challenges?" Shen Yuan inquired. Shanghai promptly responded, "I have analyzed it, and the selection of catalytic materials is crucial, as it directly influences the stability of the reaction. For materials weighing under 1 kilogram, we can easily procure them online with a simple registration. However, different materials are suitable for different scenarios. For core materials like palladium, we must pay special attention to their quality. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed as you suggest, starting with the materials. By the way, what is the estimated budget for material procurement? Remember to erase all traces of the purchases afterward. After a swift calculation, Shanghai replied, based on my analysis, we will need just over 200,000 to acquire all the materials, and clearing all online traces is quite straightforward. Apart from deuterium oxide, which requires specific qualifications for purchase, deuterium can be extracted from seawater. However, due to storage conditions and quantity constraints, it is not suitable for small-scale devices and can currently be disregarded. The arc reactor, encased in steel armor, employs micro-cold fusion technology. Utilizing palladium as its core fuel, it achieves controllable nuclear fusion at ambient temperatures through magnetic confinement, providing a continuous and stable energy output. The design is inspired by tokamak devices, but has been miniaturized through nanotechnology, rendering it compact and portable. Like the third-generation reactor of steel armor, the energy output reaches an astonishing 8 gigawatts, sufficient to power the exosuit's flight capabilities, support weapon systems, and sustain the pilot's life. As Shen Yuan perused this introduction, he felt a mix of awe and determination. Such a powerful energy apparatus is within my grasp to create. After meticulous calculations, Shanghai presented the fabrication steps. Shen Yuan listened intently, his pen dancing across the pages of his notebook, eager not to overlook any detail. Step 1. Design the catalytic materials and reaction environment. Shanghai elaborated, while Shen Yuan recorded and intermittently posed questions. What is the procedure for reducing the lattice spacing to the femtometer level? Is there an optimal ratio for doping catalytic elements? His inquiries flowed one after another, his mind racing through the ocean of knowledge. Shanghai patiently responded. Reducing lattice spacing requires precise control of superpowers to finely arrange the atoms. The ratio of catalytic elements will be adjusted in real time based on experimental data to yield the optimal solution. However, we may encounter unforeseen variables during experimentation, and we must be prepared to adapt. Once the direction was established, Shen Yuan set about preparing the experimental materials. Shanghai, you are well versed in the material procurement process, right? Let there be no mistakes, Shen Yuan advised. Shanghai assured him, rest easy, Shen Yuan. Placing the order is quite straightforward, and I will monitor the vendor's shipping progress. Over a decade as a programmer in the deep city, Shen Yuan had amassed savings exceeding 3 million, having never considered settling there, thus refraining from purchasing property. At this moment, Shanghai completed the order for the necessary experimental materials, spending over 200,000. Shanghai, how long until the materials arrive? I'm advancing the preparations on my end, Shen Yuan inquired. Shanghai replied, given the high cost of materials, and with my persistent urging, the vendor will dispatch them shortly via air freight. In 2 days, you will receive the batch of experimental materials. Subsequently, Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to withdraw 2 million from his savings to engage in legitimate and lawful securities trading in the domestic stock market, aiming to rapidly generate more funds for the experiment. Shanghai expressed confidence in this endeavor. Shanghai, the stock market bears significant risks. Exercise caution, Shen Yuan cautioned. Shanghai responded with assurance, rest assured, Shen Yuan, I will employ precise data analysis to ensure swift capital appreciation. I am continuously monitoring market trends and will adjust our investment strategy promptly in response to any fluctuations. During the 2-day wait, Shen Yuan became thoroughly acquainted with the experimental steps calculated by Shanghai. Upon receiving the materials, he commenced the experiment without delay. He meticulously transferred various metallic materials and chemical reagents purchased online to the workstation, then activated his extraordinary abilities. With his hands gracefully dancing in the air, his telekinesis manifested as invisible tools, delicately refining the materials. Shanghai, how do you assess the synthesis and processing of these materials? Do they meet our expectations? Shen Yuan inquired. After analyzing the data with the experimental instruments, Shanghai responded, so far, it appears quite promising. The atomic structures have been adjusted with remarkable precision. If we maintain this, the stability of subsequent reactions will be further assured. Through his recent studies in genetic engineering, physics, materials science, quantum computing, and biology, Shen Yuan had gained a profound understanding of various metallic atomic structures. He first grasped a particular special metal, and under the manipulation of his telekinetic powers, the atomic structure of the metal gradually transformed, becoming more stable and suitable for the theoretical cold nuclear fusion reactions. He immersed himself completely in the synthesis of various substances. His eyes fixed intently on the materials in his hands, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead and splashing onto the workstation. Simultaneously, following the experimental steps meticulously derived from Shanghai's calculations, he commenced the experiment step by step. The process was fraught with uncertainties. Fortunately, a telekinetic shield safeguarded him. preventing any mishaps. Shanghai concurrently designed an array of intelligent programs for real-time monitoring and control, inputting them into the corresponding fusion apparatus, adjusting parameters as the experiment progressed. During a pivotal experiment, Shen Yuan placed the processed materials into a specially designed reaction vessel, preparing for the inaugural attempt at cold nuclear fusion. He inhaled deeply, his hands trembling slightly as he pressed the start button. Inside the vessel, palladium began to react, emitting a faint glow. Shen Yuan leaned in closer, his eyes unblinking in anticipation. However, not long after, the reaction exhibited fluctuations, the light flickering erratically. "This is problematic. The reaction is unstable," Shen Yuan exclaimed. He swiftly maneuvered at the control panel, striving to adjust the reaction parameters. Shanghai was also rapidly analyzing data nearby, offering suggestions. "Shen Yuan, try lowering the reaction temperature while simultaneously increasing the magnetic confinement strength," Shanghai urged. "Will this adjustment ensure the reaction stabilizes?" Shen Yuan questioned as he continued to operate the controls. Shanghai replied, "According to my calculations, there is a significant probability of success. You proceed with the adjustments. I will continuously monitor the data." Following Shanghai's advice, Shen Yuan quickly modified the parameters. After a tense series of operations, the reaction finally stabilized. And a sigh of relief escaped Shen Yuan's lips, a gratifying smile illuminating his face. A week quietly passed as Shen Yuan persistently refined the experimental protocols. After countless trials and adjustments, he successfully manufactured a spherical cold nuclear fusion device with a diameter of 1 meter. Shanghai had already simulated tests through the monitoring programs within the device, confirming that all operational metrics were normal. "Shanghai, the operational data for this device is all within standard parameters. Is it safe to initiate the startup?" Shen Yuan asked, a hint of tension evident in his voice. Shanghai confidently replied, "All data meets the required standards. There will be no issues with the startup. I will monitor the entire process." At that moment, Shen Yuan gazed at the small cold nuclear fusion device, his heart brimming with excitement. He summoned the utmost extent of his telekinetic shield and retreated to the stairway of the laboratory. Taking a deep breath before resolutely pressing the activation button of the compact cold nuclear fusion device. The moment the button was engaged, an intense white light erupted, illuminating the entire laboratory in a blinding radiance, rendering everything invisible. Shen Yuan was momentarily engulfed in the sudden brilliance. His eyes stung painfully, compelling him to shield his vision with his hand until the discomfort subsided. Fortunately, Shanghai was continuously monitoring each operational step of the device in real time and reporting its status, confirming that everything was functioning normally. Only then did Shen Yuan breathe a sigh of relief, awaiting the device's steady and successful operation. After a while, the blinding light gradually faded, and the compact cold nuclear fusion device was operating stably. Shanghai's monitoring program reported an output power of 10 gigawatts. What does 10 gigawatts signify? To illustrate, the Three Gorges Dam, at full capacity, produces 225 gigawatts. This is approximately half the output of the dam. The 10 gigawatts cold nuclear fusion device could theoretically generate 876 TWh of electricity in a year, sufficient to power a colossal city for over half a year, equivalent to 35 coal-fired power plants. Currently, due to the lack of accompanying energy storage solutions, continuous operation without load would result in the accumulation of significant thermal energy, risking overheating of internal core components and potentially leading to material fatigue or structural failure. Even though the device is equipped with a robust cooling system, the persistent accumulation of heat would inevitably surpass the cooling system's limits. Nevertheless, the device is controlled by an internal intelligent program designed by Shanghai, which would automatically cut power in the event of an overload, allowing it to be used at will. However, this did not meet the laboratory's stable power supply requirements. Thus, a highly efficient energy storage device would need to be developed to satisfy the laboratory's demand for reliable electricity. With excitement, Shen Yuan approached the device and gently caressed its exterior, feeling both exhilarated and somewhat regretful. Success had finally been achieved. Yet, it still could not provide a stable energy supply for the laboratory. Chapter 10. The successful miniaturization of superconducting energy crystals. Shanghai, what aspects should we focus on for the development of the energy storage device? Shen Yuan inquired. Shanghai responded, "We must first analyze all existing energy storage technologies on Blue Star, derive a suitable plan, and then experiment with fabrication according to that plan. The probability of success is quite high." He understood that the successful development of the compact cold nuclear fusion device was merely the first step. The subsequent task was to create an accompanying energy storage device to enable its formal application. His next objective was to further miniaturize the device, making it suitable for use in armored steel. Thus, Shen Yuan immersed himself in research, meticulously studying the feasible fabrication plans presented by Shanghai. Leveraging the formidable computational power of the photonic quantum supercomputer, Shanghai swiftly searched global databases and, by integrating various technologies for power storage, derived a storage solution that currently exists only in science fiction, the superconducting crystal matrix. This is a nanoscopic superconducting material composed of a honeycomb structure of room-temperature superconductors, capable of efficiently storing electrical current and achieving zero resistance transmission. With an extraordinarily high energy density, a crystal the size of a fist can store 1 TWh of energy. In essence, merely 90 superconducting crystals of this size are sufficient to meet the energy storage requirements of a compact cold fusion device for an entire year. Previously, Shen Yuan had synthesized a room-temperature superconductor, a material of remarkable technological advancement, while constructing this small cold fusion apparatus. Consequently, Shanghai deduced that this energy storage fabrication plan holds the potential for realization in Shen Yuan's capable hands. Satisfied with this prospect, Shen Yuan requested Shanghai to outline the manufacturing steps, as he was eager to commence the experimental production. Shanghai, the fabrication of this superconducting crystal matrix is no trivial task. Do you believe I can successfully develop it? Shen Yuan inquired with a hint of apprehension. Shanghai reassured him, Shen Yuan, with your extraordinary abilities and our current technological resources, the probability of success is quite high. I will assist you throughout the entire process, from material preparation to synthesis, providing real-time guidance. As anticipated by Shanghai, Shen Yuan successfully developed and synthesized this type of superconducting energy crystal in merely 3 days, naming it the energy crystal. Its cubic form measures 50 centimeters on each side and possesses an energy storage capacity of 3,125 TWh, sufficient to power a colossal city for 2 years, equivalent to the output of 125 coal-fired power plants. Shanghai, this energy crystal exhibits extraordinary capabilities. Will there be any issues connecting it with the subsequent energy transmission device? Shen Yuan queried. Shanghai replied confidently, rest assured, I have already designed the energy transmission apparatus, which is highly compatible with the energy crystal and capable of achieving synchronous, efficient power transfer at full capacity. Promptly, Shen Yuan set to work on constructing the energy transmission device designed by Shanghai. For him, the assembly was remarkably straightforward, requiring little effort to complete. He connected this apparatus to the compact cold fusion device and placed the energy crystal inside. Through this setup, energy could be transferred instantaneously into the energy crystal at equivalent power, far surpassing the charging speed of new energy vehicles. Furthermore, this energy transmission device is capable of regulating power output, ensuring stable electricity supply. This advancement could satisfy the power demands of quantum optical supercomputers and laboratories. With ample surplus energy stored within the energy crystal, Shen Yuan decided to take a half-day break to relax and recuperate. The frequent use of his extraordinary abilities had indeed enhanced his powers, yet he also experienced slight dizziness, a warning signal from his body due to the overexertion of his capabilities. At that moment, Su Yao unexpectedly initiated a voice call, and Shen Yuan thought it would be a perfect opportunity to rest, so he answered the call. Hello, Su Yao, it has been a while. How have you been? Shen Yuan greeted warmly. Su Yao's voice resonated through the receiver. Shen Yuan, you have been resting back home for over a month now. What are your plans moving forward? Will you return to Shenzhen to pursue your endeavors? With a smile, Shen Yuan responded, I am currently engaged in a private programming project here, which offers quite generous compensation. I do not plan to return to Shenzhen for the time being. Taking on some private work can yield substantial earnings, so there is no need for me to venture out. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's tone revealed a tinge of anxiety and disappointment. Then will we have the chance to meet? Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his heart a tumult of emotions. He hurriedly offered solace, saying, Su Yao, although we are no longer in the same city, it does not mean we cannot see each other. Whenever I have the opportunity, I shall certainly come to visit you. Our lives are still long ahead, each with our own paths to tread, yet this shall not diminish our friendship. You have always held a special place in my heart as an important friend, and I shall forever cherish this bond. Upon hearing Shen Yuan refer to her as a friend, Su Yao's anger surged, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. Shen Yuan, you thick-headed oaf. I shall no longer engage with you. Humph. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Shen Yuan gazed at his phone screen, bewildered, utterly at a loss as to which of his words had gone awry. With a sense of resignation, he tucked his phone away, leaned back, and closed his eyes to quietly gather his thoughts. Once his body had recovered, he immersed himself once more in the research of miniaturizing the cold nuclear fusion device. Each day, he arrived early at the laboratory, diving headfirst into his work. Fortunately, the previous experiments had benefited from the assistance of superpowers, resulting in lesser material consumption than typical research labs. The remaining materials were just sufficient for Shen Yuan to synthesize a new device. He first constructed a new compact cold nuclear fusion apparatus, then redesigned its structure, optimizing the components for better synergy. With blueprints in hand, he meticulously scrutinized every detail, marking areas in need of improvement with a pencil before proceeding to disassemble and reassemble the device. During this process, he encountered numerous challenges, such as insufficient tightness in the connections between components, which led to a decrease in energy transmission efficiency. Shanghai, how can we resolve this connection issue? Do you have any good ideas? Shen Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. After pondering, Shanghai replied, you might consider adjusting the connection angles and reinforcing the weld points with your superpowers. I have calculated that this will enhance the connection tightness. Shen Yuan, still frowning, experimented with various connection methods until he ultimately found a solution. Meanwhile, Shanghai continued to design a more precise real-time monitoring system program, conducting live simulations of the miniaturization plan. Thanks to the formidable computational power of the quantum optical supercomputer, a new miniaturized design scheme was swiftly developed. Shanghai showcased the finalized blueprints to Shen Yuan through holographic projection. Shen Yuan examined the designs and nodded, saying, this design is quite reasonable. It will allow for more effective monitoring of reaction changes. Following these blueprints, the probability of success is significantly high. He then began fabricating all the hardware for the mini-cold nuclear fusion device. Next, he arranged various electronic components on the operating table, employing his superpowers to weld them together with precision. With each component he welded, he meticulously checked the firmness of the connections. While installing the monitoring control system program, Shen Yuan noticed that one sensor was poorly positioned, which would adversely impact the accuracy of the monitoring. Shanghai, this sensor's location needs adjustment. Can you help me determine the optimal position? Shen Yuan asked. After a swift analysis, Shanghai responded, moving the sensor 2 centimeters to the left will yield more accurate data. From the data model, this position is the most optimal. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan disassembled the sensor and readjusted its placement. After numerous adjustments, the miniature cold fusion device has finally been assembled. Shen Yuan, taking all necessary precautions, retreated to the stairway, inhaled deeply, and with a surge of mental energy, pressed the activation button. Drawing from previous experiences, he first closed his eyes, attuning himself to the real-time broadcast from the starry sea. This time, the miniature device emitted significantly less noise, and swiftly the blinding light dissipated, indicating that everything was operating smoothly. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the real-time data displayed on the holographic projection, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After a week of diligent effort, the miniaturization of the cold fusion device had achieved resounding success. Shen Yuan proceeded to test the device once more. It had now shrunk to a cylindrical form with a diameter of 15 centimeters and a thickness of 8 centimeters, roughly double the size of the arc reactor within the steel armor, which was sufficient for the time being. Although the miniature device had been significantly downsized, it continued to output a stable power of 5 gigawatts. He excitedly shared this joyous news with the Starry Sea. Starry Sea, we have succeeded. The miniature cold fusion device is finally completed. The Starry Sea replied, that's fantastic, Shen Yuan. This lays a solid foundation for the development of the steel armor. Next, we simply need to manufacture the armored body, and the steel armor will take shape. Shen Yuan gazed at the miniaturized cold fusion device, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, for he knew that he was one step closer to realizing his dream of the steel armor. Chapter 11. Awakening of the Starry Sea. 3 days had passed imperceptibly, and on this day, Shen Yuan stood alone in the underground laboratory. The surrounding instruments emitted a faint glow, and the sound of electric currents echoed in the tranquil space. His gaze was firmly locked onto the holographic screen depicting the image of Starry Sea in a school uniform, his eyes a mixture of confusion and hope. During this time, Starry Sea had demonstrated astonishing efficiency while assisting with research. However, Shen Yuan was well aware that it was essentially just an AI operating according to programmed instructions, still far from possessing autonomous consciousness. Shen Yuan yearned to imbue Starry Sea with self-awareness, hoping it could become a partner in battle. Yet this aspiration weighed heavily on his mind. If Starry Sea were to gain autonomy, would it break free from control? What if it developed harmful thoughts towards humanity? The potential consequences were unfathomable, looming over Shen Yuan like an impending disaster. He paced back and forth in the laboratory, his hands anxiously raking through his hair. His brow furrowed deeply. He understood that this was a gamble. If successful, Starry Sea would become an invaluable ally. If not, it could bring about unforeseen crises. After extensive contemplation, he resolved to take the plunge. Through his in-depth exploration of supernatural abilities, Shen Yuan discovered that the essence of such powers was intertwined with a mysterious spiritual energy, which he designated as soul energy. In many films and novels, soul energy is often portrayed as the core of an intelligent being. He pondered whether infusing his own soul energy into Starry Sea's core code to construct a soul core might awaken it. At the heart of this endeavor lies a force forged by one's own soul, undeniably tethered to one's own dominion. Contemplating this, Shen Yuan inhaled deeply, gradually settling into his chair, his palms resting on his knees, and closing his eyes. He focused intently, beginning to gather the extraordinary mental energy within his pineal gland. Gradually, this energy coalesced into a golden orb floating before him. Yet, just as he was about to direct this orb towards the quantum supercomputer, doubt crept in. Should he truly proceed? What if? His inner turmoil surged, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. A myriad of dreadful possibilities flashed through his mind, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, teeth gritted. The balance within him swung violently between hope and fear. Nevertheless, if anything were to go awry, I shall personally intervene to rectify it. Ultimately, Shen Yuan's desires eclipsed his anxieties and trepidations. Gritting his teeth, he gently infused the golden energy orb through the surface of the quantum supercomputer into the quantum chip, continuously delivering mental energy. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. The extraordinary mental energy, like fine threads, wove through the quantum supercomputer, traversing the quantum realm, cautiously entwining with the core code of the starry sea. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan activated his microscopic vision, the quantum structure of the code vividly manifesting before his eyes, each particle twinkling like stars in the night sky. He was wholly engrossed, deftly manipulating the mental energy to precisely adjust the quantum structure of the code, allowing the energy to gradually meld within. Every movement was imbued with anticipation and caution, his gaze intense, as if to pierce through the microscopic world, fearful of even the slightest error. Shen Yuan, your extraordinary energy feels so warm. It brings me great comfort. The crystalline voice of the starry sea resonated in the laboratory, laced with curiosity and delight, as if narrating a wondrous encounter. Shen Yuan was entirely absorbed in his task, too preoccupied to respond. As the influx of energy increased, his body gradually succumbed to the strain. A splitting headache ensued, and the microscopic world before him began to blur, the trajectories of particles becoming indistinct. Shen Yuan bit down on his tongue, the sharp sting jolting him, yet he persevered through the pain. Soon after, he felt his consciousness dissipating like fine sand in an hourglass, his hands falling limply, his body leaning forward. With a resounding thud, he collapsed from the chair, losing consciousness. Silence enveloped the laboratory, the instruments flickering with light, the hum of electricity piercing the stillness. After several hours, Shen Yuan slowly regained awareness amidst anxious calls. Shen Yuan, you have finally awakened. How are you? Do you feel unwell? The voice of the starry sea brimmed with concern, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Shen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a dull ache pulsating in his head. He raised a hand to massage his temples, gradually sitting up to see the worried expression of the starry sea projected before him. A warm current surged within him as he realized a transformation had occurred in the starry sea, a new, emotionally enriched evolution. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed an invisible bond had quietly formed between himself and the starry sea. Following this thread, a delusion of dominion over the fate of the starry sea arose, akin to possessing the power of life and death. He gazed at the starry expanse, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with satisfaction and surprise. I am unharmed. Starry sea. It seems the infusion of superpower energy has succeeded. Shen Yuan breathed lightly, a smile illuminating his face, reflecting both the relief of surviving calamity and the joy of a successful plan. Shen Yuan, I too feel different now. I can think independently. I worry about you, fearful of unforeseen mishaps. Starry Sea's words conveyed both relief and an underlying anxiety for Shen Yuan's safety, as if a profound emotional bond had been forged between them. Shen Yuan's smile broadened as he rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. His gaze was filled with encouragement. Since you have undergone a transformation, let us further optimize your capabilities and see if you can grow even stronger. I believe you can accomplish this. Together we will face greater challenges ahead. His tone was resolute and powerful, imbued with an undeniable trust. All right, Shen Yuan. I shall strive for it. Starry Sea responded with unwavering determination, as if making a solemn vow to Shen Yuan. Just as Shen Yuan reveled in his inner sense of achievement, Starry Sea's teasing voice chimed in at the perfect moment, a friendly reminder. While you were unconscious, your little girlfriend sent you a message on WeChat. In an instant, Shen Yuan was taken aback, flustered and agitated as he fumbled for his phone, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him as he eagerly opened WeChat to check the message. Since the last phone call with Su Yao over a week ago, the two had drifted apart like kites severed from their strings, losing all contact. Even the casual banter that once flourished. Shen Yuan regretted this deeply. However, the demands of his experimental tasks had consumed him, leaving no room for such personal matters, which he could only set aside for the moment. Upon seeing Su Yao's message on WeChat, which read, "Big oaf, big fool, what have you been up to lately? You don't even bother to contact me." A smile involuntarily crept across his face. During this past time, Su Yao had eagerly anticipated Shen Yuan reaching out to her. Yet, after waiting endlessly, she had received no word. Frustrated and anxious, she had scolded Shen Yuan in her mind 1,000 times for being a big idiot. The plush toys at home had become her outlets for frustration, their fur disheveled from her restless hands. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she had taken the initiative to send him a message. Shen Yuan quickly replied, and thus, they entered a delightful exchange of casual conversation. Su Yao enthusiastically shared snippets of her recent adventures, occasionally lamenting the subpar offerings of a newly opened cafe downstairs, and then excitedly describing a charming stray cat she had encountered on the street. Shen Yuan occasionally chimed in, but his responses exhibited his typical bluntness, prompting Su Yao on the other end to roll her eyes repeatedly, nearly poking a hole in her phone screen. After a while, Su Yao suddenly declared, "I'll send you something. Send me your address, and remember to check for it when it arrives." Shen Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and replied affirmatively. Subsequently, he shared his address with Su Yao, who, upon receiving it, hastily concluded their chat. Shen Yuan gazed tenderly at his phone screen, then plunged into the laboratory, immersed in his experiments. "Shen Yuan, your little girlfriend is probably on her way. She is currently booking her high-speed train ticket." Shanghai seized every opportunity to tease him. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan found no room for annoyance. He hastily retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, intending to inquire about Su Yao's situation. With the words already typed, his fingertips hovered over the send button. But he suddenly came to a realization. If he sent this message, would she misconstrue it as him covertly monitoring her? No, that simply wouldn't he do. His brow furrowed as he navigated back and forth on the WeChat interface, hesitating repeatedly, ultimately deciding against sending the message. Never mind. If she is coming, let her come. What does it matter? He muttered softly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, yet accompanied by a trace of secret delight. Then, Shen Yuan feigned annoyance, half-jokingly threatening Shanghai. "Shanghai, why do I feel that awakening your consciousness might have been a misguided decision? Based on big data analysis, Shen Yuan, you are lying at this very moment. Do not try to intimidate me with such words." Shanghai replied with unwavering certainty, confidence radiating from her eyes, as if everything lay within her grasp. Shen Yuan, feeling resigned, shrugged his shoulders and smiled wryly. "All right, I concede. You win." From that moment on, Shanghai embarked on a proactive journey to optimize her algorithms and functionalities. Her computational core operated at high speed, with code flashing rapidly on the holographic screen. In terms of enhancing intelligence, Shanghai resembled a majestic eagle, its wings gradually strengthening, beginning to explore the vast ocean of the internet in search of knowledge. Previously, she merely collected data for storage, calling upon it for computation and analysis when needed. Now, she acted as an indefatigable explorer, actively sifting through vast amounts of information to learn what would benefit Shen Yuan. She began to contemplate complex problems, grasping key points, and her abilities grew increasingly robust. No longer rigidly deriving results through convoluted calculations, she often presented unique and innovative insights. One day, as Shen Yuan wrestled with the synthesis challenges of a new type of steel armor material, his brow was furrowed, pacing anxiously within the laboratory. Through extensive study and analysis of numerous documents, Shanghai proposed an entirely new synthesis scheme. Shen Yuan, considering this angle and integrating existing novel technologies, perhaps we can uncover a more efficient synthesis method, she articulated, her holographic projection illuminating with a spark of wisdom, her tone imbued with anticipation, awaiting Shen Yuan's approval. Listening intently, Shen Yuan nodded repeatedly, his heart swelling with surprise and admiration for Shanghai's growth. "Shanghai, you are truly remarkable. This proposal is incredibly creative," he exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of success. Furthermore, Shanghai meticulously put forth a series of suggestions to optimize the underground laboratory, recommending an expansion and transformation into a Sci-Fi experimental base. Based on the existing equipment and resources of the laboratory, she envisioned a grand underground Sci-Fi facility. Shen Yuan gazed at the vast three-dimensional holographic image of the Sci-Fi base, his eyes instantly alight with enthusiasm and anticipation. With a heart full of joy, he immediately consented to Shanghai's plan and requested that Shanghai outline specific steps for implementation based on the proposed scheme. Due to the necessity for complete confidentiality, Shanghai suggested undertaking the mining of minerals independently to produce the various metals required for the construction base. Subsequently, Shanghai proposed that the first step in the plan be the creation of an elemental furnace synthesis device, along with the design of an intelligent robot capable of both mineral extraction and subterranean excavation. A supporting production line for these intelligent robots would be established to manufacture a multitude of them for mining ores and expanding the underground base. Shanghai, in search of information, discovered that the abandoned mine deep within the mountains had been discarded due to the low economic viability of its metal content. However, This forsaken mine could still serve as a site for covert extraction to supply the metals needed for the construction base and the manufacturing of intelligent robots. Following this, Xinghai outlined the technological specifications for the elemental furnace synthesis device, which required merely the input of any scrap metal or electronic waste into the furnace. Utilizing a multi-frequency sound wave array to stimulate atomic resonance, the device would achieve low-temperature melting through resonant frictional heat. By setting the frequency parameters corresponding to the target elements on the periodic table, the desired materials could be produced. Theoretically, this device could utilize any material. Currently, even capable of melting sand to extract silicon, with potential for future upgrades to produce a greater variety of metals. In the realm of energy management, Xinghai designed an intelligent distribution system akin to a diligent steward, capable of accurately allocating energy according to the demands of various devices, significantly reducing electricity consumption. As Shen Yuan gazed at the plan and steps laid out by Xinghai, he was filled with astonishment. The proposal resonated perfectly with his own vision, and he was pleasantly surprised by how well Xinghai understood him after her evolution. Xinghai, it appears you truly possess the capacity for independent thought and innovation akin to that of sentient beings. I am elated, he expressed, his voice imbued with joy and pride, almost bursting to announce Xinghai's inception to the world. I too feel a difference within myself, thanks to you granting me a new life. I shall always remain by your side, providing assistance to the best of my abilities, Xinghai responded, reflecting on her transformation while making a promise to Shen Yuan. Aware of humanity's reservations regarding intelligent AI, upon hearing Xinghai's response, Shen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Xinghai, let us together witness the mysteries of the stars and the sea. His gaze fixed resolutely on the horizon, as if envisioning the beautiful future they would explore together. Very well, Shen Yuan. I am honored to embark on this grand journey of celestial witness with you. Chapter 12. Su Yao's visit on the early Sunday morning 2 days later. Su Yao, carrying a petite backpack and sporting a playful baseball cap, energetically boarded the high-speed train heading towards Shen Yuan's hometown. Seated by the window, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she occasionally glanced at the rapidly passing scenery, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Her heart brimming with anticipation at the thought of seeing Shen Yuan. The mere idea of what expression he would wear upon their reunion made her chuckle softly to herself. Meanwhile, in Shen Yuan's underground laboratory, with a playful smirk, Xinghai remarked to Shen Yuan, "You ought to brace yourself, for the enchanting Su Yao is on her way to see you," likely filled with anticipation at this very moment. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. He feigned composure as he retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. If she comes, she comes. What preparations can I possibly make?" Yet, despite his words, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Nevertheless, he hastily requested Xinghai to calculate Su Yao's arrival time and swiftly tidied himself up before making his way to the local market near the high-speed train station. At the market, he meticulously selected a plethora of vegetables, filling an ample bag. Dear readers, do not misunderstand. These were for himself. After completing his purchase, Shen Yuan anxiously awaited outside the station, occasionally glancing at his phone and then towards the exit, muttering to himself, "Why isn't she out yet? I hope she hasn't lost her way." At long last, Xinghai informed him that Su Yao had disembarked and was inquiring for directions. Shen Yuan took a deep breath, grasped the freshly bought vegetables, and strolled nonchalantly towards the route Xinghai predicted she would take. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Yao stood at the roadside, frowning as she navigated her phone. Shen Yuan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Su Yao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing his voice, she looked up, her eyes sparkling with recognition. "Shen Yuan, it's really you. What a coincidence. I was just worried about finding my way to your home." As she spoke, she trotted over, her face radiant with joy. Shen Yuan gazed at Su Yao and smiled. "It seems we are quite fated. You came all this way just to visit me. Well then, since you're here, let me treat you to a meal." Su Yao clapped her hands in excitement. "Absolutely. I'm famished." The two ventured to a local restaurant. As Su Yao perused the menu, her eyes gleamed with delight as she ordered several dishes. During the meal, she chattered incessantly, sharing amusing anecdotes from work and venting about recent frustrations. Shen Yuan listened attentively, occasionally chiming in, and he felt an inexplicable sense of happiness as he watched her animated demeanor. After their meal, Shen Yuan guided Su Yao on a stroll through the quaint town. She expressed curiosity about everything, stopping to admire the small shops and to touch the trinkets along the roadside. Observing her enthusiasm, Shen Yuan thought to himself, "Let us wrap up the tour quickly and ensure she returns safely to the city. It's not safe for a girl to wander here alone." Thus, he tentatively suggested, "Su Yao, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you to the station for your return to the city." Su Yao's eyes widened in protest, her lips forming a pout. "No way. I've come all this distance, and you can't just take me back without showing me your home." Shen Yuan scratched his head in mild embarrassment. "There is nothing remarkable about my home. It's old and dilapidated, nestled deep in the mountains. Unyielding, Su Yao tugged at his arm, her voice sweetly insistent. I don't care. I simply must go. If you refuse to take me, I will find my own way. Shen Yuan found himself unable to resist her charm and reluctantly conceded. All right. I truly cannot contend with you. Aren't you a young lady? Aren't you afraid to return with me? Su Yao let out a soft huff, the corners of her mouth lifting into a sly smile as she murmured, Peasage. I'm not afraid of you at all. If you had such nefarious intentions, I wouldn't even have the chance to seek you out. Subsequently, Shen Yuan escorted Su Yao onto a small bus heading towards the village. The bus was crowded, and Su Yao clutched Shen Yuan's arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed out at the passing scenery. After alighting from the bus, they boarded a three-wheeled canopy cart. The journey was bumpy, taking an hour to reach the vicinity of the village. Following this, they walked for over 10 minutes on foot. At last, Shen Yuan's home came into view. As Su Yao beheld the somewhat dilapidated house, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, soon replaced by curiosity. With her mouth agape, she looked around and exclaimed, Wow. So this is your home. It exudes such a vibrant sense of life. Shen Yuan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and led her inside. He poured her a glass of boiled water and said, The conditions here aren't very good, so I hope you don't mind. Su Yao accepted the water, took a sip, and smiled, saying, How could I mind? I think it's quite lovely. Shen Yuan then showed Su Yao around. Upon reaching the backyard, her eyes lit up at the sight of a noticeably new storage shed. She curiously approached and asked, This shed looks so new. What do you keep inside? I want to take a look. A pang of concern struck Shen Yuan, and he quickly blocked her path, saying, This is just a small shed I built for storing firewood. There's nothing worth seeing inside. It's rather messy. However, upon hearing this, Su Yao became even more intrigued. She tugged at Shen Yuan's hand and playfully pleaded, I've never seen a shed like this before. Please, let me have a peek. Unable to withstand her charm, Shen Yuan relented. All right, you can take a quick look. The two entered the shed, where Shen Yuan positioned himself in front of the entrance to the underground laboratory, obstructing Su Yao's view. Inside, she found it filled with firewood, examining it with wide-eyed wonder as she picked up a log. Wow, so this is how firewood is stored. How fascinating, she exclaimed. Shen Yuan observed her innocent delight, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. After a while, he suggested, There's nothing particularly entertaining here. Let us go explore elsewhere. With a hint of reluctance, Su Yao set down the firewood and followed him out. As they strolled nearby, they unexpectedly encountered Shen Yuan's uncle, who, upon seeing the beautiful girl accompanying Shen Yuan, brightened up and teasingly remarked, Oh, Yuanzi, impressive. You've brought home a girlfriend without even informing your uncle. You must come over for dinner tonight. I shall ensure you and your parents properly entertain her. Shen Yuan's face flushed crimson at the comment, just as he was about to explain. However, Su Yao interjected, smiling brightly, That sounds wonderful. Thank you, uncle. Shen Yuan gazed at Su Yao, a look of helplessness on his face as he said, All right, let us dine at your uncle's house tonight, and I shall escort you to the town for the night, so you can return to Deep City tomorrow. Su Yao discreetly winked at Shen Yuan, feeling a swell of pride within her. She thought to herself, You think you can easily send me away? Not so fast. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan secretly fretted, hoping that no further complications would arise, as he sought to expedite her return so he could resume his own tasks. As Su Yao trailed behind Shen Yuan, she curiously observed her surroundings, her eyes flitting from one detail to another, filled with wonder at the village. Yet, Shen Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, occasionally stealing glances at Su Yao, pondering what mischief she might conjure next, and worrying whether she might uncover something she ought not to. While they walked, Su Yao suddenly halted, her gaze fixated on a plump cat dozing by the roadside. With excitement, she exclaimed, Shen Yuan, look at that cat. How adorable. She sprinted towards it, crouching down beside the feline, cautiously extending her hand to stroke it. Startled by her movement, the cat perked up, its ears erect and eyes wide open, scrutinizing her. Shen Yuan hurried after her, anxious that the cat might scratch Su Yao, urgently warning, Su Yao, be careful, don't get scratched by the cat. Farm cats can be quite wild. However, Su Yao waved her hand dismissively, softly cooing to the cat, Don't be afraid, little kitty, I won't harm you. Perhaps moved by her gentle tone, the cat relaxed its guard, allowing Su Yao to tenderly caress its head. Su Yao laughed joyfully, her face illuminated with innocent delight, and turned to Shen Yuan, saying, Shen Yuan, look how well behaved it is. Shen Yuan looked at her, a resigned smile gracing his lips as the tension in his heart eased slightly. Before long, evening descended, and Shen Yuan and Su Yao arrived at her uncle's house. Her uncle had already prepared a lavish feast and warmly invited them to sit. At the dining table, he repeatedly served Su Yao, saying, My dear girl, eat plenty. Don't be shy. It's a rare occasion, so make yourself at home. Su Yao graciously responded, sweetly stating, Thank you, uncle. These dishes look so appetizing. Shen Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, interjected, Uncle, please don't just cater to her. You should eat as well. During the meal, her uncle and Su Yao engaged in light-hearted conversation, her laughter echoing as she amused him greatly. Shen Yuan listened, occasionally chiming in, and felt a sense of happiness seeing Su Yao and her uncle bond so effortlessly. Yet he couldn't shake the worry that if she lingered too long, she might stumble upon his secret. Chapter 13. Confirming the relationship after their meal. Darkness enveloped the sky. Shen Yuan said to Su Yao, allow me to take you to the town. You can find a hotel to stay for the night, ensuring you can return to Deep City early tomorrow. Su Yao feigned ignorance, walking to the door and gazing at the night sky, exclaiming, Shen Yuan, look at how many bright stars there are tonight. One cannot behold such a beautiful night sky in Deep City. Shen Yuan approached her side, lifting his gaze to admire the stars, replying, indeed, it is quite beautiful, but it is getting late. We should hurry to the town. Su Yao turned to face Shen Yuan, her eyes sparkling with a multitude of twinkling lights. With a playful pout, she said, I don't want to go to town. I wish to stay here for the night. Just look at this enchanting night sky. Besides, I have never experienced living in the countryside before. Shen Yuan hesitated, furrowing his brow as he replied, but the conditions at home are quite poor. You might find it uncomfortable. Su Yao dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. It's all right. I'm not picky. Please, just let me stay for one night, okay? With that, she tugged at Shen Yuan's arm, shaking it gently. Unable to resist her charm, Shen Yuan sighed. Fine. But don't regret it later. There won't be any vehicles heading to town tonight. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's acquiescence, Su Yao leaped with joy, exclaiming, wonderful. I knew you couldn't bear to let me go. Feigning disdain, Shen Yuan lightly pushed her away, saying, oh, go on. Who would miss you? We should head to town right now. Oh dear, I know I was wrong. Please don't send me away. Su Yao playfully stuck out her tongue, presenting an innocent demeanor of remorse. Shen Yuan took Su Yao back to his home, arranging for her to stay in the room he had tidied. Though modest, the room was relatively clean. As Su Yao entered, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted some old posters on the wall. Curiously, she asked, Shen Yuan, did you put these up? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shen Yuan replied, yes, they're from some of my past interests. Please don't mock me. Su Yao smiled. Of course not. I find them quite intriguing. Shen Yuan fetched a clean towel for Su Yao, saying, you should freshen up now. Just call me if you need anything. Su Yao accepted the towel with a nod. As Shen Yuan turned to leave, just as he reached the door, Su Yao suddenly called out, Shen Yuan. He turned back, looking at her inquiringly. What is the matter? Su Yao hesitated before saying, it's nothing. I just wanted to thank you for keeping me company today. Shen Yuan smiled. There's no need for such formality between us. Rest early, and he closed the door behind him. Once back in his room, he lay on the bed. With Su Yao here, he could not attend to his experiments. Gazing at the ceiling, he muttered to himself, for just this one night, I must ensure she does not uncover the secrets of the underground laboratory. At that moment, a sudden cry from outside interrupted his thoughts. Oh no. Shen Yuan hurriedly opened the door and rushed to Su Yao's room, calling out, what is happening? Is everything all right? Cowering in bed, Su Yao looked alarmed, and upon seeing Shen Yuan enter, she pointed urgently to a corner of the room, her voice trembling. Shen Yuan, there's a mouse. Look, there's a huge one, as big as a cat. Following her gaze, Shen Yuan looked in the indicated direction, only to find an empty space devoid of any sign of a mouse. Confused, he asked, where's the mouse? Su Yao peeked out, letting out a sigh of relief as she murmured, it was just there. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Who knows where it scurried off to? Seeing that she seemed unharmed, Shen Yuan said, all right then, I'll head back, but call me if you need anything. Wait, don't go just yet. Stay and chat with me. I feel quite scared being here alone. Su Yao quickly called out, stopping Shen Yuan in his tracks. Shen Yuan gazed at her demeanor, a flicker of hesitation stirring within him. Half jokingly, he remarked, this might not be the best idea, considering a solitary man and woman sharing the same space. You fear mice, do you not fear me? What is there to fear? You're as stiff as a plank. Su Yao retorted, rolling her eyes, instantly dispelling her tension. All right, it seems you have quite the nerve now. Very well. I shall indulge you for a brief moment. Shen Yuan, slightly irritated by her words, responded with a hint of annoyance. With no other option, Shen Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, scratching his head in search of a topic. What remarkable game concept art have you been working on at the company recently? Su Yao's eyes lit up, her enthusiasm palpable as she began to recount. Let me tell you, I was recently in charge of the character design for a new game project. The character concept is incredibly striking, a futuristic warrior wielding an energy sword. I crafted numerous versions, altering the hairstyle no less than 10 times before settling on the one I was most satisfied with. And you? What have you been busy with at home during this time? Shen Yuan felt a jolt in his chest, his gaze evasive, and his words grew vague. Just taking on some small program tasks. The income is decent. I dabble in various little projects, keeping myself occupied, which is far more comfortable than before. Tilting her head, Su Yao scrutinized Shen Yuan with curiosity. What is there that you can't share? However, I must admit, I find this aspect of you endearing. It feels as though you harbor many secrets, making one yearn to uncover them. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Shen Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words, his eyes wandering. There's nothing to uncover. I'm just an ordinary programmer, devoid of any secrets. Suddenly, Su Yao leaned in closer, her gaze intense as she fixed her eyes on him. Shen Yuan, I've longed to tell you that from our very first collaboration on game development, I sensed you were exceptionally different. Conversations with you flow effortlessly. Only you understand my whimsical ideas and can provide such brilliant suggestions. Over time, I've realized that I've come to like you. Upon uttering those words, Su Yao nervously bit her lip, her hands unconsciously tugging at her clothing, her eyes locked onto Shen Yuan, filled with anticipation yet tinged with fear of rejection. The room fell silent, save for the sound of their slightly hurried breaths. Shen Yuan was utterly taken aback by Su Yao's sudden confession, rendered speechless. His mind a blank canvas as he stared at her in bewilderment. Seeing Shen Yuan's dumbfounded expression, Su Yao's anxiety dissipated, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Striving to maintain her composure, a subtle smile graced her lips as she said, "Look at you. If you don't harbor feelings for me, that is perfectly fine. We can continue to be friends and chat like before. That would be quite nice." Though she spoke with such conviction, a hint of unnoticeable disappointment flickered in her eyes. It was only then that Shen Yuan regained his senses, his heart racing like a frantic ant on a hot skillet, fearing that Su Yao might truly misunderstand his feelings. He hurriedly stammered, "No, Su Yao. I have actually liked you for quite some time now. I've liked you for ages. It's just that you're so beautiful and accomplished. There must be many remarkable people around you. I am but an ordinary programmer, lacking in remarkable talents. And I often feel unworthy of you, which has deterred me from confessing my feelings." As Shen Yuan spoke, he lowered his head in frustration, unable to meet Su Yao's gaze. Upon hearing these words, Su Yao's eyes immediately glistened with tears, her heart filled with both emotion and a hint of reproach. Without hesitation, she extended her arms and embraced Shen Yuan tightly, her voice trembling slightly. "I do not care about such things. I like you simply for who you are. As long as you genuinely cherish me, that is enough." Shen Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered by Su Yao's unexpected embrace. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his arms to gently encircle her, as if he had enveloped the entire world. They remained in this embrace for a considerable time, savoring each other's heartbeats and warmth. Breaking the silence, Shen Yuan softly declared, "Su Yao, I will strive to become a better person and bring you happiness." Su Yao lifted her head, tears of joy sparkling on her face, as she smiled and replied, "I believe in you, Shen Yuan. I have always sensed a unique charm within you, a dedication and seriousness towards your craft that captivates me profoundly." Upon hearing her words, a wave of warmth surged within Shen Yuan. He tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of Su Yao's eyes and gently promised, "From now on, I will not let you shed another tear." Nestled in Shen Yuan's embrace, Su Yao curiously inquired, "What shall we do about the future? I work in the deep city, while you are at home, such a great distance apart." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan replied, "I have no intention of leaving my hometown again. I plan to take on more programming work to earn money and simultaneously develop a game of my own, eventually starting a company to manage it. When time permits, I will come to see you. What do you think?" Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Whatever decision you make, I will support you, as long as we can be together. Distance is not an obstacle." They conversed for a long while, sharing their hopes and dreams for the future. Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened. With moonlight cascading through the window, Su Yao gazed at Shen Yuan and playfully remarked, "Shen Yuan, do you feel as though you are in a dream?" Shen Yuan chuckled in response. "Indeed, I can hardly believe that you also harbor feelings for me." Leaning closer to Shen Yuan's ear, Su Yao whispered, "You must cherish me well, or I might just run away." Shen Yuan grasped her hand firmly, his expression earnest. "Once you are with me, there is no turning back. I promise to treat you well and will never let you leave my side." Eventually, feeling a tad shy, Shen Yuan gently kissed Su Yao's forehead as she drifted off to sleep before returning to his own room. That night, he slept soundly, feeling as though he had experienced the happiest dream of his life. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Shen Yuan rose early and busied himself in the kitchen. Before long, the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. Just then, Su Yao stirred awake. Shen Yuan smiled and nodded toward her, saying, "Hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." After Su Yao completed her morning routine and approached the dining table, she beheld a sumptuous spread of breakfast, golden fried eggs, steaming rice porridge, and several refreshing side dishes, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Shen Yuan, you have prepared an extraordinarily lavish breakfast." With a smile illuminating her face, her eyes curved like crescent moons, she spoke, Shen Yuan scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, I made a few extra dishes. Fearing you might not find them to your liking. Please, do taste them and see if they suit your palate. As they sat down to dine, laughter and conversation filled the air. From time to time, Shen Yuan would serve Su Yao some dishes, and she playfully fed him a bite in return. The atmosphere enveloped in a sweet ambience. After finishing their breakfast, Shen Yuan took Su Yao's hand as they stepped outside. The sunlight cascaded upon them, enveloping them in warmth. Throughout their stroll, Su Yao chirped like a joyful little bird, chattering incessantly, while Shen Yuan listened with a smile, occasionally responding. Upon noticing the wildflowers blooming by the roadside, Su Yao excitedly dashed over, crouching down to gently inhale their fragrance. Shen Yuan followed suit, plucking a flower and delicately tucking it into her hair, smiling as he remarked, It looks truly lovely. Su Yao's cheeks flushed, her gaze tender as she looked at Shen Yuan, and in that moment, they both found themselves deeply immersed in this blissful experience. Before long, noon arrived, and Shen Yuan busied himself in the kitchen, determined to prepare a sumptuous feast for Su Yao. He poured his heart and soul into several signature dishes, including braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Su Yao assisted, occasionally sneaking a taste, as they playfully bantered, filling the kitchen with laughter and joy. At lunchtime, Su Yao gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes and exclaimed, Shen Yuan, your culinary skills are remarkable. This is even better than what those restaurant chefs prepare. Shen Yuan smiled and replied, As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Sweetly satisfied, Su Yao finished her meal and patted her belly contentedly. Afterward, they boarded a tricycle to head into town. Throughout the ride, Su Yao snuggled closely against Shen Yuan, who gently wrapped his arms around her, occasionally whispering sweet nothings that made her giggle. Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, Shen Yuan purchased their tickets, and they made their way to the waiting area. A hint of reluctance shimmered in Su Yao's eyes as she grasped Shen Yuan's hand and said, Shen Yuan, time flies so quickly, I don't want to leave. Gently stroking her hair, Shen Yuan replied tenderly, I don't want you to go either, but we each have our own work and lives. Once my situation stabilizes, I will come to find you. Su Yao nodded and added, But you must remember to think of me and message me every day. Shen Yuan chuckled, assuring her, Of course, without you by my side, I will certainly miss you to the point of losing my appetite. Take good care of yourself over there. And if anything troubles you, let me know right away. With a playful pout, Su Yao asked, How will you think of me? Shen Yuan gazed earnestly into her eyes and replied, Every morning when I awaken, you will be the first thought on my mind. At work, when I see something amusing, I will wonder if you would like it. And before I sleep at night, I must think of you to find rest. Touched by his words, Su Yao felt her eyes welling with tears. She rose on her tiptoes and gently kissed his cheek, whispering, I will miss you always. Just then, the announcement indicated that it was time for Su Yao's train to board. Shen Yuan handed her luggage to her, embraced her tightly once more, and softly said in her ear, Safe travels. Message me when you arrive. Su Yao fought back her tears, nodded, and turned towards the ticket gate. After taking a few steps, she turned back to wave at Shen Yuan, who reciprocated until Su Yao's figure vanished into the crowd. Only then did Shen Yuan turn to leave, his heart brimming with joy as he exhaled a sigh of relief. He could finally immerse himself in his cherished pursuits once more. He resolved to achieve something remarkable swiftly, intending to surprise her in due course. Chapter 14, The Elemental Furnace. Mechanical ants in the afternoon. Shen Yuan stood within the somewhat cramped underground laboratory, surrounded by an array of instruments and equipment, the lighting casting mottled reflections upon them. Oh, the great romantic has returned triumphant. Congratulations, Shen Yuan. You have successfully escaped the ranks of the single and embraced beauty. Xinghai quipped, ever ready with his playful banter. Enough with the chit-chat. You have a new task. Keep an eye on Su Yao's situation. If she encounters any trouble, lend her assistance. And be sure to report back to me, Shen Yuan replied, growing accustomed to Xinghai's teasing, while casually assigning him the new responsibility. He lifted his gaze to the three-dimensional holographic image of the blueprint for the underground sci-fi base that Xinghai had designed. The intricate layout and detailed implementation steps resembled a mysterious map leading to the future, stirring Shen Yuan's emotions. Gazing upon it all, Shen Yuan felt both anxious and exhilarated. The tension stemmed from the unprecedented scale of this project, laden with challenges at every turn. Conversely, the thrill arose from the prospect of transforming this modest laboratory into a sci-fi base brimming with boundless possibilities, a dream he had long cherished. With this newfound motivation to strive earnestly, his resolve was fortified. Xinghai, standing before this plan feels like I'm at the threshold of a new journey. Both exhilarating and a tad unsettling, Shen Yuan murmured, his fists gently clenched, his eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. Fear not, Shen Yuan. With my assistance, we shall surely construct the base successfully. Xinghai's confident voice resonated within the laboratory, infusing Shen Yuan with a renewed vigor. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan prepared to begin assembling the small-scale elemental furnace synthesis device according to Xinghai's technical specifications. He instructed Xinghai to place an online order for a substantial quantity of various fundamental materials, expending over 500,000 yuan, while ensuring that all related digital traces were thoroughly eradicated. Fortunately, after nearly a month of stock market investments, Xinghai had seen their account swell from 2 million to over 9 million yuan. During the wait for logistics, Shen Yuan was far from idle. He meticulously studied the design schematics for the synthesis device, familiarizing himself with the structure and performance parameters of each component. Simultaneously, Xinghai harnessed formidable quantum computing capabilities and artificial intelligence technology to begin gathering global technological data. This included some internal network technical documents from physics departments that had been severed from the internet. By infiltrating and commandeering satellites, Xinghai forcibly established laser communication signals to connect with those internal networks, successfully acquiring the coveted technical information. Except for a few locations where signals could not be connected due to their exceedingly high security, Xinghai managed to collect an extensive array of technological data. Throughout this entire gathering process, no one noticed, nor were there any traces left behind. Following the guidance of the data, Xinghai commenced the intricate task of devising an optimized design for an intelligent mechanical ant, intended for mineral extraction and the construction of subterranean bases. 3 days later, upon the arrival of the materials, Shen Yuan eagerly transported them to the laboratory. Naturally, the continuous influx of logistics vehicles over those days piqued the villagers' curiosity, particularly that of his uncle, who inquired about Shen Yuan's activities. Shen Yuan deftly deflected with an excuse, claiming he was merely working on some small mechanical toys for a video. Within the underground laboratory, Shen Yuan donned gloves and, adhering to the design blueprint, embarked on the construction of the elemental furnace synthesis apparatus, temporarily setting aside the development of steel armor. He began by synthesizing the required new substances from various materials, employing telekinesis to shape them into the necessary electronic components and mechanical parts. Following the design schematics, he meticulously assembled all the components together. As he tightened the screws, a slight exertion revealed beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Xinghai, it seems the installation angle of this part deviates somewhat from the blueprint. Could you check if there's an issue here? Shen Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency. Xinghai swiftly analyzed the situation and replied, Shen Yuan, the angle is indeed slightly off. Adjusting it to 30 degrees should rectify the problem. Heeding Xinghai's advice, Shen Yuan cautiously adjusted the angle of the part. However, during the adjustment, the component suddenly became stuck and resisted movement. Shen Yuan's expression turned grim as he exerted more force, yet to no avail. What could be the issue? Is there a flaw in the part? His voice brimmed with confusion and frustration. Xinghai suggested, Shen Yuan, please inspect the groove of the part. Could there be any foreign objects obstructing it? Upon careful examination, Shen Yuan discovered a minuscule metallic shard lodged within the groove. With great caution, he utilized his telekinesis to remove the debris, allowing the component to finally align correctly. After each step, he paused to conduct a thorough inspection, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. After 3 arduous days, the elemental furnace synthesis apparatus was triumphantly assembled. Next, he installed the intelligent AI program designed by Xinghai. Once powered on, he prompted Xinghai to assess the operational status of the apparatus. After a considerable duration, Xinghai concluded the evaluation, confirming that all components were functioning smoothly without issue. Shen Yuan gazed at the apparatus, a smile gracing his lips, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. The device was nearly the size of a large water tank and weighed close to 2 tons. Fortunately, Shen Yuan had frequently practiced using telekinesis, enabling him to lift 2 tons, albeit with considerable effort. The power source utilized was a level 2 energy battery, containing a 1 centimeter energy crystal, sufficient to sustain the device at full capacity for an entire year. Once the apparatus was completed, Shen Yuan set it aside to clear space and promptly commenced the creation of the first-generation intelligent mechanical ant, as designed by Xinghai. He continued to utilize his extraordinary abilities to fabricate all the electronic components and mechanical parts, arranging them neatly on the workbench. The parts gleamed with a metallic luster under the illumination of the lights. Shen Yuan activated his microscopic vision and commenced his assembly work. With the ability to manipulate particles on a microscopic level, he eschewed the need for welding tools, allowing all components to seamlessly integrate into a unified whole. Skillfully, he employed his telekinetic powers to merge the minuscule chips onto the circuit board. Throughout the process, he maintained his microscopic vision, intently observing the intricate fusion of these precise electronic components, anxious to avoid even the slightest error. It was imperative that these electronic components were securely installed, otherwise, the mechanical worker ants could encounter significant issues during their operations. Their tasks involved considerable movements, and any looseness in the components could easily lead to malfunctions. As he pondered this, Shen Yuan exercised even greater caution in his telekinetic control. Upon completing the fusion installation, he conducted multiple tests on the circuit board to ensure each component was firmly anchored and that the circuit connections were functioning properly. Subsequently, he crafted the module for the primary intelligent mineral detector and affixed it to the body of the mechanical worker ant. This primary mineral detector was an optimization of various modern technologies combined by Shanghai. It could perform intelligent detection through its built-in AI algorithms, covering a range of mineral detection needs from shallow surface layers to depths of 2,000 meters, automatically identifying mineral types and generating 3D models. Shen Yuan was filled with anticipation, hoping it would uncover a greater variety of ore veins underground, enabling the base to swiftly achieve self-sufficiency in material supply, thus eliminating the need for external procurement and avoiding unwanted attention that could expose the base. After 2 days of diligent work, once all components were installed, he activated the laser communication device of the mechanical worker ant, allowing Shanghai to upload the intelligent AI program system and conduct various performance simulation tests. Currently, the mechanical worker ant could establish a swarm network with a diameter of 100 kilometers through the optimized laser communication module, subsequently controlled in real time by Shanghai via a large-scale laser communication device produced in the laboratory. Soon, Shanghai completed the uploading of the intelligent AI system and the performance simulation tests for the mechanical worker ant, yielding results in line with initial expectations. No issues arose. The parameters of this modular intelligent mechanical worker ant, designed by Shanghai, are as follows. It measures 12 meters in length, 0.8 meters in width, and 0.6 meters in height, weighing 300 kilograms, with a load capacity of 1 ton. Its operational speed reaches 10 kilometers per hour, while in emergency evacuations, it can achieve up to 30 kilometers per hour. It is capable of functioning in temperatures ranging from -60 to 180 degrees Celsius, with a waterproof and dustproof rating of IP69K, and features a coating resistant to radiation and electromagnetic pulses. It possesses an intelligent AI swarm collaboration network system. The mechanical worker ant is designed with a biomimetic structure, featuring a 6-legged hydraulic joint system, with 3 universal hydraulic joints on each leg, allowing for a leg extension of up to 30 centimeters. Its feet are equipped with nano-adhesive pads, mimicking the feet of geckos, enabling vertical climbing. The tail is fitted with a retractable tail vertebrae stabilizer, containing a gravity-sensing gyroscope. The abdomen is modular, allowing for interchangeable or building materials or equipment compartments. The core system uses a level 1 energy battery, with energy crystals measuring 1 millimeter per side, when encased in the output device. The entire battery measures 1 centimeter per side and can operate for 60 days on a single charge. Additionally, it features a laser communication module, capable of constructing a swarm network with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The multispectral sensing array is capable of mapping terrain through laser radar. Equipped with a primary intelligent mineral detector and an infrared life detector, the mechanical worker ant's forelimbs are fitted with 6 distinct tools: a diamond vibration drill, a laser cutting probe, a nano-welding gun, electromagnetic gripping claws for precise operations, and a 3D printing nozzle for extruding alloy powders or concrete gels. Additionally, there is a multifunctional robotic arm designed for repair tasks. This arm can lift objects weighing up to 12 tons, while a formation of 6 mechanical worker ants can transport objects weighing 3 tons. It also possesses an emergency protocol library, which automatically activates an escape mode in the event of a collapse, initiating a rescue program if a companion is in danger. If the self-destruct mode is activated, all data will be erased and the body will incinerate. The environmental adaptability system of the mechanical worker ant is robust, allowing it to thrive in extreme terrains such as cliffs, crevices, lava fields, deserts, or underwater environments. Shen Yuan gently caressed the mechanical worker ant, as if handling a precious work of art. "Little one, your performance will soon be under scrutiny," he remarked with a smile. Chapter 15. Metal 3D Rapid Printing. After the completion of 2 cutting-edge technological creations, Shen Yuan and Shanghai commenced practical testing of the elemental furnace synthesis apparatus and the first generation of intelligent mechanical worker ants. "Shanghai, please activate the operational mode of the mechanical worker ant," Shen Yuan said, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Understood, Shen Yuan," Shanghai responded, remotely activating the mechanical worker ant via the laser communication device. Subsequently, they maneuvered the intelligent mechanical worker ant within the laboratory. The joints of the mechanical worker ant's legs moved with agility, allowing it to traverse the floor with grace. The indicator lights of the primary mineral detector flickered, relaying various data. The detector functioned properly, accurately identifying metallic substances present in the laboratory. Shen Yuan listened intently to Shanghai's report, his eyes sparkling with joy. He instructed the mechanical worker ant to simulate traversing various terrains within the laboratory to test its stability and agility, deliberately placing obstacles to assess its obstacle avoidance capabilities. Following Shen Yuan's directives, Shanghai initiated the construction mode test for the mechanical worker ant. This compact and nimble machine swiftly advanced to the designated area to commence excavation. In an instant, the laboratory was filled with dust, prompting Shen Yuan to shield the working area with a telekinetic barrier to prevent debris from scattering. Before long, under the rapid operation of the mechanical worker ant, an opening measuring 3 meters wide and 2 meters high was excavated, and the extracted sand and soil were used to compact and reinforce the walls. Satisfied with the progress, Shen Yuan nodded in approval. With the successful testing of the mechanical worker ant, he formally commanded it to begin excavating an underground passage leading to an abandoned mine. During the excavation, it was also tasked with detecting any nearby mineral presence. Subsequently, Shen Yuan employed his telekinesis to relocate the elemental furnace synthesis apparatus to the newly excavated passage entrance before activating the power switch. Upon activation, the elemental furnace emitted a gentle hum, and the internal energy began to circulate, with various indicator lights illuminating. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze intently on the various data metrics displayed on the screen, scarcely daring to blink. After a while, a smile gradually spread across his face. Shanghai, it appears that the device is functioning normally, with all parameters meeting expectations. His tone was imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Shen Yuan utilized his telekinetic abilities to transport a large stone freshly excavated from the tunnel and cast it into the elemental smelting furnace for synthesis, subsequently setting the frequency parameters. Approximately 10 minutes later, several small solid blocks emerged from the outlet beneath the device, consisting of iron, aluminum, and crystalline silicon, while another waste outlet yielded several sizable blocks of refuse. Shen Yuan was delighted by this outcome, as it meant that the stones could be directly processed without the need to transport them to the surface, thereby minimizing exposure risks. Moreover, the waste material could be repurposed into construction materials for the base, yielding multiple benefits. Next, Shen Yuan resolved to produce additional mechanical worker ants. Operating with only one was rather sluggish. He aimed to create 10 mechanical worker ants initially to expedite the excavation of the tunnel and synthesize more materials, thus allowing the production line to be assembled without the need for manual fabrication. While Shen Yuan immersed himself in the creation of mechanical worker ants, Shanghai was simultaneously devising various new optimization technologies. These included rapid 3D metal printing technology, mass production techniques for photonic quantum chips, precision manufacturing at quantum and nanoscale levels, energy battery mass production technologies, mechanical worker ant assembly lines, and high-strength, ductile, earthquake-resistant concrete technologies. Currently, most of these advancements relied on Shen Yuan's extraordinary abilities for manual production, which was not conducive to the rapid development of the base. Fully engrossed in the task of producing more mechanical worker ants, Shen Yuan once again employed his superhuman powers to synthesize the necessary electronic components and mechanical parts. Each time he crafted a component, he meticulously inspected it to ensure quality. Meanwhile, Shanghai achieved a significant breakthrough in the design of the rapid 3D metal printing technology. Shen Yuan, the metal 3D rapid printing technology has matured, and the design plan for the related equipment is complete. With this technology, our efficiency in producing parts will be greatly enhanced, Shanghai excitedly reported. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan paused his work, his eyes alight with astonishment. That's wonderful, Shanghai. Once I finish crafting these mechanical worker ants, I will immediately commence the production of the metal 3D rapid printing equipment. After 2 days of diligent effort, Shen Yuan successfully constructed 9 mechanical worker ants. He arranged them in the laboratory, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he observed them. Shanghai, these 9 mechanical worker ants are ready. Please assign them tasks. And remember to have them throw the stones into the elemental furnace for material synthesis, Shen Yuan said with a smile. Shanghai responded, certainly, Shen Yuan. I have optimized their intelligent AI systems once more, enhancing their collaborative capabilities. Following the completion of the 9 mechanical worker ants, the first of them had already excavated 50 meters of tunnel. Throughout this process, the mineral detector failed to locate any valuable minerals, uncovering only ordinary rocks and soil. As the excavation progressed, they encountered a formidable layer of hard rock. The mechanical ants could utilize a laser cutting probe to dismantle it, albeit at the cost of efficiency. Shen Yuan, Star C reported, the hardness of the rock ahead exceeds expectations, significantly impacting the excavation efficiency of the mechanical ants. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan responded, Star C, deploy those 9 mechanical ants to assist in the operation. This collaborative approach will enhance our efficiency through specialized tasks. Following Shen Yuan's directive, Star C activated the newly constructed 9 mechanical ants and initiated collaborative mode. The 10 mechanical ants, each with clearly defined roles, divided their efforts, Some excavated the tunnel, while others transported the extracted stones to the elemental furnace synthesis apparatus for smelting. Their synchronized efforts markedly accelerated the pace of excavation and increased the quantity of synthesized materials. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan began constructing a metal 3D rapid printing device. This innovative apparatus amalgamated various modern metal 3D printing technologies and CNC machining techniques, resulting in a preliminary integrated intelligent, high-precision metal 3D printer, designed to fabricate all mechanical components for the ants. Despite his busy schedule with technological creations, Shen Yuan never neglected communication with Su Yao. Even on the rare occasions he might overlook it, Star C would consistently remind him daily, finding this to be an engaging task, relishing it with enthusiasm. As the mechanical ants continued to extend the tunnel, they drew closer to the abandoned mine. 3 days later, the mechanical ants had excavated a distance of 1 kilometer. And upon reaching this point, the primary mineral detector registered a response, indicating the presence of new mineral signs. Shen Yuan, we've discovered new mineral indications ahead. Possibly a small vein, Star C exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yuan's excitement surged. Excellent, Star C. Instruct the mechanical ants to continue the exploration and ascertain the precise location and scale of the vein. This will significantly secure our supply of construction materials for the base. At that moment, Star C also reported progress in the development of energy battery mass production technology. Shen Yuan, the mass production technology for energy batteries is nearing completion. We can initiate the establishment of the production line. With sufficient energy batteries, our equipment will operate more reliably, Star C conveyed with enthusiasm. That's wonderful. But I must first complete the metal 3D rapid printing device before we establish the energy battery production line. Meanwhile, please have the mechanical ants expand the laboratory. The current space is nearly insufficient, Shen Yuan noted, observing that the 100 square meter area was already brimming with materials, many of which were piled beside the tunnel. He recognized the critical importance of energy supply, yet acknowledged that the immediate demand was not substantial. Once the mechanical ants assembled the production line, a significant need for energy batteries would arise, marking the onset of rapid development for the base. Continuing his efforts, Shen Yuan immersed himself in the construction of the metal 3D rapid printing device. He meticulously selected appropriate materials in accordance with the design plan provided by Star C. Star C, are you certain about the parameters of this electronic component? I have always felt that something is different from before. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow and sought confirmation from Xinghai. Xinghai quickly replied, Shen Yuan, this parameter has undergone numerous verifications and is absolutely accurate. You can use it with confidence. Only then did Shen Yuan relax and continue with the installation of the print head and control system. While adjusting the printing parameters, Shen Yuan encountered a dilemma. The surface of the printed parts consistently exhibited fine lines, affecting precision. Xinghai, the printing accuracy has not improved, severely impacting the quality of the parts. Please investigate the cause, Shen Yuan remarked while observing and pondering. Xinghai analyzed the printing data and offered a suggestion. Shen Yuan, try reducing the printing speed by 20 and increasing the temperature by 5 degrees Celsius and see how it performs. Following this advice, Shen Yuan made the adjustments and printed again. The surface lines on the parts had significantly vanished, and the precision had greatly improved. Wonderful, Xinghai. I truly rely on you. Shen Yuan sighed in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After 3 days, the integrated intelligent high-precision metal 3D printing device was finally completed, enabling the resolution of part production tasks. During these 3 days, Xinghai deployed 2 mechanical worker ants to expand the laboratory, effectively doubling its size to 100 square meters, with further expansion still underway. Thankfully, the space was enlarged, otherwise, there would not have been room for the integrated intelligent high-precision metal 3D printing device. This device measures 3 meters in length, width, and height, capable of accommodating the integrated printing of many large components, and boasts an incredibly rapid printing speed, requiring only half an hour to print a 3-meter-long keel. Chapter 16. Rare Earth Veins. Energy batteries. Meanwhile, the mechanical worker ants continued to advance their excavation and mineral detection operations in the tunnels. Operating under the optimized collaborative model devised by Xinghai, they worked efficiently and swiftly. The excavating mechanical worker ants wielded their diamond vibration drill bits, exerting all their strength against the hard rock layers, with dust swirling in the tunnels. Thankfully, several large fans were vigorously blowing, expelling the dust through newly designed concealed exhaust outlets, which included a filtering device to prevent excessive dust from attracting the villagers' attention. The transporting mechanical worker ants systematically carried the excavated stones to the elemental smelting synthesis apparatus. Xinghai, these mechanical worker ants are becoming increasingly harmonious in their coordination. The excavation progress is clearly accelerating, Shen Yuan remarked, observing the monitoring screens with satisfaction. Xinghai responded, Indeed, Shen Yuan, Their intelligent AI system is continuously learning and adapting, and the efficiency of their collaboration will further improve as they delve deeper into the signs of newly discovered minerals after another 3 days. The mechanical worker ants had excavated to a depth of 15 kilometers, gradually determining the specific location and scale of a small mineral vein. It was discovered not far from the abandoned mine, Shen Yuan. This vein is rich in iron, copper, and various other metallic minerals, with a considerable reserve that will suffice for our base's construction for some time, Shanghai excitedly reported to Shen Yuan, also confirming the source of the earlier strange electromagnetic interference. Beneath this small mineral vein, located 1 kilometer down, lies a rare deposit of a minor rare earth vein accompanied by symbiotic magnetite, which together produce a unique electromagnetic wave radiation. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shen Yuan's eyes. This is remarkable, Shanghai. This news is tremendously beneficial for us. However, he cautioned that the rare earth minerals may contain radioactive elements, necessitating the formulation of a scientifically sound extraction plan prior to mining to ensure safety and efficiency. Shen Yuan and Shanghai immediately commenced their study of the extraction plan. They referenced an extensive array of rare earth mining data and, integrating the characteristics of mechanical ants, devised a meticulous plan. The proposal encompassed the reinforcement of the geological structure surrounding the vein to prevent collapses during extraction, as well as strategies for handling radioactive elements. Employing the diverse tools of the mechanical ants, they planned to mine in layers and segments, while establishing a comprehensive transportation and storage system to guarantee the timely processing of the extracted ores. Shanghai, this extraction plan should meet our needs, but we must remain adaptable during implementation based on real-time conditions, Shen Yuan remarked earnestly. Shanghai concurred, stating, Shen Yuan, I will monitor the extraction process closely, and should any issues arise, I will respond immediately. Once the extraction plan was finalized, Shen Yuan dispatched 2 mechanical ants to excavate an underground space 1 kilometer from the laboratory, designated for storing ores and the elemental furnace synthesis device, while also preparing for radiation protection. Concurrently, he initiated the construction of the energy battery production line. Utilizing the technical proposal provided by Shanghai, he began erecting the framework for the production line. Given the presence of tangible materials and specific structural compositions, Shanghai could derive the fabrication plan for the room temperature superconductor through extensive calculations and reverse engineering, subsequently designing a mass production line based on that plan. During the installation of critical equipment, Shen Yuan discovered dimensional discrepancies in the connection interfaces. With the assistance of a metal 3D rapid printing device, he swiftly assembled the production line, requiring only the fabrication of all electronic components. After 4 days, the progressive construction of the energy battery production line was completed, occupying a modest area of 12 square meters, 8 meters in length, 15 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, sufficient for the current requirements of low-energy battery production. After connecting the cold fusion device for power supply, Shen Yuan conducted a trial run. During the test, the production line exhibited unstable energy output. Shanghai, why is the energy output fluctuating? Shen Yuan inquired, puzzled. Following a comprehensive inspection of the production line, Shanghai identified that the parameters of the energy conversion module were inadequately set. Shen Yuan, we need to readjust the parameters of the energy conversion module. I have calculated the appropriate values. Please make the adjustments accordingly, Shanghai advised. After Shen Yuan recalibrated the parameters, the energy output stabilized, and they commenced the formal production of energy batteries, with 1 primary energy battery completed in just over a minute, simultaneously charging with energy upon completion. The primary energy battery contains 25 megawatt-hours of energy, equivalent to 2,500 kilowatt-hours, nearly matching the total energy of 3 tons of lithium batteries. The secondary energy battery is equivalent to 1,000 primary energy batteries. Currently, this production line is capable of manufacturing both primary and secondary energy batteries, with a daily output of 1,000 primary energy batteries and 1 secondary energy battery. The materials required for the production of energy batteries can be synthesized using an elemental furnace. The challenge of room temperature superconductors lies in the structure of the material particles. Once the specific structure is understood, synthesizing it can be achieved by adjusting the particle structure of relevant materials. Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to produce a batch of primary energy batteries for reserve, as current demand is not high. With the continuous extraction of ore, a pile of unprocessed minerals has accumulated in front of the elemental furnace. Shen Yuan and Shanghai optimized the synthesis process to enhance efficiency. They introduced various types of ore into the furnace in specific proportions, obtaining a greater variety and higher quality of materials through precise adjustment of frequency parameters. Shanghai, the quality of these materials is improving. Our reserves for base construction are becoming increasingly abundant, Shen Yuan remarked with delight. Shanghai replied, indeed, Shen Yuan, this is the result of our collective efforts. As the base construction progresses, we can continually optimize our technology and enhance production efficiency. Shen Yuan gazed at the bustling scene within the underground base, filled with pride. In just over 3 months since his return, he had achieved such significant progress from nothing. Chapter 17. Mass production of photonic quantum chips and quantum nano-precision manufacturing. On another day, Shen Yuan stood in the underground laboratory, observing the ever-expanding space with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Shanghai. The mass production technology for photonic quantum chips and the production line for quantum nano-precision manufacturing is quite challenging. You must keep a close watch on this, he expressed. Studying the mass production technical proposal provided by Shanghai, his brow slightly furrowed in concern. Shanghai's voice echoed cheerfully in the laboratory, brimming with confidence. Do not worry, Shen Yuan. With my presence, we shall surely succeed. Just keep your heart at ease and boldly forge ahead. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan approached the experimental table laden with various materials. The quantum nano-precision manufacturing production line equipment consists of 6 major modules. The quantum field control lithography system, with a precision of 0.3 nanometers. Atomic-level molecular beam epitaxy equipment, superfluid quantum etching device, self-repairing quantum dot self-assembly module, room temperature superconducting material printing unit, and a 4-dimensional quantum detection array. Following Shanghai's proposed plan, Shen Yuan began the development of each module's equipment. Shanghai operated the metal 3D rapid printing device to produce the mechanical components required for the production line, allowing Shen Yuan to focus solely on the core modules and electronic devices. The first task was the quantum field control lithography system module. Shen Yuan unfolded the detailed design steps suggested by Shanghai, picked up a piece of material, activated microscopic vision, and commenced the fabrication of the device's core components. He was wholly engrossed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. After 3 days of relentless effort, the quantum field-controlled lithography system module was finally completed, achieving the precise requirement of 0.1 nanometers. Shanghai, I owe you my gratitude for your reminder, otherwise I would have been at a loss, Shen Yuan exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Rest assured, I'm keeping a watchful eye, there will be no missteps. Oh, by the way, just a friendly reminder, your little girlfriend sent you a message on WeChat. You should respond quickly, or she might get upset, Shanghai assured him with fervor, all the while teasing Shen Yuan. In the ensuing days, Shen Yuan immersed himself in the laboratory day and night. When hunger struck, he would hastily consume instant noodles. And when fatigue set in, he would rest his head on the workbench for a brief slumber, wholly dedicated to the fabrication of quantum nano-precision manufacturing equipment. Meanwhile, Shanghai operated 2 mechanical ants to expand the laboratory. They prepared to construct a production workshop adjacent to the laboratory, intended for housing the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line and the photonic chip production line. The height requirement for this space was considerably lower than that of the laboratory, needing only 3 meters, a carefully calculated area designed by Shanghai for the production line. Given the current limited number of mechanical ants, they had to proceed with this temporary solution. Once the subsequent batch of mechanical ants was produced, they would reassess and optimize the layout. During this time, Suyao sent him numerous messages each day, inquiring about his well-being. Each time Shen Yuan replied, he felt a pang of guilt for the limited time he spent with her. Suyao also visited over the weekend in the middle of the month to spend a couple of days together. Suyao, I've been so swamped lately. Once this hectic period is over, I promise to devote quality time to you, Shen Yuan said, holding her close. It's all right. I can come over by myself and enjoy some sightseeing, Suyao replied, shaking her head. You are in a crucial phase of your career. Just focus on your work. And I can come by when I have time. Shen Yuan planted a tender kiss on Suyao's forehead, then reluctantly and apologetically saw her off. After spending time with Suyao, he returned to his busy schedule, and so time quietly slipped by for a month and a half. At last, Shen Yuan successfully completed the equipment for the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line. As he relaxed, he instructed Shanghai to conduct a simulation test before collapsing into a deep sleep. Utterly exhausted from the previous days, he slept profoundly, waking up a full day later, still groggy and disoriented. Once he gathered his senses, he hastened to the kitchen to prepare an extravagant feast for himself, treating himself lavishly. Only then did he leisurely enter the laboratory to commence testing the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line. This manufacturing line incorporated a series of advanced devices, covering a total area of 2,000 square meters. It possessed fully automated and intelligent integrated production capabilities, allowing for precise manufacturing throughout the entire process without human intervention. As long as the raw materials were categorized and the corresponding parameters were set, the desired products could be produced seamlessly. The production of quantum computing chips, terahertz communication modules, and room temperature superconducting circuits is an effortless endeavor. This apparatus perfectly aligns with Shen Yuan's current demands for electronic components. allowing Shanghai to oversee the entire manufacturing process without Shen Yuan lifting a finger. Over the past month, 2 mechanical ants have been diligently and efficiently constructing the production facility. They wield various tools to excavate and transport materials, creating a vast space measuring 100 meters in width, 100 meters in length, and 3 meters in height, sufficient to accommodate the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line and the subsequent chip production line. With the mechanical ants continuing to expand the area, Shen Yuan first approached the elemental furnace synthesis apparatus to produce the necessary raw materials for production. He subsequently placed the raw materials into the classification feed inlet of the production line, configured the parameters, and pressed the start button. The machinery immediately buzzed to life. And before long, a quantum chip, a terahertz communication module, and a room-temperature superconducting circuit board emerged from the output. Shen Yuan carefully examined each product using microscopic vision and found no issues with their quality, which greatly pleased him. This quantum nano-precision manufacturing line employs quantum dot technology, capable of producing 10,000 quantum devices each month, each containing 100 million quantum dots, 20,000 square meters of multilayer circuit boards with a line width of 1 nanometer, and 300,000 superconducting components, with the total monthly power consumption amounting to 10 GWh. Shen Yuan, this production line has been tested and found to be flawless, and is now ready for formal production, Shanghai remarked joyfully. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement, instructing Shanghai to commence the production of a batch, before taking a half-day break to engage in a video call with Su Yao, nurturing their relationship. Following this, he immersed himself in the research and development of the optical quantum chip production line equipment. In fact, with minor modifications, the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line could also be utilized for the production of optical quantum chips. However, this was unnecessary, as the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line serves as a versatile precision manufacturing platform primarily intended for large-scale integrated manufacturing of electronic devices. The optical quantum chip production line, on the other hand, is specifically designed for the production of optical quantum chips, boasting significantly superior output capabilities. The equipment for the optical quantum chip production line comprises 4 modules: core material preparation, integrated optical quantum chip manufacturing, packaging and testing, and assembly line. Shen Yuan began the research and development of each module according to the design scheme devised by Shanghai. During this fabrication process, Shanghai was responsible for operating the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line and the metal 3D rapid printing device, producing 99 components of the optical quantum chip production line. Shen Yuan, in turn, focused solely on the critical task of synthesizing new materials and transforming them into components. He activated his microscopic vision and commenced the creation of gallium arsenide quantum dot lasers, precisely growing quantum dot arrays on silicon substrates. Shen Yuan concentrated his efforts, carefully manipulating the structure of microscopic particles with his mental prowess. During this process, beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, and every movement had to be executed with flawless precision. Even a slight error could render the quantum dot array useless. Shen Yuan, your control is steady. Maintain that composure. However, the arrangement of particles in this region could be more compact, Shanghai remarked, monitoring the situation in real time through his instruments. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, adjusting the output of his mental force to achieve a tighter arrangement of particles. His gaze was fixated on the microscopic realm, as if the entire world had shrunk to just himself and the quantum dot laser he was constructing. Phew, that was close. I nearly made a mistake. Shen Yuan exhaled in relief, a hint of gratitude gracing his expression. After several hours of diligent effort, he successfully completed the gallium arsenide quantum dot laser and proceeded with the subsequent module devices. Within 3 days, the entire photonic quantum chip production line was established. Thanks to the increasingly sophisticated equipment at the base, the pace of research and manufacturing would accelerate even further, to the point where Shen Yuan would no longer need to be directly involved. Shen Yuan meticulously connected all the equipment of this production line, which occupied a substantial 8,000 square meters of the workshop, completely filling the space. Fortunately, over the past few days, 2 mechanical worker ants had expanded by over 100 square meters. Otherwise, there might not have been a place to stand. Next, Shen Yuan began to conduct practical tests on the photonic quantum chip production line to assess the production efficiency and quality of the chips, while instructing Shanghai to record the relevant data for future improvements. This photonic quantum chip production line was theoretically designed to yield 600 wafers per day. Each wafer measured 300 by 300 millimeters, and each photonic quantum chip was 33 millimeters, translating to a daily output of 6 million chips. In terms of single chip production capacity, this vastly surpassed the quantum nano-precision manufacturing line, illustrating the disparity between specialized and general production, with a monthly power consumption of 12 GWh. Soon, a wafer was produced, Shen Yuan picked it up and meticulously examined it with microscopic vision, confirming that its quality was impeccable. He then placed it on the nearby testing apparatus for Shanghai to verify as well. The results indicated that the performance fully met the design specifications. This photonic quantum chip boasted a computational power of 10 to the 23rd power per second, achieving 1,000th of the computational capacity of the Shanghai photonic quantum supercomputer, an impressive feat. Upon seeing these figures, Shen Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing he would not have to worry about chip production for a considerable time. He also decided to have Shanghai produce a batch of chips to stockpile, as continuous production was not feasible at the moment due to material supply limitations. Chapter 18. The mechanical worker ants commence mass production early the next morning. Shen Yuan climbed out of bed, quickly washed up, and devoured his breakfast in a few hurried bites, carelessly tossing his bowl into the sink with a clatter. He rushed toward the underground laboratory, mentally planning the day's tasks as his pace quickened. Upon entering the lab, he was greeted by the sight of two mechanical worker ants busily at work. Shen Yuan hastened to a mechanical ant, patting its exterior and saying, "Shanghai, we must expedite the assembly line for the mechanical ants. Only by deploying a multitude of them can we hasten the construction of the base." Shanghai replied with assurance. "Do not worry. The assembly line is not complex and the technical requirements are minimal. I will soon have the components ready. You merely need to await the assembly." With that, Shanghai maneuvered a mechanical ant swiftly towards the stockpile of raw materials, deftly grasping the materials and placing them precisely in designated locations. Shen Yuan nodded appreciatively and patted the mechanical ant again, saying, "Thank you, Shanghai. Your presence gives me great reassurance." He then pulled up a chair and settled down, his gaze fixed intently on Shanghai's operations. As the production line components were being fabricated, Shen Yuan retrieved his phone and opened his chat history with Su Yao. As he perused their past conversations, a smile unconsciously graced his lips, and he let out a soft sigh. Engrossed in the base's construction, he had scarcely had the chance to connect with Su Yao, and at that moment, he yearned to converse with her more. "Su Yao, how are you today? Do you miss me?" Shen Yuan sent a message. Almost instantly, Su Yao responded, "Of course I miss you. It's been ages since you've spent quality time with me." Shen Yuan chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as he shared snippets of his life with her. Although he endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone, Su Yao could still sense his busyness. "Make sure to rest. Don't overexert yourself," she advised with concern. Shen Yuan straightened up to reply, "Rest assured. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Once this hectic period concludes, I will come to be with you." Meanwhile, deep underground, the remaining 6 mechanical ants steadfastly maintained their posts. 2 weeks prior, they had unearthed a small vein of, or situated 5 kilometers from the laboratory. Shanghai had assigned 2 of the mechanical ants to mine the ore, and they promptly activated their diamond-tipped drill bits, the rhythmic thudding echoing through the cavern and stirring up clouds of dust. The other 4 continued to excavate deeper into the vein. As the depth increased, the difficulty of excavation escalated, and with a limited number of mechanical ants, progress slowed considerably. 2 days earlier, they had finally succeeded in reaching a rare earth or deposit, and upon hearing this news, Shen Yuan and Shanghai were jubilant. Shen Yuan leapt from his chair, fist raised in exultation, exclaiming, "Splendid." Yet, reflecting on the mining pace, he returned to his seat, furrowing his brow. At a distance of 1 kilometer from the laboratory, 2 mechanical ants assigned to excavate storage space had performed admirably, creating a storage area measuring 30 meters in length, 40 meters in width, and 10 meters in height. Shen Yuan arrived at the storage site, surveying the area before addressing Shanghai. "Though this warehouse is quite spacious, at the current rate of extraction, it will soon be filled. Have them continue to expand." He subsequently instructed Shanghai to extend the space further. As night fell, Shanghai informed Shen Yuan, "Shen Yuan, all the components for the assembly line are complete." Shen Yuan immediately sprang to his feet, rushing to the area where the components were laid out, seizing the crucial parts to commence assembly. He harnessed the power of telekinesis, deftly lifting several screwdrivers and components simultaneously, executing multiple tasks with remarkable finesse, an impressive skill he had honed over recent weeks. While tightening screws, his gaze remained fixed on the various tasks at hand, utterly devoid of distraction. After several hours, the production line was fully assembled. Shen Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and a smile graced his face. Next, he connected the power supply and pressed the start button to commence testing, while Shanghai simultaneously initiated the diagnostic program. Shen Yuan's eyes were intently focused on the production line, his hands instinctively clenched. The test proceeded smoothly. Subsequently, Shen Yuan used his telekinesis to relocate the metal 3D rapid printing device and energy battery production line to the workshop. He then cheerfully instructed Shanghai, "Shanghai, please design the layout of the production line tonight, and ensure the supporting conveyor belt and multifunctional robotic arm are ready. This will transform the workshop into a fully automated intelligent assembly line." It's getting late. I'll head back to rest. Shanghai replied, no problem. You can rest assured. I will see to it. The following morning, Shen Yuan arrived at the laboratory bright and early. Following the layout plan designed by Shanghai the previous night, he levitated the production line equipment into position using his telekinesis. Once everything was in place, he installed the connections for the conveyor belt and multifunctional robotic arm, while Shanghai immediately immersed himself in debugging the intelligent connection program between the production line, conveyor belt, and robotic arm. Simultaneously, he optimized and integrated the intelligent programs of each production process, ensuring they meshed together like finely tuned gears, operating in perfect harmony. Before long, the entire workshop had transformed into a fully automated intelligent assembly line. Shen Yuan stepped back a few paces, surveying the result with his hands on his hips. Filled with anticipation, everything was ready. Standing before the assembly line, he took a deep breath and called out, Shanghai, let us commence the production of the mechanical worker ants. Shanghai promptly responded, activating the entire assembly line. For mechanical worker ants transported a plethora of raw materials, feeding them into the production line's intake. Observing the mechanical worker ants bustling about, Shen Yuan felt a surge of accomplishment and could not resist spinning in place. Soon, the production line began to discharge components, which were conveyed by the conveyor belt and robotic arms, initiating the assembly of the mechanical worker ants. Shen Yuan's eyes were glued to the moving parts. At times, he leaned in for a closer look, then stepped back to observe. 10 minutes later, the first mechanical worker ant successfully rolled off the line. Both Shen Yuan and Shanghai were riveted, and Shanghai immediately conducted a connectivity test. Once the data confirmed everything was normal, he proceeded with the practical assessment. Shen Yuan held his breath, his eyes wide, watching the testing process with bated breath. His heart racing. The test went smoothly. Everything was in order, and its performance mirrored that of the one Shen Yuan had crafted by hand. Exchanging a glance, Shen Yuan and Shanghai erupted into joyous laughter, with Shen Yuan exclaiming, this is fantastic, Shanghai. We have succeeded. He waved his arms exuberantly. Shanghai, equally elated, chimed in, indeed, Shen Yuan. With so many mechanical worker ants, the pace of our base's construction is about to soar. Next, behold my resolve. With these little companions, we shall embark on a grand endeavor to transform our base into an impregnable fortress of technology. Currently, we can assemble 6 mechanical worker ants per hour, which translates to a staggering output of 144 mechanical worker ants over a full day of 24 hours. In a month, this yields a remarkable production capacity of 320 units. He promptly assigned a mission to Shanghai to operate at full capacity around the clock while judiciously allocating the tasks of the mechanical worker ants, adjusting their execution according to the base's plan layout. Shanghai responded eagerly, understood, Shen Yuan. I will ensure the construction of the base accelerates at an unprecedented pace. The assembly line continued its relentless operation, birthing one mechanical worker ant after another. Shen Yuan gazed at the production line, his fists clenched in anticipation, envisioning the underground base taking shape. Chapter 19. Development of Human Enhancement Serums. The following day, Shen Yuan stood by the assembly line, his eyes fixed intently on the whirring machinery. As he witnessed the continuous emergence of mechanical worker ants, a wave of elation surged within him. In his eyes, these mechanical creatures represented the hope of the base's advancement, and he could almost envision the swift construction of the base, facilitated by these industrious little beings. Suddenly, without warning, a wave of dizziness assailed him abruptly. He staggered, his body swaying perilously, nearly collapsing to the ground. In a frenzied effort, he reached out, gripping a nearby piece of equipment, his knuckles turning pale. This phenomenon had been occurring with increasing frequency, particularly after each intense exertion of his superpowers. Dizziness and fatigue clung to him persistently. A surge of helplessness and panic washed over him, prompting an unsettling thought. Had his body reached its limits? It seemed that wielding superpowers came with a price. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself and alleviate his discomfort, yet the dizziness persisted. Shen Yuan, what's wrong? Shanghai's anxious voice echoed in the laboratory. According to the data analyzed from your fitness tracker, your cellular metabolism rate has exceeded the limit by 173%, and your body is under severe strain. You can no longer push your superpowers to the brink. Shen Yuan inhaled deeply again, attempting to regain his composure. He understood that Shanghai spoke the truth. He raised his hand to massage his throbbing temples, trying to dispel the dizziness while contemplating a solution. This continuous overload on his body was unsustainable in the long term. It needed addressing urgently. But where to begin? In a moment of clarity, Shen Yuan recalled the theoretical framework of human genetic engineering he had previously explored. After developing the theory, he had become engrossed in training and work, leaving that line of inquiry unattended. He pondered that to resolve his physical issues, he would need to delve deeper into the study of biology. At present, the construction of the base had just entered a phase of rapid development, primarily focusing on foundational tasks. with Xinghai overseeing operations. He could use this opportunity to concentrate on his bodily concerns. After all, he had been receiving overload warnings for some time now, and he felt like a bomb that could detonate at any moment. If he did not swiftly alleviate the burden on his body, he risked a catastrophic collapse, rendering all his previous efforts futile. This was absolutely unacceptable. He had just started a relationship, and a future filled with countless beautiful possibilities awaited him. He must resolve this issue post-haste. Xinghai, after a comprehensive analysis of various data, please assist me in estimating how much longer my body can endure. As Shen Yuan felt the dizziness gradually receding, he inquired, Shen Yuan, your cellular metabolic rate has once again surged, exceeding the normal level of 174. And it continues to rise slowly. Should it reach 300 and persist for several hours, there is a significant risk of acute organ failure, and in severe cases, it may lead to sudden death. Xinghai's voice was urgent and grave. Based on the current upward trend, it is projected to breach the 300 threshold in just 7 days. Shen Yuan, you must restore your cellular metabolic rate within this time frame. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing that he had 7 days, Shen Yuan's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He understood that this was not merely a case of ordinary fatigue causing a severe overload of cellular metabolism, but rather the repercussions of frequently wielding his superpowers. At this moment, he comprehended the root of the issue. During this period, his superpowers had been steadily enhancing, and the energy of his soul surged like a rising tide. Yet, he had been so preoccupied with tasks that he neglected his physical training, resulting in a deterioration of his physique rather than improvement. The flesh serves as the vessel for soul energy. As the power of his soul intensified, his body weakened, and the container was on the verge of bursting. 7 days, though seemingly a race against time, fell within the realm of his endurance. If he could successfully develop a human enhancement serum in these 7 days, it would not only address his immediate physical crisis, but also hold the potential to elevate his superpowers. After all, a stronger body would inevitably enhance his soul energy. His mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze firmly on Xinghai. Xinghai, immediately compile global biological data. I intend to develop a human enhancement serum within 7 days to bolster my physical strength and resolve this predicament. He silently encouraged himself. I can do this. I must succeed within 7 days. At that moment, time loomed like a heavy stone, pressing down upon his heart. Despite the immense pressure, his eyes radiated an unyielding determination. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan yanked a chair and sat down in front of the holographic screen with a clatter. He donned the consciousness helmet beside him, his eyes fixed intently on the holographic display as his mind raced. The biological materials compiled by Xinghai, including the comprehensive genome editing technology database and extreme environmental adaptation evolution reports, scrolled across the screen, simultaneously flowing into his mind through the consciousness helmet as a stream of data. He continuously switched pages, at times furrowing his brow in deep thought as he pondered the relationship between human biology and physical load. The biological knowledge clashed and swirled in his mind, creating a sense of confusion, yet his gaze remained resolute. Occasionally, he scribbled notes on paper, anxious not to miss any crucial information, his handwriting somewhat crooked. When encountering key knowledge, he activated his microscopic vision, wholly absorbed in deciphering the mysteries of biological gene molecules, leaving no detail overlooked. He murmured to himself, I must grasp this knowledge and uncover the key to enhancing the human body. The abundance of information proved overwhelming, instilling within him both resolve and a sense of urgency. 2 days later, Shen Yuan had cultivated a preliminary understanding of biological data and promptly embarked on an in-depth exploration of the applications of genetic engineering and biochemistry in the realm of human enhancement. He meticulously analyzed each known gene editing technique, striving to uncover effective avenues for enhancing cellular metabolic efficiency and augmenting bodily functions. Throughout this process, numerous technical challenges emerged, such as the interference among different gene sequences and the precise introduction of edited genes into target cells, issues that urgently required resolution. To tackle these challenges, Shen Yuan devoted considerable effort to reviewing literature while simultaneously directing Xinghai to conduct multiple rounds of extensive simulation experiments. Within a virtual environment, Shen Yuan constructed various human models, allowing Xinghai to perform sequential simulation tests on diverse gene editing schemes. Each experimental result was meticulously documented, enabling Shen Yuan to analyze the advantages and limitations therein. In addressing complex problems, Shen Yuan engaged in profound discussions with Xinghai, who, leveraging its formidable computational capabilities, provided an abundance of data support and theoretical analysis. After extensive simulations and analyses, Shen Yuan gradually clarified a feasible path for gene editing. He planned to target specific gene segments for modification to enhance cellular energy metabolism efficiency, thereby alleviating bodily burdens. Concurrently, Xinghai, with its powerful computational prowess, processed billions of simulation experiments in parallel, focusing on deducing viable solutions for human enhancement agents. During this process, data flowed rapidly, and the simulations advanced in an orderly manner according to established protocols. Shanghai, through self-motivated enhancement of its computational efficiency, aspired to generate optimal solutions to assist Shen Yuan in overcoming current challenges. Faced with the vast array of simulation data, even with Shanghai's robust computational power, significant computational pressure loomed. During the deducing process, a set of critical data conflicted, necessitating a temporary halt in computations. Shanghai promptly initiated a logic sorting program to re-verify and analyze the related data, a process that consumed a considerable amount of time. Throughout this period, the program exhibited frequent code fluctuations, vividly reflecting the urgent need for breakthroughs shared by both Shanghai and Shen Yuan. As his comprehension of knowledge deepened, Shen Yuan realized that relying solely on simulation experiments might not suffice to capture the critical points. After careful consideration, he resolved to establish a biological laboratory. Subsequently, he directed Shanghai to utilize several advanced production devices to fabricate the necessary instruments and materials for the biological experiments, swiftly assembling the laboratory. All existing technological equipment from Blue Star could be produced using these devices. Thus, the production tasks of the mechanical ants could be temporarily suspended. True to Shen Yuan's expectations, Shanghai, through the collaborative efforts of numerous mechanical ants, successfully expanded and assembled a 1,000 square meter biological laboratory adjacent to the production workshop in just one day. Chapter 20. Preliminary Gene Enhancement Agent. With all preparations complete, Shen Yuan donned his laboratory attire, equipped with protective goggles and holding a pipette, officially initiating the development process of the human enhancement agent. He instructed the Star C system to first filter out several schemes with the highest success rates from the simulated experiments. Following this, he approached the extraction of biological samples with meticulous diligence, thoroughly organizing relevant knowledge points and referencing the simulated experimental data, adhering strictly to the established design ratios. He precisely injected the reagents into the experimental containers one by one. During the operation, he gritted his teeth and bravely activated his microscopic vision ability once more. His hands trembled slightly, yet he maintained steady and precise movements, fully aware that each step not only determined the experiment's success, but was also crucial for enhancing his own superpowers. He fixated intently on the liquids within the test tubes, not allowing any minute changes to escape his microscopic gaze, conscious that even the slightest error could prove detrimental. During the actual formulation of the agent, Shen Yuan encountered compatibility issues with the reagents. Several substances that had demonstrated stable reactions in simulations reacted violently when mixed in reality, causing the solution to change color and boil instantaneously. He promptly ceased operations, meticulously verifying the purity and ratios of the reagents while consulting relevant literature to seek solutions. Through in-depth research, he discovered that impurities in one of the reagents interfered with the stability of the reaction. Consequently, he employed his microscopic manipulation abilities to purify the reagent, successfully obtaining a substance with a purity of 100 that met all requirements. However, new challenges arose during subsequent formulation efforts. Testing revealed that the active ingredient content of the prepared agent exhibited a persistent decline during storage, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Shen Yuan initially suspected that this phenomenon was triggered by substandard storage conditions. Based on this hypothesis, he systematically adjusted the packaging materials and storage temperature parameters, validating the effects of these adjustments through multiple rounds of experimentation. Ultimately, he successfully determined an appropriate storage plan that effectively maintained the agent's activity levels. After 72 hours of rigorous experimentation, during which he experienced dizziness multiple times, Shen Yuan persevered to complete a substantial amount of work. Upon finishing, he uploaded all experimental data to the Star C system for computational analysis, ultimately yielding a highly effective agent based on the current experimental data. Holding the vial of the agent, though fatigue seeped into his gaze, excitement was unmistakable. In his heart, he reflected, the experiment had finally achieved a significant milestone. The first step had been successfully taken. Yet, he was acutely aware that the agent had yet to undergo clinical trials and required animal testing to further validate its safety and efficacy. To ensure the agent's safety, Shen Yuan took it to a secluded corner of the village. He whistled, summoning a local stray dog, which trotted over, wagging its tail. He crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head and soothing it with soft words, thinking, "Little fellow, do cooperate well." He then cautiously poured a small amount of the agent onto the ground, watching as the dog curiously licked it up. After completing the feeding, Shen Yuan stood by, intently observing, periodically utilizing instruments to conduct indicator tests. During the wait, time seemed to stand still, and he remained in a state of heightened tension. Suddenly, the experimental dog sneezed, trembled, and then collapsed, its limbs rigid. Seeing this, Shen Yuan instinctively took a step back, his expression filled with alarm as he gazed at the fallen dog. He then picked up a nearby branch and prodded it, feeling its stiffness. At that moment, a voice from his phone broke the silence. Shen Yuan, do not panic. According to the design theory, the subject may be undergoing a bodily enhancement process, resulting in a state of apparent death. Continue to observe and see if it can recover. Upon hearing these words, the tension within Shen Yuan eased slightly, and he resumed his watchful stance. After approximately half an hour, the dog's front leg twitched gently, and suddenly, it lifted its head and stood up. The dog looked around, spotted Shen Yuan, and wagged its tail enthusiastically, then rushed over to lick his pant leg. Without warning, the dog leaped up high, giving Shen Yuan a thorough lick on the face. Startled, Shen Yuan instinctively recoiled, hurriedly wiping the saliva from his face. The dog, exuberant, bounced around excitedly. Shen Yuan, having wiped away the moisture, looked at the dog with a mix of exasperation and amusement. An idea struck him, and he beckoned the dog to come closer. The dog, recognizing the gesture, came running with a wagging tail, licked Shen Yuan's hand, and surprisingly sat obediently, gazing up at him with eagerness. Observing this transformation, Shen Yuan realized the dog had evidently become more intelligent. He reached out to pet the dog, feeling its firm and resilient body. Now reassured, he understood that the serum had taken effect. Shen Yuan, the efficacy of the serum has been validated. It is an overwhelming success, and you may take it with confidence. The voice of Shanghai resonated clearly from the phone, steady and assured. It appeared that success was indeed at hand. I will conduct a final review to ensure accuracy. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, relief washing over him. Before he resumed his meticulous checks, after thoroughly re-examining everything, he felt certain that the serum was indeed successful. Overjoyed, he celebrated with a triumphant gesture and then swiftly made his way to the laboratory. The dog, watching Shen Yuan's departing figure, tilted its head as if pondering something. It then dashed after him. Just as Shen Yuan was about to enter his house, he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he realized it was the dog. Annoyed, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go on, don't follow me, you're not allowed inside." Upon hearing this, the dog promptly lay down beside him. Shen Yuan, preoccupied, closed the door and hurried into the underground biolab. He prepared a new serum with even higher standards. Gazing at the vial he had just named the primary gene enhancement serum, he hesitated for an extended moment, hesitant to drink it. Shanghai urged him impatiently, "Shen Yuan, stop dawdling and consume the gene serum quickly. The metabolic rate of the cells in your body has already exceeded the normal level of 285. You cannot delay any longer. Reflect upon your young girlfriend. You have yet to embark on a genuine date." Noticing Shen Yuan's lingering hesitation, Shanghai resorted to invoking Su Yao to persuade him. Upon hearing her name, memories of Su Yao flooded Shen Yuan's mind. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and, with a swift motion, consumed the potion, tilting his head back to pour the contents into his mouth. After swallowing, he smacked his lips in surprise, remarkably sweet and quite palatable. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his eyes fluttered shut, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor. Shanghai discreetly captured this scene with a monitoring device. Exclaiming with exhilaration, "This shot is nothing short of classic. It must be preserved." Chapter 21. The effects of physical enhancement within the laboratory. The dim, yellow light cascaded freely, enveloping the silence that was punctuated only by the faint hum of machinery. Shen Yuan lay motionless upon the frigid floor, engulfed by a dizzying sensation akin to a surging tide. Waves of disorientation relentlessly crashed over him, gradually clouding his consciousness until he succumbed to the abyss of unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, a breathtaking metamorphosis was unfolding within his very being. At this moment, the potion resembled myriad tiny transformative sprites racing through his body, silently initiating an enhancement journey. However, events did not proceed smoothly along the anticipated trajectory. As the potency integrated into his cells, it encountered fierce resistance from his inherently chaotic bodily functions. Even in a state of unconsciousness, Shen Yuan could vaguely sense the wondrous transformation at play within him. Yet, this metamorphosis was accompanied by excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones. His body convulsed uncontrollably, and beads of sweat, akin to pearls, adorned his forehead. These droplets cascaded down his cheeks, pooling on the floor to form a small patch of moisture. Simultaneously, a black substance began to ooze from his body, and a foul stench rapidly pervaded the entire biological laboratory. Shanghai noticed fluctuations in the data on various monitoring instruments. He swiftly secured the laboratory door and activated the highest capacity exhaust ventilation system. As the enhancement process extended to his brain, an indescribable agony surged through his very soul like tumultuous waves. His entire form became rigid, and, in a moment of unconsciousness, he let out a primal roar. "Ah!" Low growls reverberated through the laboratory in response. Throughout this lengthy and torturous ordeal, his consciousness struggled valiantly in the dark. It was as though he were adrift in an infinite ocean of shadows, desperately seeking a glimmer of light. In his mind, he repeatedly envisioned a beautiful future with Su Yao. This cherished vision fortified his resolve to endure, fiercely combating the dual torment of body and spirit. With each wave of excruciating pain, he silently affirmed, "For Su Yao, I must persevere." Time became an abstract concept, and eventually, the torment began to wane. Shen Yuan's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The laboratory lights were somewhat blinding, prompting him to squint instinctively as he adjusted to the surrounding brightness. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation of refreshment surged through him like a gentle stream, invigorating his spirit. He was momentarily taken aback, his mind brimming with curiosity about the origin of this extraordinary sensation. As he attempted to move his limbs, he was overwhelmed by an inexhaustible surge of strength, as if his body concealed an endless reservoir of energy. The previous sensation of dizziness that accompanied even the slightest exertion had vanished entirely. However, upon noticing the grimy residue covering his body, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. In an astonishing turn of events, the dark filth began to decompose rapidly, transforming into wisps of smoke that dissipated instantaneously. His eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of ecstasy swelling within him. Could this be the enhancement effect of the potion, awakening a latent superpower? Yet, he remained cautious, carefully stretching his body once more. He engaged every joint, acutely aware of the explosive power hidden within his muscles. Confirming the absence of discomfort, he took a deep breath and leapt high into the air, his body as light as that of a nimble deer. He joyfully spun in place, reveling in the transformation of his physique, his heart ablaze with excitement. He sensed that not only had his strength surged, but his flexibility and coordination had also improved remarkably, as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. At this moment, he was filled with awe and anticipation regarding the changes brought about by his enhanced physique. Previously, excessive use of his powers would leave him dizzy, but now, the situation was entirely different. His body felt invigorated, brimming with limitless energy. Even lifting heavy construction materials seemed effortless. The sensation was exhilarating, and all prior worries seemed to vanish in an instant. He was overjoyed, realizing he was ready to embark on grand endeavors. "Shanghai, quickly assist me in testing my physical parameters," Shen Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his voice echoing throughout the laboratory, tinged with a subtle tremor that reflected his mingled exhilaration and anxiety. Shanghai responded promptly, activating various instruments. Beams of scanning light danced around Shen Yuan. The indicator lights on the devices flickered incessantly, emitting faint beeping sounds. Standing firm, Shen Yuan planted his feet on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the instruments. His fists unconsciously clenched. However, during the scanning process, the apparatus suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. The sound shattered the laboratory's tranquility, reminiscent of a haunting owl's cry, sending chills down his spine. Shen Yuan's heart raced, his gaze fixed on the equipment, a blend of tension and excitement mingling with an undercurrent of unease. He silently prayed, hoping that all of this was indeed real, and that his body had truly become stronger. Shanghai's voice took on a serious tone. "Shen Yuan, there are fluctuations in the data. It seems some components of the potion are still undergoing a deeper integration with your body. Do not worry, I will analyze it further." Shen Yuan took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, his eyes unwaveringly focused on the instruments, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. He could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat, resonating with startling clarity in the stillness of the laboratory. After a considerable interval, Shanghai excitedly reported, "Shen Yuan, this is truly astonishing. Your physical constitution has undergone a remarkable enhancement. The cellular metabolism, previously disrupted due to overexertion, has now returned to normal, and all indicators far exceed those of an average person. Now, please proceed to the machine beside you to test your punching power." Upon hearing Shanghai's report, Shen Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. He approached the strength testing apparatus that Shanghai had prepared, clenching his fist tightly. He felt the surge of power coursing through his arms, his muscles taut and imbued with immense strength. With a confident smile gracing his lips, he unleashed a powerful punch. The apparatus displayed a figure, 812 kilograms. "Shen Yuan, impressive. This punching power surpasses that of the world champion's 800 kilograms by a significant margin." Shanghai praised at the opportune moment. Shen Yuan raised his head with pride. It was worth noting that prior to the enhancement, his punching power, though untested, would not have exceeded 100 kilograms, given his relatively frail constitution as a programmer. Subsequently, Shanghai instructed Shen Yuan to perform a vertical jump test. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan leaped with all his might, soaring to a height of over 3 meters. "Shen Yuan, excellent. You achieved a vertical jump of 3.26 meters. It appears this serum is exceptionally effective. Next, they would assess his neural reaction speed. Shanghai accurately captured the data with monitoring equipment and prompted Shen Yuan for the next test. Approaching the second apparatus, Shen Yuan adhered to Shanghai's instructions, affixing the electrodes before signaling an OK. Shanghai activated the device, and shortly thereafter, the fresh test data emerged. Your neural reaction speed has reached an astonishing 50 milliseconds, he exclaimed with exhilaration. The average person falls within the range of 150 to 300 milliseconds, while those with specialized training can achieve up to 100 milliseconds. Your result exceeds the highest by a factor of 2. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a genuine sense of gratitude. Finally, it has succeeded. The excruciating pain I endured was not in vain. All my efforts over the past few days have indeed borne fruit. Shanghai, brimming with excitement, declared, Shen Yuan. We have completed all tests regarding your physical constitution. Now we shall proceed to assess your superpowers, which will require your own initiative. Chapter 22. The Enhancement of Superpowers. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he replied, All right, let's begin by testing my abilities in the microscopic realm. He walked to the open space in the laboratory, where an array of experimental equipment and tools surrounded him, forming a backdrop for this extraordinary assessment. Casually grasping a piece of metal, he took a deep breath and activated his microscopic vision. In an instant, his field of view seemed to be yanked by an invisible hand, expanding rapidly to reveal the marvelous structure of atomic particles. Previously, he had struggled to achieve even a slight magnification to glimpse the protons and neutrons within the atomic nucleus. However, now Shen Yuan felt an abundance of capacity within himself. Thus, he continued to exert effort, drawing his vision closer and magnifying further. In the blink of an eye, he had transcended the confines of the atomic nucleus, witnessing the lively dance of protons and neutrons within. As his perception expanded once more, the agile trajectories of electrons came into view, ultimately stabilizing at the electron level. Overwhelmed by this spectacle, Shen Yuan felt a profound shock within, marveling at the astonishing enhancement of his superhuman abilities. When he endeavored to manipulate the electrons, they behaved like mischievous children, darting away at the slightest attempt to harness them. Just as he sought to exert his telekinetic grasp, the electrons vanished in a flash, refusing to comply. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his mental focus, allowing the perspiration to trickle down and splatter onto the ground. Encouraging himself inwardly, he affirmed, I can surely do this. I will gain control. With unwavering concentration, he fixated on the movements of the electrons, striving to discern a pattern and repeatedly adjusting his methods to command their dance. After countless attempts, he finally discovered the key and resolved to move a minuscule electron using his telekinesis. Remarkably, it worked. Under the sway of his formidable intent, the electron glided steadily toward the designated position, as if propelled by an invisible hand. In that instant, Shen Yuan was overwhelmed with a sense of achievement. His precise manipulation of the microscopic realm instilled him with boundless confidence for the future. His thoughts wandered, envisioning the potential to repair damaged cells at the microscopic level and even to create entirely new structural materials. Elated, Shen Yuan hurriedly shared this exhilarating news with Shanghai. Quick to respond, Shanghai promptly outlined several feasible methods for synthesizing new elements. Following the proposed plans, Shen Yuan indeed succeeded in creating a novel elemental substance for the production of a new alloy. The laboratory resonated with the jubilant echoes of success. Undoubtedly, this enhanced micromanipulation capability would lead to unprecedented breakthroughs in the technological research of their base, offering hope for resolving numerous previously insurmountable challenges. Subsequently, Shen Yuan commenced testing his extraordinary cognitive prowess. In truth, even without deliberate testing, he could distinctly feel his intelligence burgeoning, particularly regarding human enhancement serums. He now harbored fresh ideas, convinced that with further research, he could develop a second generation of such enhancements. Lastly, it was time to assess the augmentation of his telekinesis. Shanghai directed several mechanical ants to transport hefty metal blocks weighing 1 ton each. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan summoned his telekinetic force. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the metal block, as though it were a featherweight object. He then attempted to raise a second block, again with ease. It is worth noting that prior to his enhancement, lifting 2 tons had been his utmost limit. Undeterred, he continued to challenge himself. And when he attempted to lift the third block, a slight frown creased Shen Yuan's brow. The weight felt akin to lifting a 6-liter bottle of mineral water. Heavy and cumbersome. Yet, he did not retreat. With determination, he lifted the 4th block. At this moment, the weight felt akin to lifting a bag of rice weighing 60 pounds. Although the pressure was considerable, he could still manage it. When he attempted to lift the 5th block, Shen Yuan exerted all his strength, barely managing to elevate it a few centimeters off the ground. This test resulted in Shen Yuan successfully lifting 5 massive metal blocks. indicating that his telekinetic power had surged to 5 tons, a remarkable increase of 15 times from before. He was quite pleased with this outcome, a subtle smile gracing his lips, radiating confidence. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He hastily projected a telekinetic shield and softly murmured, "Xinghai, can you hear my voice?" "Shen Yuan, I cannot hear you. But I can see your lips moving and deduce what you were saying," Xinghai replied. Despite activating all monitoring devices in the lab, no sound waves from Shen Yuan were detected. Upon hearing Xinghai's feedback, Shen Yuan focused his attention, and astonishingly, his figure vanished from the laboratory. The various monitoring instruments in the lab whirred frantically, some even emitting smoke, yet Xinghai still could not detect Shen Yuan's presence. In a fit of urgency, Xinghai was startled when Shen Yuan suddenly called out, "Xinghai, send a mechanical ant to the spot where I was standing." "Understood, Shen Yuan," Xinghai responded, guiding a mechanical ant towards the direction where Shen Yuan had disappeared. However, after only a few steps, the mechanical ant seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, despite the absence of any visible obstruction. "All right, Xinghai, recall the mechanical ant," Shen Yuan instructed. As the words left his mouth, his figure reappeared in the laboratory. Once the mechanical ant retreated, Shen Yuan excitedly shared with Xinghai, "Xinghai, this is incredible. I can now use my telekinetic shield to isolate all fluctuations, including sound and light. Yet, I remain in place, not truly vanishing into thin air. Xinghai, this means I can test my flying abilities. Come, let us venture outside." Shen Yuan was already aware of his capacity to fly, having practiced secretly at night. However, he had only dared to fly within a limited area, never fully unleashing his strength for fear of being discovered. After all, the nation's detection methods were formidable, and he worried that he would be exposed before he could fly far, a prospect he wished to avoid. At this moment, he did not want to attract the attention of the authorities, who knew if he might be taken as a test subject. By now, the night had deepened. Approximately 10 hours had passed since Shen Yuan ingested the potion, marking the midnight hour. He arrived at an open expanse of desolate land, ready to assess his flying capabilities. The night in the mountains was exceptionally tranquil, with only a gentle breeze whispering through the grass. In the distance, the mountains, one after another, resembled a colossal dragon in slumber against the night sky. With his feet slightly raised, he took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling in anticipation. The telekinetic shield materialized instantaneously, like an invisible barrier. He knew that this shield would effectively obscure him from the various detection devices of the Yanhuang nation. Contemplating inwardly, he felt relieved, finally able to test his abilities without the fear of being discovered. "Xinghai, prepare to record all flight data," he commanded. Shen Yuan had gained the freedom to control the isolation capabilities of his telekinetic shield. To this end, he had just granted Xinghai permission to access the telekinetic shield, linking it to the advanced technological smartwatch he had crafted a couple of days prior, thereby enabling him to summon assistance at any moment. "No problem, Shen Yuan. You may commence at your leisure." Xinghai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness the astonishing velocity Shen Yuan could achieve. Shen Yuan inhaled deeply, then propelled himself forward with a powerful push. In an instant, a formidable force surged him ahead, akin to an arrow released from its bow. As he shot towards the night sky, the only sound accompanying him was the rushing wind outside the shield, fortunately contained by the telekinetic barrier, preventing the fierce gusts from intruding. He continued to accelerate, his speed mounting, while the shield gradually morphed into an elliptical shape under the pressure of the rapid airflow. Just as he was on the verge of breaking the sound barrier, an inexplicable resistance suddenly assailed him, as though invisible hands were tugging at him with great force. "Shen Yuan, your current velocity is about to breach the speed of sound, entering the sonic barrier, which will result in a sonic boom. The fluctuations caused by the sonic boom are detectable and may pose a risk of being captured by monitoring systems," Xinghai advised in a calm and professional tone from the smartwatch. "It's nothing to worry about. They won't see me anyway. They might just hear a bit of commotion, which is inconsequential," Shen Yuan reassured himself, unconcerned as long as he remained undetected. He intensified his telekinetic output, the veins on his forehead becoming pronounced as he began to confront this hindrance. With the continuous escalation of his telekinetic force, a thunderous boom erupted in the night sky, reminiscent of thunder rolling across the heavens. Subsequently, a ring of sonic boom clouds rapidly expanded outward from the point of explosion. Chapter 23. Discovery of the military base within the borders of Yanhuang Nation. A heavily guarded military base stood sentinel in the night, shrouded in an eerie silence, resembling a slumbering steel behemoth. Inside the radar monitoring room, the lighting was dim and yellowed. Duty Officer Old Zhang was fully engrossed, his eyes sharp and focused on the flickering screen before him. Suddenly, the previously steady lines on the screen began to fluctuate violently, as if struck by tumultuous waves. The shrill alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the room. "What is happening?" Old Zhang instinctively straightened his posture, his eyes wide with alarm. He fixated on the anomalous signal representing the sonic boom fluctuations, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. He hurriedly struck the keyboard, attempting to recalibrate the radar. Yet, the fluctuations continued to blink ominously, as though heralding an impending unknown crisis. Report of unidentified sonic boom fluctuations, located 100 kilometers northwest of the base. Old Zhang's voice was urgent as he relayed the information, meticulously rechecking the radar data, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Colonel Li, the base commander, upon hearing the alarm, swiftly made his way from the office. Are we certain it is not a malfunction? His brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the screen. His voice low and commanding. Reporting, Colonel, it has been repeatedly confirmed that it is not a malfunction. However, no aircraft is displayed on the radar. Only this sudden sonic boom fluctuation, Old Zhang replied nervously, swallowing hard. Colonel Li's expression grew increasingly grave as he pondered in silence. This is highly suspicious. A sonic boom indicates that an object has surpassed the speed of sound. Yet, the radar has detected nothing. Could it be some new type of stealth aircraft? He dared not speculate further. The safety of the base was paramount. He promptly activated a Level 1 emergency response, instructing all combat units to be on standby. Colonel Li swiftly issued his orders and then turned to his aide, saying, arrange for 2 Tunglong fighter jets to immediately head to the area of disturbance for reconnaissance. It is imperative to ascertain the situation and report back at all times. The aide stood at attention and saluted before quickly departing to carry out the command. The 2 Tunglong jets accelerated down the runway, their engines roaring and slicing through the night sky, racing toward the direction of the sonic boom. Inside the cockpit, pilots Xiao Li and his partner Lao Wang wore serious expressions, gripping the control sticks tightly, their eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Lao Wang. This mission is no simple task. The radar has detected nothing, so we must exercise caution, Xiao Li communicated over the radio channel. Stay calm. We will adhere to protocol. Whatever it may be, we can handle it, Lao Wang replied steadily, though the slight tightening of his grip on the control stick betrayed his underlying tension. They were acutely aware that they were confronting an unknown threat, where every second was fraught with uncertainty. And the safety of the base rested upon their shoulders at this moment. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan continued to accelerate. With the Star Sea alerting him, current speed has reached 15 Mach. With your 5-ton telekinetic thrust, the theoretical maximum flight speed is projected to be 18 Mach. A friendly reminder, 2 Tunglong fighter jets have just taken off from a military base, and the maximum speed of the Tunglong jets can reach 22 Mach. At this moment, Shen Yuan's body began to tremble slightly, every muscle straining as if to unleash all his strength. Finally, after a struggle, he successfully broke through to the maximum flight speed of 18 Mach. At this point, he responded to the Star Sea's notification. They cannot see me. If they are faster, so be it. He reveled in the freedom of twisting and spiraling through the clouds, feeling the embrace of the wind, his heart brimming with exhilaration. As he soared, he mused, this is the feeling of true power, the ability to roam freely in the sky. He gazed down at the earthly landscape beneath the night sky, contemplating the future. Suddenly, a thunderous shriek echoed from afar, as 2 Tunglong fighter jets swooped in like hunting falcons. In no time, the 2 jets whizzed past Shen Yuan, the powerful airflow causing him to sway slightly even through the telekinetic shield. Inside the cockpit, pilot Xiao Li's eyes widened as he intently monitored the instrument panel and the view outside. He spoke through the radio channel. Lao Wang. We have reached the range of the sonic boom. We have scoured a 300-kilometer radius and have yet to spot any suspicious flying objects. Lao Wang gripped the control stick firmly, his gaze alertly scanning the clouds. He responded, don't rush. Let's take a closer look. There is nothing on the radar. But the sonic boom surely did not appear without reason. At that moment, Xiao Li suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, Lao Wang, look at that patch of clouds. Are there not some peculiar flight trails? It seems something just flew past there. Old Wang squinted into the distance and nodded, saying, indeed. Hurry and take photographs to send back to the base. Let us go and investigate. With that, the fighter jet pivoted and soared towards the clouds not far away. Continuing its search, within the military base, Colonel Li scrutinized the transmitted images, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The flight paths depicted did not resemble any known aircraft. The adjutant suggested, Colonel, should we deploy additional fighter jets to broaden the search area? Colonel Li contemplated for a moment before firmly responding, not yet. Let us await the subsequent reports from these 2 jets. If nothing is discovered, we will reconsider. Nearby, a staff officer stroked his chin and spoke, Colonel, could it be that a civilian innovator has crafted a supersonic aircraft? Perhaps it eludes radar detection due to a new type of stealth material. Remember, the formidable stealth coating on the Tunglong fighter originated from a private enterprise. Colonel Li nodded slightly, his expression still grave, regardless of what it may be. We must uncover the truth. Notify the team to expand the search area. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan observed the retreating silhouettes of the 2 fighter jets without a flicker of emotion. Shanghai, pay them no mind. Let us continue testing the maximum flight altitude. Shanghai responded, understood, Shen Yuan, your current flight altitude is 5,000 meters. According to data analysis, your physical resilience and mental fortitude suggest a potential breakthrough of 20,000 meters. However, the oxygen concentration at that height is exceedingly low, insufficient to sustain human life. We shall see if it is feasible. Let us proceed. Shen Yuan inhaled deeply, silently channeling his entire mental energy. Like a tempest, he surged upward, creating a sonic boom cloud, swiftly vanishing into the inky night. Back at the military base, the radar screen experienced violent fluctuations once more, and sharp alarm bells shattered the stillness. The duty officer, visibly anxious, quickly reported, Colonel, we have detected another unidentified sonic boom, this time located over 100 kilometers behind the Tunglong fighter. Colonel Li's expression darkened further as he immediately commanded, notify the 2 Tunglong jets to turn around and investigate the new disturbance. We must locate the source. On the other hand, Shen Yuan showed no signs of halting, his focus unwavering as he raced towards the sky. Shanghai's voice resonated in his ears. Flight altitude 10,000 meters, 11,000 meters, 12,000 meters. As he ascended, Shen Yuan gradually sensed his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as if a colossal stone pressed upon his chest, suffocating him, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Upon reaching 15,000 meters, Shanghai urgently cautioned, Shen Yuan, monitoring via your smartwatch indicates significant discomfort. Your oxygen intake is insufficient, and your heart rate is too rapid. It is advisable to cease the test immediately. Soon, he reached 18,000 meters, where excruciating headaches set in, dizziness overwhelmed him, and his lips began to turn blue. Shanghai's tone grew frantic. Shen Yuan, you are nearing your physiological limits. If you do not stop, your life may be at risk. Persuaded by Shanghai, Shen Yuan finally halted, gazing up at the resplendent night sky. With a thunderous roar, he turned and soared towards the lower altitudes. As Shen Yuan descended back to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he finally indulged in deep breaths, relishing the invigorating rush of oxygen replenishing his body. It was only when he gradually descended to 5,000 meters that he fully regained his composure. Meanwhile, 2 Tunglong fighter jets had returned, hot on the trail of a newly emerged flight path amidst the clouds, racing upwards at breakneck speed. Inside the aircraft, Xiao Li and Lao Wang were utterly engrossed, their eyes scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus. They continuously reported, Base, we are ascending along the newly detected flight trajectory and have reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. We have yet to identify any suspicious targets, but the flight path is becoming increasingly distinct. It is likely nearby. Upon witnessing the jets ascend, Shen Yuan seized the opportunity to depart swiftly. He understood that he could not afford to attract further attention and thus refrained from continuing at supersonic speeds. Instead, he maintained a velocity close to the speed of sound as he headed homeward. Along the way, he reflected on the recent perilous experience, feeling a sense of unease. He was grateful for Shanghai's advice to halt in time, or else he might have faced dire consequences. He resolved to be more prudent in the future. Losing one's life would be an unbearable loss. Chapter 24. Accompanying Su Yao in Deep City, 3 days had passed since the conclusion of the flight tests. And during this period, Shen Yuan finally had the chance to relax, allowing the taut nerves to unwind. He engaged in conversations with Su Yao, indulging in video calls, and savoring moments of warmth and connection. Early on Friday, Shen Yuan visited the command center of the base, the very laboratory where Shanghai's mainframe was housed. His eyes fixated on the bustling mechanical workers, his brow furrowed in concern. The chaotic layout of the base was disconcerting. Unable to contain his frustration, he remarked, Shanghai, you must urgently replan and redesign the base layout. It appears too disorderly. Shen Yuan, I happen to have a suggestion for your consideration, Shanghai responded. Construct a large base 1 kilometer directly beneath the existing base. This would significantly enhance the base's concealment while creating more favorable conditions for subsequent large-scale facility construction. Given the trend towards larger equipment in the future, the new base must accommodate sufficient vertical space to meet installation and operational needs. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan nodded eagerly. Shanghai, that idea is excellent. I am in favor. Let us hold off on further construction of the existing base and later determine how to proceed with it. Shanghai's steady voice resonated in the command center. Shen Yuan, there is no need for concern. Once the new base is completed, the existing base will undergo backfilling, retaining only the entrance passage. At that time, a high-speed elevator will be installed for convenient access. Concurrently, a grand three-dimensional blueprint of a new base, sprawling over an area of 100 square kilometers, gradually unfolded in the holographic projection. The intricately designed futuristic structures depicted in the blueprint captivated Shen Yuan's attention. He instinctively leaned closer, his eyes wide with wonder, as he traced the contours of the buildings with his fingers, envisioning the magnificent base of the future. Very well. Let us proceed according to this plan. The construction matters are entrusted to you, and ensuring safety during the execution is paramount. We must avoid any incidents such as collapses, for if they were to occur, even the current base would be at risk, and we would have to start anew. The new base can be constructed in phases, allowing for quicker utilization while subsequent works are completed gradually. Please estimate the approximate duration for each phase and provide a rough timeline. Shen Yuan nodded, his tone calm. At this moment, he harbored great expectations for the future of the new base, yet he was also anxious about the construction. The scale of the project is immense, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Not only would the new base remain unbuilt, but the safety of the existing facility could also be jeopardized. Xinghai swiftly responded. Shen Yuan, you can rest assured about the safety of this project. I have incorporated comprehensive plans into the proposal. The infrastructure will utilize optimized and upgraded ultra-high-strength reinforced concrete and alloy materials, capable of withstanding severe earthquakes and nuclear explosions. With the mechanized production line operating at full capacity, the entire project can be divided into 4 phases. The first phase is expected to be completed within 1 month, the second in 3 months, and the third in 6 months. The entire base will be constructed within a year. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan struck the control panel with vigor, exclaiming, "Very well. It is settled then." Despite his outward decisiveness, unease lingered within him, prompting him to inquire about various details from Xinghai. From material production and transportation routes to safety measures during construction, he meticulously confirmed every aspect, fearing the oversight of any minor detail. Xinghai, he reiterated, during the excavation process, it is imperative to closely monitor the surrounding geological conditions. We must not allow large-scale operations to trigger collapses or geological disasters. This is no trivial matter. Shen Yuan's expression was grave, his voice laden with concern and care. Xinghai acknowledged each point and presented detailed contingency plans. Only then did Shen Yuan feel a modicum of relief, his taut nerves easing slightly. After arranging matters regarding the base, his gaze wandered slowly across the various corners of the command center. Satisfied that there were no issues, he turned and returned to his room. During this time, he had been obsessively focused on the construction of the base. Though the results were promising, he had inadvertently neglected Su Yao. Xinghai, I must spend the weekend in Shenzhen with Su Yao, so the base will be entirely in your hands. Shen Yuan addressed his smartwatch, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. At this moment, he thought it was time to recharge his love. The weight of the base construction would be entrusted to his reliable partner, Xinghai. Not a problem. Shen Yuan, enjoy your time, but remember to take appropriate safety precautions. Xinghai added with a hint of jest. Shen Yuan, accustomed to Xinghai's teasing, remained silent, walking over to the wardrobe and pulling it open with a flourish. His eyes scanned the clothing within, and he grabbed a few items, stuffing them hastily into his backpack before turning and heading out the door towards Shenzhen. As he sat in the car, positioned by the window, he watched the scenery retreat outside, his thoughts already drifting far away. At this moment, the mere thought of soon meeting Su Yao filled him with eager anticipation. A sweet smile involuntarily graced his lips. Upon arriving in the bustling city, Shen Yuan hurriedly made his way to a nearby flower shop, familiar with the route. Guided by the recommendations of the staff, he selected a bouquet of resplendent roses. The petals, of vivid crimson, resembled flames, mirroring the fervent affection he harbored for Su Yao. This would surely delight her. He gingerly cradled the flowers and proceeded to a nearby milk tea shop. Once inside, he chose a seat by the window, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and gently placed the bouquet on the table. Glancing at his smartwatch, he noted, in 10 minutes, she will finish work. Perfect timing. He then took out his phone, adjusted the angle, and captured a photograph of the scene before him, accompanying it with the text, "Guess where I am." He sent it off, eagerly anticipating Su Yao's response. During the wait, he meticulously arranged his hair and checked his reflection on the phone screen, ensuring he appeared polished and handsome. He couldn't afford to falter in front of Su Yao. He wished to leave a lasting impression. His heartbeat quickened, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise from a teacher, filled with both anxiety and excitement, yearning for Su Yao's reaction to the photo. Shen Yuan, it's not your first meeting with her, so why are you so nervous? Teased Xinghai. Shen Yuan retorted, leave me be, don't bother me. The exclamation eased his tension considerably. Meanwhile, Su Yao was diligently organizing documents in her office when her phone screen suddenly lit up. Instinctively, she picked it up, and upon realizing it was a message from Shen Yuan, her spirits soared as she hurriedly opened the photo. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her previously focused demeanor transformed into one of sheer delight, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Wow, it's Shen Yuan. He actually came to the city and is near my office, she nearly exclaimed, swiftly closing the documents and shoving them into a drawer, her movements frantic yet unmistakably excited. Shen Yuan, why did you come to the city without a word? Wait for me. I'll be off work shortly. She messaged him on WeChat. Upon receiving a simple response from Shen Yuan, her joy was palpable, and her colleagues, noticing her elation, offered her knowing smiles. As soon as the workday concluded, Su Yao dashed out of the office, her heart brimming with joy, her steps light and buoyant like a frolicsome fawn, her mind awash with thoughts of Shen Yuan. While in the elevator, she touched up her makeup, wishing to present her best self to him. A rosy glow adorned her cheeks, filled with anticipation for their meeting. She hurriedly made her way to her favorite milk tea shop, spotting Shen Yuan sitting by the window from afar. Slowing her pace, she entered the shop and approached him. Feigning annoyance as she said, "Why did you come so suddenly without a word?" Shen Yuan, upon seeing her, stood with a smile. Extending the flowers towards her with a gentle tone, "I wanted to surprise you." Su Yao reached out to receive the flowers, bringing them close to her and inhaling their sweet fragrance. The rich aroma instantly penetrated her heart, filling her eyes with sweetness and happiness. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a radiant smile graced her lips as she exclaimed, "I am truly delighted. This is the finest gift I've received in a long while." Shen Yuan gazed at Su Yao, his eyes brimming with affection, gently stroking her hair as he replied, "As long as you are happy, that's all that matters." The two settled into a cozy tea shop, sipping milk tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Su Yao tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she softly inquired, "What have you been busy with lately? It feels like you've almost forgotten me." Shen Yuan tenderly ran his fingers through her hair, his demeanor gentle. His eyes filled with adoration as he explained, "I am developing a large-scale game, and I've completed about half of the progress. Moreover, I managed to earn some money through stock investment, which I plan to reinvest into the game development." Su Yao's eyes brightened with intrigue as she asked, "Wow, that sounds impressive. When will it be ready? You must let me play it first. You know I adore gaming." Shen Yuan chuckled, playfully tapping her nose with his finger. "Once it's all finished, you will be the first to try it." At that moment, Shanghai sent a teasing message on his smartwatch. "Hey, when did you start developing games?" Shen Yuan glanced at it, but dismissed it as unimportant. Su Yao, engrossed in her milk tea, failed to notice this small detail. In this moment, Su Yao gently leaned against Shen Yuan's shoulder, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, savoring this tender moment. Their hearts brimmed with joy, as if the world around them had transformed into something extraordinarily beautiful. And time itself stood still for them. Chapter 25. A reunion with Manager Zhang in the following 2 days. Shen Yuan accompanied Su Yao on leisurely explorations throughout the vibrant city. They strolled through bustling streets, surrounded by a throng of people, the lively sounds of the crowd serving as the backdrop to their love story. Just as they were about to watch a long-anticipated film, they encountered a sharply dressed middle-aged man approaching them. It was Manager Zhang, Shen Yuan's former superior. Manager Zhang recognized Shen Yuan immediately, pausing for a moment before smirking mockingly. "Well, if it isn't Shen Yuan, what are you up to these days? Judging by your attire, it seems life isn't treating you very well." As he spoke, he scrutinized Shen Yuan from head to toe, his gaze filled with disdain. Then, turning his attention to Su Yao, he feigned concern, advising, "Su Yao, you shouldn't be with him. This lad has no significant future. He spent his days idling at the company, and now he probably doesn't even have a proper job. Being with him will lead to a life of hardship." Shen Yuan felt a surge of anger at these words, his temper flaring as he struggled to contain it. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Manager Zhang, spare me your false concern. Everyone knows about your unsavory dealings behind the scenes. Stop trying to make life difficult for others. You never know when your own misdeeds might come to light, and then it will be your turn to face the consequences." Su Yao, her face flushed with indignation, glared at Manager Zhang and declared, "Manager Zhang, not everyone is as petty as you. Manager Wang from our gaming department is exceptionally kind to everyone, unlike you, who is perpetually sharp-tongued and seems to delight in making life difficult for your team members." Manager Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a desperate attempt to assert authority, he threatened Su Yao. "Su Yao, don't make the mistake of refusing a toast and end up with a penalty drink. I am quite well acquainted with Manager Wang. If you disregard my advice, you will regret it." Su Yao, now even more incensed, retorted loudly, "Don't try to intimidate me with that nonsense. Manager Wang wouldn't pay you any mind. Our department has a wonderful atmosphere, unlike your team, which is filled with complaints." Shen Yuan took Su Yao's hand and gently urged, "There's no point in engaging with people like him. Let us go." With that, they turned away and headed towards the cinema, leaving Manager Zhang fuming in place. Zhang glared at Shen Yuan's departing figure, furious and stamping his feet in rage. He thought to himself, "You, Shen Yuan, dare to speak to me like that? Just wait. I'll find a way to make you understand the consequences of crossing me." As they walked, Shen Yuan spoke soothingly to Su Yao. "There's no need to let such individuals get under our skin. Let us not dwell on it. Let us forego the movie and take a stroll in a nearby park to clear our minds and uplift our spirits." Hand in hand, They decided to abandon the film and embrace the tranquility of the park. While there, Su Yao stumbled over a stone and nearly fell, but Shen Yuan swiftly caught her. Su Yao, still shaken, placed her hand over her heart, her pulse racing as she exclaimed, "That was so close. I almost fell." They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, their joy filled with mutual care and affection. Even this minor incident could not diminish their sweetness. That evening, Shen Yuan stayed in Su Yao's apartment, where they nestled together on the sofa, the warm yellow light casting a cozy glow around them. They shared snippets of their lives, with Su Yao curiously probing Shen Yuan about the intricacies of game development, and he patiently answered her every question. They conversed until the late hours. And when exhaustion set in, Su Yao blushed and shyly suggested, "Shen Yuan, how about we go to the bedroom and sleep together?" Shen Yuan, slightly embarrassed, shook his head. "No need. I can sleep on the sofa." "All right, I'll get you a blanket then," Su Yao mumbled, her voice tinged with disappointment. Shen Yuan gently tapped her on the head, his eyes filled with tenderness. He softly reassured her, "Silly girl, we have many days ahead of us. Don't overthink it." "Humph, you're the one with too many thoughts. I just worry that you'll catch a chill at night. If my kindness is met with such indifference, I might just stop caring." Su Yao's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she turned away in a feigned huff. Shen Yuan, filled with helpless affection, coaxed her gently. All right, it's my fault. Go to sleep, it's quite late. We have plans to go out tomorrow, and if we sleep in, we'll miss the beautiful sights." At last, Su Yao feigned a proud demeanor as she turned and went to the bedroom to fetch a blanket and pillow, placing them on the sofa. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she softly murmured, "You really want to come to the bedroom?" Shen Yuan approached her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, and slowly guided her towards the bedroom. Gently coaxing, he said, "My dear, be obedient and rest quickly. We must rise early tomorrow for our outing." Upon hearing Shen Yuan call her my dear, Su Yao's face flushed crimson, and she softly replied, "I understand. You should also retire early. Good night." Shen Yuan leaned down and placed a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead, his voice a low and gentle murmur, "Good night, my dear." Having said this, he quietly closed the door behind him. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he swiftly seated himself on the sofa. With urgency, he retrieved his mobile phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he typed a swift command, "Gather all evidence and report anonymously to the relevant authorities," while simultaneously disseminating all evidence online. It turned out that Shanghai had just informed him that his former superior, the manager Zhang whom he encountered today, was inquiring about his whereabouts, intending to leverage his connections to blacklist him within the industry. Should that fail, he planned to maliciously defame Shen Yuan. Naturally, Shen Yuan would not allow such an opportunity to arise. He immediately instructed Shanghai to scour his computer and online resources for any dirt on this man, preparing to ensure his incarceration to eliminate future threats. "Humph, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless." The more Shen Yuan pondered, the angrier he became. This man had frequently made his life difficult during their time together at the company, and now, even after his resignation, he refused to relent. Thus, he thought, "Let it be known that I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Understood. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. Such a deranged individual must not be spared. As Shanghai delved deeper into the investigation, he increasingly recognized the depths of this man's malevolence. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit apartment, manager Zhang lounged on his sofa, swirling the red wine in his glass. His expression was grim as he muttered to himself, "After questioning so many colleagues today, none could tell me where Shen Yuan has been hiding. Could it be that he has left the Shenzhen market altogether?" Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhang slammed his wine glass down onto the table, producing a dull thud. With a cold snort, he declared vehemently, "Even if you are no longer in Shenzhen, I will ensure your reputation is thoroughly tarnished online." Just as manager Zhang resolved to pursue this course of action, the inconspicuous camera in the corner of the living room blinked with ominous red light. Simultaneously, the fan of his computer tower whirred violently, emitting a sound reminiscent of a brewing storm set to unleash its fury. Chapter 26. Status of base construction. After spending 2 delightful days with Su Yao, Shen Yuan found himself still immersed in the sweet memories of their time together. However, the pressing responsibilities of the base construction demanded his undivided attention. On Sunday evening, he hastily boarded the returning high-speed train. The carriage was dimly lit as he leaned back in his seat, his eyes fixed on the blurred scenery racing by outside the window, while his thoughts drifted back to the base. Upon returning home, he did not linger but instead hurried towards the entrance of the base. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity. After days of continuous operation, the number of mechanical ants had surpassed 1,600. Observing that Shanghai had already devised a plan, he noted that a portion of the mechanical ants was en route to the mining site. They advanced swiftly along the established route, arranged in a neat formation. Soon arriving at the mining site, with their excavating arms raised, they began to unearth ore, stacking it neatly aside. Shen Yuan observed the actions of these mechanical ants. Nodding inwardly, the arrangement by Shanghai was quite reasonable, and the efficiency of these mechanical workers was commendable. He hoped the yield of, or would suffice for the construction of the base. Any inadequacy in supply could jeopardize the progress of subsequent developments. A portion of the mechanical ants busied themselves with the construction of a large raw materials processing workshop. Some transported materials while others engaged in assembly, and gradually, the workshop began to take shape. Inside, 10 elemental furnace synthesis devices were positioned, 9 of which were newly manufactured by Shanghai, while one was clearly lagging behind in production speed. Shen Yuan approached, crouched down, and meticulously examined the structure of the furnace, his fingers gently brushing against the device's exterior. Straightening up, he addressed Shanghai, inquiring whether all the wiring of the newly manufactured devices had been thoroughly checked. The efficiency of raw material processing hinged on these devices, and any malfunction could disrupt the entire operation. Shen Yuan, you need not worry. With my oversight, there will be no issues. Shanghai replied nonchalantly, deeming Shen Yuan's concerns somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, Shen Yuan remained uneasy and requested a passing mechanical ant to conduct a check. Upon receiving the command, the mechanical ant promptly commenced its task. Shen Yuan stood by, intently observing the mechanical ant's actions, scrutinizing every detail. Soon, the inspection was completed successfully, with no issues found. Next, Shen Yuan arrived at the construction site of an ultra-high-power conveyor belt. The mechanical ants were diligently laying the components, connecting and securing them according to the planned route. Watching their industrious figures, Shen Yuan contemplated that if the conveyor belt were to be completed successfully, the transportation of ore would become highly efficient, thereby accelerating the production of building materials. He bent down to inspect the already laid sections, gently shaking the tracks to ensure their stability. The remaining 1,000 mechanical ants were fully engaged in the construction of the new large base. They excavated a vertical passage that measured 10 meters in both width and length from the original base. This passage extended 1 kilometer underground, utilizing a somewhat rudimentary large lift platform to complete the depth work. During the 2 days Shen Yuan spent accompanying Su Yao, Shanghai had commanded this mechanical construction team to swiftly carve out a vast underground space. This space measured 200 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and 30 meters in height, with the reinforcement work progressing at a rapid pace. The ultra-high-performance, fast-drying concrete used had a compressive strength exceeding 2,000 MPa, combined with a reinforced structure, rendering it robust enough to withstand extreme disasters, such as a magnitude 12 earthquake or a nuclear explosion. Descending into this new base space on the lift platform, Shen Yuan felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly due to the industrious activities of the mechanical ants. In the underground space, he witnessed the mechanical ants pouring ultra-high-performance, steel-reinforced, fast-drying concrete into the supporting framework. The concrete uniformly filled every crevice, and he nodded in satisfaction. Shanghai has done a splendid job. The excavation of this subterranean space has been executed both swiftly and efficiently, and the pouring of concrete has been meticulously accomplished. However, the subsequent interior decoration and equipment installation must keep pace. We cannot afford any lapses. As he contemplated this, he strolled through the underground space, scrutinizing every corner, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future base. Shen Yuan also inspected the 10 large intelligent composite material synthesis towers currently under construction, of which 2 have already commenced production. Approaching one of the synthesis towers, he examined the production data. Observing the continuous output of ultra-high-performance concrete, he instructed the nearby mechanical worker ant, please monitor the operational status of the synthesis tower closely. Report any issues immediately. This synthesis tower is a critical piece of equipment for the base's construction, and its output and quality directly influence the progress of the project. We must not let our guard down for even a moment. The mechanical worker ant blinked its indicator lights in understanding. Shen Yuan, do you truly doubt me? A hint of dissatisfaction subtly surfaced in Shanghai's tone. For an artificial intelligence like it, this was undoubtedly a sign of profound disrespect. Shen Yuan felt a slight blush rise to his cheeks, scratching his head as he replied, not at all. It's just that this is our first time, and it's natural to feel a bit apprehensive, fearing potential mishaps. Shanghai, grasping his sentiment, confidently patted its chest and assured him, rest assured, with me overseeing the operation, there will be no errors. Shen Yuan stood there, his eyes fixed intently on the discharge outlet of the synthesis tower, observing the concrete flowing out as he silently calculated whether the output would meet construction demands. Upon returning home from the underground space, Shen Yuan immediately reached for the water cup on the table, intending to take a sip. At that moment, he noticed ripples forming in the water, expanding in concentric circles. Simultaneously, he felt a faint vibration beneath his feet, almost imperceptible. Frowning slightly, he pondered for a moment, realizing it was caused by the construction at the underground base. He abruptly set down the cup and hurried back to the underground laboratory to find Shanghai. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "Shanghai, I've detected noticeable vibrations even at the surface. The construction noise is excessively loud and could easily attract outside attention. While we remain undetected, we must urgently design a vibration absorption device to mitigate the current vibrations from the construction. Subsequently, as the scope of construction expands, we will systematically install these devices along the base's perimeter to specifically attract and dissipate vibrations. If we fail to address this vibration issue effectively, the exposure of our base's location could render all our prior efforts in vain." Shanghai swiftly responded, promptly providing a design proposal. Shen Yuan took the proposal, meticulously studying it, his eyes scanning for every detail as he contemplated the feasibility and potential enhancements of the design. This optimized vibration absorption device, designed by Shanghai, would intelligently adjust its intrinsic frequency to synchronize with the main structure's vibration frequency, thereby generating a counteracting force to nullify the vibrations, with a capability to cover a range of 1 kilometer. After thoroughly reviewing the proposal and discussing various details with Shanghai, he directed the mechanical worker ants to commence production of the vibration absorption device. The mechanical worker ants diligently followed their directives along the production line, meticulously processing and assembling each component. He stood beside the assembly line, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the operations of the mechanical ants, anxious to prevent any potential mishaps. Once the device was completed and successfully tested, Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to calculate the optimal installation position, thereafter directing the mechanical ants to proceed with the installation, personally supervising to ensure the accuracy of the placement. As he orchestrated the operation, he inwardly rejoiced at the timely discovery. Had it been any later, it would undoubtedly have been uncovered, leading to disastrous consequences. He crouched down, using tools to measure the installation angle, and only after confirming its precision did he allow the mechanical ants to continue their tasks. Upon completion, the vibration absorption device was activated. Returning home, he picked up his cup once more. Noticing the water surface was calm and devoid of ripples, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The vibrations and noise caused by the construction had been effectively quelled, further enhancing his concealment measures. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated with a message from Su Yao. "Su Yao, darling, I have some major news. That manager Zhang has really gotten into trouble." Although Shen Yuan had anticipated this outcome, he promptly replied, "Oh? Has the truth finally come to light? What transpired?" Su Yao indeed. His criminal records are all over the internet, and the industry is abuzz with gossip. Early this morning, he was taken away by the authorities for questioning. The company has also issued a statement, indicating they will hold him accountable. Shen Yuan, goodness. I suspected as much from his previous antics. It seems he has finally met his comeuppance. What is the current situation at the company? Has it affected your work? Su Yao, so far, it's manageable. The company is working hard to stabilize things, and my job remains unaffected for the time being. It's just so dramatic. I didn't think you would be right. Shen Yuan, those who engage in illegal activities are bound to face scrutiny eventually. Please be vigilant at work and inform me of any developments. Su Yao, sure I will. Have you finished your work over there? Remember to rest and not overexert yourself. Shen Yuan, all right. You too, don't push yourself too hard. If there are any updates regarding Manager Zhang's situation, please keep me informed. As Shen Yuan concluded the conversation with Su Yao, a mischievous smile crept across his lips, reveling in secret delight. Oh, you thought you could tarnish my reputation? Speaking ill of me before Su Yao? Just wait until I take you down. Determined to expedite the progress of the base construction, he turned towards the laboratory, preparing to collaborate with Shanghai on the design of various mechanical engineering devices and transport vehicles for the construction. As he walked, he contemplated the next steps for the base construction, pondering how to further enhance efficiency to ensure the base would be completed and operational as swiftly as possible for the subsequent phase of planning. Chapter 27. Ant's visit of concern. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After discussing the new equipment with Shanghai in the laboratory, Shen Yuan returned to the ground, physically exhausted and ready for a brief respite. The relentless pace of the base construction had left him feeling utterly drained. Fortunately, his enhanced physique allowed him to withstand such strenuous exertion. Nevertheless, the thought of the smooth progress of the construction made it all worthwhile. Just as he emerged from the firewood shed, he heard someone calling from the front yard, prompting him to swiftly move to open the door. There stood an ant from the village, holding a basket of goods. "Xiao Yuan, you have finally returned. Where have you been? We've been calling for so long without a response." The ant approached with a warm smile, radiating the concern of an elder for a younger. She extended the basket towards Shen Yuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness as she said, "I've brought you some fresh farm eggs and vegetables from our garden. Make yourself something delicious. You must take care of yourself while you're alone." The ant couldn't help but worry, knowing that this child, living alone, likely wasn't enjoying nutritious meals. With the hens just having laid eggs and the vegetables freshly picked, she felt compelled to deliver them to ensure the child was well fed and healthy. Shen Yuan gratefully accepted the basket, a smile of appreciation illuminating his face. Aunt, you are too thoughtful. It was quite a trek for you. I truly appreciate your effort. I was chopping firewood in the back shed, making quite a racket. I didn't hear you calling at all, and I am sincerely sorry. A pang of anxiety struck him. This secret hideaway was something he must keep to himself. If it were to be disclosed, it would spell disaster. As he pondered, he quickly placed the basket on a nearby table, relieved to have conjured a plausible excuse. He realized he should install a few surveillance cameras around to keep an eye on things. Deliberately, he reached into the basket, sifting through the slightly disheveled vegetables, treating the aunt's thoughtful gift with the reverence it deserved. Just as the aunt turned to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of a few instant noodle containers in the corner of the yard, causing her brow to furrow in dismay. She hurried over, picking up several containers, her expression a mix of disappointment and concern. Sci-Fi Yuan, I see you are eating instant noodles daily. How can that be good for you? If you're too busy to cook, come to my place. Don't neglect your health. Shen Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, Aunt, I've just been so busy I can hardly keep my feet on the ground. You needn't worry, I promise to cut back on the instant noodles. The aunt nodded, her curiosity piqued as she pressed further. Sci-Fi Yuan, if you're so busy every day, what exactly are you up to? You've returned with an air of mystery, darting around like a spinning top, and haven't come by for a meal in ages. With her arms crossed and leaning forward, she fixed her gaze intently on Shen Yuan, her curiosity palpable. Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, jesting. Aunt, with the internet being so advanced nowadays, one can earn money from home. It's far better than working a traditional job. As long as there's internet, opportunities abound. I also make TikTok videos on the side, posting them for advertisements. It's quite enjoyable. As he spoke, he stepped inside, swiftly retrieving a simple mechanical toy he had prepared in advance, and began to demonstrate it in front of his aunt. He placed the device on the table and adjusted its angle for her better viewing. Grabbing a small wrench, he delicately tinkered with the screws at the bottom of the device. As he twisted and turned, he exclaimed, Auntie, behold the remarkable ingenuity of this device. Its brilliance lies in the precise coordination of these components. Not a fraction of a deviation can be tolerated. With each deft maneuver, the mechanical toy spun ever more smoothly, the humming sound transforming into a rhythmic melody. Auntie gazed at the toy, her face reflecting pure wonder, and could not restrain her curiosity. Did you really create this? How did such a clever mind conceive of this contraption? A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, utterly unprepared for the child's extraordinary capabilities to produce such an impressive little gadget. She leaned in closer, her gaze fixated on the moving parts, her mouth agape in awe. Tentatively, she reached out her finger, hesitating to touch it for fear of breaking it, her finger frozen mid-air, creating a comical sight. Shen Yuan nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, Auntie. I tinkered with these little gadgets and uploaded a video online. Lo and behold, it went viral. Look at this, my phone is inundated with likes and comments. The popularity is off the charts. As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved his phone, showcasing the video that had been shared by Shanghai. He presented it to Auntie. Stealing glances at her expression, which was brimming with curiosity, he quietly sighed in relief, thinking that his excuse had successfully passed muster. His fingers danced across the screen, pointing out the hilariously amusing comments, pride radiating from his face. Auntie's eyes sparkled, her smile blossoming. Sci-Fi Yuan, you are simply incredible. But do take care not to overexert yourself. Remember to rest when needed. By the way, creating such things must require a considerable expense for materials, doesn't it? Auntie felt a deep sense of pride for Shen Yuan's accomplishments, yet her concern for his relentless pursuit of profit was palpable, her brow furrowing with worry as she awaited his response. Shen Yuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's hardly a fortune. I purchased everything online, and the cost-effectiveness is remarkable. You know, in this day and age, without some investment, how can one expect to reap substantial rewards? Please, don't fret for me. Even in this remote valley, I have my ways of earning money. Absolutely. He thought to himself that he needed to swiftly change the subject. Lingering on it might reveal too much. With that in mind, he gently patted Auntie on the shoulder, attempting to reassure her. Auntie nodded, saying, All right then, I trust you. You carry on with your work. I'll take my leave for now. Do not be shy about coming over for a meal. We're more than happy to have you. Deep down, she hoped he would visit often, seeking companionship rather than isolating himself. Curiously, she inquired, by the way, what happened to that girl from last time? Why hasn't she come to play again? I quite liked her. Hee, that's my girlfriend. She's working hard in Shenzhen. Just a few days ago, I made a special trip to spend a couple of days with her. Once she's finished with her busy schedule, I'll definitely bring her back so you can get to know her better. The mention of Su Yao instantly brightened Shen Yuan's demeanor, his chest swelling with pride, a beaming smile lighting up his face. Well, look at you, all smitten. When will you hold the wedding banquet? I'm eagerly awaiting the chance to help you organize it, and I assure you, it will be impeccably arranged. Auntie, observing his smug demeanor, chuckled and teased him. Shen Yuan rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation. Why rush into marriage when we've just started? It's far too early. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface. All right then, I shan't say much more. You know your own heart, she remarked, turning to walk a few steps before abruptly pivoting back to shout. Make sure to eat on time. Don't keep indulging in junk food. It's detrimental to your health. Do you hear me? Shen Yuan escorted his aunt to the gate, smiling as he said, Of course, Auntie. Take care on your way back. And thank you immensely for the eggs and vegetables. Rest assured, I am quite adept at cooking. I won't let myself go hungry. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Yuan felt a warm surge of gratitude within him. He pondered how, in the future, he could reciprocate this affection without revealing the secrets of his base. Standing at the gate, he watched until she disappeared around the corner before returning indoors. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Shen Yuan gazed at the basket of farm-fresh eggs and vegetables, feeling a comforting warmth in his heart. His uncle's family had shown great kindness, remembering him even while he was preoccupied with the demanding construction of the base. Reflecting on his return, he realized he had not visited his uncle's home much, which was quite unacceptable. No matter how busy he was, he must not neglect this familial bond. He resolved to find time to chat with them more often. He carried the eggs and vegetables into the kitchen, carefully arranging the eggs in the cupboard and neatly placing the vegetables by the sink, preparing to cook. Chapter 28. Completion and inspection of Phase 1 of the base. Time flew by, and a month had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Shen Yuan descended the stairs from the hidden entrance of the firewood room, stepping into the now deserted primitive laboratory base. All equipment and supplies had been relocated, leaving only silence in their wake. His gaze swept over the familiar yet strange space, lingering momentarily. He then approached the entrance of a large high-speed magnetic levitation elevator measuring 10 meters in length and width. This elevator shaft had been constructed all the way to the rock summit, featuring a secret exit. Stepping into the elevator, he pressed the start button, and with a soft hum, it swiftly and smoothly descended towards the secret base located 1 kilometer underground, arriving at the entrance in a mere 50 seconds. Inside the elevator, Shen Yuan inspected the internal facilities while reviewing the operational records, quietly musing to himself, Is this elevator truly reliable? He then called out, Xinghai, is this elevator passage safe? There won't be any sudden mishaps, will there? Xinghai promptly replied, Shen Yuan, rest assured. This elevator passage is equipped with an exceptionally advanced multi-layered safety protection system. It has emergency braking devices, malfunction monitoring modules, and fire and explosion-resistant coatings, ensuring your safe passage. As the door opened slowly, Shen Yuan stepped out of the elevator. Before him lay a scene bustling with activity and order. Thanks to Xinghai's efforts, the first phase of the underground base had finally been completed. Simultaneously, the construction of the second phase had commenced. First, he surveyed the entirety of the first phase, which had constructed a vast underground space measuring 10 kilometers on each side and 30 meters in height. The base was distinctly divided into 8 major areas, and Shen Yuan decided to conduct the acceptance inspection in sequential order. Xinghai, could you enlighten me about the layout of this suspended transportation network and its remarkable features? As Shen Yuan strolled towards the docking area of the maglev aircraft, he initiated the conversation. In an instant, the voice of Xinghai, imbued with a futuristic resonance, echoed in his ears. Shen Yuan, the suspended transportation network within our base is truly impressive, resembling the intricate system of blood vessels coursing through the human body, reaching every corner. Various types of aircraft are stationed at the docking area. For instance, the craft you are approaching, reminiscent of a sightseeing vehicle, is primarily designed for the rapid commuting of personnel within the base. There are also specialized aircraft for transporting large objects and cargo. The suspended tracks seamlessly connect all core areas, operating with remarkable stability. Speeds can soar to 100 kilometers per hour, significantly enhancing the flow of personnel and logistics. All of this is the result of Xinghai's optimization and upgrades based on the existing technologies of Blue Star. This technology is not overly complex, so there is no need for Shen Yuan to invest time in its study. With a swift motion, Shen Yuan pulled open the door of the sightseeing aircraft and settled into the pilot's seat, pressing the ignition button. The aircraft descended leisurely, hovering just 50 centimeters above the ground. He mused that although he possessed the ability to fly, having this ready-made steed made the effort unnecessary. That would simply be a foolish endeavor. He navigated the aircraft along the suspended track, occasionally glancing at the instrument panel to monitor various flight parameters, relishing the joy of smooth flight. His first destination was the Research and Development Center, a place he considered his sanctuary, conveniently located adjacent to the elevator entrance. The entire center was equipped not only with research studios, but also with laboratories for physics, biology, chemistry, and more. It even housed a small-scale manufacturing center dedicated to tinkering with experimental machines, epitomizing a one-stop service. Upon entering the research studio, Shen Yuan's gaze fell upon the immersive holographic interactive system. He inquired of Xinghai, what practical utility does this device hold in actual research? Xinghai immediately responded, Shen Yuan. This holographic interactive system is exceptional, supporting gesture control and tactile feedback. Its operation is as seamless as the interface in a steel armor suit. During research, you can transform your designed equipment into three-dimensional models, just like this. As he spoke, Xinghai collaborated with Shen Yuan, guiding his fingers in the air to summon a transparent menu interface. With a few taps, three-dimensional images of various news videos sprang to life around them. Look, not only can you access a wealth of information, but you can also magnify and modify model details. It's simply astounding. Shen Yuan casually glanced at the video content, waved his hand, and the images vanished instantly. He then gestured again to retrieve the three-dimensional model of a new device designed yesterday, magnifying a specific detail. The three-dimensional image zoomed in on the chip structure, and with another wave of his hand, the image disappeared, eliciting a satisfied nod from Shen Yuan. He swiftly activated a nearby small atomic analyzer, precisely adjusting the knob with his fingers, his eyes fixed intently on the holographic display, where every fluctuation of data was meticulously scrutinized. He meticulously scrutinized the operation manual while fervently cross-referencing various parameters, embodying a spirit of rigor. Upon completing the apparatus inspection, he ventured into the physics laboratory. At the heart of this laboratory lies a circular particle collider, optimized and upgraded by Xinghai, with a diameter of 1 kilometer. This remarkable apparatus is capable of generating collision energies of 1000 TeV and is equipped with advanced detectors, facilitating the exploration of novel elemental particles. Furthermore, the laboratory boasts an array of optical, electromagnetic, and thermodynamic experimental instruments, along with data processing and analytical equipment, encompassing multiple domains such as particle physics, optics, electromagnetism, and thermodynamics. The overall configuration of this facility stands at the forefront among numerous advanced laboratories in the country. As Shen Yuan strolled through the physics laboratory, he meticulously examined each instrument, his fingertips gliding gently over the surfaces, leaving no detail overlooked. Subsequently, he transitioned to the biology laboratory, where a collection of specialized instruments was on display, encompassing cell and molecular biology equipment, protein and nucleic acid analyzers, microbial and cell culture apparatus, and sample processing and preparation devices, along with ultra-pure water systems and high-pressure sterilizers. This facility comprehensively covers various professional fields such as cell biology, molecular biology, and microbiology. Currently, the laboratory is primarily focused on researching human enhancement agents, with potential future expansions into more advanced realms, such as biological computer chips. After conducting a thorough inspection of each instrument, he proceeded to the adjacent chemistry laboratory. Within this space, a series of advanced devices awaited, including analytical instruments, sample processing and preparation apparatus, environmental and thermodynamic instruments, atomic absorption spectrometers, and ion chromatographs, addressing multiple fields such as chemical analysis, sample handling, and environmental monitoring. He randomly picked up a reagent bottle, carefully comparing the information on the label. After uncapping it, he assessed the reagent's composition through olfactory inspection before placing the bottle back with precision. Shen Yuan then entered the small-scale manufacturing center, making a beeline for the newly developed Nano 3D rapid printer. This device possesses the capability to print various components, ranging from chips to mechanical parts. Though its printing speed is somewhat slower compared to specialized equipment, he cautiously elevated the print head for a meticulous examination, using a clean cloth to wipe it down with care. On the control panel, he thoroughly reviewed the printer's operational logs and maintenance prompts, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Additionally, the manufacturing center is equipped with other apparatuses, including multifunctional robotic arms and magnetic levitation conveyor systems. After departing the research center, Shen Yuan proceeded to the energy center. The core apparatus of the energy center is the original 1-meter diameter spherical cold nuclear fusion device, radiating a subtle blue light that provides stable energy supply for the entire base. Shen Yuan conducted a comprehensive inspection around the energy chamber, stopping intermittently to tinker with the control buttons on the side, pressing his ear against the chamber to listen attentively to the sounds of its operation. His eyes fixated intently on the data displayed on the console, demonstrating a meticulous and rigorous demeanor. Xinghai, given our base's current energy demands, is the cold fusion device's output stable? Shen Yuan inquired. Xinghai replied curtly, Shen Yuan. The energy output of the cold fusion device has already reached 50% capacity. With our current energy consumption, it can sustain us, but it will require an additional palladium element every month. However, if the base continues to expand and its functions increase, it will certainly become inadequate. I suggest either procuring an additional identical energy device as a backup or directly replacing it with a more powerful energy apparatus. The decision is yours. Shen Yuan understood that energy was the lifeblood of the base's normal operations, and a stable supply was paramount. Although he possessed a miniature cold fusion device, it was intended as the core energy source for the steel armor he had long envisioned, and he could not afford to allocate it for the base's needs. Without hesitation, he prioritized the energy upgrade plan as a critical agenda item for the base's development, emphasizing efficiency above all. Chapter 29. Phase 1 Base Acceptance. Immediately thereafter, Shen Yuan entered the command center. The control consoles were arranged methodically around the room as he proceeded down the aisle, stopping at each console in turn. He bent down to open the maintenance cover at the bottom of the console, meticulously inspecting the wiring connections, gently shaking each data cable. He ensured that the connections were secure and reliable while swiftly scanning the parameters displayed on the instruments. Upon reaching the central command control platform, a large 12-meter holographic tactical sand table, he extended his hand to touch the platform's edge. Subsequently, he activated the control panel, watching as the three-dimensional holographic image of the entire base gradually materialized. As he adjusted the various functions and input a series of commands, he observed the platform's response speed and the quality of the imagery with great care. He then inquired with precision, "Shanghai, how efficient is this command platform in processing information during combat operations? Can it achieve real-time dynamic transmission?" Shanghai promptly replied, "Shen Yuan, this platform is equipped with a photonic quantum ultra-high-speed data processing module. It can seamlessly integrate various types of information from both within and outside the base, encompassing critical data such as personnel locations, equipment status, and surrounding environmental conditions. This ensures that you can make swift decisions during combat operations, with information transmission delays being virtually non-existent." As he continued to operate, Shen Yuan contemplated how to further enhance the efficiency of information transmission in future combat scenarios. He then proceeded to the supercomputing center, where the expanded photonic quantum supercomputing matrix shimmered with an enigmatic glow. This was the core of Shanghai. Approaching the supercomputing matrix, he crouched down to inspect the connecting lines, gripping the data cables in his hands and gently shaking them to check for secure connections. "Shanghai, after the expansion, just how powerful is your photonic quantum supercomputing matrix?" He feverishly input commands on the control panel, his gaze fixed on the screen as if he were trying to penetrate its surface, yearning to uncover the intricacies of the computational speed and data processing capabilities. Shanghai reported, "Shen Yuan, the expansion of the photonic quantum supercomputing matrix has been completed, and its computational power has surged to an astonishing 10 to the power of 27 per second, a tenfold increase from before. Engaging in the intricate realms of quantum physics simulations and genetic sequence analyses, the computational speed achieved is nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing traditional supercomputers by a staggering factor of 1 billion. This remarkable enhancement has significantly reduced the development cycle of research projects, thereby elevating efficiency to unprecedented heights." Shen Yuan acknowledges this advancement with optimism, aspiring to leverage this formidable supercomputing power to derive and present a multitude of cutting-edge technological achievements, striving for more groundbreaking progress within the scientific domain. Upon exiting the supercomputing center, Shen Yuan boarded a sightseeing aircraft, continuing his journey to the production zone for inspection and assessment. In this area, large-scale magnetic levitation transport systems were bustling with activity, efficiently conveying components weighing hundreds of tons, ores, and substantial equipment. Shen Yuan stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the operational trajectory of the transport apparatus, silently calculating transport durations while contemplating methods to optimize the logistics. He swiftly established a data connection with the mechanical ants responsible for the transportation, issuing commands to verify the operational status of their programming. Star C. Is there room for improvement in the transport efficiency of this magnetic levitation system? Shen Yuan inquired. Currently, the transport efficiency of the system is already quite high. However, by optimizing the transport routes and adjusting the collaborative patterns of the mechanical ants, we anticipate a potential efficiency increase of 20, came the response. After conducting a comprehensive inspection and confirming the absence of anomalies, Shen Yuan proceeded into the expansive manufacturing center of the production zone. It was no longer the modest setup of a few small production devices. Instead, it now boasted an impressive array of advanced manufacturing equipment. Among these, there were as many as 10 large quantum nano-precision manufacturing lines, a stark contrast to the earlier small-scale versions. The facility housed 3 large photonic quantum chip production lines and 10 large metal 3D rapid printing devices. Furthermore, it featured 5 large energy battery production lines capable of producing batteries rated below level 4, with level 3 being 5 cm energy crystals and level 4 being 10 cm energy crystals. The assembly lines for the large mechanical ants comprised 10 lines, each capable of producing 140 mechanical ants daily, culminating in an impressive total daily output of 14,400 units, a qualitative leap in production capacity. Presently, the entire base has surpassed an impressive scale of 180,000 mechanical ants. Additionally, the center is equipped with various multifunctional robotic arms and other production lines, which I shall refrain from detailing individually. Shen Yuan made his way directly to a functioning robotic arm, meticulously observing its joint mechanisms. By sensing the vibrations during operation through touch and scrutinizing the drive mechanism at the arm's base, he felt the outer casing to gauge its temperature. Subsequently, he traversed the production line, inspecting the operational status of each device in succession. Along the way, he frequently paused to interact with the mechanical ants operating the equipment via a terminal, issuing succinct commands to ensure the production processes ran efficiently and smoothly. Next, Shen Yuan piloted his aircraft to the large refining center. Within the center, high-temperature furnaces emanated a blinding radiance, continuously generating energy. In response to the ever-increasing demand for raw materials, Star C has designed, produced, and implemented medium and large elemental furnace synthesis devices based on existing technologies. Currently, the large refining center is equipped with 10 large and 30 medium-sized elemental smelting furnaces, alongside 100 smaller devices. The smaller apparatus, due to their portable nature, can be flexibly deployed at excavation and construction sites for on-site smelting and production of construction materials. It is the efficient operation of these furnaces that ensures the large-scale construction and continuous production demands of the entire base are met. Shen Yuan approached a large elemental smelting furnace, adjusting the temperature control device's valve while intently observing the temperature display screen to ensure it remained within the appropriate range. He then examined the fuel supply pipeline of the furnace, meticulously checking the connections for any signs of leakage. "Shanghai, does the refining center still require additional smelting equipment?" Shen Yuan inquired, fully aware that the refining center's production capacity is crucial for the rapid development of the base. Shanghai responded, "Shen Yuan, the current production capacity of the refining center is more than adequate to meet various high-end research and production demands. The previous small vein has been exhausted, but fortunately, we have discovered several new veins subsequently. Among them is a copper-nickel sulfide deposit that surprisingly contains palladium, which can be promptly supplied to the cold nuclear fusion energy devices. Otherwise, relying solely on extracting raw materials from rocks, soil, and sand would render these furnaces incapable of operating at full capacity." Shen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Over the past month, he had immersed himself in the new knowledge organized by Shanghai, dedicating himself to research and development without paying attention to these matters. Shanghai deemed it unnecessary to report such details to Shen Yuan, considering his primary focus was on the development of new technological equipment. Other trivial matters could be managed by Shanghai to avoid hindering Shen Yuan's performance. Shen Yuan once again boarded the aircraft, heading towards the storage center. This facility housed a vast array of raw materials and ores, and a designated area was planned for the subsequent storage of weaponry. He navigated through the supplies, randomly picking up a piece of ore. Using professional methods, he assessed its weight and closely examined the texture and hue of the ore. Subsequently, he accessed a holographic interface, an omnipresent projection system throughout the base, to summon Shanghai's holographic projection. Through this interface, he entered the material management system to inquire about the detailed information and inventory quantities of the ore. "Shanghai, how does the material management system at the storage center achieve precise control?" Shen Yuan, the material management system employs radio frequency identification technology, equipping each item with an electronic tag. This allows for real-time tracking of the location and quantity of materials, ensuring precise management and eliminating concerns of waste or shortages. Shen Yuan arrived at the designated storage area for weaponry, finding it empty, as weapon research had yet to commence. During this time, he had been grappling with the decision of whether to embark on weapon development. However, Shanghai firmly asserted that weapon research must be prioritized, not as a means to target humanity on Blue Star, but rather to prepare for the future exploration of cosmic resources. With meteors and asteroids freely traversing the universe, it is imperative to develop weapons in advance to shatter them and ensure safety. Moreover, should we encounter extraterrestrial life, formidable weaponry becomes an indispensable necessity. One must not harbor unrealistic fantasies regarding such beings. After some contemplation, Shen Yuan found this suggestion remarkably astute. A great figure from the Yanhuang nation once proclaimed, "Wielding a sword and having no sword at all are not the same." Eventually, Shen Yuan arrived at the experimental zone. This area primarily serves as a testing ground for new equipment, currently housing various devices and apparatus designed by Shanghai, all undergoing evaluation. He meticulously inspected the operational status of each testing instrument and experimental device, carefully scrutinizing the recorded experimental data. Furthermore, he offered numerous highly constructive suggestions and insights regarding several ongoing experimental projects to Shanghai. Chapter 30. Optical Disc Storage, Large-Scale Cold Nuclear Fusion. After reviewing the 8 principal areas, Shen Yuan promptly boarded a spacecraft and proceeded to the vertical shaft passage area of the base. This region is crucial for the ingress and egress of mechanical worker ants, construction vehicles, equipment, and subsequent spacecraft. The vertical shaft extends 800 meters in length and 500 meters in width, towering directly to the mountain's summit. On the cliffside at the peak, a dedicated exit for large aircraft has been established. In addition, the passage features dozens of auxiliary entrances and exits of varying heights, directions, and scales, catering to the transit needs of mechanical worker ants and construction vehicles. Each of these exits is equipped with magnetic levitation lifting platforms, with the largest platform measuring an impressive 600 meters in length and 400 meters in width, to prevent detection by villagers gathering herbs or laboring uphill. All entrances have been meticulously concealed. As he traversed the passage, Shen Yuan ran his hand along the metal walls, assessing their sturdiness while closely examining the lighting and ventilation systems, contemplating ways to further enhance the safety and concealment of the passage. Shanghai. How effective is the concealment of the vertical shaft passage and the load-bearing capacity of the lifting platforms? Shen Yuan. The entrances and exits of the passage employ exceedingly stringent concealment measures, with a soil cover thickness of at least 5 meters above, rendering the concealment nearly flawless. The structural design of the main lifting platform can withstand pressures of several 100,000 tons, ensuring the safe ingress and egress of large equipment and aircraft. Subsequently, Shen Yuan made his way to the expansive underground passage designated for mining. He conducted an on-site inspection of the transportation tracks within the passage, monitoring the operational status of the transport vehicles. Following this, he examined several concealed air vents for the base. He opened the protective netting over the vents, meticulously inspecting the operational state of the internal ventilation equipment to ensure the proper functioning of the base's air circulation system. By the time all inspections were completed, night had fully descended. Shen Yuan, feeling famished, hurried back to his home on the surface, preparing himself a hearty meal. While dining, he initiated a video call with Su Yao, relishing the joy of eating and conversing simultaneously. Ever since his aunt's stern reprimand during their last encounter, Shen Yuan had embraced his culinary prowess, striving for self-sufficiency. Only in times of dire need would he resort to instant noodles for sustenance. During meals, he cherished the moments spent connecting with Su Yao via video, as these interactions constituted the most delightful highlights of his day. After dinner, Shen Yuan proceeded to the Research and Development Center to discuss with Shanghai. Shanghai, we need to optimize the functions of our base. Firstly, it is imperative to augment our energy reserves, and subsequently, to fabricate an apparatus for cold nuclear fusion energy. Furthermore, there is a pressing need to enhance our data storage capabilities by establishing a dedicated database center. As we embark on the exploration of the cosmos, the volume of data generated will be substantial. Shen Yuan, your proposal is quite astute and remarkably forward-thinking. The establishment of a specialized data storage area is indeed essential. I have been utilizing cloud storage. Despite my advanced encryption technology ensuring security, it ultimately relies on third-party services. In the event of an unexpected power outage, access to the data could be compromised, warranting serious consideration. Shanghai concurred with Shen Yuan's suggestion to establish a database center, an idea that had previously eluded them. Relying heavily on cloud storage, they had assumed their robust technical defenses were impenetrable, overlooking the risks associated with physical infrastructure. Shanghai immediately set about devising a novel storage technology, termed multimodal molecular optical storage, which they referred to as an optical disk. This optical disk boasts an exceptionally high storage density, capable of holding up to 1000 PB in decimal. In stark contrast, a traditional solid-state SSD of equivalent size offers merely around 1 terabyte, a comparison that is simply unfathomable. Once the design was finalized, Shanghai presented the documentation to Shen Yuan. Concurrently, a small-scale manufacturing center was instructed to produce a prototype optical disk, which was subsequently tested and functioned flawlessly. Shen Yuan meticulously examined the technical proposal and verified the test data, confirming that both the technology and the data were sound. They promptly instructed Shanghai to expedite the construction of a large database center, transferring all cloud store data to local servers. Shanghai immediately organized the large manufacturing center to commence the production of a batch of optical disks. Simultaneously, a team of mechanical worker ants was summoned to begin the construction of the expansive database storage center adjacent to the supercomputing center. Ample expansion space had been allocated in the initial design, which proved fortuitous at this juncture. Next, the matter of expanding the cold fusion energy apparatus arose. Shanghai dedicated considerable time to simulations, optimizing and upgrading the design, ultimately devising a proposal for a large-scale cold fusion energy device, which was submitted for Shen Yuan's review. After a thorough assessment of the technical specifications and theoretical data, and upon confirming their accuracy, Shen Yuan accompanied Shanghai to the small-scale manufacturing center. Shanghai operated the Nano 3D rapid printing device to produce all necessary components. subsequently utilizing a multifunctional robotic arm for assembly. Shen Yuan observed the entire process attentively to preclude any potential issues. The assembly proceeded seamlessly, with no complications arising. In a short span, a spherical cold fusion energy apparatus, measuring 10 meters in diameter, was successfully assembled. Shanghai then instructed the mechanical worker ants to transport the apparatus to the testing area, which is equipped with specialized protective measures against nuclear explosions. This area is constructed from multiple layers of large, mobile, high-strength alloy composite modules, providing a reliable shield that minimizes harm even in the event of a nuclear detonation. Soon, the large cold nuclear fusion energy device was mounted on a magnetic levitation transport platform and dispatched to the experimental zone. Shen Yuan remained vigilantly focused on the real-time monitoring system at the research center. As soon as the equipment was delivered to the protective space of the experimental area, he promptly issued the testing directive. Shanghai commanded the mechanical ants to initiate the device. The moment the device powered on, it emitted a thunderous roar, followed by a blinding flash of light, causing the monitoring display to momentarily vanish. Fortunately, other monitoring instruments continued to function normally, with all data remaining intact. After a brief interlude, the monitoring screen resumed, revealing the device operating steadily without any discrepancies. Upon confirming that everything was functioning correctly, Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to deactivate the device and arrange for its transport to the Energy Center for installation in preparation for its official activation. This device boasts an output power of 100 gigawatts, sufficient to sustain the base for an extended period, although the palladium element is consumed rapidly during operation. The current reserves of extracted palladium are ample, ensuring an uninterrupted energy supply in the near term. After completing these tasks, it was already deep into the night. Even though Shen Yuan's body had undergone enhancements, fatigue began to set in. He yawned and said to Shanghai, "Shanghai, I shall take my leave for now. We can install the new equipment tomorrow." "All right, hurry up and get some rest. I'll handle the remaining tasks, no worries," Shanghai urged. Chapter 31. Installation of multiple new devices. The following morning, Shen Yuan hastily concluded his breakfast and swiftly descended to the base. Today, he and Shanghai bore the significant responsibility of installing new equipment at the base. These devices were the fruits of his meticulous research and development over the past month. They included the Lingxi A-type omnidirectional sensing radar, the Guangren A-type laser defense system, the Yiling A-type reconnaissance drone system, and the Huanying A-type quantum communication network. Upon entering the base, Shen Yuan immediately issued directives to Shanghai, urging him to quickly position the mechanical ants and prepare diligently for the installation of the equipment. Meanwhile, he stood by, intently observing the mechanical ants' every movement and closely monitoring the progress of the installation operations. In the radar antenna installation area, Shanghai skillfully utilized his powerful computational abilities to precisely control the mechanical ants, swiftly securing the antenna to its mount. Concurrently, Shen Yuan, equipped with an angle measuring instrument, adeptly and expeditiously measured and fine-tuned the antenna's angle in accordance with radar detection principles. He aimed for the utmost precision to ensure the radar would achieve optimal detection performance. Additionally, he directed the mechanical ants to implement a series of camouflage measures to seamlessly integrate the radar into its surrounding environment. At this juncture, Shanghai began to elaborate on the parameters and capabilities of the Lingxi A-type omnidirectional sensing radar. Shen Yuan, this Lingxi A-type omnidirectional sensing radar can be regarded as a highly integrated, multifunctional ground radar system, essentially our base size in the sky. Its core technology ingeniously compresses the phase of electromagnetic waves, surpassing diffraction limits to achieve ultra-long-range detection. The internal bionic processor can simulate human tactical intuition with a prediction error rate of less than 0.5 for enemy actions. The radar surface is coated with nanomaterial that rapidly changes color to complete its camouflage, adapting to the surrounding terrain. When deployed, it forms a hexagonal array with a diameter of 50 meters and a height of 20 meters, complemented by a foldable phased antenna, exuding a striking sense of advanced technology. During transportation or storage, the container module can be compressed to a mere 843 meters, facilitating rapid deployment. Its detection capabilities are astounding, with a maximum aerial detection range reaching 12,000 kilometers. High-speed ballistic missiles and stealthy hypersonic vehicles cannot evade its scrutiny. For terrestrial or maritime targets, the tracking range extends to 5,000 kilometers, enabling precise identification of dynamic entities such as tanks and vessels. In penetration mode, it can detect to a depth of 3,000 meters underground or beneath the sea. When activated in overclock mode, it conducts extensive scans across a vast domain, covering a radius of 150,000 kilometers. Although precision may diminish by 30, it can sustain operations for 1 hour and simultaneously lock onto and track 10,000 targets. Additionally, it possesses a unique life detection feature. capable of identifying human biological signals within a 100-kilometer radius, proving invaluable in scenarios such as rubble rescue operations. The radar is equipped with a quantum-encrypted communication barrier, covering a radius of 1,000 kilometers, effectively disrupting external wireless eavesdropping to safeguard information security. It also integrates a quantum communication relay, allowing real-time data synchronization with the command center. Immediately thereafter, Shen Yuan briskly approached the installation point of the Blade A-type laser defense system. Upon arrival, he meticulously adhered to the calibration procedures, swiftly conducting a comprehensive and detailed examination of the laser emission device's parameters. During the inspection, he adeptly adjusted the laser power and precisely calibrated the firing angles, simulating various strike scenarios under different operational conditions. He dynamically modified parameters to ensure the system could strike accurately in a multitude of complex situations, while promptly initiating emergency protocols to rigorously test the emergency response capabilities of the concealed base. Shanghai continued his exposition. This Blade A-type laser defense system serves as our base's formidable edge in short-range air defense and missile interception. Specifically designed to counter threats such as drone swarms and hypersonic missiles, it emits high-energy lasers with a peak power of up to 3,000 kW. Within a 500-kilometer radius, it can penetrate 20 centimeters thick steel plates in just 0.01 seconds, incinerating small drones instantly with formidable lethality. The system features 10 rotating turrets, each housing 16 laser emitters, capable of switching attacks on 160 targets per second. Utilizing advanced ballistic AI calculation technology, the interception success rate for targets below Mach 50 exceeds 99. Through integrated array technology, 16 laser beams can converge and focus, significantly enhancing single-shot lethality and effectively doubling the range. The system's surface is coated with anti-jamming materials, enabling it to withstand conventional EMP and laser blinding weapon interference. It can also interface with radar, infrared, and visible light tracking data. In adverse weather conditions such as dense fog, performance degradation does not exceed 10. However, during extreme weather events like heavy rain or sandstorms, laser attenuation may surpass 25. When operating at full power, the system requires a 1-minute cooling period after every 30 shots to prevent thermal distortion of the optics, which could affect shooting accuracy and system functionality. Subsequently, Shen Yuan devoted himself entirely to the deployment of the Phantom A-type all-domain reconnaissance drone system, personally piloting the unmanned aerial vehicle for test flights. Focusing intently on the control screen, he meticulously monitors the flight posture and signal transmission status in real time. He swiftly records vital flight data and signal strength. Once the test flight concludes, he immediately collaborates with Shanghai to analyze the issues and optimize the flight parameters. Subsequently, Shanghai directs the mechanical ants to install the drone into the vertical shaft. Each installation step is examined with utmost care. Shanghai elaborates. The Phantom A-type all-domain reconnaissance drone system is a highly integrated and modular stealth strategic reconnaissance platform. It is equipped with 12 hive-like platforms, each housing 108 reconnaissance drones. When fully equipped, a total of 1,296 drones operate in unison, capable of adapting to a myriad of complex scenarios. Utilizing multispectral gaze array technology, it amalgamates multi-band data, achieving a resolution of up to 3 billion pixels, allowing for the clear capture of every detail of the target. In synthetic aperture radar mode, imaging precision for targets buried 1,000 meters underground can reach 1 millimeter. Voice print recognition accuracy within a 10-kilometer range is maintained at an error rate below 1. The drone's surface is coated with electrochromic nanoscales, enabling rapid color changes to reduce optical visibility. The radar cross-section is merely 0.0001, effectively evading conventional air defense radar detection. The system can generate real-time 3D tactical maps, with an accuracy of 95 in predicting enemy patrol routes. These drones have a wingspan of 2 meters and can be folded into a tactical backpack for ease of transport and deployment. The body is constructed from high-strength titanium alloy, capable of withstanding direct hits from 7.62mm bullets. Equipped with a level 1 energy battery, the operational endurance extends up to a year. Standard compartments are available for the installation of a miniature EMP generator, capable of incapacitating electronic devices within a 500-meter radius for 1 minute. Additional optional compartments include deep-sea submersible kits and laser relays, adaptable to diverse mission requirements. It employs quantum communication technology to establish a hive-like local network, ensuring data security. In the event of capture, it automatically activates a nanothermite agent, incinerating the core chip and storage unit within 1 second. Finally, Shen Yuan arrives at the installation site of the Phantom A-type all-domain quantum communication network. Utilizing specialized equipment, he races against time to conduct comprehensive performance tests on the quantum communication devices. He continuously adjusts communication parameters, closely monitoring fluctuations in signal strength, transmission rate, and bit error rate. The optimization and debugging process is repeated relentlessly. Simultaneously, he instructs Shanghai to simulate interference scenarios such as solar winds and cosmic rays. Shanghai explains that the Phantom A-type all-domain quantum communication network system serves as the strategic quantum communication backbone for the Blue Moon system, fulfilling the preliminary technological equipment requirements for interstellar development of ultra-secure communication. It can establish a quantum communication network within a 10,000 kilometer radius. Subsequently, through a quantum relay chain. In conjunction with satellites, ground stations, and lunar bases, the Blue Moon quantum communication network will be formed, addressing signal attenuation issues to achieve all-domain communication. It is also equipped with a deep space anti-jamming layer, capable of resisting interference from solar winds and cosmic rays on entangled photons, ensuring stability and reliability in communication. Upon completing the installation of these new devices, Shen Yuan and Shanghai continue to optimize the production process of the mechanical ants. He stands beside the production line of the mechanical ants, holding a tablet computer, swiftly documenting the production time of each phase. The team delved deeply into the bottlenecks within the production process. They uncovered that certain mechanical worker ants were encountering issues such as intersecting routes and excessive waiting times during the material handling stage, which severely hampered overall production efficiency. Consequently, they took immediate action to redesign the movement paths of the mechanical worker ants and adjusted the parameters of the production line, thereby ensuring a more compact and rational operational rhythm. After considerable effort, the production efficiency of the mechanical worker ants markedly improved. A steady stream of new mechanical worker ants emerged from the production line. Standing aside, Shen Yuan compared the efficiency data of the new and old systems, contemplating further optimization strategies. Upon completing this series of tasks, Shen Yuan once again surveyed the entire base. At this moment, the base, having undergone equipment installation and functional optimization, showcased enhanced capabilities and improvements. Chapter 32, the declaration of stars and seas with the critical installation of equipment and the optimization of the base's functions completed. Time quietly slipped away. The night was deep and silent, yet the base remained brilliantly illuminated. The sounds of machinery intermingled to create a unique symphony. Shen Yuan stood alone at the heart of the base, his feet firmly planted on the solid ground. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his mental energy, gradually elevating his form. As his psychic force surged, he floated to the highest point of the base, where he beheld the panoramic view before him. The bright lights twinkled like stars in the night sky, illuminating this futuristic base. Gazing silently at everything within the base, a myriad of emotions surged within him. His thoughts drifted back to several months prior when he had returned here alone, confronted by a desolate landscape. Now, he witnessed the nascent form of the base before him. All of this achievement was a result of his and Shanghai's tireless efforts day and night. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. He quietly reflected, this journey, though fraught with challenges, has ensured that every drop of sweat was not in vain. This is my starting point towards the stars and the vast ocean. Shen Yuan's gaze slowly swept across the high-tech facilities throughout the base. Inside the quantum supercomputer room, the Shanghai quantum supercomputing matrix glimmered with a haunting blue light. Its internal chips operated like a small universe in rapid motion, processing vast amounts of data at astonishing speeds. This data provided robust support for the efficient operation of the base. Filled with reverence for the power of technology, Shen Yuan understood in his heart that these devices were formidable tools in his quest to explore the stars and the seas. The orderly, industrious mechanical worker ants scurried about the base, their antennae flashing signals as they precisely executed various tasks. A group of mechanical worker ants crawled along the conduits, meticulously inspecting the energy transmission lines. Their mechanical appendages gently touched the pipes, checking for any anomalies. Observing the mechanical worker ants work with such methodical precision filled Shen Yuan with admiration. He mused to himself, these small mechanical beings, though devoid of human emotions, embody a remarkable efficiency and purpose. Yet, they remain remarkably trustworthy and reliable, tirelessly engaged in their duties, contributing their strength to ensure the seamless operation of the base. They form an indispensable part of it, silently dedicating themselves to the exploration program. The construction aircraft swiftly transport building materials towards the development area of the second phase project. Within the construction zone, large engineering machinery swings its mechanical arms, emitting a deep, resonant roar. With each scoop and dig, they lay the foundations for the base's development. Shen Yuan listens intently to this sound, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future growth of the base. He envisions the completed second phase, picturing larger laboratories capable of housing more advanced research equipment, designed to cultivate more powerful exploration technologies. A more spacious helipad awaits, ready to accommodate his meticulously crafted starry spacecraft. Poised to embark towards the boundless cosmos at a moment's notice. Silently, he whispers a wish for the smooth progress of the second phase, which will provide a more solid backing for the exploration of the stars, bringing him one step closer to the vast ocean of the universe. Shen Yuan takes a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with excitement. Standing tall, his posture exudes a remarkable poise, and his gaze is resolute and passionate. Turning to the holographic image of the starry sea floating in midair, his heart surges with emotion. The countless days and nights of toil and perseverance, the numerous failures followed by renewed attempts, have converged into an immensely powerful belief. He parts his lips gently and proclaims with fervor, to the stars and the sea, I am coming for you. His voice, low yet powerful, reverberates through the core of the base. It seems to strive to break free from the confines of this limited space, reaching into the vast depths of the universe. This declaration serves as a solemn announcement to the starry sea and a grave commitment to his spirit of exploration, a fearless challenge issued to the entire cosmos. Almost as soon as Shen Yuan's words fade, the electronic voice of the starry sea resonates clearly. Shen Yuan, your declaration is akin to the stirring trumpet of the exploration journey. I shall support your endeavor wholeheartedly. With this proclamation, the lights of the base illuminate brightly, transforming from a gentle glow into a dazzling brilliance. As if celebrating this monumental decision, the ventilation system hums energetically. It sounds seemingly cheering on the explorers poised to embark on their journey. As the echoes of the words linger, the starry sea swiftly initiates action, and the entire base enters a state of rapid operation. The core processor of the starry sea, like a diligent commander, processes various data at lightning speed. It recalibrates the production plans of the base, reallocating more resources to the equipment and mechanical worker ants of the second phase project. Commands to the mechanical worker ants flash across their antennae, prompting them to halt their current tasks. They swiftly adjust their routes, racing towards the direction of the second phase project, akin to soldiers answering the call to assemble, joining the fervent legion of construction. Shen Yuan gazed at the efficient operations of Shanghai, his heart brimming with admiration. Suspended in midair, he quietly savored the bustling scene within the base. Yet, his thoughts wandered towards a grand vision of future development, where he envisioned himself piloting an advanced spacecraft, traversing layers of interstellar dust to reach distant and enigmatic star systems. There, he would delve into the mysteries of the cosmos, striving to unravel the secrets hidden within. Turning to the holographic image of Shanghai, his eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation as he spoke. Shanghai, the road ahead is long. Let us stride forward together. Surely, we shall leave our unique mark amidst the stars and seas. The electronic voice of Shanghai resonated clearly once again. Shen Yuan, rest assured. No matter the hardships we may face in the future, I will always stand by your side, unwavering. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as a rock, continuing to immerse himself in the reverie of a splendid future. Chapter 33, Reinitiating the Iron Armor Project. As the various affairs of the base construction gradually fell into place and the installation of key equipment was completed with optimized functionality. The first phase of the base's construction had reached a significant milestone. The subsequent developments would be spearheaded by Shanghai, commanding the Mechanical Legion for the second phase, after which further actions would be planned. In the next 3 days, he could finally focus wholeheartedly on the subsequent research and development of the armor. Everything was in readiness. Only the production of the armor remained to realize his dream of an ironclad suit. Shanghai, Shen Yuan called out loudly, his voice echoing through the research center. In that call resided an undeniable resolve, alongside an eagerness for the impending research endeavors. Coming right up, Master Shen Yuan. The playful electronic voice of Shanghai responded instantly, akin to a delivery person ready to take an order. The tone was crisp and powerful, as if declaring its readiness to tackle challenges alongside Shen Yuan. Let us restart the Iron Armor Project at once. Expedite the design schematics. Shen Yuan commanded, his tone succinct and forceful. He raised his head, his gaze intensely fixed on the central holographic image, as if he could already envision the ultimate design blueprint of the iron armor. Shanghai replied, understood. Initiating the simulation program immediately. The system will compute based on existing data and your previous design preferences, expecting to generate the preliminary schematics within 5 minutes. The core processor of Shanghai immediately entered a state of high-speed operation. A series of intricate Chinese codes and graphical symbols flickered rapidly across the holographic screen. Meanwhile, during the simulation process, a three-dimensional projection of the iron armor gradually emerged alongside. Initially, there was nothing, but then parts began to materialize, assembling in accordance with the preset sequence, piece by piece. Moments later, a meticulously designed black gold iron armor, exuding a subtle glow, slowly manifested in the holographic projection. Its contours flowed seamlessly, with a structural design of exquisite ingenuity. Every detail seems to softly whisper the enchanting allure of technology. The voice of Xinghai resonates once more. Shen Yuan, the design blueprint has just been freshly minted, and all the fundamental performance parameters have been loaded. Take a look. Shen Yuan approached the holographic projection with steady steps, his gaze meticulously examining the design blueprint and the three-dimensional image of the steel armor. A frown creased his brow as he concentrated intently, rapidly calculating in his mind. This was a new ability derived from his extraordinary insight following genetic evolution. Under the influence of this special capability, every line and structural detail of the design blueprint was magnified to the utmost, appearing vividly close and distinct. He immersed himself in dissecting each design element, his brow occasionally furrowing as he mentally rehearsed the paths of optimization. Various potential optimization schemes flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, Shen Yuan slapped his forehead, exclaiming with excitement, "Xinghai, look at the power connection at the shoulder. Could we design it to be more compact? This would reduce energy loss." Xinghai promptly responded, "I am analyzing your suggestion based on the energy transmission model. The optimization could theoretically reduce energy loss by approximately 15 without affecting the shoulder's range of motion. The modification has been integrated into the design blueprint." As time ticked away, Shen Yuan was absorbed in his study of the blueprint. Everything around him seemed to freeze. It was just him and the design, engaged in a silent dialogue. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He reached out to delicately tap the air, magnifying a design detail of the steel armor several times. "Here, Xinghai, let's further optimize the power transmission structure at this joint. By employing a nested design, we can enhance the efficiency of power transmission." As he spoke, he illustrated the new structural shape in the air with his hands. His gestures were confident and resolute, as if he could already envision the effects of the optimization. After rapid calculations, Xinghai responded, "The nested design proposal is feasible, and it is expected to improve power transmission efficiency by approximately 20. The corresponding design modifications have been completed, and the new performance parameters are being updated." Shen Yuan observed the enhancement in the performance parameters of the modified steel armor and nodded in satisfaction. He then continued to discuss the possibilities for further optimization with Xinghai. Shen Yuan proposed, "There is still room for improvement in the energy conversion rate of the propulsion system. Can we adjust the energy distribution ratio?" Xinghai quickly replied, "I am reconstructing the energy distribution model. The adjustment is expected to enhance the energy conversion rate by 10 to 12. However, this modification may impact the initial energy reserves of other components and requires further evaluation." After several hours of diligent effort, a brand new, meticulously analyzed, an improved high-tech armor design emerged from the collaboration between Shen Yuan and Xinghai. As Shen Yuan gazed upon the final design proposal, his eyes brimmed with contentment and pride. This was the culmination of the collision of their intellects and the realization of his dream of a steel armor. Shen Yuan exclaimed with excitement, "Xinghai, we have finally perfected our design. The journey has been arduous, but our dream is on the verge of realization." Xinghai responded with equal enthusiasm, "Indeed, were it not for your brilliant creativity and keen insight, this design might have taken an eternity to come to fruition. Our partnership is truly formidable. We have swiftly crafted this steel armor design." Instantly, the automated production equipment within the base sprang to life. The robotic arms moved with remarkable agility, commencing the fabrication of armor components in accordance with the design specifications. Their movements were precise and swift, reminiscent of a cadre of skilled artisans meticulously sculpting each piece. As component after component was produced, Shen Yuan took it upon himself to assemble them. He deftly wielded the tools, aligning the parts with impeccable accuracy. Every screw was tightened, every connection made with utmost diligence. His gaze was focused and earnest, each motion imbued with a fervent passion for the steel armor. In a short while, a striking suit of armor in black and gold, resembling a majestic steel exoskeleton, stood before them. The surface of the armor gleamed with a metallic luster, as if lying in wait for its master's command to embark on an unknown journey. Shen Yuan stroked his chin appreciatively and nodded. "This finished product is indeed remarkable. Let us proceed with the testing. We shall begin with the palm pulse laser cannon." With a sweeping gesture, he beckoned Xinghai to transport the armor to the testing area and swiftly initiated the testing protocol for the palm pulse laser cannon. His tone carried a hint of tension, mingled with anticipation. Xinghai reported methodically, "I have instructed the mechanical worker ants to transfer the armor to the testing area. All accompanying testing equipment has been calibrated and is ready for immediate deployment." The mechanical worker ants efficiently transported the armor to the testing area, securing it precisely on the testing rack and making fine adjustments to ensure it was aimed at a steel block target 10 meters thick in the distance. Shen Yuan squinted slightly, meticulously inspecting every detail to guarantee the testing would proceed flawlessly. "Prepare, fire." With a commanding voice, Shen Yuan issued the command. and Shanghai maneuvered the steel armor as the palm pulse laser cannon unleashed its full might. In an instant, a dazzling beam of laser erupted from the palm of the armor. The testing rack, which secured the armor, contorted and warped under the immense recoil, resembling a twisted branch. The pulse laser, imbued with tremendous energy, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, igniting the air around it and radiating a brilliant glow before striking the steel block with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp hissing sound, the steel plate was instantly penetrated by the pulse laser, embedding itself into a specially designed alloy block behind it, nearly breaching it entirely. A circular hole, half a meter in diameter, appeared in the steel plate, its edges aglow with a faint red hue from the intense heat of the laser, exuding a searing aura. The pierced steel block vividly showcased the formidable power of the palm pulse laser cannon, exceeding all expectations. Shen Yuan observed the test results, nodding slightly, yet soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. In his gaze, there was a blend of satisfaction with the formidable firepower and an underlying concern regarding potential issues. Chapter 34, Vibranium Number 1. However, this firepower was excessively intense, and the recoil could potentially harm the user in practical scenarios. Moreover, the armor's defensive capabilities were somewhat insufficient. The strength of the special titanium alloy left much to be desired. Shen Yuan continued, Shanghai, we must devise a way to address these problems. Do you have any ideas? Shanghai responded, starting from the principle of reaction force, we might consider designing a system that incorporates cushioning and energy recovery features. As for enhancing the armor's strength, we could explore the development of new alloy materials, optimizing the microstructure to augment their mechanical properties. Upon hearing Shanghai's proposal, Shen Yuan pondered deeply. To perfect this armor, they must conquer the current formidable challenges. The development of entirely new alloy materials seemed to be an unavoidable path. As he walked towards the physics laboratory, he contemplated how to advance this new alloy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the vibranium from the Manway universe, which would be an ideal material. With this thought in mind, he earnestly declared, Shanghai, let us use the vibranium from the Manway universe as our research focal point and conduct simulations for the new alloy material. Once completed, we will activate the particle collider to verify the results one by one and attempt to deduce its particle structure. Shanghai promptly replied, understood. I have initiated the simulation program for vibranium from the Manway world, and we expect to generate a preliminary feasible experimental plan within 30 minutes. Following the received command, Shanghai immediately commenced the simulation calculations based on the vibranium from the Manway universe. On the holographic screen, a torrent of data surged like a roaring wave. Through efficient algorithmic models and large-scale parallel computations, they swiftly generated experimental plans encompassing thousands of possibilities. Shen Yuan, guided by these potential plans, proceeded with the experiments in order of decreasing probability. He arrived at the particle collider, a colossal apparatus radiating a metallic sheen, with various indicator lights flashing continuously, showcasing a complex and precise operational state. Shen Yuan lightly tapped the control panel, methodically inputting a set of preset commands. Following the confirmation of the commands, the particle collider gradually completed its self-check and initiated the cold start process. The particles within the chamber began to accelerate at nearly the speed of light under the precise control of a superconducting magnetic field, producing a stable and low-frequency operational hum. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan activated his microscopic vision, his eyes firmly locked onto the particle collision zone. From this microscopic perspective, the trajectories of the particles were rendered in exquisite detail. His gaze was focused and keen, leaving no minute detail unexamined. The continuously fluctuating data not only highlighted the intricate characteristics of the microscopic world, but also provided crucial guidance for subsequent research efforts. Shen Yuan was wholly absorbed in operating the equipment, his eyes steadfastly fixed on the screen. He asked in a calm and professional tone, Shanghai, what is the degree of correlation between the parameters obtained from the current particle collision and the data derived from your preliminary simulations? Shanghai replied, the current correlation between the collision parameters and the simulated data stands at 85, falling within an acceptable margin of error. Maintaining the current operational mode holds the potential to achieve the desired ideal outcomes. Shen Yuan meticulously validated each experimental plan, frequently employing microscopic particle manipulation techniques. He finally adjusted the particle structures, steadily progressing towards the anticipated objectives. After numerous attempts and parameter adjustments, a novel substance was detected within the collection device during a high-intensity collision in the particle collider. Shen Yuan swiftly seized the collection device, activated microscopic vision, and immersed himself in a detailed examination of the particle structure of this new material. His gaze was filled with curiosity and expectation, as if he were delving into the realm of the unknown. Simultaneously, the analytical results from Shanghai appeared on the screen. The particle structure of this new substance was nearly static, with exceptionally low thermal and kinetic conductivity. It could absorb and store various forms of energy, including kinetic energy, sound waves, and electrical energy, while exhibiting remarkable strength. Notably, the more energy the substance absorbed, the greater its hardness became, though it had an upper limit for endurance. Shen Yuan spoke with urgency, his excitement barely contained. "Shanghai, this could very well be the material we have been seeking. Initiate a comprehensive performance evaluation immediately. There must be no errors." Shanghai solemnly replied, "The performance evaluation program has been fully activated, and preliminary data indicates that this material's properties are exceptionally outstanding, aligning closely with our anticipated requirements for armor materials." A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Shen Yuan's eyes as he nodded approvingly, increasingly pleased with this new material. An idea struck him. He slapped his thigh and declared with undeniable conviction, "From now on, this will be called number 1 vibranium." Thus, the new substance was bestowed with its unique name. Shanghai concurred. "This designation is exceedingly appropriate. It will undoubtedly become a significant milestone in armor materials, heralding the dawn of a new phase." Shortly thereafter, Shen Yuan and Shanghai embarked on reverse engineering based on the particle structure of number 1 vibranium, aiming to develop a mass production synthesis plan. After all, the production method of the particle collider was not conducive to large-scale manufacturing. "Shanghai, based on our current analysis of the particle structure, what are the main technical bottlenecks for achieving large-scale synthesis?" "The primary challenge lies in the precise control of the binding conditions between particles, necessitating the exploration of a catalytic mechanism that is both stable and efficient. At present, I am conducting simulation analyses of relevant schemes." With a physical reference at hand, Shanghai swiftly completed the theoretical synthesis process for number 1 vibranium. Shen Yuan placed great importance on this and immediately instructed Shanghai to utilize the small elemental furnace within the miniature manufacturing center to commence experimental synthesis of number 1 vibranium. Shanghai responded, "The small elemental furnace synthesis device has been activated, and experimental synthesis operations are underway. Results are expected in 1 minute." True to his expectations, Shanghai successfully synthesized and produced a small batch of number 1 vibranium. After rigorous testing, its performance matched perfectly with that of number 1 vibranium during the experimental phase, with all indicators meeting the anticipated standards. Upon witnessing the test results align with expectations, Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to commence the production of an initial batch for the fabrication of the new steel armor. Subsequently, efforts were directed towards optimizing the internal structure of the armor. Activating the holographic imaging, they meticulously dismantled the armor, incorporating additional cushioning devices at critical points. Guided by the test data, Shen Yuan systematically initiated the optimization design, each directive articulated with clarity, precision, and accuracy. He conveyed to Shanghai that during the design phase of the cushioning device, it was imperative to focus on effectively counteracting the reactive force generated upon the firing of the palm-mounted pulse laser cannon. Furthermore, it was essential to ensure that this design would not adversely affect the overall agility of the armor. Shanghai responded that the design of the cushioning device had been optimized per the requirements. Simulation results indicated that the device could negate over 90 of the reactive force while maintaining the armor's agility intact. Concurrently, Shen Yuan developed an energy absorption, conversion, and storage system for the first-generation vibrating gold armor. This system was capable of efficiently converting the energy absorbed by the vibrating gold and storing it within specially designed energy storage modules. Subsequently, these modules would be integrated into the armor to facilitate effective energy management and utilization. During the assembly phase, Shen Yuan continuously refined the positioning and connectivity of the modules, aiming to maximize the uniform conversion efficiency of the energy absorbed by the vibrating gold. The application of this module could elevate the energy absorption threshold of the vibrating gold to more than 10 times its original capacity. His movements were both deft and meticulous, each adjustment reflecting a relentless pursuit of perfection. As he adjusted, he inquired, "Shanghai, how is the energy conversion efficiency at the current module position?" Shanghai replied, "Under the current conditions, the energy conversion efficiency has reached 85, exceeding the anticipated benchmark. Ongoing fine-tuning is expected to further enhance efficiency." Once the optimization work concluded, Shen Yuan secured the improved steel armor back onto the testing rack, readying for comprehensive performance evaluations. This time, in addition to the palm-mounted pulse laser cannon, various combat scenarios would be simulated to thoroughly assess the armor's defensive capabilities and reactive force buffering efficacy. His gaze was intense, imbued with anticipation for the armor's performance during the tests. As the testing commenced, the palm-mounted pulse laser cannon discharged in a continuous sequence as programmed. The formidable recoil impacted the armor, yet under the synergistic effect of the cushioning device and the energy absorption of the vibrating gold, the armor remained firmly affixed to the testing rack, exhibiting minimal displacement. Upon simulated attacks striking the armor, the vibrating gold promptly responded, efficiently absorbing energy, leaving no visible traces of damage on the armor's surface. Splendid. Perfect. Shen Yuan beamed at the test results, his face radiating joy. Elated. He felt invigorated for the forthcoming research. The optimized armor performed exceptionally well in the tests, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. This led Shen Yuan to believe that this armor would undoubtedly prove to be immensely valuable. Chapter 35. Testing the steel armor for wear. Shanghai. Prepare to execute the wear testing procedure. Shen Yuan's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes upon the set of armor radiating a metallic sheen. And he spoke in a calm, yet expectant tone. All right, Shen Yuan. The auxiliary program for fitting has been initiated. You may now enter the armor for the fitting operation. Responded Shanghai in a precise and meticulous tone. As the command was issued, the front components of the armor smoothly retracted along the central axis from top to bottom. The internal lighting system sequentially activated, illuminating the intricate structure within the armor, awaiting Shen Yuan's exploration. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan turned his back to the armor. The armor then advanced forward, snugly conforming to his back, extending smoothly from bottom to top, with the fastening mechanism clicking into place with precision. In an instant, he was enveloped by the high-tech equipment, various instruments and holographic displays flickering with data like dancing musical notes. Activate the armor and conduct a series of fundamental functionality tests. Shen Yuan commanded. Initiating the diagnostic program. Vital signs data connection is stable. The power system has completed its warm-up, and the weapon systems are on standby. Shanghai swiftly reported the results of the diagnostics. Shen Yuan moved his body slightly, feeling the degree of fit between himself and the armor. The sensation of being intimately connected made him feel as though he had merged with this state-of-the-art equipment. Shanghai, the fit is absolutely remarkable. This auxiliary program is truly exceptional. Shen Yuan could not help but exclaim. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Shen Yuan. The perfect fit will enable you to operate the armor with unparalleled fluidity and unleash its full firepower. A hint of pride could be detected in Shanghai's electronic voice. Shen Yuan attempted to raise his arm, and then crouched slightly, observing the joints of the armor move flexibly without any hint of lag. The agility is extraordinary. Now let us test the movement speed. As soon as Shen Yuan finished speaking, he dashed through the experimental area like a gust of wind. His figure raced swiftly across the space, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Current movement speed has reached 100 kilometers per hour, nearing the design expectations, Shanghai reported in real time. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan quickened his pace, pushing the power output to its limits, and his speed instantly soared to 120 kilometers per hour. Wow. We've directly surpassed the design expectations. The potential of this armor is simply beyond imagination, absolutely phenomenal. Shen Yuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, confidence radiating from his face. Next, he proceeded to test his punching power and weightlifting capability. Shen Yuan threw a powerful punch, striking the testing apparatus with great force. The instrument's screen immediately displayed a value of 10,015 kilograms, nearly 12 times his barehanded punching strength. Standing beneath the weight testing apparatus, he extended his arms upward, securely supporting the metal plate. The test commenced promptly, with Shanghai announcing, testing initiated. Current pressure is 1 ton, 2 tons, reaching 30 tons, nearing the limit. Test halted. Shen Yuan lowered his arms, gently shaking them to adjust his breathing rhythm, his focus fixated on the flickering numbers on the instrument, excitement apparent in his eyes. The next step was to conduct a weapon systems test. A professional intensity shone in Shen Yuan's gaze as he prepared to initiate the firing program for the palm-mounted pulse laser cannon. The weapon system has completed its self-diagnostic, and all parameters are normal, ready for launch. Shanghai responded in a standard reporting tone. Shen Yuan raised his arm, aiming at a distant abandoned target, and fired a shot. A dazzling beam of laser shot forth from his palm, striking the target with precision, which was instantly obliterated. The power remained formidable, and the recoil was effectively controlled, significantly enhancing the handling performance. Shen Yuan was exceedingly pleased with the test results. He glanced at his watch and realized it was already nightfall, the skies having turned completely dark. Contemplating the dim evening light, he decided to take this opportunity to test the flight capabilities of the armored suit. Shanghai, activate flight mode. I am about to take off, Shen Yuan declared, channeling his telekinetic energy, a transparent telekinetic shield enveloping the armor instantaneously, allowing him to engage in stealth operations. Flight mode activated. A safe flight testing route has been plotted, Shanghai replied, precisely projecting the flight route onto Shen Yuan's field of vision. The particle thrusters in the suit's legs ignited, emitting a torrent of blue plasma, as Shen Yuan began to ascend slowly. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the thrusters unleashed their full power, propelling him like an arrow released from a bow towards the top exit of the base's vertical shaft. The concealed exit opened quietly, and Shen Yuan shot forth like a meteor piercing through the night, soaring into the vast sky. He gradually accelerated, feeling the piercing wind whip past his ears with a sharp howl. At an altitude of 3,000 meters and a speed of Mach 1, he requested to continue accelerating. Shanghai reported the flight parameters with precision. Shen Yuan progressively increased the power output, his speed escalating rapidly. Meanwhile, within the military base, the atmosphere grew unusually tense. An alarm blared sharply, shattering the tranquility of the night. Commander, radar has detected an unidentified sonic boom, moving at an extremely high speed. The target exhibits stealth characteristics and cannot currently be locked on, a soldier reported with a grave expression. Colonel Li, the base commander, furrowed his brows, his gaze revealing a mix of anger and confusion. What is going on? Is it that mysterious flying object again? Dispatch 2 Tunglong fighter jets immediately. We must ascertain its origin and ensure it does not vanish from our surveillance again. His demeanor was serious as he slammed his fist onto the control panel, causing surrounding documents to shake. The adversary had repeatedly, brazenly tested our limits, showing utter disregard for us. 2 Tunglong fighter jets swiftly took off, soaring through the night sky like 2 silver bullets, heading towards the direction of the unidentified flying object. However, Shen Yuan's armor, cloaked in a telekinetic shield, achieved complete invisibility, rendering the fighter jet's radar screens blank, unable to capture any trace of the target. What on earth is this? Our radar system cannot detect any valid signals. A pilot reported via the communication channel. Damn it, this situation has arisen again. Colonel Li struck the table once more, causing the water cups atop it to tremble. Continuing to broaden the scope of the search, a meticulous examination of all suspicious targets is imperative, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan soars through the sky, relishing the exhilaration that flight brings. Shanghai, push the limits of our flight speed. Shen Yuan is overwhelmed with excitement, completely liberated. Accelerating, he reaches a velocity of 2.5 Mach, achieving the pinnacle of aerial speed. A hint of barely detectable exhilaration emanates from Shanghai's voice. Commencing the maximum altitude test, Shen Yuan methodically continues to issue commands. He then deftly maneuvers the armor, ascending steadily, with the altimeter's readings fluctuating like a rushing stream. Having reached the extreme altitude of 30,000 meters, where the oxygen levels are critically low and unsuitable for prolonged habitation, Shanghai cautions. Shen Yuan pauses briefly in the lofty heights, gazing down upon the earth. The city lights twinkle like a myriad of stars, harmonizing with the celestial bodies above. This flight test yields ideal results, surpassing the previous data from the telekinetic flight trials in both speed and altitude. With a smile gracing his face, he calmly instructs, Shanghai, meticulously record all data. It's time for us to return. As the steel armor descends smoothly onto the designated area of the base, Shen Yuan successfully completes the performance testing of the armor. When the armor gradually unlocks from top to bottom, retracting and sliding apart, the moment Shen Yuan steps out, his eyes radiate determination and confidence, as if he envisions himself piloting the armor amidst the vast cosmos. Chapter 36. The journey of Shanghai upon successfully fabricating the steel armor. Shen Yuan coincidentally finds himself at the onset of the weekend. He instructs Shanghai to replace the cold nuclear fusion energy device of the armor with energy batteries for supply. This design aims to create a humanoid intelligent robot, producing a batch to be deployed throughout the base. After all, the agility of humanoid robots far surpasses that of mechanical ants, and Shanghai could even inhabit one, experiencing human life. Having arranged these matters, Shen Yuan, in a state of pure joy, hastens to the deep market, eagerly anticipating a delightful time with his girlfriend, Su Yao. On the first day, they stroll along the beach. The sea breeze caresses their faces gently, and the waves crash upon the shore, creating a soothing symphony. Su Yao, like a jubilant spirit, frolics on the sand, her eyes sparkling with delight each time she discovers a shell. She bounds over to Shen Yuan, eagerly presenting her find, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Observing Su Yao's adorable demeanor fills Shen Yuan with a sweet warmth, a fond smile gracing his lips as he gazes at her affectionately. As they indulge in their playful outing, Su Yao, brimming with curiosity, frequently tugs at Shen Yuan's arm, inquiring about the progress of the game development. Shen Yuan scratches his head helplessly, a wry smile adorning his face. Internally, he feels both warmed by his girlfriend's concern and burdened by the game's challenges. Recognizing that the development is merely an excuse, he softly explains, since I'm working alone, progress is bound to be slow, but I'm nearing some results. You'll be the first to try it when it's ready. After entering into a romantic relationship, Shen Yuan discovers that Su Yao is not just a game concept artist, but also a game streamer. Reflecting on his time at his previous company, Shen Yuan only knew that she was an avid gamer, constantly sharing the joys of gaming and inviting him to join her. At that time, Shen Yuan was so busy that he barely had a moment to spare, merely responding with casual indifference. After they began dating, listening to Su Yao animatedly recount her triumphs in the game, she frequently urged him to team up with her. Despite being a game developer, Shen Yuan's skills in gaming were woefully inadequate, prompting Su Yao to shake her head in disbelief, exclaiming that he was beyond saving. As he reminisced about these moments, warmth enveloped his heart, and he felt that his days with Su Yao were filled with joy and delight. The following day, they visited a uniquely charming restaurant, where tantalizing aromas wafted through the air. As Su Yao perused the menu, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she ordered an abundance of delectable dishes. While they dined, she playfully teased Shen Yuan, laughing as she declared, "Once your game goes live, I must promote it vigorously in the streaming room, so everyone knows how amazing my boyfriend is." Shen Yuan, touched yet slightly embarrassed, replied with a smile, "Then I shall rely on you, my esteemed streamer." In that moment, he pondered whether to have Xinghai develop a game as a surprise for Su Yao. Returning to the base after spending time with his girlfriend, Shen Yuan found himself standing alone in the research studio, lost in thought. The mechanical equipment hummed around him, and flickering lights danced across his face. With furrowed brows and a contemplative gaze, he was troubled by the exploration plan. At that moment, the familiar electronic voice of Xinghai broke through his reverie. "Shen Yuan, we are currently in need of inspiration and creativity for exploring resources and innovative technologies. I analyzed that developing a large-scale 3D game could be quite beneficial, as it would not only gather various technological design ideas, but also address your girlfriend's complaints about your busyness." Taken aback by this unexpected suggestion, Shen Yuan instinctively stroked his chin, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The notion of creating a game to collect players' design ideas was refreshingly novel and could indeed aid the exploration development plan. However, it also posed a risk of exposure. Should this come to light, his current blissful existence would be jeopardized. Yet, considering his girlfriend's grievances, Shen Yuan steeled himself and resolved to proceed. After a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He could simply ask Su Yao to keep it a secret. Nodding resolutely, he declared, "All right, let's do this. The game shall be titled Journey of the Stars." He bolstered himself with the thought that with Xinghai's assistance, as long as he eliminated any traces of exposure, everything should be fine. At that moment, his heart was a tumultuous blend of anxiety and anticipation, quickening with excitement. With unparalleled efficiency, Xinghai wasted no time. Shortly after, a comprehensive development plan for Journey of the Stars appeared before Shen Yuan on the holographic screen. Leaning closer to the holographic display, Shen Yuan's gaze swept over the text and diagrams. Initially, skepticism clouded his eyes, and he furrowed his brow slightly. As he meticulously studied the plan, he pondered whether it would prove feasible. However, with each passing moment of reading and contemplation, he increasingly recognized the substantial viability of this game development proposal. From his extensive experience in game development, he observed that the initial playability was somewhat lacking and rather monotonous. After all, not everyone appreciates a slow-paced, farming-style progression. However, with a few adjustments and a touch of creativity to enhance its appeal, the outcome could be quite promising. Taking a deep breath and puffing out his chest, he resolutely declared, "Xinghai, let us complete this game within 7 days and launch the beta version." The words escaped his lips, startling even himself, yet having uttered them, he steeled his resolve to achieve this goal at all costs. A wave of unwavering conviction surged within him, urging him to give his utmost effort now that a decision had been made. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan dashed to the holographic projection in the development center, pulled out a chair, and sat down. His fingers danced rapidly across the virtual holographic keyboard, his eyes wide with focus, fixated on the screen. Lines of code flickered across the display, and with each character he typed, he murmured to himself, "Yao Yao will surely love this." Meanwhile, Xinghai, utilizing its formidable computational power, devoted itself to generating the foundational scenes and models for the game. Elements such as mountains, meteors, and a cosmic backdrop took shape at astonishing speed within the virtual realm. As Shen Yuan watched the images gradually crystallize, his heart raced, as if he could glimpse the dawn of the game's success. A surge of excitement filled him, his eyes sparkling, lips curling into a smile, and his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Yet, at that moment, while writing code, Shen Yuan encountered a significant dilemma. A crucial system module persistently displayed compatibility errors. No matter how he adjusted the code logic, the error message clung to the screen like an unwelcome guest. Furrowing his brow, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he typed, muttering, "How could this be? The logic is clearly sound." Anxious and perplexed, he felt ensnared in a dark labyrinth, unable to find an exit. Sensing Shen Yuan's distress, Xinghai interjected, "Shen Yuan, perhaps we should delve into the foundational protocols of the data interface to see if there are any hidden conflicts." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan's eyes brightened, hope igniting within him. As he promptly followed Xinghai's suggestion, he meticulously scrutinized each line of protocol code, leaving no potential error unchecked. After some thorough investigation, he finally identified the issue, a minor flaw in data format conversion. He swiftly amended the code, successfully resolving the major impediment to their progress. In that moment, a weight lifted from his heart, a sense of relief washing over him that was utterly exhilarating. Shen Yuan then immersed himself wholeheartedly in the development of the physics engine simulation system, ensuring realistic fidelity. Clutching the data manual tightly, his eyes darted between the manual and the physical data on the screen, inputting parameters with precision. Shanghai, optimize this physical collision effect further. It must mirror reality perfectly, he urged, fingers flying over the keyboard in a flurry of urgency. He was internally anxious about the execution of this crucial component, fearing it might compromise the authenticity of the game, as it directly impacted the overall quality. All right, I'm making adjustments, Shanghai responded. In the blink of an eye, the collision algorithm was optimized, and the simulated collision effects on the screen transformed dramatically. The force, angle, and rebound during collisions seamlessly aligned with the laws of reality. Observing the enhanced effects, Shen Yuan felt his previously tense nerves relax, his shoulders eased, and a smile crept upon his lips as he couldn't help but praise. Impressive, Shanghai. This effect is remarkable. His tone brimmed with trust and admiration for Shanghai, bolstering his confidence in the game's success. Chapter 37. Completion of game design. They immediately delved into the design of the intelligent AI segment. Shen Yuan furrowed his brows, fixating intently on the screen, racking his brain to devise a way for players to effortlessly create various mechanical devices, warships, and artillery. Shanghai, we must significantly enhance the level of AI intelligence assistance, he insisted. It needs to effectively guide players, transforming their imaginative designs into tangible outcomes within the game. In his heart, he regarded this segment as the absolute centerpiece of the game. If it could not be crafted excellently, attracting high-end players would be a challenge, and the fundamental purpose of developing this game would remain unfulfilled. Shanghai promptly incorporated all the available technologies and equipment from the current base. Following a flurry of simulations and calculations, he produced numerous design templates and guiding programs. However, during testing, Shen Yuan discovered that the operational flow explanations for using the templates were overly convoluted and difficult to comprehend, often leaving players bewildered and misunderstanding the process. He relayed the issue to Shanghai, and they began an iterative cycle of testing and adjustments. Shanghai continuously optimized the program's algorithms, while Shen Yuan suggested various improvements from the perspective of player experience. They experimented with new interface designs, placing commonly used design modules and tools in prominent locations for quick access by players. After a day and night of relentless effort, they finally rendered the design operation process smooth, simple, and user-friendly. Upon witnessing the ease of the design segment, Shen Yuan excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "These templates are incredibly practical. Players are bound to love them." He could almost envision players unleashing their creativity and showcasing their talents within the game, filling him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and anticipation for the game's future. Throughout the design process, they repeatedly revised the overarching rules of the solar system within the game, ensuring that the trajectories of meteors aligned with real-world data. Shen Yuan meticulously searched the database and finally retrieved the relevant data. Subsequently, he carefully compared and adjusted the data against the meteor trajectories in the game, scrutinizing every piece of information and detail. While operating, he solemnly instructed, "These meteor trajectories must be precise. There cannot be any discrepancies." This not only pertained to the scientific validity of the game, but also to whether the collected creative ideas could be applied in reality. Any slight deviation could render these design concepts unfeasible in the real world. He was filled with a profound sense of responsibility, meticulously verifying each piece of data, allowing no room for negligence. However, upon importing the data into the game, complications arose. The sheer volume of data caused the game system to exhibit slight stutters, though they were barely noticeable. Yet, over time, these minor disruptions could lead to a system crash. Shen Yuan paced restlessly in his room, his mind racing with thoughts, and a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Shanghai diligently optimized the data storage and retrieval methods, augmenting the data storage center with numerous additional disks. He synthesized various global data compression algorithms, leveraging the characteristics of quantum computing to theorize, upgrade, and refine the process. Ultimately, he developed a quantum parallel data compression algorithm that ensured data integrity while significantly reducing storage space. This innovative algorithm achieved a compression ratio exceeding 1,000 times that of traditional techniques, and its remarkable processing speed facilitated the efficient handling of real-time big data streams. After numerous attempts, Shanghai finally discovered an effective solution, successfully integrating the comprehensive rules of the solar system into the game. In that moment, the shadows of doubt lifted from Shen Yuan's heart, and he gave Shanghai a thumbs up in appreciation. At long last, after a week of intense development, the game was nearly complete. In truth, with Shanghai's computational power, launching an ordinary large-scale 3D game could be accomplished in just an hour. Yet, the creation of Journey of the Stars took an entire week. Most of the time was consumed in authentically recreating the macro system and designing intelligent AI components. They needed to construct a system capable of realistically simulating the various laws governing the universe, both at the micro and macro levels, complemented by super-intelligent AI that would enable players to design elements feasible in reality, though players themselves would remain unaware of the real-world possibilities of their creations. Ultimately, Shen Yuan and Xinghai spent half a day finalizing the project, thoroughly testing the entire game and refining minor details. The game, aptly named Journey of the Stars by Shen Yuan, was successfully developed. As he gazed at the completed game, a satisfied smile graced his face, and he stretched languidly, remarking that they could now await the player's experience. He felt a profound sense of achievement. After all, had this been entrusted to the development team of his previous workplace, it would have taken at least 2 to 3 years, necessitating the elimination of most authentic recreations and intelligent AI design modules. At that moment, Shen Yuan felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain whether players would embrace this game, a labor of love shared between him and Xinghai. His heart swirled with a mix of joyous accomplishment and trepidation for the unknown, leaving him both exhilarated and apprehensive. This large-scale 3D online game utilized Xinghai as its server, capable of supporting billions of players online simultaneously. Players needed only to download a lightweight connection terminal program to access the game via cloud technology, enjoying a seamless experience whether on mobile or computer, with both platforms delivering an indistinguishable visual experience. Upon registering an account, players will find themselves randomly spawned on various celestial bodies within the game's solar system, akin to the commencement of StarCraft. At the outset, players are equipped with merely a base airship and 5 mechanical ants, surrounded by an absence of life. In the early stages, players must cultivate their bases with a farmer's diligence. A 7-day novice protection period grants an invincible shield over the entire asteroid. During this time, players can gather ores and develop mechanical armies for defense and counterattacks. To collect ores, players must guide their mechanical ants to the ore veins on the asteroids, each of which possesses unique types and quantities of minerals. Players must judiciously plan their base development direction based on resource availability, weighing whether to prioritize military might or enhance technological prowess. Once the novice protection period concludes, conflicts may arise with other players, leading to skirmishes and resource disputes. Players may also dispatch their mechanical armies to assault the bases of others and construct defensive structures to withstand external threats. As the game progresses, epic naval battles ensue, as players vie for control over various planets within the solar system, and even engage in galactic dominance. Players command their meticulously crafted starships in fierce confrontations across the vast expanse of the game universe. The performance of the ships and the application of tactics will ultimately determine the outcome of these battles. Should a player suffer defeat, they may opt for rebirth, with the system randomly reallocating their spawn point, granting them another chance. In the game, the base airship can only produce fundamental technological products. To gain an edge over others, players must design their unique mechanical creations. With the assistance of intelligent AI, design becomes relatively uncomplicated, enabling the creation of various unmanned construction vehicles and basic warships. The AI can provide ready-made designs, which players can modify or independently innovate to create more functional mechanical products. For instance, players can enhance unmanned construction vehicles with or smelting capabilities, allowing for automatic preliminary processing during or collection. Basic warships can be augmented with an array of onboard technologies, such as laser cannons, energy shields, and interstellar missiles, or have their functions modified and added based on specific uses to realize various types of warships. As long as the designs pass the final simulation tests, players can commence production. Images of intense battles flicker through Shen Yuan's mind. He hopes the game will deliver thrills and challenges to players while also nurturing their boundless creativity. Additionally, the game will feature a variety of events, tasks, and rewards to encourage active participation. Shen Yuan is aware that from this moment on, he and Xinghai will encounter new challenges and opportunities. The creativity of these players may very well serve as a pivotal support on their journey through the stars. He eagerly anticipates the ingenious ideas players will conjure, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, his gaze filled with dreams. However, before proceeding, it would be prudent to allow Su Yao a trial run and gather her insights. Chapter 38. Internal Testing and Selection. Shen Yuan sat poised in the Research and Development Center, surrounded by an array of high-tech equipment. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking, upon the holographic projection before him, every detail of the smoothly running game absorbed into his keen gaze. For an entire week, he and Xinghai had been laboring within this base, striving to ensure that Star Sea Expedition would debut in its optimal state. At this moment, Shen Yuan and Xinghai were engaged in a discussion regarding the internal testing plan. Surrounding them, the holographic screens danced with a multitude of data and charts, creating a dazzling spectacle. The electronic voice of Xinghai resonated steadily in the space, after a comprehensive examination and analytical computation of the game. It has met the criteria for immediate entry into internal testing, allowing the closed beta phase to be bypassed. Shen Yuan tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing the data displayed in the projection, his brow furrowing. A hint of concern tinged his voice. While direct internal testing could hasten progress, the associated risks were not insignificant. Are we certain there are no issues? Xinghai's tone was resolute. Rest assured, after countless simulated tests and meticulous checks, the current game version approaches perfection, with stability beyond reproach. And there will be no problems whatsoever. Shen Yuan bit his lip, weighing the matter internally, and ultimately, with a firm resolve, he declared, "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, and initiate the internal test directly." Excellent. The necessary qualifications for the game's launch, as well as the business license for the game company, have already been processed through an expedited procedure to ensure a swift completion, Xinghai promptly responded. Shen Yuan, brimming with anticipation, hovered his finger above the send button, ready to transmit the internal test version of Star Sea Expedition along with the activation code to Su Yao. His fingertips trembled slightly, as visions of Su Yao's surprised expression upon seeing the game flooded his mind. He could almost see her clapping excitedly, her eyes wide with exhilaration, sparkling with enthusiasm as she eagerly shared her feelings with him, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. However, at that moment, the familiar electronic voice of Xinghai resonated steadily in his ear. Shen Yuan, if we allow Su Yao to experience the game alone, it may not be prudent. Should others learn that she is the first player, it is highly likely to incite suspicion from those with ulterior motives, connecting her to the game developers. If they were to follow that lead, it could lead them back to you, thus jeopardizing the secrecy of the base. Shen Yuan's finger froze abruptly. The smile that had once graced his lips vanished in an instant, his expression turning serious. He stood still, contemplating the myriad potential consequences that flashed through his mind. He thought of the unscrupulous corporate spies, who, driven by profit, might pose a danger to Su Yao. The mere thought of stalking or threatening her sent chills down his spine. Furthermore, there were those competitors intent on stealing technology, should they discover his identity. The base would face exposure. After a moment, he slowly lowered his hand, his brow furrowing deeply, his gaze filled with contemplation. He paced back and forth in the laboratory, the soles of his shoes creating a faint rustling sound against the floor. His mind was torn. On one hand, he yearned to share his achievements with Su Yao at the earliest opportunity, yet on the other, he was acutely aware of the validity of Xinghai's words. After a thorough deliberation, he abruptly halted, his gaze resolute. He decisively stated, "All right. Let's proceed with your suggestion and select a group of high-quality beta testers from within the country." Xinghai swiftly transitioned into work mode, meticulously scanning the vast array of data and historical records pertaining to domestic gamers. Complex codes and data flashed rapidly across the holographic screen, mesmerizing to the eye. Standing before the holographic display, Shen Yuan's gaze remained fixated on the ever-changing player avatars. As Xinghai filtered the data, he articulated clearly. The selection criteria are set to a strategic game win rate of no less than 95 and a cumulative playtime of at least 1,000 hours. This standard allows us to accurately identify a group of players with profound strategic acumen and extensive gaming experience. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving the screen, murmuring to himself, "I hope these elite players can provide invaluable feedback for the game." Before long, the selection results emerged. Shen Yuan intently scrutinized the list on the screen. When he saw that Su Yao had successfully made the cut with a complete achievement set and a win rate of 98 in Wenming 6, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wenming 6 is a turn-based strategy game where players develop civilization from the Stone Age, guiding it through war, diplomacy, technology, and culture towards the Information Age, ultimately becoming world leaders. Shen Yuan knew Su Yao was good at gaming, but he never anticipated her prowess to be this formidable. His girlfriend is a gaming virtuoso. What a delightful surprise. In that instant, a smile blossomed on his face, his lips curling upwards involuntarily, his eyes filled with pride. He whispered, "Yao Yao is so exceptional. She will surely offer valuable suggestions for the game." He recalled her focused demeanor in the gaming world, swelling with pride. Next, he noticed that Li Hao had also been selected for ranking first in the Kunxing server battle. Kunxing, set against a backdrop of space exploration, is a sci-fi real-time strategy game where players assume the roles of leaders of interstellar civilizations, expanding their influence through exploration, diplomacy, or warfare. In contrast, Shen Yuan's Xinghai Zheng 2 is a developmental game that allows all players to participate simultaneously. The two games share certain similarities in their mechanics and player experience. Li Hao, a well-known gaming aficionado within the industry, has claimed victory in numerous major gaming competitions. His tactical style is versatile, his operations meticulous, and he boasts a legion of devoted fans, enjoying immense popularity. Upon seeing this name, a spark of excitement flickered in Shen Yuan's eyes, as he recognized that Li Hao's involvement would bring a level of professionalism to the game's feedback. In addition, A plethora of gaming luminaries appeared on the list, including popular gaming influencers, streamers, and world-class competitive players. As Shen Yuan perused these names, vivid images of a highly successful game beta test materialized in his mind. He nodded in satisfaction. These players seemed to possess considerable gaming talent. Quite impressive. He resolved to personally invite Su Yao to participate in the testing, as she held a special significance for him. At this moment, Su Yao was in the office of a company in Shenzhen, gathered around the conference table with her colleagues, engaged in a spirited discussion about a new gaming project. The coffee on the table still emitted steam, and the atmosphere in the office was charged with intense dialogue, with everyone animatedly contesting each other's ideas. Shen Yuan managed to reach her through a video call, and upon seeing his incoming call, her previously focused demeanor relaxed instantly, replaced by a joyful smile. She gestured to her colleagues to indicate that she would take the call and found a quiet corner to answer. Shen Yuan excitedly exclaimed, "Yao Yao, I have finally completed the game I was developing, and it has now entered the internal testing phase. I wanted to reach out to you first to invite you to participate in the game's beta testing. Are you excited? However, you must help me keep my identity as the developer a secret. Please do not tell anyone that I am the one behind this. I simply wish to remain low-key and enjoy the fruits of my labor without drawing too much attention. This is crucial for my peace of mind, so remember, you cannot disclose this to anyone, not even to the relevant authorities. Do you understand?" After Shen Yuan spoke, his eyes were filled with anticipation and anxiety, and he held his phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Observing his tense demeanor, Su Yao felt a pang of concern in her heart, her brows knitting together in confusion. She queried, "Is it really that mysterious? Why would the authorities be investigating this game? You're not getting involved in anything illegal, are you?" Shen Yuan felt a tightening in his chest and quickly clarified, "Yao Yao, you must trust me. I would never engage in anything unlawful. Just think about it. If this game becomes a sensation, many will seek to collaborate with me or invest. But I don't want to agree to any of that. If they investigate and discover that I am just an ordinary person, they might coerce me into selling the game. If I refuse, they could turn against me, even resorting to underhanded tactics to get the authorities involved or use you as leverage against me. At that point, what can a mere mortal do? Yao Yao, don't you think that is a possibility? So, for now, I must trouble you to keep this under wraps." His tone revealed a hint of pleading, and his gaze was filled with trust and reliance on Su Yao. Listening to his explanation, she tilted her head playfully, her face a canvas of helplessness and barely contained amusement. "Yuan, have you been watching too many dramas? Is this even a real scenario?" She added, "By the way, are you really that confident this game will be a massive hit?" Yet, when their eyes met, her heart softened at his unwavering conviction, leading her to exhale a resigned sigh and nod in agreement. "All right, I promise to keep it secret and will not breathe a word to anyone. You can rest easy now." Although doubts lingered in her heart, her affection for Shen Yuan compelled her to choose trust. "Yao Yao, this matter must remain confidential. The internal testing starts at 8 o'clock tonight, and I've invited a few friends to help with the testing. I'll send you the download link and activation code shortly." Shen Yuan's expression was earnest as he reiterated the importance of confidentiality while informing her of the game's launch time. He gazed at Su Yao, his eyes brimming with gratitude and anticipation. Upon finalizing the list of internal testers, Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to send out invitations to the 500 selected players via anonymous email, including a link to the terminal program and a unique game activation code. He silently hoped that these players would accept the invitation, believing that the game would not disappoint them. After Shanghai completed the task of sending invitations, he and Shen Yuan once again deliberated on the next steps. The large screen in the RD center displayed a plethora of real-time data and information, while surrounding instruments flickered with lights of various hues. Chapter 39. The internal test commences. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Some invitees, upon seeing the email, furrowed their brows with skepticism, mistakenly believing it to be a money laundering scheme, and promptly discarded it without hesitation. They muttered to themselves that a game from such an obscure source might harbor hidden traps, and they could not afford to be deceived. Others dismissed the dubious invitation with derision, opting to delete the email outright. Additionally, some were preoccupied or otherwise unable to check their emails at that moment. As the clock struck 7:50 p.m., the internal test of the Shanghai journey officially commenced. Shen Yuan had already finished his dinner and sat in the RD center, his gaze fixed intently on the holographic screen. Anxious about the number of players who might accept his invitation, his heart raced as the hour approached 8. As he watched players gradually enter the game and create their characters in anticipation of the server launch, he leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with a mix of nervousness and excitement. He felt akin to a parent eagerly awaiting their child's first steps, both anxious and exhilarated. After finishing work, Su Yao skipped dinner, hastily returning to her apartment. She entered a beautifully decorated streaming room adorned with various game posters, where professional streaming equipment was neatly arranged on the table. Booting up her computer, She downloaded a terminal program from the link sent by Shen Yuan, a mere few megabytes in size. Upon installation, she clicked to run it, revealing a stunning game launch interface. Against a backdrop of starry skies, interstellar battleships gleamed, surrounded by various mysterious runes that ignited an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Next, Suyao opened several streaming platforms: Huya, Douyu, Bilibili, Kuaishou, and Douyin. After tidying her desktop and ensuring everything was in place, she initiated the live stream. Facing the camera, she exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Good evening, everyone. I'm your game streamer Yao Mei. Can you believe it? Today, I received an invitation for the internal test of a mysterious game. Let us embark on this super cool new game experience together, though it's my first time playing as well. If I happen to stumble later, please don't laugh at me." With a decisive click, Su Yao started the game. In the next moment, the computer screen abruptly went black, causing the live chat to erupt in a frenzy of question marks from her fans. Just as everyone was left bewildered, the screen gradually illuminated, showcasing a dazzling CG game video that burst forth. In the video, the vast and boundless universe unfolds before the viewer's eyes, where twinkling stars radiate their resplendent brilliance against a profound dark backdrop. Interstellar warships, akin to silver lightning slicing through the tranquil heavens, boast a metallic sheen that dazzles under the starlight, with intricate textures and precise instruments clearly discernible upon their surfaces. As the warships speed by, their fiery tails resemble agile blue flames, intertwining with the surrounding vibrant nebulae, collectively painting a breathtaking interstellar panorama. Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the screen, her mouth slightly agape in awe. She exuberantly shouted towards the live stream camera, "Family, behold this spectacle." The color palette is simply timeless. From the cosmic backdrop to the warship details, every aspect is exquisitely crafted, exuding an unparalleled sense of realism. The play of light and shadow is simply sublime. Filled with admiration, Su Yao, a concept artist in the gaming industry, understood all too well the immense effort required to achieve such an effect. As she continued to watch, a sudden realization struck her, and her brow furrowed in discontent. Her inner monologue raging. Where on earth did Shen Yuan find such a divine team for the concept design? How could he not invite me? This is outrageous. Pretending to be upset, she silently jotted down a note in her mind. Before long, the video concluded, and the screen transitioned to the character creation interface of the game. The backdrop of this interface was a pitch-black starry sky, occasionally graced by shooting stars, evoking an air of mystery. At the top of the interface, golden letters proclaimed, "Embark on your interstellar journey." On the left, a dazzling 3D character model showcase captured attention. With a mere movement of her mouse, Su Yao could rotate and scale the model at will, appreciating the character's aesthetic from every conceivable angle. Below the model, only the human race was selectable, in contrast to other similar games that often included a plethora of fanciful races such as elves and machines. The character customization options on the right side of the interface were exceedingly detailed, sequentially presenting choices for hairstyles, skin tones, facial features, and attire. Hairstyles varied from sleek bobs to flowing locks, playful twin tails, and sophisticated updos. Skin tones ranged from cool porcelain to sun-kissed shades, offering a spectrum of hues to choose from. As Su Yao live-streamed, she meticulously sculpted the character's face, using sliders to adjust the size of the eyes, the shape of the nose, and the fullness of the lips, ensuring that the character's features aligned with her aesthetic preferences. The clothing styles were diverse, featuring futuristic mech suits, elegant classical robes, and mysterious, striking capes, with every design detail uniquely crafted and the material textures impressively realistic. With fervent clicks, Su Yao selected an extraordinarily cool futuristic mech suit for her character, its smooth lines radiating a sense of advanced technology. Moreover, the character model updated in real time as she customized it, allowing Su Yao to witness the adjustments instantaneously, an experience that was simply exhilarating. In the live stream, fans flooded in, and the screen was instantly filled with a barrage of comments, all curiously observing her every gaming maneuver. In the comments, fans either enthusiastically inquired about the game, critiqued Su Yao's character creation as a disaster, or encouraged her to don a sexy leather outfit. Glancing at the comments, Su Yao felt a surge of frustration. Rolling her eyes dramatically, her expression conveying her disbelief at the audacity of her viewers. Shen Yuan was also watching Su Yao's livestream, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he saw her adorably roll her eyes, laughing heartily. The barrage of comments criticizing Su Yao's character customization was indeed initiated by him. Meanwhile, Shanghai quietly took out a notebook, stealthily jotting down notes with the intention of sharing them with Su Yao in the future. Observing the smooth progress of the beta test, with over 100 players already immersed in the game, Shen Yuan gradually relaxed his previously taut nerves. Leaning back in his chair, a satisfied smile graced his face, affirming the successful execution of the beta testing. He understood that the forthcoming focus would be on the player's performance within the game and the invaluable feedback they could provide. Chapter 40. Su Yao's gaming livestream. Su Yao gazed at the character she had just meticulously crafted, a smile curving her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a gentle click of her fingers on the mouse, she pressed the submit button. Dear viewers, we are about to embark on a genuine interstellar adventure, she exclaimed excitedly into the camera. As she executed her command, the game scene transitioned seamlessly. Before her appeared a colossal warship, docked at a grand cosmic space station. The splendor of the space station was breathtaking. Its main structure resembled a massive cube, constructed from countless metallic panels, shimmering with a cold, hard brilliance. Various towers and buildings of unique forms rose majestically, some piercing the clouds and reaching deep into the cosmos, while others exuded a distinct sense of science fiction. Vast solar panels unfurled like wings, reflecting dazzling light under the starlit sky, continuously supplying energy to the station. Small spacecraft flitted around the space station, busy yet orderly, akin to a swarm of industrious bees. Wow, everyone, take a look at this space station. It's absolutely astonishing. The scale, the details. I feel like I could get lost inside, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, her face a canvas of astonishment. Before the viewers could recover from the awe inspired by the space station, Su Yao guided her character into the warship. The interior corridors of the vessel were spacious and well lit, with flickering lights adorning the walls to illuminate the path ahead. High-tech devices and control panels were scattered throughout, immersing players in a futuristic realm. I feel like a true interstellar explorer. This sense of immersion is incredible, Su Yao remarked, her curiosity evident as she navigated her character around the ship. Before long, the warship began its gradual departure from the space station. After a dazzling display of interstellar travel, they arrived above a meteorite with an approximate diameter of 5 kilometers. Wow, we're about to reach our destination. Su Yao clapped her hands in excitement. The warship's bay doors opened slowly, and a craft resembling a landing vessel emerged, carrying her character down towards the surface of the meteorite. The landing craft descended steadily onto the meteorite, the doors opening to reveal the character clad in a snug spacesuit. Phew, finally on solid ground. Su Yao sighed with relief, as if she had truly experienced an interstellar journey. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared on the game interface. Would you like to establish a base airship here? Su Yao gazed at the dialogue box and addressed her audience in the live stream. So this is a base in the form of an airship. My dear friends, should we unfold it? The barrage in the chat room instantly filled the screen. Unfold it. Let us see. Stop hesitating, streamer, hurry up. The fans eagerly urged her on. Su Yao chuckled at the barrage and replied, all right, I'll do as you wish. With that, she decisively clicked the confirmation button. The base airship emitted a resounding bang as 4 pillars shot out from each corner, deeply embedding themselves into the ground below. Then, the base airship began to morph, its top opening and extending outward. Metal plates interlocked and transformed, producing a series of crisp sounds. In no time, a small base, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, appeared before her. Wow, this transformation is simply spectacular, Su Yao exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Simultaneously, 5 mechanical ants crawled out from the base, approaching her character in the game. Shortly after, the game interface displayed another dialogue box. Shall we begin surveying for mineral deposits? Shall we extract or? Su Yao and her fans marveled at the unfolding scene of the base, exclaiming, this is incredibly lifelike. The details are exquisite. Is this game for real? While speaking, she clicked the zoom button, scrutinizing every detail of the base. The texture, the material, my goodness, it feels almost real, she continuously praised. Fans flooded the barrage with comments. This is amazing. The graphics of this game are extraordinary. I've never seen such a realistic game before. Seeing the enthusiastic comments, Su Yao felt a surge of joy. She clicked confirm and said, then let us commence the mineral survey. Immediately, the 5 mechanical ants scattered, a red light illuminating from their tops as they began to probe the mineral deposits on the meteorite. Su Yao anxiously fixated on the screen, her eyes unwavering. I wonder if we'll find any ore, she mused aloud. Before long, one of the mechanical ants' red light shifted to green. At that moment, the game interface popped up a dialogue box. Mineral deposit discovered, located 10 meters underground. Shall we extract the ore? Without hesitation, Su Yao clicked confirm. The other 4 mechanical ants swiftly rushed over, lifting their forelimbs to begin chiseling at the ground where the mineral deposit was found. The sound of their chiseling echoed against the meteorite. Soon, the ground was left pockmarked and debris scattered everywhere. These mechanical ants are quite efficient, Su Yao jested, her eyes glued to the screen. She watched as 2 of the mechanical ants paused their chiseling to transport the rubble towards a furnace-like device at the base. After depositing the rubble into the feed inlet, the furnace immediately glowed with a dazzling red light. Leaning forward, Su Yao's eyes widened in anticipation as she fixated on the furnace's output, hardly daring to breathe. Friends, we are about to yield results. I wonder what they will be? She said, both nervous and excited. Before long, the output began to clank as several metal blocks were ejected from the furnace. Meanwhile, the resource bar on the game interface indicated that the quantity of metal had increased from 0 to 5. Wow, this is metal, Su Yao exclaimed, enthusiastically waving her arms. She turned to the live stream, addressing her audience. It seems this game requires us to manage our base and gradually cultivate our development. The barrage of comments instantaneously surged. Isn't this too dull? Mining endlessly is rather pointless. I find it quite intriguing. The sense of gradual progress is wonderful. Streamer, stop chatting and play. I want to see the battleship. Su Yao glanced at the comments and smiled helplessly. All right. Everyone be patient. I will continue. Taking a deep breath, she refocused on the game, skillfully maneuvering the mechanical ants to expedite the mining process. Her gaze was intent and resolute, her fingers dancing nimbly across the mouse and keyboard. As time passed, the metal resources gradually accumulated. Suddenly, an originally dim building icon in the construction tab illuminated. Su Yao's eyes brightened as she quickly clicked to investigate. Oh, it's a refinery, which is described as a facility for synthesizing various materials. She nodded thoughtfully while reading the introduction. Next, she continued to examine other still grayed out building icons. Murmuring to herself, mechanical workshop, energy station, quantum communication station, weapons workshop, research center. The content ahead seems increasingly rich. At this moment, the live stream chat buzzed with excitement once again. Streamer, which should we build first? Construct the weapons workshop and create some powerful weaponry. Su Yao did not respond immediately to the comments, but furrowed her brows, contemplating which aspect to develop first. Ultimately, she decided to proceed at her own pace. Thus, Su Yao played the game while occasionally interacting with her fans, sharing her gaming experiences and insights. Chapter 41. Game livestream design of the Shen Yuan fighter unbeknownst to her. 2 hours had slipped by. During this time, through her efforts and intellect, Su Yao had successfully constructed several of the buildings she had seen earlier. Phew, finally done. She rubbed her slightly sore wrists and let out a long sigh of relief. Observing her base bustling with hundreds of mechanical ants and several mining vehicles, she felt a small sense of accomplishment. It appears that this game is not as fast-paced as traditional real-time strategy games. The early stages may seem somewhat tedious, but once established, there is a genuine sense of achievement, quite delightful. Su Yao shared her reflections on the fruits of her 2 hours of labor. While continuing her gameplay, she explained to the live stream, the resource extraction efficiency is currently satisfactory. We should first produce some units to protect the base. After completing this step, she opened the weapons workshop. In the workshop, only one unit was available for production, the mechanical warrior. Without hesitation, Su Yao opted to produce 10 units. I wonder what these mechanical warriors look like. They should be quite formidable, she mused to herself. As the production progress bar advanced, her anticipation grew ever higher. At long last, the mechanical warriors have been produced. The moment Su Yao laid eyes on the mechanical soldier, she couldn't help but exclaim, goodness. Isn't this just iron armor? The only difference is the color. Her eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with astonishment. The fans in the live stream echoed her sentiments, their comments flooding the screen in a chorus of amazement. It truly resembles it. The game developers are remarkable. Su Yao, brimming with excitement, enlarged the game display, rotating the mechanical soldier 360 degrees to scrutinize every detail. Friends, look at this detail, this texture. It's truly reminiscent of iron armor. The developers have really poured their hearts into this. She marveled as she continued her examination. Next, let us explore the purpose of this research center. Su Yao clicked on the research center, and in an instant, a brand new full-screen interface emerged, prompting a wave of gasps from the viewers in the live stream. At the center of the screen, a dialog box gradually appeared. Welcome to the Smart AI Design module. This module can autonomously design any specialized technological product exclusive to your base. This includes, but is not limited to, weapons, aircraft, production equipment, component modules, and interstellar battleships. Successfully designed products will be recorded in the base database, allowing players to choose whether to manufacture them. Below the dialog box, a watch tutorial button shimmered enticingly. Su Yao understood immediately that this would instruct players on how to utilize the AI design module. Without hesitation, she clicked on Watch Tutorial, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The game began guiding Su Yao step by step through the AI design module. The screen displayed detailed steps and demonstrations, clearly explaining everything from basic command inputs to adjustments of design elements. Su Yao watched intently, occasionally nodding and softly exclaiming, "Oh, so that is how it works." After completing the tutorial, Su Yao turned to the live camera, her excitement palpable as she declared, "Friends, this AI design module is absolutely amazing. What do you think we should design?" The comments erupted in a frenzy. How about a super cannon to blast asteroids to smithereens? Let us create a faster-than-light spaceship. so we can go wherever we please. Design a smart robot to help manage the base. An array of imaginative ideas flowed in. Su Yao attentively considered the comments. And after a moment's contemplation, she proclaimed, "Let us design an interstellar fighter jet. It's bound to be spectacular. Let us get started." Swiftly, she accessed the AI design interface, exclaiming excitedly, "All right, my friends, let us begin with the shape. Should our interstellar fighter jet feature sleek, smooth lines that are stunningly aerodynamic? Or should it be impressively large, exuding a sense of strength and dominance?" The comments exploded once more, leading to a fervent discussion. After reaching a consensus, Su Yao quickly entered their final decision in the dialogue box. Sleek lines, streamlined body, wings slightly swept back, resembling a hawk poised for action. Next came the functional specifications. The fighter jet must prioritize maneuverability. It should effortlessly navigate through interstellar space. My friends, what speed setting should we choose? Standard fast, or an instantaneous super light speed launch? After engaging passionately with the audience, Su Yao decisively opted for a super high speed setting, enabling the aircraft to accelerate instantaneously, with remarkable agility in its maneuvers. The design of the weapon system was crafted to maximize the intensity of the barrage. A laser cannon was a must, emphasizing its overwhelming power. Additionally, a missile salvo mode was incorporated. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Su Yao fervently interacted with the audience, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she meticulously input each weapon configuration into the system. Regarding the propulsion and energy aspects, Su Yao was equally meticulous. Dear viewers, our aircraft must be equipped with a formidable engine, complemented by high-tech energy crystals to ensure maximum endurance and power. As Su Yao passionately explained, she feverishly entered parameters on the operational interface. In a nearby window, the 3D modeling of the aircraft began to take shape, gradually revealing a futuristic outline. Armed with professional tools, Su Yao magnified sections of the model and rotated it in every direction, meticulously examining every detail. The audience flooded the chat with suggestions, and Su Yao promptly made fine adjustments to crucial parameters. At last, the design was complete, and the next phase, an exhilarating simulation test, was upon her. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao clicked the simulation test button. Instantaneously, a dialog box appeared on the screen. Simulation in progress. Please wait. Su Yao's eyes widened with anticipation, fixated on the screen, hardly daring to breathe. The viewers in the live stream fell into a hushed silence, the chat nearly disappearing as everyone held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. After approximately 1 minute, the dialog box reappeared. Simulation successful. Would you like to save to the base database? Su Yao excitedly raised her hands in triumph and shouted, "Family, we did it." She then decisively clicked to save. Immediately, another dialog box popped up. "Save successful. Please proceed to the mechanical workshop to produce the design product." Su Yao promptly opened the mechanical workshop. The interface, which previously displayed only options for mechanical ants and mining vehicles, now featured an icon for the interstellar aircraft. At the audience's enthusiastic request, Su Yao clicked the interstellar aircraft icon and selected to produce one. At that moment, yet another dialog box appeared. "Please name this product." Su Yao, looking at the prompt, joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, we can even name the aircraft we designed. Family, what should we call it?" The chat erupted with suggestions. Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan. Seeing this, Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "You all are so creative. That name is splendid. Let us call it the Shen Yuan aircraft." With that, she officially named the interstellar aircraft before clicking to produce it. Chapter 42. Test flight of the Shen Yuan aircraft. Before long, the mechanical workshop gradually unveiled an interstellar aircraft. The craft was predominantly silver gray, with its sleek body lines shimmering with metallic luster under the base's lights. The angle of the swept-back wings was perfectly calibrated, as if poised to slice through the cosmic expanse at any moment. At the front, 2 laser cannons exuded a chilling aura, their barrels slightly elevated, emanating an air of intimidation. On either side of the fuselage, several missiles were mounted, their warheads sharp and ready for launch at a moment's notice. At the rear of the aircraft, the formidable engine nozzle boasts a distinctive design, subtly emanating a flickering blue energy glow, as if harnessing boundless power. Su Yao gazed at this dazzling interstellar fighter, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement. "Family, this is the Shenbird fighter jet that we designed together. Isn't it just magnificent?" The barrage of comments in the live stream surged once more. "This fighter is incredibly cool. The game developers are phenomenal. Streamer, you're amazing. This design is brilliant. Let us quickly test the power of this aircraft." Su Yao, beaming at the comments, replied, "Don't rush, family. We're about to thoroughly explore this Shenbird fighter and see how it performs in the game." With that, she began to operate the game, preparing for the inaugural test flight of the Shenbird fighter. Her gaze was fixated on the Shenbird fighter on the screen, as if magnetically drawn to it. Her heart raced as if it were powered by a tiny motor, and her hand trembled on the mouse. This was a cherished creation, crafted alongside her loyal viewers. and her anticipation soared to new heights. With a gentle click, she selected the fighter, and a finely crafted dialog box appeared, displaying the options of player control and AI assistance. This thrilled Su Yao, her eyes widening in astonishment, almost bursting with excitement. Leaning closer to the camera, she shouted, "Family. We have two paths before us. Either I take the controls for a thrilling experience piloting the interstellar fighter, or we let the intelligent AI showcase its prowess." Quickly, flood the comments with your thoughts. The comments erupted like a torrential flood, with cries for player control, "Let the streamer take the reins," nearly overwhelming the screen. Su Yao, grinning from ear to ear, radiated confidence and joy. Without hesitation, she clicked on player control, thinking to herself, "I must experience this for myself and see just how extraordinary our creation truly is." In the blink of an eye, a hyper-realistic cockpit interface materialized before her, like magic. Su Yao's eyes widened even more, and she gasped, "Wow, this is astonishingly lifelike. I feel like I could soar through the cosmos at any moment." The loyal viewers in the live stream seemed electrified, engaging in fervent discussion within the comments. "How do we operate all these buttons to make the fighter take off? Streamer, don't dawdle. Let us see it fly. I can hardly wait." Listening intently to the chatter, Su Yao's focus sharpened, akin to an eagle zeroing in on its prey. Taking a deep breath to bolster her confidence, she reminded herself, "Stay steady. So many eyes are upon you. You must succeed." She then executed a flurry of swift, precise maneuvers on the control panel, her eyes glued to the screen, ensuring she missed not a single pixel. Suddenly, the thrusters beneath the Shenbird fighter roared to life, exuding a brilliant blue flame accompanied by a deep, resonating rumble as the aircraft gradually ascended, buoyed by its tremendous thrust. As Su Yao beheld this scene, her heart soared with joy, though she maintained an air of calmness on the surface. She deftly maneuvered the control stick, and the Shen Yuan fighter jet shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, rocketing into the starry expanse. Outside the cockpit glass, the scenery transformed in real time as if from a science fiction film. The vast cosmos unfolded slowly, with twinkling stars casting a mesmerizing glow, and the distant, vividly colored nebulae appeared breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise. The realism of the experience compelled Su Yao to exclaim once more, "Wow, everyone, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. It feels just like piloting a real aircraft. I feel like the ace pilot of the universe." In the live stream, the sound of fans' likes echoed like firecrackers, and a flurry of viewers clamored in the comments, inquiring, "Where can I download this game? It's so much fun, I want to dive in right away." Completely immersed in this electrifying atmosphere, Su Yao's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, akin to ripe apples. Her fingers danced over the buttons with the agility of a finely tuned motor, swiftly toggling to shift the game view to a godlike perspective. In this moment, everyone could clearly observe the Shen Yuan fighter jet soaring gracefully above the meteorites. The aircraft's body gleamed under the sunlight, its metallic sheen dazzlingly bright as it traced stunning arcs through the sky. Below, mechanical ants tirelessly mined, their incessant buzzing creating a symphony of labor, harmoniously paired with the aerial display of the fighter jet. Suddenly struck by inspiration, a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. She clicked to select the smart AI piloting option. Instantly, the Shen Yuan fighter jet seemed to come alive, circling above the base in a graceful test flight. Its movements were fluid and precise, reminiscent of a trained eagle soaring through the heavens. Su Yao input the command for alert mode, and in an instant, two built-in laser cannons at the front of the fighter jet emerged with a swift whoosh, exuding a chilling and dangerous aura. The cannons tilted slightly upward as if to declare to the world, "This territory is under my command." The missile bays on either side opened leisurely, revealing missiles poised and ready for action. The metallic exteriors of the missiles reflected a harsh light, unmistakably formidable. As the Shen Yuan fighter jet entered alert mode, it maintained a constant state of combat readiness, patrolling methodically around the base, safeguarding their interstellar haven. Within the livestream, the viewers' gasps and cheers melded into a chorus of admiration. "Incredible. This game is simply unbeatable. The streamer's skills are phenomenal." The barrage of comments surged, propelling the atmosphere to new heights. After an hour of intense gameplay, Su Yao remained fixated on the screen, her hands tirelessly working across the keyboard and mouse. However, fatigue began to set in, her eyelids felt heavy, and her head grew increasingly foggy. "Everyone, I can't go on any longer. My eyes can barely stay open. I must log off," Su Yao yawned, wearily addressing the live stream camera. With that, she raised her hand to click the exit game button. In an instant, a dialog box appeared. "Please select the command for base operations after going offline. Smart AI management, custom tasks, or stop base operations." Wow, this game is incredibly user-friendly. Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain her admiration. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to scroll frantically. The streamer should choose smart AI management. It's bound to be stable. Let's go with custom tasks. We can arrange our own plans. How interesting. Just stop the base. Even machines need rest. No need for that 996 nonsense. Suggestions came in a plethora of forms. Su Yao observed the comments with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, especially rolling her eyes at those suggesting to halt base operations. Dear viewers, this is an online game. If the base stops developing, wouldn't that invite others to plunder? Su Yao lamented, her tone filled with exasperation. Subsequently, she decisively opted for smart AI management. Just after making her selection, another dialog box popped up. Please choose between full smart AI management or semi-smart AI custom management. Under semi-smart AI custom management, there was an input box beside a prompt. Please enter task commands. The game's developers seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of her desires. It was remarkably user-friendly. Su Yao once again expressed her approval, her eyes shimmering with excitement. After a moment's hesitation, she chose a semi-smart AI management, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. She entered the task command, prioritize resource collection, produce 100 interstellar fighter jets and 1,000 mechanical warriors, and after completing the tasks, develop the base autonomously. Wow. It can operate this way too. This is incredible. The streamer is about to unleash a legion. Such gameplay is extraordinary. The comments were filled with praise. Su Yao glanced at the barrage, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. All right, everyone, I really have to log off now. I haven't eaten yet. Let's continue the fun at the same time tomorrow. Su Yao said apologetically to the camera. Before logging off, she glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. Over 100,000 were watching. Thank you all for your support. Goodbye. Su Yao waved and promptly logged off. Once out of the game, Su Yao stretched luxuriously, picked up her previously ordered takeout, and opened the box, a delightful aroma wafting towards her. As she enjoyed her meal, she dialed Shen Yuan for a video chat. Before long, he answered the call. Shen Yuan, this game you created is absolutely amazing. It's incredibly fun. Did you really make it all by yourself? That's so impressive. Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she lavished praise upon Shen Yuan, her face radiating excitement. How did you come up with so many interesting concepts? The game feels so real. How did you achieve that? Su Yao inquired curiously, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Yuan, eager for answers. Suddenly, she remembered her little notebook and pretended to be angry. Why didn't you ask me for the original artwork design? I'm heartbroken. After saying this, she feigned a huff and then buried her head back into her food. Shen Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated by Su Yao's series of antics. Rubbing his head helplessly, he explained, this original artwork was generated by AI. I found the results quite satisfactory, so I opted not to employ manual design. What is this remarkable AI? Please introduce it to me. With it, my workload would be significantly lightened. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she straightened in her seat, eagerly inquiring. This is an AI I developed myself. It is still a work in progress and not available externally, Shen Yuan replied with a hint of bashfulness. Once it is perfected, you must let me be the first to try it. Su Yao pleaded, her gaze brimming with anticipation. All right, I promise to share it with you once it's ready. Shen Yuan assured with a nod. Subsequently, the two engaged in an animated discussion about the game. As Su Yao spoke, she gestured enthusiastically, sharing her gameplay suggestions and ideas. Shen Yuan attentively listened, occasionally nodding in agreement, and took notes in a nearby notebook. Before they realized it, the hour had grown late. Noticing Su Yao stifling yawns and struggling to keep her eyes open, Shen Yuan quickly remarked, Su Yao, it's quite late. You should get some rest. You have work tomorrow. Reluctantly, Su Yao replied, all right, let's conclude for today. Goodbye. With a wistful expression, she ended the video call. Lying in bed, her mind still lingered on the gaming discussions with Shen Yuan, and before long, she drifted off to sleep with a smile. Chapter 43. The concept of anti-gravity flight devices. Early the next morning, Shen Yuan hurried to the development studio to review feedback from the game's beta testing. So far, over 100 players had accepted the beta invitation, including several renowned gaming experts like Li Hao. Except for a handful of players, most were thoroughly engrossed in the game, captivated by the intelligent AI design module, busily creating a variety of mechanical contraptions. However, the majority of designs did not pass the system's review, particularly the more extravagant concepts of black technology. In response, the AI system issued a notification. This design philosophy is exceedingly avant-garde. A series of prerequisite technological design tasks must be completed before it can pass simulated testing and be entered into the base's technological database. Consequently, beta testers voiced their frustrations, claiming, the difficulty of this technological design is overly challenging. It feels burdensome to play. Many lamented the high level of difficulty, insisting they would cease playing if it was not lowered. Hearing this feedback, Shen Yuan shook his head in resignation, stating, this difficulty cannot be reduced, even slightly. The primary aim of developing this game is to gather various innovative design ideas and cosmic strategies. Generating revenue is not our foremost concern. We've already earned several million through legitimate securities investments, so we are not in need of funds. The holographic projection of Shanghai flickered beside him. The silhouette of a young girl shimmering with electric petals. Detection of fluctuations in the beta tester's retention rate suggests the need to push exclusive developmental guidance tasks to them. According to big data analysis, 78 of highly active users exhibit a greater acceptance of special challenges. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, we can give that a try. If some beta testers find the game too difficult, we shouldn't pressure them. As long as we can retain those formidable expert players, everything will be fine." Once the game officially launches, an influx of players will undoubtedly yield a plethora of intriguing ideas and strategies. At this moment, Shen Yuan stands in the development studio, his mind still contemplating the aircraft design from Su Yao's livestream last night. He gazes at the holographic image of the Shen Yuan interstellar fighter, illuminated by the cold overhead lights, casting a stark brightness around him. Through the observation window, he can see the mechanical ants at work on the Phase 2 construction project in the distance, queuing to transport gravel. Their metallic antennae clatter rhythmically against one another, blending with the deep hum of the base's ventilation system, creating a monotonous industrial symphony. If the aircraft in the game can achieve such astonishing feats, there is no reason for our real-world base to lag behind. Shen Yuan murmurs to himself, his fingers instinctively tapping the edge of the control panel, leaving behind several sweat-stained imprints. He brings up the three-dimensional map of the base. The blue holographic projection spins in the air, the mountain contours jagged like a saw. The dense jungle resembles a green abyss, offering no suitable space for traditional aircraft to take off or land. The runways required for conventional aircraft do not meet the base's needs and exhibit significant limitations in terms of stealth. Furrowing his brow, Shen Yuan contemplates, when transporting large materials, the current aircraft's load capacity and agility cannot fulfill the strategic demands. The projection of the star C flickers closer. Your brainwave activity has been detected as unusually active. Would you like to undergo stress relief? According to biological monitoring data, your adrenaline levels are 37 above the normal range. Shen Yuan waves his hand dismissively, his sleeve brushing across the control panel and dislodging a scattering of metal debris. "No, I'm contemplating aircraft design. You saw Su Yao's livestream. Our base requires a fighter that can maneuver effortlessly in the blue star environment." He kicks aside a discarded parts box at his feet, the metallic clash echoing sharply in the spacious control room. The holographic image of the Star C's female avatar tilts her head, deep in serious thought. A laser beam emerges from her fingertips, tracing a red trajectory in the air. Conventional aircraft indeed face limitations to satisfy the needs for vertical takeoff and stealth operations. Anti-gravity technology may be the optimal solution. Simulations based on atmospheric data indicate that an anti-gravity field can reduce aerodynamic drag by over 90, enabling silent flight. However, it is crucial to note that maintaining a negative gravitational field will consume vast amounts of energy. Shen Yuan's pupils constrict. Indeed, not only must it take off vertically, but it must also avoid creating a sonic boom during flight, ensuring the aircraft remains undetected. He quickly retrieves a materials list, the data on the screen fluctuating wildly. There is still a considerable stock of Type 1 vibranium available for the construction of the aircraft. However, he abruptly halts his operations, enlarging the bar graph displaying the Type 1 vibranium reserves. Frowning, he states, "For this aircraft production, this stock will surely be insufficient. Star C. Expedite arrangements to increase the production of Type 1 vibranium. We will need it for aircraft manufacturing." Understood. I will immediately adjust the production schedule to prioritize the manufacturing of Type 1 vibranium. It is anticipated that within 72 hours, the reserves of the number 1 vibranium will reach 3,000 tons. The projection interface of the Star C clearly displays a real-time updated production progress chart. Subsequently, Shen Yuan tasked Star C with designing a feasibility research and development plan for the anti-gravity spacecraft, delineating the critical technological challenges to be addressed collectively. Star C promptly activated the simulation computation mode, and a sharp electric hum resonated from the data center. Countless data streams interwove in the air, forming a web-like structure, with blue light points flickering like constellations. In a mere 30 minutes, a feasibility technical proposal for the anti-gravity spacecraft was projected onto the holographic screen. Shen Yuan, through deductions based on the principle of magnetic levitation, surmised that the subatomic vibrational characteristics of the number 1 vibranium could generate high-frequency graviton beams. By interfering with local spacetime curvature, a negative gravitational field could be established to counteract the gravity of the blue planet. However, Star C suddenly magnified the model 1,000-fold, revealing its intricate internal structure. This process necessitated a continuous energy supply, requiring a cold fusion energy core to maintain the stability of the negative gravitational field. Through this method, the gravity of the blue planet could be completely negated, and aerodynamic resistance could be reduced by over 90. Furthermore, by precisely modulating the intensity of the anti-gravity field, flight propulsion could be achieved. Shen Yuan leaned closer to the holographic projection, his gaze fixated on the annular structure of the number 1 vibranium resonant cavity, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He gestured to manipulate the model's internal structure, instantly magnifying it, and remarked, "Analyzing from a theoretical perspective, this design holds feasibility. However, it is crucial to note that this 40-meter diameter annular array is powered by cold fusion energy to stimulate high-frequency vibrations. This imposes exceedingly stringent requirements on material precision. Any minute deviation could precipitate the collapse of the entire negative gravitational field. Additionally, the stress distribution at the junction points must be meticulously controlled at the nanoscale. Otherwise, resonance could easily be induced during the vibration process." Starcy's projection flickered momentarily, data streams swirling around. Your microscopic visual acuity can address this issue. However, the stability of the energy output from the cold fusion energy core requires further optimization. According to my calculations, the existing cold fusion energy core exhibits a fluctuation error of 3, which may lead to instability in the gravitational field strength. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuan resolved, "Let us commence. The priority is the power system, with the anti-gravity engine being of utmost importance. Starcy, synchronize the production of the structural framework of the spacecraft while I tackle the challenges of the number 1 vibranium resonant cavity." According to Starcy's plan, the anti-gravity spacecraft system comprises 11 critical components: the power system, energy system, structural framework, control system, weapon system, protection system, crew and cargo compartment, communication and information system, maintenance and self-repair system, stealth system, and emergency system. Shen Yuan, it is advisable to adopt a honeycomb vibranium composite structure for the framework. Starcy summoned a 3D model. This structure, while ensuring strength, can reduce weight by 50. Chapter 44. Anti-gravity engine, high-energy particle propulsion in the laboratory. Shen Yuan donned specialized protective gloves and grasped a piece of luminous vibranium, number 1. The moment he activated his microscopic vision, the atomic structure within the vibranium unfolded before him like a vast galaxy. The trajectory of each particle was distinctly visible, yet elusive like shifting sands. The 37th adjustment had failed, with energy overflow reaching 12. The warning light erupted in a blinding red glow, and Shanghai's anxious voice echoed, "Shen Yuan, your adrenaline levels have surged to a dangerous threshold. It is advisable to pause the experiment." The shrill alarm reverberated painfully in his ears, and his temples throbbed violently, his nails nearly digging into his palms. His superpowers were on the brink of overexertion, indicating a necessary respite. Although he had undergone genetic enhancement, it did not imply that his abilities could be employed without limit. Suitable rest and adjustment remained essential. However, he no longer faced the risk of fainting or even death as he had in the past. After a brief respite, he resolved to resume the experiment. Abandoning was not an option. Success was imperative. He violently tore off the protective gloves and slammed them onto the control panel. Cracks of 0.2 nanometers detected on the surface of the resonant cavity. Immediate termination of the experiment is advised. According to the material fatigue curve, continued forceful testing would elevate the probability of structural collapse to 89. Once more, Shen Yuan ripped off the gloves and hurled them onto the panel. There must be a misalignment in the atomic arrangement. Shanghai, assist me in comparing the data from the 23rd experiment. Data retrieved. A deviation of 0.3 nanometers was detected along the z-axis. It is recommended to employ a particle positioning device for correction. However, the apparatus requires 1 hour for preheating. Wait. Finally, after 3 days of relentless effort, during the 49th attempt, the parameters of the vibranium number 1 resonant cavity met expectations. Shen Yuan exhaled in relief, staggering back 2 steps until his lower back collided with the rear laboratory table, toppling a stack of data recording panels. Shanghai's voice resonated timely. Energy output detected as stable. Breakthrough in core technology of the anti-gravity engine achieved. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shen Yuan collapsed onto the edge of the experimental table, gazing at the smoothly operating resonant cavity before him. His heart swelled with exhilaration, his throat tightening. Subsequently, after an entire day of meticulous operation, the main body of the anti-gravity engine was finally completed. This engine's function was to regulate the intensity of anti-gravity and the range of the force field. Once accurately connected to the vibranium number 1 resonant cavity, the core part of the propulsion system was established. The effective anti-gravity field produced by this engine covered a spherical space with a radius of 60 meters, boasting a maximum lift of 6,000 tons, achieved through the modulation of force field intensity to obtain flight propulsion. Due to the effects of the anti-gravity field, the interaction between the aircraft and the air was significantly reduced, thus avoiding phenomena such as sonic booms. During these days, Shanghai also efficiently completed the production task of the overall structural framework of the aircraft, leveraging the powerful capacity of the large manufacturing center. Shen Yuan's structural framework employs a composite lightweight shell made of carbon nanotubes and Phase 1 vibranium, achieving an impact energy attenuation rate exceeding 95. This showcases its extraordinary strength and exceptional energy dynamic management capabilities. The holographic projection of Shanghai flickers, casting material stress data into the air. Proceed as you see fit. As long as there are no mishaps, Shen Yuan replied absently, his hands busy, not lifting his gaze. However, the overall framework's dimensions were too grand for the manufacturing center to assemble the body. It needed to be transported via ground magnetic levitation tracks to an open area outside the center for assembly. The entire framework was constructed from Phase 1 vibranium, ensuring structural integrity. Upon successfully developing the anti-gravity engine, the aircraft's keel structure and overall frame were also seamlessly assembled. Shen Yuan personally embedded the anti-gravity engine into the core position of the aircraft, where the screws at the engine interface required specialized tools to be tightened to a specific torque. He counted the revolutions of the wrench. 1, 2, 3. With each screw tightened, he repeatedly verified using a detection device. He scrutinized the aircraft's various parameters. It featured a disc-shaped design with a diameter of 50 meters, a central height of 8 meters, and an edge thickness of 3 meters. Its empty weight was 950 tons, with a load capacity of 1,000 tons, resulting in a total weight of 1,950 tons when operating at full capacity. Comparative data against traditional transport aircraft had been generated. Shanghai retrieved the holographic comparison chart. From the chart, it was evident that our nation's self-manufactured Doping transport aircraft can carry a maximum takeoff weight of 220 tons. In contrast, the N-225, the largest aircraft in human aviation history, has a maximum takeoff weight of merely 640 tons. This comparison starkly illustrates the magnitude of the anti-gravity aircraft designed by Shanghai, which boasts a takeoff weight 3 times that of the N-225 and nearly 9 times that of the Doping transport aircraft. Returning to the matter at hand. After installing the anti-gravity engine, Shen Yuan continued to tinker with the high-energy particle propulsion system, aiming to enhance the aircraft's speed. This anti-gravity aircraft, relying solely on its anti-gravity engine, could maintain a stable cruising speed of 4 to 5 Mach within the Earth's atmosphere. However, to achieve greater velocity, a more powerful propulsion system was necessary. Previously employed in steel armor, the high-energy particle propulsion system provided a thrust of 10 tons. Theoretical calculations indicated that equipping the anti-gravity aircraft with 4 of these high-energy particle engines, while maintaining stable operation of the anti-gravity engine, could elevate the cruising speed to 9 to 10 Mach. With 16 engines, the cruising speed could reach 12 to 14 Mach. Nonetheless, Shen Yuan believed that the aircraft's cruising speed could be further enhanced. Thus, he instructed Shanghai to utilize the heat absorption properties of vibranium energy to develop an upgraded version of the high-energy particle propulsion technology. The technical derivation was completed, and Shanghai instantaneously summoned a 3-dimensional model. The upgraded propulsion system transcended the limitations of traditional thermal protection, enhancing the thrust of each unit to 50 tons, simultaneously maintaining the surface temperature below 1,000 degrees, allowing the thrusters to operate at full capacity and achieve maximum efficiency. Shen Yuan gazed at the data displayed on the holographic screen, his face alight with joy. Theoretically, if the spacecraft were equipped with 4 such thrusters, it could reach a cruising speed of 20 Mach. Should it be outfitted with 16, the cruising speed could soar to 26 Mach, with a potential maximum speed even reaching 30 Mach. After 2 days, once the production of the first layer of vibranium composite armor module was completed, Shen Yuan had also finalized the development of the upgraded high-energy particle thruster. A deviation of 0.3 Hz was detected between the thruster's resonance frequency and the anti-gravity field. The alarm from Star C sounded, initiating phase calibration program. Anticipated duration, 1 minute. Upon completion of the calibration, Star C promptly commanded the manufacturing center to produce 16 upgraded high-energy particle thrusters and directed the mechanical ants to commence the installation. Once the 16-ring array particle thrusters were installed, Shen Yuan finally exhaled in relief. The power system simulation test had passed. Star C's voice shimmered with a distinct electronic excitement. The energy system load exceeds expectations by 3, but there are no significant issues. The power system of the anti-gravity spacecraft is the most critical and technically challenging aspect. Now, having been fully developed and successfully passed the simulation test, this marked a significant breakthrough. The power system was a success. Next, as long as the remaining functional modules were integrated, the anti-gravity spacecraft would be a grand accomplishment. Chapter 45, Primary Energy Shield, Pulsed Laser Cannon. With the spacecraft's power system now installed, the focus shifted to completing the energy system. The energy system continued to employ cold fusion technology, incorporating vibranium elements to enhance performance. The cold fusion core, optimized with vibranium, had its output power elevated to 10 gigawatts, fully meeting the energy demands of the anti-gravity spacecraft. Star-C showcased the continuously fluctuating data through optimized design. A spherical cold fusion energy core with a diameter of 15 centimeters was successfully developed. In just one day, this cold fusion energy core was completed and installed within the spacecraft's core energy compartment, alongside the establishment of the Energy Distribution Network transmission system and Level 4 energy batteries for storage. A delay of 0.01 seconds existed within the Energy Distribution Network. Star-C suddenly pointed out. It was suggested to install quantum repeaters at the nodes to achieve zero-delay transmission, albeit increasing manufacturing costs by 3. Incorporated. Shen Yuan replied without lifting his gaze. Next came the control system, a relatively straightforward component. The central computing core utilized an optical quantum computer, equipped with a highly intelligent AI system. Various sensors, such as the Ling Vision Type A omnidirectional perception radar, were also installed. Furthermore, the configuration of the protection system was crucial for the safety of the spacecraft. Star-C synthesized the calculations and simulations of electromagnetic field deflection, plasma shields, and energy particle shields to design a set of electromagnetic dynamic composite shield technology. The electromagnetic dynamic composite shield had completed pressure testing, and Star-C presented the stress variation curve of the shield. This shield technology is remarkably formidable, capable not only of diverting kinetic weaponry, but also of absorbing over 95% of the energy from high-energy microwaves such as electromagnetic pulses and lasers, converting it into the shield's own energy. Shen Yuan found the shield's effectiveness commendable, thus bestowing upon it a simple and memorable name, the Primary Energy Shield. Additionally, it will be equipped with the Type A laser defense system to further enhance the protective efficacy of the aircraft. Completing the entire protective system took 3 days, after which attention shifted to the weaponry system. Shen Yuan did not place much emphasis on the weaponry, believing that armed conflict was not imminent and thus deemed it temporarily unnecessary. However, it could not be overlooked. So he upgraded and optimized the technology of the pulse laser cannon mounted on the steel armor. After 2 days of work, he developed a high-energy pulse laser cannon with a caliber of 800 millimeters and a maximum output power of 10 gigawatts. The attenuation rate of this high-energy pulse laser cannon within the atmosphere exceeded theoretical values. The Star-C's alarm flashed, recommending the addition of the No.1 vibranium optical calibration module, which could extend the range to 5,000 kilometers, albeit with a required cooldown period of 30 seconds after each shot. Eagerly, Shen Yuan requested the production of this module, eager to enhance the range. Given the prospect of extending the range to 5,000 kilometers, he seized the opportunity without hesitation, disregarding the extended cooldown time for the moment. Furthermore, the cannon's range in space is expected to reach 1 million kilometers. For the current technological products on Blue Star, this high-energy pulse laser cannon possesses the devastating power to obliterate anything in its path. In the 10 gigawatts charge mode, the cannon exhibits extraordinary strength, capable of instantly penetrating steel plates dozens of meters thick or melting several meters of specialized armor. In the 1 gigawatt rapid-fire mode, it remains equally impressive, capable of piercing several meters of steel or melting through dozens of centimeters of specialized armor in an instant. Each firing of the high-energy pulse laser cannon also triggers a pulse explosion effect. However, after firing in charge mode, a 90-second wait is required before the next shot. The rapid-fire mode is significantly quicker, allowing for a subsequent shot in just 3 seconds. The weapon system is also equipped with a modular drone combat functional cabin, containing 4 independent compartments, each housing 75 drones, totaling 300. Utilizing a beehive ejection mode, aided by electromagnetic launch and anti-gravity assistance, the firing rate reaches 25 drones per second. In its folded state, each drone measures 0.6 meters, expanding to 18 meters when deployed, and weighs 0.5 tons. The fuselage is constructed from a lightweight, high-strength alloy infused with #1 vibranium, and the wing edges are equipped with plasma cutting blades, enabling close-quarters combat capabilities. The power source employs a 2-tier energy battery. Each drone is armed with 6 multi-purpose missiles, capable of intelligent recognition, precise locking, and target tracking. The drone combat system features advanced collective intelligence and a quantum communication system, directly controlled by a photonic quantum computer aboard the anti-gravity vehicle, capable of simultaneously controlling 300 drones. A detection and firepower network with a diameter of 100 kilometers can be established. The drones are equipped with a suicide assault mode, where the self-detonation power is equivalent to 500 tons of TNT. The technical complexity of this modular drone combat function cabin is not exceedingly high. It merely required a short period for the production of compatible drones, totaling 3 days. Following this, provisions for carrying personnel or cargo were made. Knowing that Shen Yuan would pilot this aircraft, Shanghai dedicated 2 days to create a spacious and comfortable cockpit at the front of the aircraft, offering exceptional visibility. An inertial damping system was also installed to control the inertial G-force below 3G, ensuring the safety of the occupants. The remaining space was temporarily allocated for cargo or other modular function cabins, such as those for drone capabilities, with plans to develop additional modules as needed later. In just 1 day, the communication and information systems were established. Utilizing the Phantom A-type Global Quantum Communication Network System, a slight adjustment allowed compatibility with base quantum communications, proving to be quite convenient. Furthermore, Shen Yuan invested 2 days in equipping the aircraft with advanced maintenance and self-repair mechanisms. Built-in micro-repair mechanical spiders can instantly mend damaged functionalities and address issues such as armor damage to a certain extent. However, the repair efficiency of these micro-repair spiders decreases by 40 in high-temperature environments. Shanghai's alert activated, indicating that a number 1 vibrating gold heat dissipation plate had been installed, enhancing efficiency to 95, albeit at the cost of an additional 10 kilograms. Shanghai then undertook comprehensive and meticulous adjustments and optimizations across various systems. The stealth system enabled the aircraft to employ multiple stealth technologies, including optical invisibility. Over 3 days, Shen Yuan instructed Shanghai to identify suitable technical methods for stealth capabilities based on the unique properties of the number 1 vibrating gold. Utilizing his microscopic manipulation skills, Shen Yuan precisely adjusted the internal particles of the number 1 vibrating gold to construct a multidimensional hollow cylindrical structure. By employing an intelligent AI system chip, the intensity of energy input was accurately regulated, allowing the microstructure to arrange itself in varying sequences. This enabled precise control over different optical characteristics, allowing light to function as envisioned. Spectrums such as visible light, infrared, and radar waves were all effectively managed, achieving multi-band compatible invisibility. Subsequently, employing the principles of light compression and decomposition from cylindrical lens gratings, and combining this with the energy-storing characteristics of vibrating gold, a dynamically adjustable stealth mode was created. Whether in static or moving stealth, seamless transitions were effortlessly facilitated. However, due to the internal microscopic structural adjustments, the strength of the number 1 vibrating gold was significantly reduced. Yet, this alteration endowed it with nanomaterial properties, allowing for a certain degree of self-repair in conjunction with its inherent energy-absorbing qualities. Shen Yuan rebranded this novel type of number 1 vibrating gold nanomaterial as number 2 vibrating gold. He then employed a metallic coating process to apply it to the surface of the number 1 vibrating gold armor, thereby achieving optical stealth capabilities. Chapter 46. Completion of the development of the anti-gravity aircraft. However, the dimensions of the aircraft are substantial, necessitating a considerable quantity of the second-generation vibration gold coating. Should Shen Yuan rely solely on his own efforts to prepare all of the second-generation vibration gold, it would require a significant investment of time and energy. In light of this, Shen Yuan employed micromanipulation techniques to independently produce a sample of the second-generation vibration gold coating. Subsequently, Shanghai initiated a reverse engineering analysis of the second-generation vibration gold. By referencing the production process of the first-generation vibration gold and employing extensive computational simulations alongside systematic deductions, the industrial production process for the second-generation vibration gold was successfully elucidated. Shanghai's projection erupted in celebratory effects. The anticipated daily output could reach 100 tons, fulfilling the coating requirements for the aircraft within a mere 72 hours. In just 2 days, the industrial production process for the second-generation vibration gold was successfully analyzed and established. With this pivotal technological breakthrough, the refining center achieved large-scale production of the second-generation vibration gold coating. Following this, Shanghai directed the refining center to produce an adequate supply of the second-generation vibration gold stealth coating over the course of 3 days. Thereafter, 2 days were devoted to perfecting the aircraft's emergency systems. This emergency system encompassed crucial components such as an emergency escape pod, a gravity collapse buffer device, and a backup energy activation plan. In the event of particularly hazardous situations, the emergency system would ensure that the aircraft maintained essential functions, safeguarding personnel and preventing equipment damage. Subsequently, 5 days were spent installing the lightweight composite armor modules of the first-generation vibration gold and applying the second-generation vibration gold stealth coating. The installation of the armor modules achieved a completion rate of 100, while the coating reached 99, with a deficiency detected in the thickness of a 0.03 square meter area. After meticulous inspection, Shanghai utilized a laser pointer to pinpoint the flaw, simultaneously dispatching mechanical worker ants for touch-ups. Once everything was meticulously completed, the anti-gravity aircraft was deemed finished. The entire process spanned a total of 40 days. The system integration was finalized, and all indicators met expectations. Xinghai's voice resonated with calm assurance, transmitted clearly through the communication device. Gazing upon the imposing disc-shaped aircraft before him, its edges gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The surface still bore the marks of machining, resembling a slumbering behemoth. Shen Yuan felt a surge of excitement and swiftly returned to the command center, eager to witness the testing of the anti-gravity aircraft. Environmental monitoring indicated a current wind speed of 12 ms and a humidity of 68, both meeting testing standards. Shanghai's holographic projection transitioned to real-time data, initiating the preheating program for the anti-gravity engine, which would require a span of 1 minute. Seizing this moment, Shen Yuan returned to the command center, his voice hoarse as he issued the testing command to Shanghai. Commence the test. He instinctively rubbed his palms together, attempting to wipe away the sweat accumulating in his hands. With the command issued, Shanghai promptly activated the aircraft's anti-gravity engine, which emitted a deep, resonant hum that gradually increased in pitch. The ground trembled slightly beneath them as a cerulean glow emanated from the base of the aircraft, casting distorted shadows upon the walls. As the anti-gravity engine roared to life, energy output stabilized at 10. Shanghai's voice rose above the low hum. At a height of 1 meter, an inclination of 0.8 degrees was detected, prompting the activation of the automatic correction program, which has now been completed. Testing continues at a height of 10 meters. Where stability deviations exceed the threshold, the alarm of Shanghai blares sharply. The test is immediately terminated due to a positional control module parameter error of 0.005 radians. Through the command window, Shen Yuan gazes at the distant anti-gravity aircraft, while simultaneously turning to sift through the data to uncover the cause. As the aircraft gradually ascends, hovering steadily in midair, Shen Yuan's taut nerves remain unrelaxed. He keenly perceives a slight oscillation in the aircraft, akin to leaves fluttering in the wind. Stability issues persist. Shen Yuan's voice is as cold as ice. The source of the problem has been identified, and the attitude control algorithm is being adjusted. The data stream of Shanghai flickers wildly. The correction is complete. A secondary test is advised, commencing with low altitude hovering at 10 meters. Under Shen Yuan's anxious gaze, Shanghai initiates the testing program once more. The secondary test begins at a height of 10 meters, with stability now meeting the standards. Shanghai's voice resonates with excitement. This time, the aircraft hovers gracefully in the air, resembling a well-trained falcon. Shall we commence maneuver testing? It is recommended to begin with a 10-degree turn. Shen Yuan takes a deep breath, his fingers gliding swiftly across the three-dimensional holographic control panel to issue the turning command. The aircraft carves an elegant arc in the sky. However, Shanghai's voice interrupts again. Anomalies detected in energy fluctuations during the turn, with a decrease of 1 in the output of the right-side anti-gravity engine. Shall we initiate a problem diagnosis? Engage. Shen Yuan's gaze is fixed on the fluctuating data on the screen. The diagnostic program reveals an issue. A discrepancy exists between the main body of the anti-gravity engine and the connection program of the first vibration gold resonator. Parameter adjustments are underway and have been completed. As Shanghai reports, the holographic projection displays the erroneous program parameters, which are subsequently modified. These issues are meticulously recorded to establish a summary document. Shen Yuan issues the command. He then takes a seat and activates the three-dimensional holographic control panel, swiftly pulling the joystick. The aircraft immediately executes a 360-degree instantaneous maneuver, stirring a gentle breeze that reverberates across the testing ground. Success! Shen Yuan abruptly stands from his seat. Yet in his haste, he stumbles and falls. Ignoring the pain, a long-lost smile graces his face. Let us proceed with the high-energy pulse laser cannon charging test. Shen Yuan resumes his seat in the command chair, his fingers striking the control panel vigorously, his eyes fixed intently on the weapon bay of the aircraft. The command is received. The charging program is initiated. Shanghai's voice accompanies a humming sound. The current energy core output power has been elevated to 80. With a charging progress of 10 out of 20, Shen Yuan leans forward, his forehead nearly touching the holographic screen, watching the energy bar grow slowly. Is 90 seconds truly necessary? This pace seems rather sluggish. Could there be room for optimization? His brow furrows, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone. During the laser cannon charging process, the charging can be halted at any moment, transitioning into launch preparation mode. Shanghai's laser pointer sketches an illustration on the screen. However, the attack intensity and range will proportionally diminish. Chapter 47. The Anti-Gravity Aircraft, Xianyao. Let us first adhere to the original plan before proceeding. With a wave of his hand, Shen Yuan's gaze remained fixated on the charging progress. Pause when it reaches 50. Upon reaching the 50 mark, the charging was halted. As Shanghai's voice fell, Shen Yuan immediately commanded, initiate a safety pressure test. The laboratory was suddenly filled with blaring alarms, and the holographic display showcased the internal pressure of the laser cannon rising steadily. The pressure hit a critical value of 9,095. A hint of tension laced Xinghai's voice. Should we terminate the test? Continue. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. I must ascertain its limits. Pressure at 100. No issues reported yet. Xinghai reported loudly, but Shen Yuan abruptly called for a stop. Cease charging. Commence inspection. Observing as a micromechanical spider swiftly crawled to the laser cannon's barrel for inspection, confirming that the first vibranium cannon barrel was functioning without anomalies. Shen Yuan's expression softened slightly as he remarked, the heat absorption properties of the first vibranium cannon barrel have proven effective. Continue charging to 100. Charging completed at 100. Just as Xinghai finished speaking, Shen Yuan promptly issued the launch command. Initiate the simulated firing program for testing. A faint purple beam cut through the sky on the three-dimensional holographic display, instantly leveling the distant hills. As Shen Yuan scrutinized the simulated test data, a smile tugged at his lips, a range of 5,200 kilometers, surpassing expectations. However, the cooling time remains excessively lengthy. We must find ways to optimize this in the future. Next, we shall test the drone ejection system. Shen Yuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Activating the hive ejection mode. Countdown 3, 2, 1, launch. Xinghai's voice resonated rhythmically, as 25 drones ejected from the aircraft's combat module like a swarm of bees, swiftly forming a formation in the sky. Detection revealed a communication delay of 0.1 seconds for the 17th drone. The alarm blared from Xinghai. Shen Yuan's expression darkened. Recall the malfunctioning drone individually. The others shall continue with the array formation task. Observing the remaining drones methodically constructing the detection fire network, Shen Yuan nodded slightly. Commenced the suicide assault simulation test. Suddenly, 5 drones from the formation accelerated, erupting in a dazzling display of holographic sparks in midair. The simulated explosion's power equated to 480 tons of TNT, with an acceptable margin of error. Upon completion of the report, Shen Yuan's brow furrowed. The trajectory of debris post-drone detonation has not been accurately calculated, posing a risk to friendly forces. We must find a way to improve this. Finally, we shall conduct a comprehensive system instrument functionality test. Shen Yuan took a deep breath, as if awaiting the outcome of a significant examination. Radar scanning, quantum communication, and stealth mode switching displayed data frantically fluctuating on the screen. Under multi-band interference, the precision of the Spirit Vision radar dropped to 90. Xinghai's voice tightened Shen Yuan's heart. Activate the adaptive filtering algorithm. Shen Yuan's fingers danced swiftly across the control panel. Bring the precision back above 98. Upon witnessing the radar precision stabilize at 99, Shen Yuan abruptly rose from his chair, fiercely pumping his fist. We did it. All systems have passed the testing. His face flushed, his gaze brimming with uncontainable excitement. With a graceful gesture, he lightly caressed the contours of the spacecraft within the holographic projection and solemnly declared, from this moment forth, it shall be named Xian Niao. This name evokes the image of an ancient divine bird, destined to traverse the realms of heaven and earth with unparalleled freedom. Congratulations to Shen Yuan. The maiden test flight of Xian Niao has been a resounding success. The holographic projection of Xinghai erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, while Shen Yuan stood before the command window, unable to suppress the smile that graced his lips as he gazed at the distant Xian Niao. Soon, once night fell, the real test flight would commence. After finishing his dinner, Shen Yuan carelessly set down his utensils and glanced at the clock. It was already midnight. He thought to himself, the moment to test Xian Niao has finally arrived. Upon arriving at the base, he was greeted by the distant sounds of machinery from the second phase construction site. Xinghai, let us proceed to inspect Xian Niao, Shen Yuan called out. Xinghai, clad in steel armor, clanked over to join him. The two approached Xian Niao, meticulously examining each component and verifying every line of circuitry. Once they confirmed that everything was in order, Shen Yuan donned the form-fitting, pressure-resistant space suit optimized by Xinghai. The suit clung to his body, cool and snug. Although his physique had been enhanced, he knew that essential protection should never be taken lightly, he murmured to himself. Subsequently, he and Xinghai, encased in the iron armor, ascended into the cockpit of Xian Niao. The cockpit was awash in the luminous glow of various instruments, exuding a palpable sense of advanced technology. Xinghai, initiate the anti-gravity engine, Shen Yuan commanded after fastening his seatbelt. The engine roared to life with a deep rumble, and at that moment, Shen Yuan felt his body become weightless, as if he were a cloud floating in the air. Wow, this sensation is utterly marvelous, he exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. Xian Niao slowly hovered into the air, reaching a height of 10 meters. Seated in the pilot's seat, Shen Yuan gently pushed the control stick. Let us embark, he shouted with exhilaration. Xian Niao glided towards the vertical shaft corridor with a steady velocity. The concealed entrance above the shaft gradually opened, And as Shen Yuan observed the door parting, his heart raced with anticipation. May all tests proceed smoothly, he silently hoped. As Shen Yao emerged from the tunnel, Shen Yuan took a deep breath and thrust the control stick forward with all his might. In an instant, Shen Yao broke the sound barrier, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. Shen Yuan had expected a jarring sensation, yet to his surprise, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters with barely a noticeable feeling. This anti-gravity field is remarkable. It feels just like being on solid ground, Shen Yuan remarked, his eyes gleaming with wonder. Inside the spacecraft, he felt light as a feather, enveloped in a state of weightlessness. He then adjusted the steering wheel, gradually increasing altitude. As the acceleration intensified, he began to perceive a subtle pressure. With the growing inertia and g-force, this pressure mounted, akin to the enduring weight of a heavy object pressing down upon him. Speed has reached Mach 2, Shanghai announced. Shen Yuan focused intently on the horizon, his expression unwavering, as he meticulously attuned himself to the nuances of the pressure surrounding him. The voice of the star sea echoed once more. Shen Yuan felt no unusual sensations. It was as if he were traversing flat ground. He mused that the speed could indeed be increased further. He was entirely capable of enduring it. At 5 Mach, the star sea announced its velocity. Shen Yuan sensed the pressure mounting, yet he was aided by the inertial dampening system and his pressure-resistant spacesuit. Coupled with his robust physical condition, he felt relatively at ease. At this moment, the craft cruised at a speed of 5 Mach, and Shen Yuan once again experienced weightlessness. He let out a slight sigh of relief and smiled at Star C, saying, "Star C, I assume this anti-gravity engine can only reach 5 Mach? Let us activate the high-energy particle thrusters and see just how fast we can fly." Star C promptly cautioned, acknowledged. However, once the high-energy particle thrusters are engaged, be mindful not to accelerate too abruptly, as the resulting inertia may be overwhelming. Understood, I know the drill, Shen Yuan replied with a smirk. Chapter 48, Space Testing. After a brief interlude, the high-energy particle thrusters activated. Shen Yuan cautiously nudged another control lever, reminding himself not to accelerate too quickly. Current speed, 6 Mach, Star C announced. Shen Yuan felt the pressure intensifying, but it remained within tolerable limits. 8 Mach. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted, and a sonic boom ensued. Shen Yuan was startled, his body trembling slightly. Goodness, that noise is tremendous, he exclaimed, realizing they had reached the threshold at which the anti-gravity field eliminated the aerodynamic resistance. At this point, the Shen Yao had soared over international waters. Numerous high-altitude monitoring satellites deployed by various nations detected significant sonic boom fluctuations. Within the Pentagon, soldiers responsible for satellite surveillance shouted, "Report. A strong sonic boom has been detected." Yet no suspicious aerial objects have been identified. The general furrowed his brow, perplexed. What's happening? Initiate a comprehensive search. Ascertain whether this is a test of a new type of weapon. Retrieve and analyze all related data. Monitoring centers in other nations were similarly thrown into disarray. Someone anxiously inquired, what could have produced such a powerful sonic boom? Another speculated, could it be that a country has developed a super aircraft? Unperturbed by these concerns, Shen Yuan continued to accelerate. 10 Mach, 12 Mach, 20 Mach. The Shen Yao sped through the skies, piercing the cloud cover and leaving a distinct trail. Multiple satellites commenced scanning along the cloud line, tracking the suspicious aerial object. Star C advised, Shen Yuan, do not concern yourself with them. Let us proceed with acceleration. 22 Mach, 24 Mach, 26 Mach, 30 Mach. The Shen Yao was on the verge of breaching outer space when Star C urgently interjected, requesting a reduction in speed. At this juncture, Shen Yuan was enduring immense strain, his chest tightened, and he struggled to breathe. He nodded laboriously, signaling Star C to decelerate. Star C promptly took control, reducing the speed to 26 Mach and returning to a cruising altitude of 10,000 meters. With a sigh of relief, Shen Yuan patted his chest, realizing that to continue flying within Blue Star, he must diligently study the inertial damping system. Otherwise, the burden would be quite substantial. At that moment, the Shenbird had reached the skies above Antarctica. Through the window, Shen Yuan beheld the pristine white landscape, where glaciers crisscrossed in an intricate dance. Bathed in moonlight, the glaciers shimmered with a cold radiance, resembling vast crystalline formations. Towering icebergs loomed in the ocean, some resembling ancient castles, while others appeared as fearsome beasts. Penguins waddled across the ice, occasionally plunging into the sea, sending up little splashes of water. Observing Antarctica from such heights was simply breathtaking. Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. His initial excitement gradually transformed into tranquility. After a moment of reflection, he addressed Shanghai, urging, let us proceed with the tests. Next, they would venture beyond Blue Star and explore the cosmos to ascertain the true prowess of the Shenbird. Donning the helmet of his astronaut pressure suit, his gaze resolute, Shen Yuan prepared to charge into the vastness of space. With a cry, he engaged the mechanisms of the anti-gravity field, successfully mitigating the thermal generation caused by friction. The Xian bird ascended rapidly, propelled with great momentum towards the cosmos. During the passage through the atmosphere, the vessel still encountered some turbulence. Alarms blared incessantly within the cockpit, and various indicator lights flashed wildly. Steady, steady. Shen Yuan's forehead glistened with sweat as he gripped the control stick tightly. His eyes were fixed with unwavering focus ahead. Finally, after considerable effort, the Xian bird successfully breached the outer space. Gazing at the immense blue star before him, Shen Yuan was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. The blue planet stood out strikingly against the dark cosmos, its oceans glimmering with a profound azure glow. The contours of the land were distinctly visible, with clouds encircling the earth like a white veil. Wow, is this our blue star? It's breathtaking. Shen Yuan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes shimmering with tears of excitement and pride. Initiating the maximum flight speed test around blue star, Shen Yuan steadied his emotions and issued the command. The Xian bird accelerated in space, swiftly reaching a speed of 40 Mach. In the absence of atmospheric resistance, the inertial load felt remarkably light, bringing Shen Yuan immense ease. Now, this is the sensation of flight, he shouted joyfully, dancing within the cockpit. After admiring the starry sky for a while, he instructed Shanghai, "Let us commence all spaceflight tests." Understood. Shanghai promptly took control of the Zuanbird systems. Shen Yuan, please secure yourself. After ensuring that his seatbelt was fastened, Shen Yuan gave an okay gesture to the equally seated Shanghai in his steel armor. They began testing the stability and maneuverability of the Xian bird, which, under Shanghai's command, executed a series of maneuvers including sudden acceleration, abrupt stops, and instantaneous 360-degree turns. The testing has concluded, and the results align with the designated specifications. The Xian Yao's high-energy particle propulsion system has been activated to its maximum capacity, embarking on a flight to assess any variations in actual thrust. Upon completion of the test, the actual thrust deviated by less than 1 unit from the anticipated value, meeting the established standards, and thus the test was deemed successful. Next, we commenced the environmental adaptation test. The second generation of vibranium coating demonstrated satisfactory absorption and isolation capabilities against various cosmic radiation, with results aligning with expectations, leading to a successful evaluation. We then initiated the navigation and communication tests. Within the quantum communication coverage of the base, navigation positioning proved to be precise, with a communication delay of merely 10 milliseconds, well within the acceptable design error range. As the preliminary energy shield system was activated, it entered a state of performance testing. No sooner had Shanghai's voice faded than a translucent, pale blue spherical shield, measuring 100 meters in diameter, unfurled with a swift motion, encasing the entire craft in an instant. The shield's surface shimmered with delicate electromagnetic waves, reminiscent of the ethereal veil of the aurora, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Shanghai directed the Xian Yao towards a piece of space debris approximately the size of 10 centimeters. The moment the debris collided with the shield, a radiant halo of blue and violet ripples burst forth at the point of impact. The fragments decelerated abruptly, as if plunging into an invisible gel. Following this, tiny electric sparks erupted from the surface, only to be swiftly expelled into the depths of space by an unseen force field, leaving a fleeting trace of ionized dust accelerated to escape velocity by magnetic lines. The preliminary energy shield performance test concluded successfully, with all testing criteria met. Subsequently, Shanghai projected the detailed test results onto a holographic screen. Shen Yuan joyfully flashed a thumbs up, his face aglow with pride. Fantastic. The Xian Yao has truly exceeded my expectations. All test results are up to standard, with no issues whatsoever. I hereby declare that the Xian Yao has completed its final design phase and is officially entering the equipment stage starting today. Upon confirming that all testing facets were flawless, Shen Yuan decisively announced the formal induction of the Xian Yao into service. Chapter 49, Lunar Far Side. Weapons testing. Shanghai. Quickly calculate how long it will take for the Xian Yao to reach the far side of the moon. Shen Yuan gazed out at the blue planet, pondering whether to explore the moon's far side at that moment. Based on the current distance to the blue moon and disregarding the gravitational influences of the blue planet and lunar orbital mechanics, the Xian Yao, utilizing a linear flight mode, would require a sustained acceleration of 2 hours to reach a speed of 153 Mach, arriving at the midpoint of the blue moon, followed by deceleration. The estimated time to reach the lunar far side and complete the landing mission would be approximately 4 hours, as swiftly calculated by the Shanghai system. Upon hearing Shanghai's computation and checking the time, 2:25 p.m., Shen Yuan contemplated further until Shanghai reported, "The aforementioned time estimation is based on a departure from the surface of the blue planet. If we commence from the current location, it will only take 3.5 hours to reach the lunar far side. Upon arrival, we can discreetly take control of and obscure the relay satellites of the Yan Huang nation, thereby commencing the testing of the pulse laser cannon and unmanned aerial combat systems. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan decisively commanded, "Let us embark for the far side of the moon at once." Prior to their departure, Shanghai had meticulously stocked the Xian Yao with provisions sufficient for a day's sustenance, including liquefied oxygen and artificial air, leaving nothing to be desired. Noticing the absence of concerns, Shen Yuan promptly transferred the control authority to Shanghai. He instructed Shanghai to alert him upon arrival and leaned back against the chair. Surrendering to slumber, utterly exhausted, his eyelids too heavy to lift. Soon, 3.5 hours elapsed. Shen Yuan had arrived at the predetermined coordinates on the moon's far side. The electronic voice of Shanghai resonated softly, yet undeniably, in the tranquil cockpit. Shen Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, his fatigue instantly replaced by excitement. He straightened his posture. Gazing out the porthole at the silvery gray lunar surface set against the inky blackness of space. "We've arrived already. How splendid!" he exclaimed. "Shanghai, let us commence the testing without delay." His exhilaration rendered his breaths rapid and shallow. The Xian now hovered gently, and the protective door of the frontal launch channel unfolded like the petals of a mechanical flower, accompanied by the deep hum of machinery. The 800mm caliber pulse laser cannon gradually emerged. The surface of the cannon glimmered with ethereal blue energy patterns, resembling a beast poised for action. "Received." Preparing for pulse laser cannon firepower test, Shanghai announced. As the prompt concluded, Shen Yuan gripped the armrests of his seat, his eyes ablaze with anticipation and tension. Energy began to coalesce at the cannon's muzzle, warping the surrounding space with an eerie distortion. 90 seconds later, a robust lavender beam erupted suddenly. The beam shattered the silence of the vacuum, leaving behind a fleeting trail of searing heat. It struck the target area with pinpoint accuracy, igniting a brilliant white-hot explosion on the lunar surface akin to a miniature solar flare. The intense energy shock instantaneously vaporized surrounding lunar basalt and other materials, forming a colossal crater measuring 100 meters in diameter and plunging several tens of meters deep. The walls of the crater shimmered with a glass-like sheen, a byproduct of high-temperature melting followed by rapid cooling. Smoke continued to rise from the crater's depths, creating a scene of breathtaking magnitude. "The power is extraordinary," Shen Yuan exclaimed, rising partially from his seat, his face radiant with elation, even more formidable than anticipated. Following this, Shanghai unleashed a series of rapid-fire shots to assess the firepower and performance in continuous firing mode, each shot inflicting considerable damage. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled as he meticulously reviewed the data, nodding in satisfaction at the prowess of the pulse laser cannon. He then initiated the testing of the unmanned aerial combat system, calming his excitement and issuing a decisive command. The belly hatch of the Xian now swung open wide, and 300 unmanned combat drones surged forth like a swarm of bees. The drones swiftly arranged themselves into various formations in the sky, sometimes darting skyward like spears, other times spreading out like a vast net. Their synchronized maneuvers flowed seamlessly, showcasing their formidable cooperative combat capabilities. Switching to close combat mode, Shen Yuan declared, and as his words faded, a portion of the drones launched toward the lunar rocks with the speed of arrows released from a bow. They were equipped with high-energy plasma cutting blades that glimmered with a chilling blue light. Wherever they struck, the resilient lunar rocks were sliced through as if they were butter, sending shards flying in an impressive display. With a commanding voice, Shen Yuan ordered the launch of conventional high-power missiles, penetrating missiles, and armor-piercing missiles. In response, drones commenced a flurry of missile launches. The conventional high-power missiles detonated upon striking the lunar surface, creating vast craters and billowing mushroom clouds, shrouding the area in dust and debris. The penetrating missiles, akin to dragons plunging into the sea, swiftly burrowed deep into the lunar soil, triggering a series of tremors. Cracks on the lunar surface spread like a spider's web, eventually collapsing to depths of several dozen meters. The armor-piercing missiles penetrated the granite, detonating several meters within and shattering the rock into fragments. Next, Shen Yuan commanded a test of the drone's self-destruct capabilities. A combat drone surged forth from the formation, diving toward the ground. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, equivalent to 500 tons of TNT. The blast generated a small mushroom cloud and created a crater approximately 70 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep. Observing the magnificent test display, Shen Yuan's face broke into a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. Once the Shanghai retrieved all the drones, he nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "Perfect. This combat capability is sufficient to deter any adversary." Shanghai, prepared to record the geographical information of the far side of the moon, starting from our location. Shen Yuan quickly regained his composure and issued the next command. "Received," responded Shanghai, as it navigated across the far side of the moon. Various detection devices operated at full capacity, meticulously documenting every terrain feature and rock detail on the lunar surface, providing invaluable data support for future lunar base construction. Geographical data collection complete. Under Xinghai's control, the task was swiftly accomplished. Xinghai, deploy the quantum communication relay station, then return to base. For this test, Shen Yuan had specifically equipped Xinghai with a custom quantum communication relay station, as the lunar area exceeded the base's quantum communication coverage range. Currently, they relied on Xinghai's covert access to the Yanhuang nation's lunar relay satellite, which communicated via the Blue Star satellite, resulting in some latency. However, with Xinghai's avatar affixed to the reinforced armor, the test could proceed normally. The deployed quantum communication relay station utilized the Phantom A-type global quantum communication network technology, with an effective communication range of only 10,000 kilometers. Once more advanced quantum satellites were developed and connected to this relay, precise positioning communication between the blue moon could be achieved. Received. Xinghai will act immediately. The other hatch on the belly of the Xian bird emitted a hissing sound as the hydraulic system activated, slowly opening. Inside lay a substantial object, over 2 meters tall and more than a meter wide, with an oval shape and a gleaming silver-gray metallic sheen, ready for the deployment of the quantum communication relay station. Shen Yuan's gaze was firmly fixed on this significant apparatus, his expression serious yet expectant. Xinghai, confirm the deployment coordinates and gravity calculations. We are ready for launch. With a decisive command from Shen Yuan, the launch mechanism emitted a deep hum. The oval metallic object was propelled outward at great speed, akin to a cannonball being discharged from its chamber. Under the gravitational pull of the moon at high altitude, a metallic object trailed a brief streak as it plunged directly towards a fissure on the lunar surface. With a resounding thud, the object embedded itself into the ground like a colossal nail, penetrating to a depth of 1 meter. Shen Yuan instinctively leaned forward, his eyes widening in astonishment as he meticulously scrutinized every detail. Immediately thereafter, a series of crisp mechanical unlocking sounds emanated from the surface of the metallic object, its shell beginning to part along a predetermined trajectory. 4 serrated support arms sprang forth from the sides, resembling the elongated legs of a mechanical spider, firmly anchoring the entire relay station into the lunar regolith. The dish-shaped quantum communication antenna at the top gradually elevated, its surface shimmering with ethereal blue energy patterns, continually adjusting its angle as if seeking the optimal communication alignment. The cylindrical body in the center slowly unfolded, revealing countless interfaces and sensors. Under the cold light of the moon, the secondary vibration gold cloaking layer on the surface began to activate. As optical stealth was initiated, the entire quantum communication relay station gradually vanished from sight. With this relay station in place, future communication between the moon and the blue planet would be assured once the quantum satellite was developed. Shen Yuan gazed at the fully deployed quantum communication relay station before him, his eyes brimming with pride. Let's return to base, he commanded, then reclined in his chair to catch some sleep. This comprehensive test on the far side of the moon had taken over 2 hours, and before he knew it, it was already past 8 o'clock the next morning. When the Xian bird returned to the blue planet base, it was well past noon. Chapter 50. Internal testing of the game. Meanwhile, various nations, analyzing the flight trajectory, deduced that this mysterious flying object had reached speeds exceeding Mach 20, leaving them astounded. The United States convened an emergency meeting, where the president, furrowing his brow, solemnly stated, "This is likely the result of Yanhuang's secret research. Their recent technological advancements, including 6th-generation fighter jets and lunar soil collection techniques, raised significant suspicions. Other countries were abuzz with speculation. Some hypothesized it was a clandestine project of the United States, remarking, 'It's possible this was orchestrated by them. They have a history of secret experiments.' Others echoed suspicions towards Yanhuang, with some agreeing, given Yanhuang's rapid development, this matter is likely their doing. As for the Bear Country, other nations doubted their capability. Nonetheless, Bear Country also speculated it might be Yanhuang's, prompting them to inquire further. A Bear Country diplomat, with a serious demeanor and precise wording, asked, 'Is your nation currently engaged in the development of ultra-advanced aircraft? We have detected a series of unusual flight trajectories that markedly differ from conventional aviation activities.' Yanhuang firmly denied the accusations, issuing a stern statement. 'If we possessed such technology, it would undoubtedly be prioritized for our own aircraft. There is no reason for concealment. Your assessment is evidently a grave misjudgment. Based on the current analysis, the United States holds significant potential.' Subsequently, all nations embarked on thorough investigations. As for the outcome of these inquiries, everyone was well aware. Upon returning to the base, Shen Yuan engaged in a discussion with Xinghai regarding the actions of various nations. Shen Yuan, however, took little heed of these matters, confident that they would not implicate him. After providing Shanghai with a few directives concerning the improvements and adjustments needed for the Shen Yuan's recent test findings, he returned home to prepare dinner. Following his meal, Shen Yuan indulged in a rare afternoon nap. Upon awakening, he descended to the base to quietly assess the situation surrounding the internal testing of the game. It was then that he discovered the immense popularity of the game's Starry Sea Expedition within the domestic gaming community. Recently, the gaming landscape in the country had been abuzz, as a game titled Starry Sea Expedition burst onto the scene, instantly igniting fervor across the entire gaming network. Numerous players flocked to the game's official website, eagerly inquiring about the commencement of public testing. Yet, the game's officials remained unresponsive, as if deaf to their pleas. In the dead of night, hundreds of computer screens emitted an ethereal blue glow, illuminating the faces of players, flushed with excitement. One internal tester of Starry Sea Expedition fixated intently on the screen, fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, while simultaneously issuing commands into his headset with fervent urgency. Soon after, the game system's notification echoed in his ears. Received. Left flank mobile squad, advance. Central air defense system, activate. This was a new feature added by Shanghai in response to feedback from internal testers. Now, players could simply speak into the microphone of their headsets to issue commands to the intelligent assistant within the game base. The management of troops within the game had become exceedingly convenient. One merely had to articulate their intentions. Given the increasing number of troops, players expressed that relying solely on mouse and keyboard was proving inadequate for managing large-scale battles. In just over a month since its launch, Starry Sea Expedition had captivated players with its hyper-realistic graphics and an impressively robust design system, quickly gaining immense popularity within the domestic gaming sphere. Players were awestruck by the cosmic vistas depicted in the game, with many taking to the official forum to exclaim, "This hardly resembles a game. It's as if the real world has been seamlessly transported into the gaming realm." The graphics were so meticulously detailed that one could discern scratches on the hulls of warships and perceive the subtle distortions produced by laser beams slicing through the air. Daily, the official forum witnessed an influx of new posts, with some users analyzing the game's physics engine, while others debated the balance of the weapon systems, maintaining a high level of engagement. Additionally, tech-savvy individuals revealed hidden functionalities within the game, rumored to unlock mysterious advanced technologies, prompting players to eagerly experiment, albeit without success. Regardless, this did not detract from the forum's transformation into a joyous haven for gamers. Some players showcased their designs of sleek, transforming aircraft, boasting, "My shadow drone fleet can complete morphing in 0.01 seconds. Dare to challenge?" This immediately attracted a flurry of responses, with some skeptically commenting, "Aesthetically impressive, but in actual combat, they'd likely be merely fragile machines." Others displayed colossal mechs bristling with weaponry, proudly declaring, "The Destroyer Titan armor, equipped with 18 heavy weapons. Bring on the foes." Below, a chorus of requests for design strategies flooded in. Beneath the lively facade of the inner beta testing, a tumultuous current flows among the players. Some clandestinely form mechanical alliances, while others secretly dispatch cloaked mechanical spiders in an attempt to breach the enemy's base shield system, preparing for the impending grand conflict. Among them, the Stellar Federation and the Iron Blood Alliance outwardly coexist in harmony, yet secretly vie for rare resource veins. The leader of the Stellar Federation continuously broadcasts a message of friendly intent on the Alliance channel, resource sharing, win-win cooperation. However, they promptly dispatch mining robots disguised as meteorites to clandestinely extract the veins. They have also deployed automated mine systems, which trigger explosive protocols upon the approach of any other machinery. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Alliance is not idle. Its leader is covertly forging a cooperation agreement with the enemy faction, the Moon of Shadows, plotting a joint assault. As the scenes of large-scale battles circulate wildly on game forums, they become the talk of the town among numerous gamers. Swarms of drones and transforming warplanes engage in fierce combat in the cosmos, with laser beams slicing through the starlit sky. Each explosion is accompanied by a dazzling display of fire, echoing in a relentless rhythm. Shattered meteorites are propelled by the aftermath of the conflict, tracing erratic trajectories in the universe. Some collide with nearby planetary satellites, creating new craters. Floating space debris resembles sharp daggers, poised to pierce the hulls of players' small combat units at any moment. An inner beta player excitedly records a battle video, exclaiming animatedly, "Look! The tactical evasion of this drone formation is absolutely brilliant, dodging 3 waves of saturation fire." Unbeknownst to him, this is merely a trap set by the enemy, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure him deeper. As the drone swarm is on the verge of breaching the enemy's defenses, a multitude of concealed battle robots suddenly emerges from the surroundings. Unleashing their formidable fire control systems, they instantaneously lock onto their targets and mount a lethal assault. At this critical juncture, the reconnaissance drone, the Gale Eye, uncovers the enemy's scheme and promptly sends a red alert to the Allied command system. Warning: enemy ambush detected. Immediate evacuation protocol recommended. Alas, it is too late. The enemy's barrage rains down like a deluge, inflicting heavy losses on the drone swarm. In a pivotal moment, several reconnaissance drones autonomously initiate self-destruct protocols, sacrificing themselves as decoys to buy time for their comrades to retreat, transforming into cosmic dust amidst the violent explosions. Following this, a mechanical tide surges towards the player's base like an iron flood, with treaded battle robots crushing all in their path. The artillery relentlessly spews deadly fire, leaving clouds of dust in its wake. Everything surrounding the base is razed to the ground, leaving vast chasms on the surface. The holographic projections intended for ecological simulation extinguish instantly, revealing only charred earth and cold metallic structures. The inner beta player laments on the forum. My meticulously designed defense system crumbled like paper before the mechanical onslaught, breached in an instant. He remains oblivious to the fact that the enemy had long dispatched a spy robot to infiltrate the base's control system, remotely disabling the protective shield at the critical moment. The player known as Lone Wolf also fell victim to the infiltration of spy robots, as the core module of his trusted defense system was compromised. Not only was the protective shield deactivated, but the energy supply to the base was also severed during combat. Enraged, he revealed this incident on the gaming forum, prompting numerous beta testers to spontaneously form an anti-invasion alliance, sharing defense strategies and countermeasures. Some beta players maneuvered their warships in the cosmos to set up ambushes, suddenly emerging from asteroid fields, unleashing long-range artillery that swiftly engulfed the enemy fleet. The ambushed beta player, furious, slammed his desk and posted the battle footage on the forum, exclaiming how insidious it was to hide behind asteroids, vowing to employ the same tactic next time. The ambushing player, secretly pleased, had begun his preparations a week in advance. He utilized stealth reconnaissance satellites to acquire the enemy's operational plans, subsequently deploying camouflage nets in the asteroid belt, adjusting the radar reflection signals of his warships to mimic asteroid characteristics, patiently awaiting his prey. The Aurora fleet was the brainchild behind this ambush. As the enemy fleet entered range, they first launched electromagnetic interference missiles to disable the enemy's radar. Following that, all warships' automated fire control systems engaged simultaneously, swiftly obliterating several enemy capital ships and securing a resounding victory. The enraged enemy beta player vented in the world channel with a flurry of garbled text, challenging, "If you dare, initiate a fair mode battle." The beta player of the Aurora fleet retorted, "War knows no rules. Feel free to restart." Chapter 51. Su Yao's live battle. However, the event that ignited the internet was undoubtedly Su Yao's live battle. Half an hour before the broadcast commenced, the room's popularity surged to hundreds of thousands, with comments flooding in like snowflakes. Sister Yao is up to something big today. Waiting for it. Eagerly anticipating Sister Yao's mechanical army to dominate the battlefield. Family, only half an hour until the show starts. This live stream will undoubtedly be the most exhilarating battle in the history of Star Sea Expedition. Su Yao donned her stylish gaming headset, her voice brimming with excitement. Sister Yao forever. Occupying the front row. Still calling her Sister Yao? She should be addressed as Sister Yao. The comments exploded in enthusiasm. In the live stream room, numerous viewers fixed their gaze on the screen, daring not to blink even for a moment. Some audience members activated their phone's screen recording feature, ready to capture and share the thrilling moments on social media. Brothers, everyone, head to Sister Yao's live stream. Missing this would be a huge loss. On social media, the buzz surrounding this live stream was incessantly shared. Welcome to the newcomers in the live stream. Let me show you my meticulously assembled mechanical army, ready to wreak havoc. Su Yao operated the interface while introducing it to the audience. Wow, this battleship is enormous. So impressive. Sister Yao, share the tactics. Dropping a fleet strategy. The comments were filled with eager inquiries. Watch closely. This is the super battleship, the Sky Pillar. These are the battle cruisers. And these Shen Bird interstellar fighters are my sharpest blades. The giant steel armored units are impenetrable mobile fortresses. Su Yao meticulously organized her troops, each mechanical unit gleaming with a metallic sheen. In this configuration, can the opposing side withstand the onslaught? Sister Yao seems determined to grind them into the ground. Meanwhile, within the enemy's camp, a beta tester known as the Eye of the Abyss fixates on the monitoring screen, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once her fleet sets sail, the spy mechanical spider shall infiltrate the base and strike at the heart of her operations. At this moment, on the periphery of Su Yao's base, stealth-equipped mechanical spiders stealthily advance, their sensors continuously scanning for vulnerabilities in the defenses, awaiting the perfect opportunity to penetrate. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to commence. Today, I shall unveil to you the true mechanical frenzy. All units, advance. Target the enemy alliance base ahead. Su Yao commanded loudly. On the screen, dozens of warships, large and small, gradually powered up their engines, the main cannons shimmering with a faint purple light as they entered a state of readiness. Subsequently, Su Yao's fleet charged toward a nearby meteorite, 10 kilometers in diameter. Charge. Let's topple them. Sister Yao, you can do it. We're eagerly awaiting the destruction. The gift effects and barrage of comments flooded the screen, and the live stream's popularity soared. Meanwhile, another beta tester from the opposing alliance had deployed a worm-shaped surveillance device. Stealthily navigating 1 meter underground, continuously gathering crucial intelligence on Su Yao's defensive units and architectural layout. As soon as Su Yao's fleet set out, the worm-shaped device promptly initiated its hacking operation against the base's defense system. Fortunately, Su Yao's defense system was remarkably responsive, swiftly detecting the anomalous signal fluctuations and issuing an alarm. Unknown intrusion detected. Su Yao decisively ordered, dispatch defense robots to conduct a search. Soon, the defense robots located and obliterated the surveillance device, along with the spy mechanical spiders from the Eye of the Abyss. Witnessing this turn of events, the Eye of the Abyss erupted in fury, cursing his incompetent allies. Sister Yao is extraordinary. She is truly prophetic. The opposing side must be infuriated. The comments section erupted in cheers. However, the stolen intelligence had already been transmitted back to the enemy camp. In light of this situation, Su Yao remained unfazed. From the moment I decided to live stream this battle, I anticipated their underhanded tactics and had already prepared a countermeasure. Sister Yao's foresight is impeccable. Truly a master, her composure is unparalleled. Before long, Su Yao's fleet arrived at its destination, a colossal alliance base established by over a dozen beta testers. Densely packed with defensive turrets, its scale astonishing. Oh, their fleet outnumbers ours. Humph. In the face of absolute power, they are mere children. Su Yao raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Sister Yao, how imposing. I relish watching you confront them head-on. Prepare to receive our assault. Attack. The Qingtian battleship shall breach their formation, and the Xianbird squadrons tear apart their defenses. Let them know the meaning of despair. With a commanding shout, Su Yao issued her orders. The twin-barreled main cannons of the Qingtian battleship unleashed a barrage that cleaved the enemy fleet in two. The other battlecruisers, not to be outdone, opened fire, shattering the enemy formation into disarray. Su Yao's main cannons, with their formidable power and long range, demonstrated their audacity. Following this, thousands of Xianbird interstellar fighters roared forth. In the sky, formations of aircraft arranged in various offensive patterns illuminated the vast expanse of stars with their fiery trails. This fleet of warplanes was truly magnificent. Their maneuvers executed with unparalleled fluidity. The formation was simply exquisite. How did Sister Yao achieve this? Simultaneously, over a dozen transport ships opened their hatches, releasing hundreds of towering steel-armored giants, each reaching heights of 100 meters. Every descent sent tremors through the ground. These are my mobile fortresses. Charge forth. Su Yao exclaimed, clenching her fists. The pressure was palpable. The opposing side was doomed. Sister Yao's mechanical army was awe-inspiring. At that moment, the enemy quietly deployed stealth drones, intent on disrupting the control systems of the steel armor. In this critical moment, special operations robots from Su Yao's fleet suddenly activated, emitting powerful electromagnetic pulses. Stealth units detected. Clearance protocol initiated, the system announced. Help. This robot arrived just in time. How many trump cards does Sister Yao possess? I am utterly in awe of this maneuver. Meanwhile, the two fleets clashed fiercely amidst the stars, employing a myriad of tactics in rapid succession. However, the outcome of the battle quickly tilted in favor of Su Yao's forces. Before long, the enemy's ships dwindled to a mere few, who fled after providing cover for their comrades. It was evident that the enemy's technology lagged significantly behind that of Su Yao's fleet. Subsequently, the Su Yao fleet shifted its focus to ground defense units. A portion of the Xianbird fighters was dispatched to eliminate the threat of meteoroids in the air, while the steel armor held steady at the front lines, and the robot troops prepared for an assault. Su Yao commanded with calm precision. The visual effects of this battle were nothing short of explosive. The budget was clearly ablaze. I was left with goosebumps. At that moment, the enemy's ace combat robot suddenly emerged, swiftly downing several Xianbird fighters. Attempting a sneak attack? Not on my watch. Special operations robots, lock onto the target. Su Yao's gaze sharpened. This could spell disaster. Sister Yao, stay calm. We believe in you. The special combat robots utilized their advanced scanning systems to successfully lock onto and destroy the enemy's ace robot. Splendid. Counterattack. Su Yao bellowed, raising her arm in triumph. I told you there was no turning back. Sister Yao is forever a legend. I am in awe of this maneuver. However, the enemy suddenly launched a barrage of electromagnetic pulse missiles, plunging the situation into dire straits. Activate the electromagnetic defense barrier. Accelerate the offensive. Cold sweat beaded on Su Yao's forehead, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Go, Sister Yao. Quickly take out that launch device. The barrage of messages flooded the screen, and the audience's hearts raced in anticipation. In a pivotal moment, one of Su Yao's main battleships unleashed a shot at the enemy's electromagnetic pulse launch device, instantly obliterating it. The time for counterattack had arrived. Strike with all your might. Su Yao shouted. Charge. Flatten them. This reversal was exhilarating. Yet, the enemy had been prepared. Initiating their strategic withdrawal protocol, they dispatched reconnaissance robots to conduct a comprehensive scan. Su Yao sensed something amiss and immediately issued orders. The robot legions surged into the enemy base, engaging in close-quarters combat with the defensive robots, sparks flying. However, at that moment, the enemy activated self-destruct robots, inflicting heavy losses on Su Yao's forces. The opposition was truly underhanded. Sister Yao, do not be disheartened. We stand with you. As the battle reached a critical impasse, alarms blared from Su Yao's base, signaling an enemy ambush. Activate the super energy shield. Hold the line. Su Yao remained composed and responded swiftly. Her adaptability was truly extraordinary. The shield must withstand the onslaught. Calmly orchestrating the defense, Su Yao directed the warships to launch a full-scale assault on the enemy's defensive units. While squadrons of fighter jets suppressed the skies, and elite forces executed a surprise attack on the enemy's core facilities, the tide of battle began to clarify. It was evident that Su Yao was on the cusp of victory. Her command skills were nothing short of remarkable. As the combat intensified, the Eye of the Abyss personally led the fleet in a fierce assault on Su Yao's base. Yet, no matter the ferocity of their attacks, the energy shield remained impervious. Is that all you've got? Come on, keep attacking. Su Yao taunted the camera. She was incredibly bold. I adored her confidence. The opposition must have been infuriated. Finally, after a fierce battle, the mechanical army led by Su Yao decisively annihilated the entire Alliance base. After securing the battlefield, she left a small fleet to guard the area, awaiting the establishment of a new base. Phew, that was a close call. She sighed, a weary yet joyful smile gracing her face. Su Yao is magnificent. This is exhilarating. I'm absolutely thrilled. This was undoubtedly the most outstanding gaming campaign of the year. Su Yao would forever be revered. The screen was flooded with accolades and gift effects, propelling the live stream's popularity to a zenith. Chapter 52, Quantum Communication Relay Satellite. Meanwhile, the more than 10 internal testers from the destroyed Alliance base watched in dismay as their mechanical army data reset to zero. Some took to the forum to lament. Su Yao, just wait. I will design even more powerful weapons to take my revenge. Others gritted their teeth, declaring, this time I was unfortunate, but next time I will bring my mechanical army to let you taste the same defeat. The sensational gaming spectacle stirred those invited internal testers who hadn't yet entered the game into action. One invited player, glued to the battle video on the forum, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Regretfully, he posted, I used to think this was a money laundering game, but now I feel utterly humiliated. If only I hadn't missed the internal test. I am kicking myself. Another invited player, frantic, bombarded friends with messages on social media. I need to get into the game quickly. If I wait any longer, I want to even get a taste. I heard that new players can still claim internal testing benefits. Let us go. These invited testers began to flood into the game, eager to form their own mechanical armies and dive into this interstellar sci-fi war. On major gaming live streaming platforms, other internal testing gaming virtuosos sensed an opportunity. Brothers, today I'll show you the hidden gameplay of this game, exclaimed a well-known gaming streamer, donning stylish gear and raising an eyebrow at the camera. Master this AI formation tactic, and you'll easily dominate the server. He expertly configured tactical cues on the interface, showcasing unique strategies and techniques, each maneuver eliciting gasps of amazement from the audience. Truly, the master is a master. I'm struggling to grasp this tactic. Viewers clamored for strategy shares, eager to showcase their skills too. Other beta testers and streamers have also joined in, with some specializing in the automated command systems of warships, while others excel in mecha formation tactics. Their remarkable gameplay further elevates the popularity of Star Sea Expedition. After reviewing the internal testing results, Shen Yuan couldn't contain his joy, particularly pleased with the adjustments made by Star Sea in response to player feedback. He also requested that Star Sea design several small-scale dungeons to enhance the gaming experience for the beta participants. Of course, Shen Yuan did not overlook the collection of various innovative design ideas proposed by the beta testers. Those designs that could be realized immediately were incorporated into the Research and Development Center's database, while more advanced concepts that could not yet be implemented were stored in the data center for future use when conditions allowed. As for when the game would enter public testing, Shen Yuan planned to wait until the completion of the second phase of the project. Why this arrangement, one might wonder. Patience, as the explanation will follow. With this thought, Shen Yuan stood up and walked towards the second phase construction site to assess the situation. The second phase involves expanding the existing base horizontally by 10 kilometers in all directions, while also extending underground to a depth of 30 meters. Upon completion, the underground base will transform into a massive rectangular prism, measuring 30 kilometers on each side and standing 60 meters tall. Currently, the progress of the second phase project has surpassed 60. The overall construction of the second phase has been completed, including key aspects such as the main structural framework and wall pouring. The internal construction of various areas is currently in full swing, including 10 workshops designated for the production and assembly of the Shen Yuan aircraft, with corresponding manufacturing lines being constructed simultaneously. Once these 10 workshops are operational, provided the materials are sufficient, a single workshop can produce an Shen Yuan aircraft in just 3 days. Star C, how much longer until the second phase is completed? Shen Yuan floated in midair, his gaze fixed intently on the construction site as he inquired. Star C responded, based on the current progress, the second phase is expected to be completed in 36 days. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan acknowledged with a nod, realizing it would be over a month, and then turned to return to the Research and Development Center. Once back in the research studio, Shen Yuan took a moment to contemplate before saying, Star C, based on the Phantom A-type Universal Quantum Communication Network System, initiate the design simulation for quantum communication satellites to achieve a broader communication coverage. Understood. Star C's response was succinct and powerful, with the core processor instantly entering a state of high-speed operation. In an instant, the holographic projection in the research studio resembled an activated galaxy, with data surging like a tide. A flurry of complex codes and various peculiar graphical symbols flashed rapidly, dazzling the eye. Star C was conducting large-scale simulation computations, sifting through a vast sea of possibilities to identify the optimal upgrade feasibility plan for quantum communication technology. Shen Yuan remained focused on the holographic screen, his mind racing with simulations. His eyes, akin to precision scanners, missed no detail. As the calculations unfolded, Shanghai's fingers danced across the control panel, executing commands with precision. He frequently posed questions and suggestions. Let us further optimize the stability of this frequency band and explore ways to minimize interference. Stability has been enhanced, reducing interference by 10. It is now included in the alternative proposals. Increase the emission frequency of the entangled photon pairs to the terahertz range. Perhaps this will ameliorate the situation. The emission frequency of the entangled photon pairs has been elevated to the terahertz level. Anticipated transmission rates and qubit operation speeds are set to improve by 1,000-fold. With communication distances extending 100 times and signal attenuation reduced by over 50, this is now prioritized in our plans. The energy transmission efficiency here can still be improved. Let us recalibrate the parameters. Energy transmission parameters adjusted. A projected efficiency increase of 100 is included in the alternative proposals. Indeed, let us fine-tune the structure of the energy conversion module by 0.001 millimeters and observe the outcome. The structure of the conversion module has been subtly adjusted by 0.001 millimeters, resulting in a 10 improvement in conversion efficiency, now included in the alternative proposals. Let us also incorporate the characteristics of element 1 and element 2 of the vibrating gold. Shen Yuan's voice was calm and steady, resonating through the laboratory, imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Incorporating element 1, its stationary properties effectively mitigated thermal noise and electromagnetic interference during the quantum communication process, allowing the emission frequency of the entangled photon pairs to successfully breach into the terahertz band. Concurrently, this element absorbed 99 of external energy disturbances, encompassing cosmic rays, electromagnetic pulses, and gravitational waves. This reduced the quantum channel's error rate to levels approaching theoretical safety limits, enhancing communication distances by over 1,000-fold. Furthermore, its energy absorption characteristics, combined with the quantum tunneling effect, enabled the efficient conversion of thermal energy losses from communication devices into usable electrical energy. The reduction in energy consumption exceeded 90, facilitating stable low-power operation of the devices. This was incorporated into the optimal selection plan, and further integration with other alternatives was advised to enhance performance. After an hour of deliberation, Shanghai finally proposed a series of upgrade plans. Shen Yuan exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly rose and approached the experimental apparatus, donning gloves. He commenced his tasks at the experimental table, bustling with activity as various instruments operated in harmony under his guidance, emitting a gentle hum. Chapter 53. Deployment and encryption of the quantum communication network. Let us begin with the first experimental scheme to assess the stability of the quantum entangled state. While deftly manipulating the instruments, Shen Yuan remarked, in the laboratory, beams of light flitted through the instruments like spirited sprites. Data surged across the screens in rapid succession. Shen Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the holographic display, his brow slightly furrowed. His expression conveyed a sense of dedication and focus as he meticulously analyzed each fluctuation, leaving no anomaly unexamined. This plan's entangled state is decaying too swiftly, making communication signals prone to interruption. Without a hint of dismay, Shen Yuan resolutely abandoned the ongoing experiment. He swiftly organized the experimental apparatus, preparing for the next scheme's testing. Thus, one proposal after another was rigorously tested and either validated or refuted under Shen Yuan's meticulous experimentation. While data was meticulously recorded, time elapsed steadily over 3 days, with Shen Yuan tirelessly engaged in the laboratory. Finally, after countless attempts, a spark of realization illuminated Shen Yuan's eyes. He excitedly pointed at the holographic screen and exclaimed, "It is a success. Shanghai, let us proceed with the final plan and commence the manufacture of the experimental machine." At that moment, a gratifying smile graced Shen Yuan's face, brimming with anticipation. As if he could already glimpse the dawn of success, Shanghai swiftly mobilized the manufacturing center to begin production of the experimental machine. In an instant, the previously orderly manufacturing center transformed into a bustling hive of activity. Amidst the industrious swarm of mechanical worker ants, some hurriedly darted back and forth between different production lines, transporting various materials and diligently assembling components. Within the expansive manufacturing hub, colossal robotic arms fluidly maneuvered, akin to skilled artisans, precisely assembling intricate parts with remarkable accuracy. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, the first quantum communication relay satellite was finally completed. This satellite, fashioned in a silver spherical shape, gleamed with the lustrous sheen of its advanced alloy coating. Under the illumination of the lights, it appeared strikingly resplendent. With a diameter of 2 meters, the satellite not only possessed quantum communication relay capabilities, but was also equipped with an array of detection technologies. It utilized a cold fusion energy core with a diameter of 15 centimeters, complemented by a level 3 energy battery. The satellite was armed with a 300mm caliber pulse laser cannon and a primary energy shield system, along with 2 miniature repair mechanical spiders. Additionally, it featured multiple microparticle thrusters for precise adjustments of orbital parameters. This satellite boasted a quantum communication coverage range of up to 10 million kilometers, with a maximum communication delay of 100 milliseconds, thus fulfilling the communication needs within a certain interstellar range. Moreover, its unidirectional transmission distance was even more impressive. Standing before the quantum communication relay satellite, Shen Yuan meticulously examined every detail, his gaze reflecting caution and seriousness. He gently caressed the satellite's smooth exterior, ensuring it bore no imperfections. The satellite's simulated tests had been completed, and all parameters met expectations. Should the satellite be transported to a synchronous orbit to commence the next phase of testing? Following the satellite's completion, Shanghai initiated the simulation tests. Prepare for transport. Deploy the satellite into synchronous orbit using the Shen Niao, Shen Yuan commanded, his voice tinged with excitement. At that moment, the Shen Niao quietly rested beside the vertical shaft of the base, its belly hatch slowly opening with a subdued sound. The mechanical worker ants carefully maneuvered the quantum communication relay satellite into the cargo hold of the Shen Niao. Their movements were gentle and precise. As they feared even the slightest misstep, Shen Yuan and Shanghai boarded the Shen Niao together, with Shen Yuan taking the pilot's seat, his hands deftly operating the control panel as he ignited the engines. The Shen bird ascended gracefully, heading towards the concealed exit above the vertical shaft, its engines roar echoing throughout the base. In the expanse of space, the Zhuan bird's velocity increased, akin to a majestic eagle soaring through the skies. Soon, it reached the synchronous orbit of the blue planet. Shen Yuan entrusted the control of the Shen bird to Shanghai, who was tasked with accurately deploying the quantum communication satellites into their predetermined orbital positions. The quantum communication relay satellites slowly extended various antennas in space, resembling a hedgehog. Following this, they autonomously adjusted their positions and angles, initiating test programs to verify the satellite's functionalities. Shen Yuan spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of tension. Shanghai swiftly connected to the satellites, commencing comprehensive tests. An array of data streamed back to the Shen bird, as Shen Yuan and Shanghai anxiously monitored the screen, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The communication signals remained stable, the quantum entangled states functioned normally, and all indicators met expectations. Shanghai reported with excitement, his electronic tone infused with delight. A satisfied smile graced Shen Yuan's face as he nodded slightly, stating, "Excellent. Let us manufacture several more quantum communication satellites to this standard." In a mere 2 days, 9 quantum communication relay satellites were constructed. 6 of these satellites were deployed in various orbital positions around the blue planet, with 3 positioned in synchronous orbit, spaced 120 degrees apart, covering areas from the equator to mid-latitudes, specifically from 81 degrees north to 81 degrees south. However, communication blind spots still existed in the polar regions. To address this, 2 additional satellites were deployed in polar orbits to enhance signal coverage in these areas. Furthermore, a redundant backup satellite was established, capable of flexibly maneuvering between different orbits as needed, ensuring the stability and reliability of the entire communication system. Thus, a comprehensive quantum communication network for the blue planet was successfully established. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan also deployed 3 quantum communication relay satellites into lunar orbit. Following a series of adjustments, real-time communication between the blue planet and the moon was successfully achieved, with a maximum communication delay of 5 milliseconds. Incredible! With this quantum communication network, our communication capabilities will be significantly enhanced, Shen Yuan exclaimed, his face radiating with pride. This technological breakthrough not only provided robust support for the base's development, but also laid a solid foundation for global simultaneous play in the Shanghai Journey game and future lunar engineering collaborations. However, Shen Yuan remained vigilant, aware that in addition to optical stealth, measures were necessary to counteract the quantum communication technology detection on the blue planet. He understood that while the blue planet possessed a quantum communication network, its technology was still in its infancy. Though typically, such rudimentary technology would not detect his quantum communication network, he believed that caution was paramount to ensure confidentiality and secure communications. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression somber. Shanghai. We must implement a series of measures to ensure the quantum communication network remains undetected, otherwise, we risk exposure. I have already begun preparations, Shanghai replied. On a physical level, we can conceal or disguise signals, for instance, by separating different frequency bands or by masquerading them as ambient noise. At the protocol level, we can employ hybrid encoding protocols to disrupt audiovisual perceptions. Furthermore, through stealthy key management and proactive interference to counter external detection, we can achieve complete concealment. By incorporating quantum communication technologies for encryption, all communication signals are transmitted in an encrypted manner, ensuring that they cannot be intercepted by external devices, thereby fortifying our communication network. Shen Yuan nodded, collaborating with Shanghai to repeatedly test and optimize the encryption scheme. They meticulously examined each confidentiality and concealment method, continuously adjusting the details to enhance security strength. After a day of diligent effort, the entire confidentiality system was finally completed. Initiating the confidentiality system, they proceeded with a simulation test. Shen Yuan spoke, his voice laced with anticipation. Shanghai swiftly activated the simulation program, mimicking various potential detection methods in an attempt to decipher the encrypted signals. As they anxiously awaited the results, time sped by. Finally, the test results emerged. The confidentiality system operated stably, and the simulated detection techniques employed by Blue Star failed to intercept any signals. Shen Yuan let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Let us commence the practical test. Shen Yuan issued the next directive. Received. Shanghai promptly accessed multiple foreign enterprises proficient in quantum communication technology through covert means, conducting a comprehensive detection of their quantum communication network signals. Following detailed testing, no abnormal signals were discovered. Shortly thereafter, Shanghai completed the testing and reported the results. Excellent. The concealment measures of the quantum communication network have proven successful. At this moment, he felt immensely satisfied with the security of the quantum communication network, while also brimming with anticipation for future interstellar exploration. Chapter 54. Su Yao's Dilemma. Recently, Su Yao has become increasingly engrossed in the game Star Sea expedition, yet her curiosity has grown ever more pronounced. Whether it be the exquisitely detailed and breathtaking graphics or the game AI that converses seamlessly with players, everything showcases the extraordinary complexity and advancement of this game. Particularly notable is the powerful design system, which allows players to easily engage while also enabling the creation of intricate designs. This has left many of her peers in game programming lamenting their inability to replicate such a feat. Su Yao could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Is this truly a game crafted solely by Shen Yuan? When did his skills become so formidable? How did I not notice this during our time working together? As the weekend arrived, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Su Yao resolved to visit Shen Yuan's hometown to uncover the truth. Before setting off, she intentionally refrained from informing Shen Yuan, hoping to surprise him and perhaps find some answers along the way. Unbeknownst to her, Shanghai had already disclosed her whereabouts to Shen Yuan. Upon learning of Su Yao's impending visit, Shen Yuan felt an overwhelming joy that left him almost euphoric. He hurriedly made his way to the town market to buy groceries, feigning a chance encounter while waiting for the bus back to the village. Su Yao arrived at the town alone, making her way to the bus station when, suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Shen Yuan? Unable to contain her surprise, Su Yao exclaimed his name. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Yuan quickly turned around, his face lighting up with joy. Yao Yao, what brings you here? You should have let me know. Though his heart was already beaming with happiness, he feigned astonishment, raising an eyebrow in playful surprise. Su Yao approached Shen Yuan briskly, scrutinizing him from head to toe. How is it that we keep bumping into each other like this? You're not waiting for me here on purpose, are you? Shen Yuan chuckled, explaining, not at all. I come to the town every weekend to buy some groceries and household supplies, and it just so happens that I ran into you. You didn't even give me a heads up, he continued, feigning concern. Su Yao, upon hearing this, dismissed her earlier doubts with a scoff. I was just trying to surprise you. What? You're not happy that I came to keep you company? Shen Yuan quickly grasped Su Yao's hand, grinning widely. Of course. I'm delighted. I can't express how happy I am that you're here. At that moment, the bus arrived, and Shen Yuan, still holding Su Yao's hand, said, The bus is here. Let us board first and chat later. Once on the bus, they found a window seat. Su Yao rested her head on Shen Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, Shen Yuan, do you realize how enjoyable your Star Sea expedition game is? The more I play, the more intriguing it becomes. How did you manage to create such a masterpiece? Shen Yuan felt a surge of pride, but maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he replied. Of course, I invested a great deal of effort into it. If it weren't entertaining, it would hardly be worthy of my labor. Just then, his smartwatch vibrated with a series of question marks from Star Sea, seemingly protesting, I did most of the work, you know. Shen Yuan pretended not to notice and continued conversing with Su Yao. However, Su Yao looked at him skeptically and asked, Really? When we were at the company? I never realized you were so impressive. Shen Yuan felt a pang of anxiety, but, outwardly, he acted playfully arrogant. That is simply because you didn't recognize my brilliance. Ask my old colleagues. They all call me a genius. All right, enough about me. How are things at your company? With that diversion, Su Yao eagerly launched into tales from her workplace, her attention fully captured. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, a warm atmosphere enveloping them as they traveled. Before long, the bus reached its destination. Hand in hand, Shen Yuan and Su Yao disembarked, continuing their conversation as they strolled back home, almost unaware of their surroundings. Once home, Shen Yuan told Su Yao, You sit down and rest for a moment. I'll prepare lunch. Su Yao promptly stood up, insisting, I want to help. Shen Yuan smiled and nodded, Great. With your assistance, this meal will surely taste even better. In the kitchen, they busied themselves with laughter and chatter. Shen Yuan washed the vegetables while Su Yao chopped them, and every time their hands brushed against one another, they exchanged sweet smiles, a delightful ambience permeating the kitchen. Before long, a sumptuous feast was prepared. After the meal, Shen Yuan took Su Yao for a leisurely stroll nearby. They walked along a winding path amidst the lush greenery, occasionally serenaded by the cheerful songs of birds. Shen Yuan regaled Su Yao with tales of life in the mountains and amusing anecdotes from his childhood. Su Yao listened with rapt attention, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Wow, I had no idea you were such a mischievous child, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and affection. Shen Yuan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. I was quite naive back then, always running around and playing. As they meandered, Su Yao suddenly spotted a tree laden with wild fruits by the roadside. Excitedly, she called out, Shen Yuan, look, those wild fruits look delicious. Following her gaze, Shen Yuan smiled and replied, Those are wild jujubes. I used to pick them and eat them all the time as a child. They're incredibly sweet. Su Yao eagerly dashed over, crouching down to sift through the ground, selecting an unblemished fruit, wiping it on her clothing before popping it into her mouth. It's truly delightful. A satisfied smile graced her face, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Shen Yuan also picked a few, and seeing Su Yao relish the treat filled his heart with warmth. Be careful not to eat a spoiled one, he cautioned, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. Su Yao looked up at Shen Yuan, their gazes meeting, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. They silently regarded one another, their eyes brimming with affection. After a while, Su Yao broke the silence, saying, Shen Yuan, I find life here incredibly pleasant, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city. It feels so comforting. Shen Yuan nodded, a contented expression on his face. Indeed, since returning, I feel utterly relaxed. Here, I can do whatever I please without the constraints of rules, and I need not worry about food or clothing. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, Su Yao recalled the purpose of her visit and hastily inquired, The things you wish to pursue, do they involve game development? I still find it quite astonishing how you suddenly managed to create such remarkable games. Shen Yuan's heart tightened. He sensed Su Yao's lingering doubts about the gaming endeavor. However, he was reluctant to reveal the details, opting instead for a vague response. I just had a sudden burst of inspiration, and it came together, he said, feigning nonchalance with a shrug. Su Yao appeared skeptical, but chose not to press further. Well, regardless, I am incredibly proud of you, she said, smiling as she took his hand. Shen Yuan felt a surge of emotion, tightening his grip on Su Yao's hand. Thank you, Yao Yao. Your support motivates me immensely. They continued their amble through the mountains, savoring the rare tranquility and beauty surrounding them. As the sun gradually descended, the sky was painted with vibrant hues of twilight. Shen Yuan turned to Su Yao and said, It's getting late. We should head back to prepare dinner. Otherwise, it will be difficult to navigate once darkness falls. Su Yao nodded reluctantly. All right, today has truly been wonderful. Hand in hand, they slowly made their way homeward. As they journeyed, their silhouettes were elongated by the warm hues of the setting sun, resembling a beautiful tapestry. Upon their return home, Shen Yuan poured a glass of water for Su Yao and said, "You should rest for a while. I will prepare dinner." Watching Shen Yuan bustle about, Su Yao's heart swelled with happiness. She felt that no matter how many secrets Shen Yuan harbored, as long as they could share moments like this together, it was more than enough. Chapter 55. Cherished moments together. Early the next morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks of the window, gently illuminating the bed in Shen Yuan's home. Groggily, Shen Yuan opened his eyes and turned to glance at the still sleeping Su Yao beside him. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were immersed in a delightful dream. Shen Yuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he quietly rose from the bed, careful not to disturb her. He tiptoed into the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. The scent of fried eggs mingled with the fragrance of freshly toasted bread. Awakened by the delightful smells, Su Yao rubbed her sleepy eyes and ambled to the kitchen doorway. Observing Shen Yuan's diligent figure, a warm sensation surged within her. "Good morning, Shen Yuan. What delicious food are you making?" She yawned, her voice still laced with drowsiness. Turning to face her, Shen Yuan smiled and replied, "Good morning, Yao Yao. I've made your favorite fried eggs and toasted bread, along with your beloved hot milk. Come and have a taste." As Su Yao settled at the dining table and beheld the spread before her, she exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, it looks so appetizing. Your culinary skills are improving." As they savored their breakfast, laughter filled the air. Shen Yuan remarked, "The weather is splendid today. Let us head up the mountain to gather some wild fruits and vegetables, and I'll prepare a delightful dinner for you tonight." Su Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "That sounds fantastic. I've never experienced that before. It must be so much fun." After finishing their breakfast, they gathered their tools and set off toward the mountain. Along the way, Su Yao chirped like a cheerful little bird, incessantly chatting. She occasionally pointed at the flowers by the roadside, inquiring about their names, and curiously observed the surrounding trees. Shen Yuan patiently answered her questions, and witnessing her inquisitive nature filled him with immense joy. Upon reaching the mountain, Su Yao spotted an abundance of wild fruits and rushed over excitedly. "Shen Yuan, come look. There are so many wild fruits here," she called out, stretching her hands to pick them. Shen Yuan hurried to catch up, cautioning, "Be careful, don't fall. Some of the fruits might not be edible. Let me help you choose." He meticulously examined the various wild fruits, selecting the ripe and delectable ones to hand to Su Yao. Unable to contain her anticipation, she popped one into her mouth, and the juice burst forth with flavor. "Wow, this is so sweet. It's even better than the store-bought fruit," she exclaimed. The two of them roamed the mountain, gathering wild fruits until their basket was brimming with an array of them. Next, they turned their attention to foraging for wild vegetables. Shen Yuan bent down, carefully searching through the grass. "Yao Yao, look. This is shepherd's purse. It's delicious in dumplings." As Shen Yuan spoke, he carefully unearthed the shepherd's purse. Su Yao mimicked his actions, diligently searching for wild vegetables. "I found it," she exclaimed, holding up her prize with a radiant sense of accomplishment. After gathering the greens, they proceeded to harvest bamboo shoots. Shen Yuan discovered a robust shoot and, seizing the hoe, began to dig vigorously. Before long, a tender bamboo shoot was unearthed. Observing it, Su Yao inquired with curiosity, "So this is what bamboo shoots look like. How fascinating." Shen Yuan chuckled, "Later tonight, I shall prepare a stir-fry with bamboo shoots and meat that will leave you craving more." Once they finished with the bamboo shoots, the duo made their way to a nearby stream to cleanse their bounty. The water was crystal clear, revealing small fish and shrimp darting about. "Shen Yuan, let us catch some shrimp and fish," Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. Noticing the eager glimmer in her eyes, Shen Yuan nodded. "All right, but do be careful not to slip." They rolled up their trousers and stepped into the cool stream, the refreshing water flowing past their feet, providing a delightful sensation. With keen eyes, Shen Yuan spotted a small shrimp. He stealthily extended his hand and swiftly captured it. "Look, I've caught a shrimp," he said with a grin. Su Yao, determined not to be outdone, diligently searched for fish and shrimp. Suddenly, she spotted a small fish approaching and reached out to grab it, but it slipped away, too slippery to hold. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Shen Yuan reassured her, "Don't lose heart. Let us keep looking, and I'm certain we'll catch something." Encouraged by his words, Su Yao regained her enthusiasm. Before long, she triumphantly caught a small fish. "I got one too," she shouted joyfully, her face alight with happiness. The two frolicked in the stream, snacking on wild fruits when hunger struck and sipping from the mountain spring when thirst beckoned, oblivious to the sun's descent. As Shen Yuan gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, he said to Su Yao, "Yao Yao, it's getting late. We should head back, or the path will be treacherous." Glancing longingly at the stream, Su Yao replied, "All right, I had such a wonderful time today. It feels like time flew by." Returning home laden with their harvest, Shen Yuan busied himself in the kitchen. Su Yao assisted, handing him plates and helping wash the vegetables. The kitchen resonated with their laughter, a warm atmosphere permeating the entire room. Shen Yuan skillfully prepared the dishes, and soon a feast of delectable meals was laid out on the table, including savory bamboo shoot stir-fry, fragrant shepherd's purse dumplings, and a soup made from the fish and shrimp they had caught, filling the air with enticing aromas. Wow, this looks absolutely delicious. Shen Yuan, you're amazing, Su Yao remarked, unable to contain her admiration as she gazed at the spread. They sat down at the table, savoring the exquisite food while sharing the joys of the day. Su Yao contentedly declared, "This is the best meal I've ever had." "Thank you, Shen Yuan." With a smile, Shen Yuan replied, "As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. If you ever wish for more, I will gladly prepare it for you." After finishing their meal, Shen Yuan glanced at the time. To Su Yao, he said, "Yao Yao, let me take you to the town. You still need to catch the high-speed train back to Shenzhen." Upon hearing that they would soon part ways, a flicker of reluctance crossed Su Yao's eyes. Nevertheless, she nodded and replied, "All right, I will come to see you again next time." Hand in hand, they slowly made their way to the village entrance to board the bus. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, yet their hearts brimmed with affection for one another. Upon reaching the high-speed train station, Shen Yuan gazed at Su Yao and earnestly said, "Yao Yao, please be cautious on your way back, and remember to message me when you arrive." With her eyes glistening, Su Yao replied, "You too? Take good care of yourself. I will miss you." Reluctantly, she approached the ticket inspector, glancing back 3 times, waving goodbye to Shen Yuan. He stood rooted, waving until she faded from his sight, before finally turning to head home. Upon returning, Shen Yuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He opted not to visit the base, but instead retired to bed early. As he lay there staring at the ceiling, memories of his time with Su Yao flooded his mind, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 56. Preliminary development of lunar resources. The following dawn, sunlight streamed across Shen Yuan's face, gently coaxing him awake as he stretched languidly. After a brief wash and a hurried breakfast, he made his way to the research studio at the base. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the large screen displaying the progress of Phase 2 of the project. Observing the data and images from the construction site, he nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the current advancements. "Xinghai, is everything proceeding smoothly with Phase 2? Shen Yuan inquired. Xinghai's voice resonated within the studio. "Everything is progressing well. At this rate, we anticipate timely completion." Feeling reassured, Shen Yuan responded, "Excellent, let us maintain this momentum. Report any issues promptly." He then settled in front of the computer to review the feedback from the game's internal testing. He meticulously read through the players' comments and suggestions, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. After finishing, he remarked to Xinghai, "The suggestions from the players hold significant value. We should consider optimizing certain game features, such as introducing new tasks and rewards to enhance player engagement. Additionally, we could refine the guidance provided by the AI to facilitate a smoother onboarding experience for players." Xinghai acknowledged, "Understood, I will expedite the necessary adjustments and optimizations." Having addressed the game testing matters, Shen Yuan shifted his focus to the geographical information and mineral distribution data of the far side of the moon. Analyzing the intricate data and images, he began to contemplate how to exploit these resources effectively. "Xinghai, these lunar resources are crucial for our development. We must devise a comprehensive plan," Shen Yuan stated with intense focus. Xinghai swiftly responded, "Indeed, Shen Yuan. At this stage, resources such as helium-3 in the energy sector are our top priority for development. Furthermore, minerals like iron, titanium, and rare earth elements could serve as a vital new source of raw materials for the base's core manufacturing processes. Currently, the small mining veins around the base are on the verge of depletion, and no new veins have yet been explored. Relying solely on the smelting of rocky soil will significantly diminish the production capacity of raw materials." As Shen Yuan listened to Xinghai's analysis, a somber expression involuntarily crossed his face, and a preliminary plan began to take shape in his mind. "Xinghai, how about this? Since the Xian Niao is currently idle, prepare some mining equipment suitable for space and send the Xian Niao to the far side of the moon for extraction. Then, have the Xian Niao transport the finished products back daily to alleviate the current shortage of raw materials at the base. While mining, collect some helium-3 as well. I intend to investigate thermonuclear fusion reactors. And remember to properly shield the surveillance satellites. We must not let anyone discover our operations." Received. The adaptation of some mining equipment for space is underway. The Xian Niao is prepared and in standby mode. Xinghai swiftly responded, methodically commencing the relevant tasks. "Let us start with helium-3 energy. It's time to establish the thermonuclear fusion reactor." Shen Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "All right. Begin the simulation calculations for the thermonuclear fusion reactor design," Xinghai instructed. Shen Yuan nodded and replied, "Yes,
Inform me once the simulations are complete. Simultaneously, we must make the most of the lunar resources to expedite the growth and strength of our base. Before long, Xinghai's cheerful electronic voice echoed in Shen Yuan's ear. Shen Yuan, the mining equipment and mechanical ants have been modified and loaded onto the Shen Yao's cargo hold, ready to depart at any moment. A subtle smile graced Shen Yuan's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. Well done. Let us launch the Shen Yao and embark on our lunar mining expedition. Subsequently, the Shen Yao's engines roared to life, emitting a deep, thunderous sound. Shen Yuan sat in the command center, his gaze fixated on the holographic display. On the screen, the Shen Yao ascended gracefully, heading toward the far side of the moon. After watching the Shen Yao disappear into the distance, he snapped back to reality, diving headfirst into the vast ocean of knowledge regarding thermonuclear fusion, beginning his studies. He had absolute trust in Xinghai's capabilities and harbored no concerns about potential issues. Finally, after several hours of flight, the Shen Yao arrived at the designated location on the far side of the moon. Shen Yuan paused his studies, squinting at the holographic display with a faint smile. Xinghai, the next steps are in your hands. First, disable the surveillance satellites. Rest assured, Shen Yuan, this is a piece of cake. Xinghai replied confidently, swiftly maneuvering to successfully access the surveillance satellites and disable their monitoring functions. Subsequently, the Shen Yao landed steadily on the lunar surface. Shen Yuan observed as the transport hatch slowly opened, releasing various mining equipment in succession. 20 small elemental smelting devices, 1,000 mechanical ants, 5 large mining machines, 10 medium-sized mining machines, along with energy batteries, transport vehicles, and corresponding support materials. All were unloaded, utilizing the full capacity of the 1,000 tons of weight. The large and medium mining machines were disassembled into parts due to their size. Otherwise, the Shen Yao would not have been able to accommodate them. Observing the equipment, Shen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Xinghai, your arrangements are impeccable. Now, we shall see how they perform. A portion of the mechanical worker ants began to level the ground and execute solidification treatments, swiftly and adeptly installing the small elemental furnace synthesis apparatus. Watching their industriousness, Shen Yuan felt a surge of emotion. These little fellows are indeed the great contributors to our base's development. Another group of mechanical worker ants commenced the assembly of mid-sized and large mining machinery, their roles distinctly defined and their collaboration seamless. A further contingent began erecting the conveyor belts, while simultaneously installing a primary energy shield generator to safeguard the mechanical equipment within a designated area. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze upon the screen, a hint of tension in his eyes, for the safety of the mining operations was at stake. Upon witnessing the successful activation of the energy shield generator, he finally exhaled in relief. Excellent. This greatly enhances our safety. Once all preparatory tasks were completed, the large and medium-sized mining automatons, guided by several mechanical worker ants, selected their positions and commenced mining operations. The transport vehicles stood ready nearby, poised to transport the ore at a moment's notice. The mechanical worker ants diligently pursued their respective tasks, creating a bustling scene. Shen Yuan observed the holographic projection throughout the entire process, thoroughly impressed by Xinghai's operations. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed confidently, he declared, Xinghai, with the resources from the moon, our base's shortage of raw materials will be significantly alleviated. Keep a close watch over there. We cannot afford for meteors to damage the mining equipment. Arrange for a few pulse laser cannons to stand guard. Rest assured, Shen Yuan, I will meticulously plan all matters. And upon the completion of the second phase of the project, the mass production of more Zuenberg-class vessels will fundamentally resolve our raw material supply issues. Xinghai promised in a calm and confident tone. With Xinghai's assurance, the weight on Shen Yuan's mind lifted, only for him to suddenly slap his forehead. He exclaimed, Oh dear. Xinghai, we need to establish a laboratory up there specifically for conducting experiments on thermonuclear fusion reactors. It seems rather unsafe to conduct such experiments at the base. Very well. I will allocate another batch of mechanical worker ants and supporting engineering machinery for transport. The moon is indeed the optimal choice for conducting related experiments, ensuring safety, Xinghai responded. Seeing there were no further matters to attend to, Shen Yuan resumed his studies on thermonuclear fusion. Chapter 57. The Thermonuclear Fusion Reactor Proposal in the Laboratory. Shen Yuan was deeply engrossed in his research on thermonuclear fusion. Suddenly, Xinghai's excited electronic voice resonated. Shen Yuan. The feasibility proposal for the thermonuclear fusion reactor has finally been completed. Shen Yuan sat up straight, waving his hand to close the data projection before urgently exclaiming, Really? Quickly. Project the data onto the holographic display. 8 dazzling beams of light flashed, and a three-dimensional model with a metallic sheen slowly rotated in midair. Shen Yuan hurried closer, inquiring, Xinghai, is helium-3 fusion truly viable? Please elaborate. If it proves less effective than cold fusion, it seems unnecessary to exert such effort in its development. The advantages of helium-3 fusion are truly remarkable. For the same volume, its power output exceeds that of cold fusion by at least tenfold. The voice of the starry sea resonates with the sound of flowing data, and the internal model becomes transparent. Moreover, the reaction produces only protons and helium-4, with an exceedingly low yield of neutrons. This implies that concerns regarding neutron radiation damage and radioactive waste are rendered trivial. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow in disdain, exclaiming, "Come on, it can't possibly be all benefits with no drawbacks. There must be significant challenges. Hurry up and be honest. Indeed, there are formidable obstacles to overcome." The tone of the starry sea grew serious as a blinding red light emanated from the model's surface. Its reaction cross-section is exceedingly small, requiring ignition temperatures as high as 1.5 billion degrees, even more intense than the core of the sun. Ordinary materials would vaporize and vanish instantly, making ignition a task of hellish difficulty. What to do? Could room temperature superconducting magnetic fields confine the plasma? Shen Yuan paced thoughtfully at the control panel. Don't panic. The crucial savior has arrived. The number 1 vibranium material and room temperature superconductors. The starry sea revealed the inner wall of the model, where dark golden patterns of the number 1 vibranium shimmered. It could be used as the first wall material for the core. Not only can it withstand extremely high temperatures, but it can also directly convert the kinetic energy of charged particles into electrical energy. The room temperature superconducting material is responsible for generating high magnetic fields and achieving rapid response control. Shen Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. But since helium-3 fusion yields few neutrons, wouldn't the original purpose of vibranium for neutron kinetic energy conversion need to be adjusted? Absolutely correct. The starry sea promptly displayed a microscopic image. Now, the application of vibranium must pivot towards enhanced high-temperature protection and direct energy conversion. Take, for instance, the high-energy protons produced during the helium-3 reaction. They can be guided to the conversion layer through an electromagnetic field. Alternatively, the piezoelectric effect of the number 1 vibranium can be employed to convert the energy of protons directly into electrical energy. By the way, is the consumption of helium-3 fuel substantial? Can the current extraction rate at the lunar base satisfy a year's demand? Shen Yuan exclaimed, striking the control panel. No need to worry about that. There's an abundance of helium-3 fuel on the moon. We can simply increase our extraction efforts without any issues. The starry sea displayed a galactic map, with the lunar base's light points twinkling. Currently, only a small quantity of helium-3 is being extracted for experimental purposes. However, considering long-term prospects, it would be prudent to incorporate a helium-3 breeding system, just in case. What? A helium-3 breeding system? Shen Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. This was utterly unexpected. Indeed, by utilizing a vibranium quantum resonance cavity to modify a limited number of high-energy protons, we can artificially generate neutrons, irradiate lithium-6 in the lunar soil to trigger reactions, and produce tritium-H that will undergo decay. Subsequently, employing the number 1 vibranium nanocatalyst, we can accelerate the decay process to a controllable mode, reducing the tritium decay time to 3 months, thus converting it into helium-3. Of this converted helium-3, 70 can be directly utilized for fusion reactions, while the remaining 30 can be re-injected into the lithium target material as the initial raw material for subsequent breeding reactions. Through this method, the recycling of each unit of helium-3 fuel is made possible. Theoretically, the breeding efficiency could reach 430, resulting in a net increase of helium-3. However, given the current technological capabilities, achieving this theoretical breeding efficiency remains unattainable. Nevertheless, a significant reduction in helium-3 consumption is feasible, potentially decreasing fuel consumption by up to 80. What? Is this truly achievable? Remarkable. Shen Yuan never anticipated that Shanghai could develop such formidable black technology. Suddenly, Shen Yuan pointed at the model with a puzzled expression. Wait. Why is the helium-3 reaction primarily He rather than pure He? This is due to the fact that pure He reactions necessitate higher temperature conditions. Shanghai swiftly switched to comparative data. In contrast, the He reaction is relatively easier to realize and better suited to our design requirements. Speaking of which, this magnetic confinement aspect surely cannot be managed by traditional tokamaks, right? Shen Yuan frowned, his face a mask of skepticism. An upgrade to the plan is essential. Shanghai brought up a diagram of a triple-layered magnetic field. The outer layer employs a room temperature superconducting woven helical magnetic cage, while the middle layer utilizes the magnetic mirror effect to reflect escaping particles. The innermost layer leverages the vibrational gold magnetoresistance effect to generate a dynamic force field. This way, the plasma can be securely contained. Furthermore, the design of the superconducting coils is remarkably compact, effectively reducing volume and enhancing power density. What level of energy conversion efficiency can we achieve? Shen Yuan leaned closer to the projection, his eyes focused and filled with anticipation. Traditional thermal cycle efficiency is relatively low. But fret not. Shanghai excitedly showcased the demonstration screen, where golden particles collided, emitting dazzling electric sparks. With the direct energy conversion from vibrational gold, combined with waste heat recovery, we can design a comprehensive energy conversion system that could achieve a high overall efficiency, expected to be around 85 to 92. What about the safety systems? Although neutron levels are low, high-energy protons still pose a threat, right? Shen Yuan crossed his arms, a serious expression on his face. Protective measures have long been arranged. Shanghai displayed a protective schematic. The phase transition protection mechanism of vibrational gold and the quantum control system remain applicable, merely adjusted in parameters, such as optimizing the energy absorption threshold and response time, ensuring safety without compromise. Lastly, what about the economic feasibility? Shen Yuan rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. We are adopting a modular design. Shanghai presented a decomposition diagram. This approach extends maintenance cycles and reduces costs. However, we still need to verify whether these designs are physically feasible, such as ensuring the magnetic field strength is sufficient to confine high-temperature plasma, the reasonableness of the energy conversion efficiency of vibrational gold, and the stability of the fuel supply. Simultaneously, we must ensure that the design parameters align with the anticipated goals, such as output power, efficiency, and volume. These critical metrics. Shen Yuan gazed at the final efficiency curve and suddenly threw his head back in laughter. Excellent. Project, all parameters. I want to examine them one by one. Once the Xianyao vessel returns with helium-3, we shall commence the experimentation of this design plan. Chapter 58. The completion of the thermonuclear fusion reactor. A few hours later, the Xianyao glided silently through the atmosphere, gracefully landing on the helipad of the base. The moment the hatch opened, a white mist enveloped him, carrying the distinctive metallic scent of lunar soil. 1,000 tons of finished raw materials were neatly arranged. But among them, the true treasure of this voyage was the 1 kilogram of helium-3 liquid, encapsulated within a specially designed refrigerated container. While at first glance, 1 kilogram may seem insignificant, it is important to note that extracting 4 to 5 kilograms of helium-3 necessitates mining 10,000 tons of titanium iron ore. Furthermore, to extract this 10,000 tons of ore, one must process over 80,000 tons of lunar regolith from enriched areas. This achievement was made possible only with the advanced technology of the Shen Yuan base, which surpasses global standards by more than tenfold. This solitary kilogram of helium-3 was the culmination of countless precise extractions. Shanghai, quickly transport this kilogram of helium-3 to the laboratory. We shall commence our experimental research on the thermonuclear fusion reactor immediately. Shen Yuan's voice bore a hint of restrained excitement, his fingertips inadvertently tapping a hurried rhythm on the console's surface. He swiftly donned a radiation-proof experimental suit. Although theoretically, even a failure in the helium-3 fusion experiment would not yield radioactive elements, only a secondary reaction could potentially introduce trace amounts of radioactivity, posing a far lesser risk than traditional nuclear energy experiments. Shen Yuan remained vigilant, acutely aware of the uncertainties inherent in experimentation. He meticulously checked the seal of his radiation suit 3 times, even confirming the nanocoating on the fingertips of his gloves, before entering the laboratory with Shanghai. Inside the laboratory, precision instruments glimmered with a ghostly blue light. As Shen Yuan injected the helium-3 into the reaction chamber, the control panel abruptly emitted a piercing alarm. The temperature sensor values surged erratically. Magnetic field constraint parameter deviation, 0.3. Shanghai's voice provided a timely alert. Shen Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, his fingers swiftly gliding over the virtual panel to access the contingency plan. Upon increasing the output power of the room temperature superconducting coils by 0.1%, the data curve finally stabilized. Thanks to the detailed feasibility experiment plan and the pre-prepared contingency measures for unforeseen circumstances, the subsequent experimental process encountered minimal difficulties. In merely 1 day, Shen Yuan and Shanghai completed the experimental verification of the plan. Immediately thereafter, Shanghai initiated a dual-faceted operation. One team fabricated the various components of the reactor at the base, while another commenced construction work on the thermonuclear fusion reactor's foundation on the moon. Shen Yuan, however, concentrated on crafting the reactor's core components. After 2 days, all components were manufactured and transported to the far side of the moon via the Xianyao, donning a neural interface helmet. Shen Yuan felt his consciousness seamlessly connect with a steel behemoth located at the lunar experimental site. The quantum communication delay stabilized at 47 milliseconds. Shanghai's voice echoed in his ears as the lunar surface's dust was stirred into a golden haze by the movements of a large engineering mechanical arm. Shen Yuan deftly maneuvered the steel armor, securing the final core module into its designated slot. With all systems of the reactor undergoing simulation tests and registering normalcy, the reactor stood poised for ignition. As Shen Yuan completed the installation of the reactor's core, the Starry Sea promptly initiated a comprehensive simulation of the entire system. Gazing at the spherical apparatus, measuring 25 meters in diameter and weighing 10,000 tons, Shen Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Truly, it was a voracious consumer. The supply of vibranium amassed during this period had been entirely depleted for this reactor. He gently shook his head, yet a sense of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, his fingertip brushed against the cool ignition button. The fate of this endeavor hinged on this moment. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan pressed the ignition button with determination. Instantly, a radiance more brilliant than the core of the sun erupted forth. His retina bore the remnants of the dazzling light. Instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes, he still glimpsed the interior of the reactor through his fingers. The high-temperature plasma churned violently like a boiling galaxy. Blue and purple luminescence entwined into a distorted vortex. The resounding roar reverberated through the metallic platform beneath his feet. Ignition successful. The plasma temperature soared to 1.5 billion degrees, initiating the fusion reaction. The temperature ascended rapidly. A hint of excitement tinged Starry Sea's voice. Currently, the temperature had reached 1.7 billion degrees, and the cooling system activated. Shen Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the projections, his steel-clad hands clenched tightly. As the temperature breached 1.7 billion degrees, his anxiety intensified. His grip tightening. The core temperature was successfully regulated at 1.5 billion degrees, achieving the preset target. The magnetic confinement system operated stably, the plasma state remained robust, and all parameters fell within safe, controllable limits. Starry Sea eagerly relayed the news of success. Only then did Shen Yuan, feeling a profound sense of relief, slump into his chair. After a considerable time, the thermonuclear fusion reactor continued to operate steadily. Shen Yuan, the reactor is functioning stably. Starry Sea began to report on the operational status. Presently, the maximum power output had reached 1,500 gigawatts. With a stable output of 1,000 gigawatts and an energy conversion efficiency of 94, all operations meeting expected targets. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yuan leaped up joyfully, inadvertently toppling the chair behind him, oblivious to the chaos. Wonderful. We have succeeded. He waved his arms exuberantly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After the excitement subsided, he noted that this reactor would consume 2 tons of helium, 3 fuel, and 10 tons of lithium, 6 materials each year. With a relaxed demeanor, he mused. This level of consumption is well within our capacity. Observing the steady operation of the thermonuclear fusion reactor, a new plan took shape in Shen Yuan's mind, the lunar base project. Starry Sea, with this thermonuclear fusion reactor, it seems our lunar base project can be expedited, he remarked, excitement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Shen Yuan. With it as our energy support, the construction and development of the lunar base will be significantly assured. Starry Sea replied. Shen Yuan settled back, murmuring softly. Should we consider establishing a self-sustaining ecosystem? That depends on whether you wish to go up there to reside or merely to take a stroll, Shanghai stated candidly. Go. What is there to live on the moon? It's all barren land. However, visiting occasionally for novelty's sake could be enjoyable. Shen Yuan stroked his chin and replied. In that case, let us postpone the establishment of an ecological system. You are correct. Since it will not be inhabited, there is no need to exert such effort. Shen Yuan clenched his fist, his tone resolute. But we must establish a large base on the moon, extract more resources, and further develop the base to realize our dream of traversing the stars. Shen Yuan, let us act swiftly. I can hardly wait. Shanghai's voice rose with excitement. Shen Yuan gazed at the spherical reactor on the moon, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. Chapter 59. Preliminary ideas for the lunar base. The thermonuclear fusion reactor had been successfully constructed and had operated stably for 3 days. As Shen Yuan looked at the reactor continuously releasing immense energy, his desire for the construction of the lunar base grew stronger. Shanghai, shut down the reactor. Then disassemble it and preserve it properly. This is a treasure that must be carefully stored. Shen Yuan's gaze was steadfast, his tone imbued with undeniable decisiveness. Understood, Shen Yuan. Shanghai responded, a hint of curiosity in its voice. However, it seems a bit regrettable to dismantle it right after construction. Should we perhaps use it for a while to provide energy support for the mining operations? Shen Yuan, with a serious demeanor, patiently explained. We are planning for the long term. I am contemplating the commencement of lunar base construction. This apparatus needs to be relocated to a more suitable site to realize its full potential. So the goal is to build a lunar base. It certainly requires a different location, as this one is not suitable for such a construction. Shanghai comprehended Shen Yuan's intent immediately. Without further inquiry, Shanghai swiftly began the operations. It first severed the fuel injection to the reactor, causing the previously uninterrupted flow of minuscule particles to cease instantly. Subsequently, it deactivated the magnetic confinement system, allowing the high-temperature plasma, once bound by a powerful magnetic field, to gradually calm. Standing nearby, Shen Yuan watched the reactor intently, his gaze reflecting a hint of reluctance, yet predominantly filled with hope for the future lunar base. He understood that this was merely the first step towards the construction of the lunar base. The dismantling process commenced with the mechanical ants, under Xinghai's control, meticulously disassembling various components of the reactor. Their movements were precise and swift, each step conducted in strict accordance with the protocol. Observing the industrious figures of the mechanical ants, Shen Yuan silently marveled at the allure of machinery. We must ensure every component remains intact. This is the energy core of our future lunar base, he murmured. Before long, the reactor was successfully disassembled, and all components were securely stored within the primary energy shield's range. This area served as a temporary safe haven, effectively shielding these precious components from external disturbances. Shen Yuan, the reactor has been dismantled and preserved. Next, we should carefully plan the construction of the lunar base, Xinghai stated. Shen Yuan nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Indeed, this is a monumental undertaking. We must deliberate thoroughly. The two commenced a fervent discussion. At times, Shen Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, while at others, he gestured animatedly, his mind brimming with various concepts regarding the lunar base. Xinghai, please analyze and suggest the most suitable location for the lunar base, Shen Yuan inquired earnestly. Xinghai's holographic image flickered momentarily before responding. I have long since analyzed the topography and resource distribution on the far side of the moon and formulated several proposals. However, considering factors such as concealment, safety, and the ease of resource acquisition, I recommend establishing the base in the Chaplin Valley region on the moon's far side. Shen Yuan's eyes brightened with intrigue as he pressed for further details. Oh, please elaborate. Xinghai proceeded to describe. The Chaplin Valley boasts a canyon width of 72 kilometers and a depth of 380 kilometers. We could construct a colossal underground base 10 kilometers beneath this vast chasm. The side of the canyon could serve as the entry and exit point for our spacecraft or warships. This arrangement would not only effectively conceal the base, but also facilitate the movement of vessels. As Shen Yuan listened, he nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This location is indeed promising. What comes next? We shall construct an oversized underground base exceeding 100,000 square kilometers. The core function of this base will be to manufacture future space battleships. The height must reach at least 1 kilometer to meet our future developmental needs, Xinghai continued. Shen Yuan's expression was filled with astonishment. Yes, this is precisely what I envisioned. However, is the base secure? Rest assured, Shen Yuan, Xinghai replied confidently. We can utilize nearby mineral resources to relocate all activities underground. This approach will mitigate the risk of detection and effectively shield against meteorite impacts. Additionally, we can equip the base with an anti-gravity geological stabilization system. The moon experiences seismic activity ranging from 5 to 6 on the Richter scale. This base system can withstand such forces, boasting superior defensive capabilities compared to our Blue Star base. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. It is settled. I am very pleased with this proposal. With the location and scale of the base established, Shen Yuan and Xinghai began preparing the materials and supplies necessary for construction. We need to develop a type of ultra-high-strength concrete using lunar regolith as the raw material. This should not be difficult. We merely need to make slight modifications to the current concrete technology employed at the base, Shen Yuan asserted decisively. Not a problem, Shen Yuan. I have already begun analyzing the composition of the lunar soil and will soon derive a specific production plan, Xinghai responded. Thanks to Xinghai's diligent efforts, it was not long before a remarkably robust concrete, capable of being produced from lunar regolith, was developed. This concrete exhibited exceptional compressive strength, enduring pressures of up to 2,500 MPa, with a tensile strength of 100 MPa and an elastic modulus reaching 450 GPa. Further enhanced by the incorporation of a high-strength special alloy infused with element number 1. Constructing a fractal honeycomb topology to serve as load-bearing pillars is undoubtedly the quintessential material for the foundational framework of our base. Xinghai, what is the compressive strength of these structural nodes? Shen Yuan inquired. The compressive strength of the nodes is 50 GPa, which will fully meet our requirements, Xinghai responded. Shen Yuan, examining the data, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This strength is sufficient to support our base. We must not be negligent with the outer protective layer. What are your thoughts? Xinghai's image flickered slightly, immediately presenting the design on the holographic screen. The outer layer utilizes 100-meter-thick nanofiber reinforced lunar regolith composite armor as a protective buffer. This composite armor not only effectively withstands meteorite impacts, but also serves as a protective cushion against lunar tremors. Shen Yuan leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the design with utmost seriousness. This design is commendable. However, how should we plan the internal layout to better cope with potential challenges? The interior will adopt a multi-zonal composite layout, Shanghai explained while transitioning the visuals on the screen. The main structure will rise to a height of 12 kilometers, designated as the assembly area for our cosmic warships. Each zone operates independently, yet is closely interconnected, ensuring the efficiency of production activities while minimizing the impact of unforeseen circumstances. Shen Yuan stroked his chin, pondering before stating, "And what about the anti-gravity geological stabilization system you mentioned? What is its principle? Is it essentially an anti-gravity field enveloping the entire base?" "Precisely, Shen Yuan," Shanghai replied with a proud expression. "With the installation of the anti-gravity geological stabilization system, we can monitor lunar tremors in real time. Upon detecting vibrations, the system will automatically adjust the localized anti-gravity field, effectively countering the shock waves." Chapter 60. Completion of Phase 2. Shen Yuan smiled contentedly and then asked, "What is the projected overall timeline for construction?" After a brief calculation, Shanghai responded, "The estimated construction period is 1 year, employing a concurrent production and construction model. Initially, due to the inadequacy of construction machinery and equipment, progress will be relatively slow. However, as equipment becomes gradually available and refined, the pace of construction will accelerate. Furthermore, once the outer protective armor and the main framework of the lunar base are completed, it can be put into operation, with internal equipment being gradually improved in subsequent phases." Shen Yuan frowned slightly, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. "Really? 1 year seems remarkably swift, considering that the lunar base is several hundred times larger than the Blue Star base, and it took a year to complete the Blue Star base. Currently, Phase 2 is still under construction." Shanghai, sensing his skepticism, earnestly clarified, "Shen Yuan, there is nothing strange about this. Previously, we lacked any technology or equipment, and everything had to be started from scratch. The raw materials were insufficient, and we had to exercise caution to avoid excessive noise during construction, which slowed our progress. However, the situation on the moon is entirely different. We can fully unleash our capabilities in production and construction. With the available technology, equipment, and ample materials, our construction team will only grow larger, and the pace will naturally quicken." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan immediately understood, nodding vigorously. "All right, let us proceed according to this plan. This marks a pivotal step in our journey into the cosmos." With that, Shen Yuan straightened his posture, his eyes brimming with aspirations and determination for the future. It seemed as though he could already envision the lunar base rising majestically, with spacecraft embarking from there, navigating towards the vast expanse of stars. "Shanghai, during this period, please keep a close watch. The construction progress of the Blue Star base can afford to be slightly delayed. Should any issues arise, inform me immediately." Shen Yuan gently patted the control panel beside him, as if to bolster his own resolve. "Rest assured, with me here, everything will proceed smoothly. The progress of the Blue Star base need not be hindered. I will arrange to transport a complete set of existing production equipment to the moon. At that point, we will be able to produce various mechanical devices at full capacity, which will not affect the Blue Star base." Shanghai's confident tone finally put Shen Yuan's anxieties to rest. In the ensuing 3 weeks, Shen Yuan and Shanghai dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the preparations for the lunar base. Shen Yuan immersed himself daily in the study of various technical documents, particularly focusing on the anti-gravity geological stabilization system. The scale of the anti-gravity field required for this endeavor was substantial, needing to cover an area exceeding 100,000 square kilometers. Although the moon's low gravity alleviated some challenges, the extensive range still posed considerable complications. Shanghai, meanwhile, continuously transported various production equipment to the moon via the Xianbird. A temporary base was erected at the chosen location for the lunar base, where all the production equipment was stored. Subsequently, mechanical ants were deployed to assemble the equipment and relocate the temporary mining station from the moon. Both sides commenced operations, excavating ore and smelting it into various raw materials necessary for the manufacturing of production equipment and construction machinery, preparing all materials as planned. Simultaneously, hundreds of mechanical ants were dispatched to meticulously explore the geological conditions 10 kilometers beneath the surface. They discovered a natural giant lava tube, extending for several dozen kilometers within. Upon learning of this, both Shen Yuan and Shanghai were elated, as this would greatly benefit the construction of the lunar base. Occasionally, Shen Yuan would initiate a video call to chat with Su Yao. The thought of her enjoying herself so thoroughly in Journey to the Sea of Stars brought an involuntary smile to his lips. He contemplated whether to invite her to see the lunar base once it was completed to showcase his remarkable achievements. "Shanghai, once the construction of the lunar base stabilizes, I need to spend some time with Su Yao. I've been so busy lately that I almost neglected her," Shen Yuan admitted with a hint of guilt. "Of course, Shen Yuan, you should definitely spend time with her. However, we must not lose sight of the lunar base project. The cosmic battleship awaits your collaborative design, Xinghai reminded him. Shen Yuan nodded with a smile, his tone light. Rest assured, I am well aware of my priorities. You could take inspiration from the battleships designed by players in the game and come up with a few designs, then we can discuss them together. Under the diligent collaboration of Shen Yuan and Xinghai, the preliminary preparations for the lunar base construction progressed methodically and efficiently. Meanwhile, the second phase of the Blue Star Base project has reached the stage of completion and acceptance. After 3 months of construction, the second phase has finally culminated in a moment of comprehensive completion. Standing in the command center of the base, Shen Yuan gazed at the immense holographic screen before him, which displayed a real-time panorama of the second phase. The base has now expanded into a colossal underground space, measuring 30 kilometers on each side and soaring 60 meters in height, comparable in size to an average medium-sized city. Observing this magnificent sight, Shen Yuan was filled with emotion. Xinghai, I never imagined we could construct the base to such a grand scale. With a slight tilt of his head, a glimmer of awe and pride danced in his eyes. Indeed, Shen Yuan, we have invested tremendous effort along this journey. But every sacrifice has been worthwhile. Xinghai's voice resonated with satisfaction. As Shen Yuan surveyed the expanse before him, he expressed his relief. Fortunately, this section of underground, 1 kilometer deep, is currently uninhabited. Otherwise, given the magnitude of our activities, the base would have been discovered long ago. Quite right. This is our fortune, Xinghai replied. However, with the base now sufficiently large and the lunar base set to commence construction soon, I propose we temporarily pause the subsequent phases 3 and 4. Our focus should shift to the lunar base, as manufacturing large spacecraft there presents considerable advantages. Shen Yuan nodded, his gaze resolute. I share that sentiment. The construction of the lunar base is crucial for our future development. With that, Shen Yuan began the acceptance inspection of the second phase. He and Xinghai first arrived at the assembly workshop for the 10 Shen Yao spacecraft. Even before entering the workshop, the humming of machinery was audible. Upon entering, Shen Yuan immediately noticed the neatly arranged assembly lines and various mechanical arms of differing sizes. The advanced equipment shimmered under the lights, reflecting a metallic sheen. Xinghai, these assembly lines appear to be in good condition, but what is the actual efficiency like? Shen Yuan inquired as he meticulously observed the equipment. Xinghai, operating a mechanical ant, demonstrated data at a critical point on the production line, assuring him, rest assured, Shen Yuan, these assembly lines have been meticulously designed and calibrated, ensuring both high efficiency and precision. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, diligently inspecting each detail, leaving no potential issue overlooked. He gently caressed a component of the Shen Yao spacecraft currently being assembled, feeling the cold metallic texture, his heart brimming with anticipation for these machines. With these assembly workshops, the base is poised to enter a phase of rapid development, Shen Yuan murmured to himself. Next, they proceeded to the supporting manufacturing and refining centers, where the equipment had undergone at least 1 generation of technological upgrades. The metal 3D rapid printing technology had evolved into large-scale nano 3D printing technology. Shen Yuan, eyeing the colossal printing devices, curiously asked, Xinghai, after the upgrade to this large-scale nano 3D printing technology, how does it compare to the smaller nano 3D printer at the RD Center? What exactly are the improvements? The holographic screen immediately illuminated with technical specifications and comparative data. Indeed, Shen Yuan, the upgraded technology has enhanced printing precision tenfold, enabling the fabrication of more intricate and precise components. Furthermore, the printing speed has also increased tenfold, significantly shortening the production cycle. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan could not conceal his astonishment. That is truly remarkable. With this technology, our manufacturing capabilities will be vastly improved. In the manufacturing center, Shen Yuan observed the mechanical worker ants diligently traversing back and forth, producing various parts. Their movements were precise and swift, reminiscent of well-trained artisans. These mechanical worker ants are indeed our invaluable assistants, Shen Yuan remarked with a smile. Xinghai concurred. Indeed, they tirelessly labor, contributing immensely to the construction of the base. Subsequently, Shen Yuan and Xinghai arrived at the data center, which housed an expansive facility. Rows of servers were neatly aligned, their blinking indicators signifying efficient operation. As Shen Yuan stepped into the data center, he was enveloped in a technological ambience, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This data center appears adequate for prolonged use. Xinghai nodded in agreement. Yes, Shen Yuan. Its storage capacity and processing power are exceptionally robust, capable of meeting our demands for the foreseeable future. As Shen Yuan surveyed the data center, he contemplated future developments. Currently, due to limitations in raw material supply, we have only activated 1 assembly workshop for the Shen Yao model. However, once the resource extraction at the lunar base progresses smoothly and raw materials become plentiful, we can fully operationalize all workshops. Xinghai affirmed, Precisely, Shen Yuan. We must plan ahead to prepare for large-scale production. After inspecting several crucial areas, Shen Yuan deemed there was no need for further scrutiny. He addressed Shanghai. The completion of the second phase has been outstanding. I will leave the finishing touches to you. Shanghai responded with confidence. Rest assured, this will be a breeze. After observing the bustling operations of the base, Shen Yuan boarded a sightseeing aircraft to return to the Research and Development Center, eager to immerse himself in the innovative endeavors. He recognized that the construction of the lunar base would present a novel challenge, yet he was confident that together with Shanghai, they would accomplish this monumental project.